Chapter 226 Anti-Tank Missile. He felt more and more that the system behind the scenes had made great achievements in biomedicine. But the technology tree was a bit crooked. And it was just this weird thing. The instant recovery potion is good. But after using it, the side effects are a bit big. Either turning into a zombie or a vampire. The price is a bit high. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't mind and used it as a trump card. In case of serious injury, it is better to become a zombie than a dead body. Moreover, given the urinary nature of the game system, there may be other weird potions below. And maybe there is an antidote to eliminate these negative effects. Zhang Tuohai collected the potion, and the system sent it back to the bubble. At this time, Zhang Tuohai's score had risen to 1180 points, ranking first in the standings. The distance between the second place and the second place is more than 800 points. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai's mentality stabilized a lot, and he continued to look at the list of games in the playground. However, Zhang Tuohai never found any suitable game projects. Most of the simple ones have long queues, and the rest either have little fuel or require a lot of ammunition. However, in the game, consumption is not replenished, and only points are obtained. Zhang Tuohai is far ahead now, and there is no need to exchange ammunition for points yet. So he just lists these projects as options, and does not complete them. Although Zhang Tuohai didn't choose any suitable game projects next, he made a solid fortune by selling milk tea and car repair kits. Not to mention anything else. He has already collected the materials for the construction of the Aged Wine Pool, and he has also collected 90% of the materials needed for the high-end ecological park. Now, he still has a few gaps for high-end metal ingots. As long as he gets some high-grade metal ingots, he can build a high-grade ecological park. By then, he will have a comprehensive ecological logistics base. No more worrying about food. Time passed minute by minute. Those players who had not completed 3 victories became more and more impatient and began to try some difficult projects. As a result, the death rate soared sharply. Seeing the obituaries or crazy notices posted on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Most of these game projects can only be completed by yourself. Even if multiple players participate, it is a confrontation mode. For example, bumper cars. The relationship between players is destined to be competitive. If you want to survive, you must step on the corpses of others. That's the rule. However, what makes Zhang Tuohai more gratified is that all the people he knows well are still alive. Some people are doing pretty well. For example, Vladimir ranks second with 455 points. Finally, the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The game system prompts popped up on time. The entire amusement park felt like the pause button had been pressed. All projects have ceased operations. A player who was playing pirate ship was extremely unlucky. When he stopped, the pirate ship happened to be hovering upside down in midair. His car lost its centrifugal force and instantly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. When the time is up, all players who have completed the 3 game challenges will be teleported back to their original places, and the remaining players will be permanently locked in the playground. The rewards have been distributed. Please check. Along with the prompt sound of the game system, a white light enveloped all the players who completed the test, while the remaining players were carried by steam bags and fell into the amusement park. Wait a minute. I'm queuing up for my 3rd project. I'll definitely pass it. Give me a chance and let me try. I'm about to pass the roller coaster. I'm only 10 meters away from the finish line. Isn't this the only thing that's missing? You are being unreasonable. I want to complain. The players who had not been teleported away panicked and shouted loudly. However, they found that their name on the regional channel had turned red. The regional channels have become disabled, and in a sense, they are considered dead. Their voices are destined not to be heard, and their endings are destined to be buried forever, unknown to anyone. Zhang Tuohai looked at the large items placed in the car in a daze. Cornet EM multi-purpose anti-tank missile, 8 unit. Automatic laser guidance. Attack range 10 kilometers. Hollow warhead armor penetration 1,300 millimeters. Missile warhead explosion yield 7 kilograms. Main target is main battle tank covered with reactive armor. Light armored vehicles. Low-speed aerial targets. Zhang Tuohai's first reaction was, "Heck! That's awesome!" The second reaction was regret. But it was a pity that what was given was the finished product, not the manufacturing drawings. If this thing is a blueprint, it would be cool. He can directly fight beyond visual range. What a scumbag. Just teach him how to behave with 1 missile. However, there are only 8 of them. so its role has changed from regular firepower to a killer weapon, which can only be used at critical moments. However, something is better than nothing. Zhang Tuohai is still very satisfied with this thing. Installed directly on the infantry fighting vehicle. With this thing, his infantry fighting vehicle can finally be worthy of this name. Otherwise, it is at best an enhanced version of the World War I diamond tank. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai walked around his infantry fighting vehicle twice. And the more he looked at it, the happier he became. Finally, because it was too cold outside, he got back into the infantry fighting vehicle. Zhang Tuohai looked at the time and saw that it was already time to cook dinner. He was about to cook when Su Qi suddenly sent a private message. Well, can you give me back my pink tablet? Zhang Tuohai slapped his head and then remembered that Su Qi also kept a tablet computer here. At that time, Su Qi thought she was going to die and asked Zhang Tuohai to destroy this thing after her death. Now that people are not dead, this tablet will naturally come back. Otherwise, if the learning materials inside were seen by Zhang Tuohai, she would die directly from society. Oh, it's easy to talk about. Zhang Tuohai directly sent the tablet back. He had accepted the reward, so he naturally had to do what he said. By the way, you didn't take a peek inside, did you? Su Qi asked worriedly. Don't worry. I'm not interested in BL books or anything like that. And I won't take a peek, Zhang Tuohai said. How did you know it was a BL book? Did you take a peek? Su Qi was furious. Zhang Tuohai, he just said it casually. But he didn't expect that he actually got it right. He spent a lot of time convincing Su Qi that he really didn't peek at the contents of the tablet before he gave up. At this moment, there was a knocking sound on the car hood. Zhang Tuohai opened the car hood and saw Zhao Wanwan squatting outside with a wash basin. After seeing Zhang Tuohai, he pushed the basin into Zhang Tuohai's arms. I'm ready down here. Eat quickly. Chapter 227 The Unknown Crisis, updates added with monthly ticket. Zhang Tuohai stared at the pen in shock for a long time before he remembered that Zhao Wanwan once told him that in order to thank him for helping to put together the entire princess bedroom decoration, he wanted to thank him below. Initially, he thought it was just a joke. But Zhao Wanwan actually cooked the noodles. And it's still such a big pot. Don't stand there. I'm freezing to death. Come in quickly, Zhao Wanwan said while rubbing her hands. It is now as low as minus 40 degrees outside. It is not an exaggeration to say that dripping water turns into ice. Oh. Come in quickly. Zhang Tuohai took Zhao Wanwan into the car with a basin in his hands. After entering the car, Zhang Tuohai put the basin on the table. This is too much. I can't eat it. What are you thinking about? These are yours. Zhao Wanwan took a bowl, filled a bowl for Zhang Tuohai, tamped it down with chopsticks, and then handed it to Zhang Tuohai. These are mine. Zhao Wanwan pointed at the big basin and said, That's it? Who are you looking down on? Zhang Tuohai looked at the bowl of noodles in his hand. He usually only eats 2 bowls. If you can eat them all, I will give you half, Zhao Wanwan said while picking the noodles with chopsticks. That's what you said. Zhang Tuohai picked up a chopstick noodle and started eating it with a hiss. However, Zhang Tuohai found that no matter how much he ate, the noodles did not decrease. On the contrary, there were signs of eating more and more. How come you still have your own growth on this side? Zhang Tuohai looked at the increasingly pointed bowl and felt that the worldview he had formed over the years had been seriously challenged. Could this noodle still grow on its own? You are eating too slowly. My noodles are like this. There is noodle soup in them. If you eat slowly, the noodles will expand and appear thicker. Just eat them faster next time, Zhao Wanwan said while eating. She had already eaten half of it in her basin. After hearing Zhao Wanwan's words, Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy. However, since noodles can't grow on their own, let's eat them. After Zhang Tuohai's disdainful efforts, he finally finished half a bowl. At this time, Zhao Wanwan had already finished her bowl. She licked her lips with unsatisfied taste, raised her chopsticks, and looked at Zhang Tuohai expectantly. You can't eat it. How about I help you share some of it? No. Zhang Tuohai held the bowl in his arms and firmly rejected Zhao Wanwan's kindness. This is his dignity as a jobber. How can someone else do this? Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth and ate all the noodles in his bowl, but at the cost of filling his stomach. After Zhang Tuohai finished eating, Zhao Wanwan took the initiative to clear away the dishes. By the way, I ranked 5th in this competition, and the reward I received was 6 anti-tank grenades, Zhao Wanwan said as she took out a few grenades and put them on the table. Just take this back. Maybe it will have some important effect. Zhang Tuohai discovered that what he and Zhao Wanwan had obtained were weapons of mass destruction. And he instinctively felt that something was wrong. The game system sometimes distributes rewards in a targeted manner. For example, in the last world, all the cold-resistant equipment was given out in the final game. The goal was to allow players to withstand the first wave of cold in the new world. So does the current large-scale distribution of weapons also have this meaning? Zhang Tuohai thought of this, and gave all the August bullets in his hand to Zhao Wanwan. Be careful at night. I'm worried about the balance, Zhang Tuohai said. Yes. Zhao Wanwan nodded after hearing this, and gathered everything up. After Zhao Wanwan returned, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Su Qi, asking what rewards they had received. An MG42, plus 3,000 rounds of ammunition, Su Qi said. By the way, you really didn't read what's inside the tablet, Su Qi asked again worriedly. Don't worry. I told you. I'm not interested in BL. Zhang Tuohai sent another private message to Vladimir. Oh, my dear Davari. You did a really good job today. You actually scored so many points. My prize is a DSHK 1938 heavy machine gun with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. How about it? It's not bad. By the way, you still have it in your hand. Do you have any wine? I don't have much wine in stock. Only more than 90 bottles left, Vladimir said. Vladimir's words almost shocked Zhang Tuohai. This heavy machine gun was originally invented, but it was an anti-aircraft machine gun that was used part-time as infantry fire support. It had 12.7 by 108 mm large caliber ammunition that could even defeat aircraft. What kind of enemy are you trying to deal with? Using such a brutal weapon? Here you go. Zhang Tuohai gave Vladimir 2 bottles of whiskey and exchanged them for 2 cans of Russian pickles. Enriching the recipe, Zhang Tuohai asked Li Feiyu again. She received a DP light machine gun, rotary machine gun, with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Tuohai asked a few people he knew well, and most of them had obtained various heavy weapons. At this time, everyone alive in the regional channel also showed off their gains. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that there were almost all kinds of weapons, and the worst one was a shotgun. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai became more and more certain that something big was going to happen recently. Otherwise, the game system would not distribute weapons on such a large scale. Zhang Tuohai posted his concerns on the regional channel. Everyone, please be careful. We all know the temper of the game system. We usually pick and search for weapons. Now that we are giving out so many weapons, there must be some conspiracy. Please be careful at night. There may be more terrifying monsters. There are almost no idiots alive today. After Zhang Tuohai reminded them, everyone reacted. 2. I just thought the system was showing kindness. It seems that something big has definitely happened recently. Hey, it's okay. What I have is a Type 91 heavy machine gun with 600 rounds of ammunition. If anyone dares to come up, I will shoot it. You all have heavy weapons. What should I do? I only have an MP5 in my hand with only 90 rounds of ammunition. I'm even worse off. I have 42 rounds of ammo ready for a troll. It's a waste of time. Thanks for the advice, boss. I won't sleep tonight to see what kind of trouble the system can create. Come on upstairs. I asked my dog to stay up tonight and help me keep an eye on it. Why are you swearing? No. I really have a dog. A serious husky. If you don't believe it, look at it. Picture.jpg. Up. Do you know that when you look at a dog, you need to look at its tail? Down is a wolf, and up is a dog. Check whether the tail of the thing you raise is pointing up or down. Damn it. Why doesn't its tail stand up? It's staring at me. What should I do? I'm so panicked. Simple. Do it until you are convinced. This is how humans trained wolves into dogs in the early days. 5 minutes later. It's not okay. It's been 3 times, and it still refuses to accept it. But I'm going to collapse. What should I do? Can I use props? Everyone. Chapter 228 Monster Not Afraid of Headshots. As for the player who tried to defeat the wolf, Zhang Tuohai didn't know if he was joking. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't have time to verify it. He has more important things to do. He sent a private message to Song Xiaokong. Spread the word. You can get a lot of Bob Osha and AK-47. The bullets are unlimited, but the price triples. This AK plus 1,000 rounds of bullets will give you self-defense. If you encounter a crisis, in this case, if you run out of bullets, please contact me immediately. Zhang Tuohai said. Song Xiaokong is now his important white glove, and safety must be ensured. Okay. Now panic has appeared on the regional channel. If you are more careful, you can sell it at 4 or 5 times the price. Do you want to raise the price? Song Xiaokong asked. Forget it. Let's improve the survival rate first. There are still 2 days left. There are too few people, and it's not convenient to cut leaks. Zhang Tuohai looked at the number of people on the regional channel at this time. 892 people. It is already less than 4 digits. And they will stay in this world for 2 more days. Who knows how many people will die tomorrow? Even if you want to cut leaks, you must ensure a certain basic quantity. I see. Song Xiaokong went to work. Zhang Tuohai asked Wang Kai to make a large amount of coffee and sell it on regional channels. The response has been pretty good. The consequence is that a large number of people cannot sleep and are bored on the water channel. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the screen for a while and found that it was filled with nutritious things. So he quit and went to sleep. Compared with other players who can only watch the night by themselves, he has classmate Xiao Ai to help, which saves a lot of energy. Moreover, he was protected by an infantry fighting vehicle. He did not believe that any monster could break the infantry fighting vehicle and attack him. Zhang Tuohai slept soundly this time. He had a dream that he had become a social animal. He had just returned from working overtime and picked up a homeless JK under the telephone pole at the entrance of the community. The kind-hearted Zhang Tuohai took him home. JK was a little dirty, but he was afraid of water. He wanted to invite Zhang Tuohai to go to the bathroom with him. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to agree, he suddenly felt the floor shaking. Earthquake? Zhang Tuohai opened his eyes and found Wang Kai pushing his bed. Boss, there's a situation. What's the situation? Zhang Tuohai sat up in excitement, holding Sister Bauer's pillow in his arms and asked. There are strange movements in the surrounding woods. It seems like something is moving forward. Xiao Ai said. Doesn't the camera have infrared function? Turn it on and investigate. Zhang Tuohai said. I can't see anything. Xiao Ai said. Can't see anything? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. This is an infrared camera, and it also has a temperature sensing system. As long as there is temperature, you can see it, let alone an animal. Even a candle can sense it, unless these things are the same temperature as the ice and snow outside. Wait, can it be those things? Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a possibility. He remembered seeing a kind of monster in a very pornographic and violent movie. Those monsters all came out of extremely cold places. Their bodies were the same temperature as the ice. Just like zombies. If it was this kind of thing, it seems that there is really no way to sense them using temperature. Turn on all the lights and cast the light to the farthest place. Zhang Tuohai said loudly. Understood. Xiao Ai activated all the lights on the infantry fighting vehicle. In an instant, the surrounding area was illuminated as bright as daylight within dozens of meters. With the help of lights, Zhang Tuohai could see that a group of people were slowly approaching the infantry fighting vehicle under the cover of trees. These people are different from the Black Knights they met when they first entered this world. They do not have uniforms and wear a variety of clothes. From down jackets to combat uniforms. From beach shorts to bikinis. Moreover, the weapons in his hands were also various. And the variety of weapons was so complex that even Asen's army was ashamed. Zhang Tuohai even saw some people holding cold weapons. Wait a minute. Aren't these people holding hunting spears? Hey, isn't that guy Lu Hai? Wasn't he killed by Song Xiaokong? Why is he here? Zhang Tuohai naturally has a deep memory of his first salesperson. Could it be that this world has gathered the corpses of players who died for various reasons and turned them into zombies to attack us? The more Zhang Tuohai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After seeing themselves exposed, the zombie-like guys still slowly approached the infantry fighting vehicle, with no intention of accelerating. Classmate Xiai, open fire and kill these guys, Zhang Tuohai said. As you command. Commander. Classmate Xiao Ai stretched out 4 robotic arms, held up an AK-47 rifle, and started shooting at those guys. Duh. The fire snake kept spraying. After those zombie-like guys were hit by bullets, they only paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward, as if they had not been harmed. Moreover, as if the sound of gunfire activated them, they also raised their guns one after another, and fought back against the infantry fighting vehicles. Ding 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 ding. Bullets hit the infantry fighting vehicle's composite armor. Holy shit! Are they so resistant to blows? Xiao Ai, look at their heads and say hello to me! Zhang Tuohai shouted. According to the routine of normal zombie movies, the head is the key to these guys, and only by smashing the head can they survive. Understood. Xiao Ai began to adjust the muzzle of the gun and started to attack the heads of those guys. What surprised Zhang Tuohai was that even if their heads were smashed, these guys were still walking forward unhurriedly. It's like bullets can't harm them at all. I don't believe it anymore. Throw anti-tank grenades at me. Zhang Tuohai also went up. Whizzing. Classmate Xiao Ai controlled the robotic arm and threw out 2 anti-tank grenades. Boom. Boom. 2 huge explosions sounded. The huge explosion directly blew several zombie-like guys at the detonation point into pieces. And these pieces stopped completely. It turns out it can still be killed. Zhang Tuohai felt confident. It would be easier if it could be killed. Zhang Tuohai asked classmate Xiao Ai to replace the AK-47 with a flamethrower. Whoops! Flames spurted out. Flames of up to 1,200 degrees Celsius were sprayed onto those zombie-like guys. Those guys were like big candles. Instantly ignited and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The blazing flames not only ignited the monsters, but also ignited the trees on both sides of the road. Those trees were all pine trees, rich in oil. After being ignited by the flamethrower, they burned quickly. In the blink of an eye, a large burning zone was formed, isolating the monster from Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 229. You are a mature cow. You must learn to milk yourself. Seeing that the monster in front of him was blocked, Zhang Tuohai quickly turned back to look at Xiao Wanwan. She doesn't have a flamethrower, only an August and a few anti-tank grenades, which may not be able to withstand such a fierce attack. Zhang Tuohai quickly reversed the car to check on Xiao Wanwan. When they arrived nearby, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the attack on Xiao Wanwan was not strong. Dozens of zombie-like guys were gathering around the car, trying to open the door. It seems that the game system allocates the number of monsters according to the player's strength. However, the car door had been locked tightly by Xiao Wanwan, and Xiao Wanwan's car was also bulletproof. Even if those guys emptied the magazine, they could not break through the car's shell. Moreover, because they were too close, Xiao Wanwan did not dare to use anti-tank grenades. The scene was stagnant for a while. After the unremitting efforts of those guys, a window of glass was finally broken. Just when they were about to rush in through the window, a fat pig with yellow and black patterns was pushed out and blocked the window. Cruder! Hold on! Don't let them in! Xiao Wanwan shouted loudly. I'm scared. Let me go back quickly! Crud shouted loudly. You have the thickest skin here. If you don't support anyone, hold on. Reinforcements will come soon. Xiao Wanwan said loudly. Bye. Push it. Try it again and see. Can it be started? No. The wheel is stuck by the corpse and it can't turn. She said. Then just hold on a little longer. If it doesn't work, I'll hold them back while you go to Brother Zhang's place. Xiao Wanwan said. What do you do? Asked Mick the cow. I'll stay here to wean you off. Xiao Wanwan said with a smile. It doesn't make any sense anyway. No. We want to stay with you. Mick howled loudly. Obey. You must live a good life. When you get to Brother Zhang, you must show your worth so that you will not be abandoned. Mick, remember, no one will milk the cow for you in the future. You are a cow. As a mature cow, you must learn to milk yourself. Meili, you too. You must learn to shear your own sheep. Polly, please help me more with taking care of the crops. Bye. Do more hard work. Cruder, you eat less. Zhang Tuohai, who was not far away, had a dark look on his face. Classmate Xiao, turn on the flamethrower and make a wave. Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Classmate Xiao opened the flamethrower and began to shoot at the monsters surrounding the car. Those monsters turned into ashes one by one. In a short time, Zhang Tuohai killed all these monsters. Of course, the flamethrower accidentally swiped Crud, and a large piece of hair near Crud's but was burned off, causing Crud to scream in pain. Okay, the monsters have been dealt with. It should be safe. Zhang Tuohai said outside. Ah, finally saved. Mick cried with joy. My ass? Crud yelled as he fell to the ground, covering his butt. Thank you so much. I thought this was the end of the journey. Xiao Wanwan jumped out of the car and said to Zhang Tuohai. By the way, can you agree to my request? Let Mick and Meili follow you first. Please. Xiao Wanwan said suddenly. Are you going to abandon us? Cow Mick shouted. Shut up. Xiao Wanwan kicked Mick, and then said to Zhang Tuohai. Mick and Meili don't have the ability to protect themselves yet. They will be much safer with you. Bye. Cruder and so on. If the matter is resolved, I can at least run to you. Can you agree to my request? Xiao Wanwan asked. What happened today really frightened her. And she really thought she wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. It didn't matter to her that she died, since she had already made up her mind to die anyway. But what should she do with the pet she had raised? Abai is strong. Crud is thick-skinned. And Polly can fly. They can all escape from the encirclement. But what about Mick and Maylee? They are purely logistical personnel and have no ability to protect themselves at all. If the car collapses, there is a high possibility that they and themselves will become the prey of those monsters. That's why she came up with this idea. Send Mick and Billy to Zhang Tuohai first. Even if something happens to him, at least they will be safe. My place is a little crowded for the time being, but I'm almost getting the materials to build a high-end ecological park. After I build the high-end ecological park, if you still have this idea, I can agree. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, This? Okay. Xiao Wanwan nodded. Of course she knew that the space in Zhang Tuohai's car was not very generous, as she went to eat at Zhang Tuohai's place every day. Almost all the places where things could be placed were filled. It was really a bit reluctant to squeeze in a cow and a sheep. Okay. That's it. I haven't slept all night. You should have a good rest. I'm afraid I have some things to do tomorrow. Take this car repair kit and repair the car, Zhang Tuohai said. Thank you. Xiao Wanwan took the car repair kit with both hands. Do not think too much. Zhang Tuohai patted Xiao Wanwan on the shoulder and then returned to his infantry fighting vehicle. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel and found that the channel was also quite lively. Hack! There really is a monster sneak attack. And the boss really got it right. Ha ha! You son of a bitch. You dare to cheat on me. I killed you once last time. Even if you turn into a ghost, I can still kill you a second time. Damn it. Why don't these zombies die if they blow their heads off? I've already blown off several people's heads. Why are they still moving forward? You have to break their legs and arms to stop them from moving forward. Don't waste bullets on headshots. It's useless. I've run out of bullets. I'm willing to pay any price to anyone who can sell me some bullets. The regional channel was filled with howls of ghosts and wolves. These things are afraid of fire. At least they will be completely dead if they burn out. I have some flamethrowers here. Anyone who needs them can buy them themselves. Zhang Tuohai said and hung up the flamethrower. The price is 3 times the manufacturing materials. Thank you, boss. These guys are really afraid of fire. I just ran out of magazines and didn't kill a few of them. I didn't expect that they were all killed when I burned them with a flamethrower. The boss is awesome. He even has a flamethrower. Boss, I don't have enough resources. Otherwise, I have something else on hand to see if I can offset it. Boss, the basic materials are gone, but there are a few high-grade metal ingots. See if you can replace them. Have a private chat about other supplies. Zhang Tuohai beamed. Chapter 230. Building a high-end ecological park, organizing materials. It must be said that at the moment of life and death, people are always generous beyond imagination. Zhang Tuohai was inundated with private messages in the blink of an eye. Many people spent all their wealth just to get a flamethrower. Some people may be curious. Why don't these people drive away? Isn't this much easier than fighting those guys where they are? In fact, they wanted to run, but they couldn't. Before these monsters could act, some animals emerged from the woods and got into the wheels. These animals have only one purpose, and that is to block the wheel. Players need to get out of the car to clear it. However, the swarming monsters prevented them from getting out of the car, so they had to stay where they were and fight with those monsters. Zhang Tuohai was not too strict with the card this time. As long as he felt that the price difference was not too big, he would directly trade. Some things that Zhang Tuohai had never seen appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai in large quantities. Boxes of spicy strips, bags of small dried fish, bags of spices, hundreds of kilograms of almonds, hundreds of tea eggs, seeds of various crops, complete set of Blu-ray discs. There are even hens and ducks. Of course, there are also the level 3 manufacturing materials that Zhang Tuohai dreams of. Zhang Tuohai even received a few drawings. Among them, only one is more useful. Integrated kitchen, a third-level auto accessory that integrates all stoves and has an independent air outlet, which can be used together with the indoor heat circulation system to use excess heat to provide indoor heating. Materials, high-grade metal ingots, 10 units, high-grade wood, 5 units, high-grade stone, 30 units, plastic, 10 units, metal parts, 50 units, electronic components *3. To be honest, this thing is just that for ordinary players. But it is very useful to Zhang Tuohai. At least you don't have to worry about the smell of oil smoke everywhere in your car. Moreover, since it is a third-level auto accessory, the price is even higher. If it hadn't been for such a critical moment, no one would have come up with it. Zhang Tuohai immediately produced it. An integrated kitchen appeared in the corner, with barbecue grills, stoves, microwaves, coffee machines, high-end juicers, etc. all integrated into it. The car looks a lot tidier. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai finally gathered the construction materials to build a high-end ecological park. Building a high-end ecological park. Following Zhang Tuohai's order, a glass cabinet as tall as a person appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. There is also a door above. This glass cabinet doesn't look big. It seems to be only about 2 cubic meters in size. Zhang Tuohai tried to open the door. There is indeed something special inside. This is a vast area. The height is 7 or 8 meters. And the area is about 1 acre. Counting the underground space, the volume is exactly 6,666 cubic meters. The various facilities inside are very complete, including orchards, vegetable gardens, cow sheds, she houses, dog houses, cat climbing frames, and birds' nests. There is also a fish pond not far away, and a small stream circles the area. Finally, it is injected into the ground. According to the instructions, there is a water purification unit and an advanced water accumulator underground to supply the creek. There is also a row of open space next to it, where sundries and necessary machinery are placed. But they are all empty now. Zhang Tuohai quickly transplanted all the things he planted. Zhang Tuohai discovered that he had accumulated a lot of things without realizing it. Vegetables include leeks, quick-growing mushrooms, tomatoes, onions, lemons, peppers, colored peppers, carrots, coriander, cucumbers, eggplants, and soybeans. Fruits include sugar cane, watermelon, blueberry, strawberry, cantaloupe, peach, apple, pear, apple banana. Other categories include coffee, cocoa, melon seeds, peanuts, onions, ginger, garlic, and cassava. Zhang Tuohai found that there were quite a lot of things he could grow. Immediately took Wang Kai and planted all these things. After planting, Zhang Tuohai felt that the ecological park was too quiet, so he put the koi into the pond. Later, Zhang Tuohai placed the meritorious hen that had been laying eggs for him in the chicken coop and duck coop together with the newly acquired hens and ducks. With the addition of these guys, the advanced ecological park is a little more lively. Zhang Tuohai looked at the space, made a super fertilizer maker and an aging wine tank, and placed them here. Pickle barrels, preserves making machines, cane sugar making machines, brewing barrels, canning machines, yogurt making machines, and other things are also placed against the wall. Looking at everything in front of him, Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction. He felt as if he had regained the feeling of playing Stardew Valley again. With the blessing of an advanced fertilizer making machine and a statue of the harvest goddess, Zhang Tuohai has been able to make the crops in the fields ripen once a day, or even more than once a day. In addition to the rabbit provided by the lucky tree stump every day, and the 6 pieces of dragon tail meat provided by Thor's statue every day, Zhang Tuohai has no shortage of food. The only thing that needs improvement now is the variety of food. Moreover, the high-end eco park and aged wine pool are level 4 universal auto parts, allowing Zhang Tuohai to take a small step on the road to becoming a level 5 vehicle. Is this considered a foundation for me? Zhang Tuohai looked at the vibrant high-end ecological park and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Wang Kai happily ran around in such a large space. After getting tired of running, he began to patrol his territory. Cattle sheds, sheep pens, pig pens, dog houses, cat climbing frames, birds' nests, chicken coops. Why are there no fox holes? Don't we foxes deserve a place to live? This is discrimination, Wang Kai said angrily. That kennel happens to be empty, so you can stay there. It's pretty much the same anyway. If you feel uncomfortable, just go to the kitchen and keep company with the stove, Zhang Tuohai said. Wang Kai looked at the kitchen, then at the kennel, and decisively chose to live in the kennel. The main reason why he didn't go to the kitchen was that he was afraid that Zhang Tuohai accidentally stewed himself while cooking one day. Moreover, the temperature in the ecological garden is constant, which is much more comfortable than being next to the stove. This kennel is also quite big. Not to mention, it is quite comfortable to live in. Wang Kai stretched himself long and rolled a few times in his nest. Zhang Tuohai wandered around the ecological park twice, before finally retreating and returning to the driver's seat. The flames on both sides of the road have spread into the distance. In the original world, Zhang Tuohai would have been imprisoned. But in this world, it was just casual. Zhang Tuohai was picking up almonds while watching regional channels. At this point, most players have repelled the monster attacks, because Zhang Tuohai provided the weapons to deal with it in time. The players' losses this time were relatively small. Less than 70 people died in total. Compared with previous 9 attacks, the casualties were relatively light. Chapter 231 Feel the Next World in Advance. Although the player casualties were relatively light this time, Zhang Tuohai also discovered a problem. That's because the game system provides a large number of weapons, resulting in players having a number of heavy weapons in their hands. Although, most players may have run out of ammunition when dealing with those monsters. However, there are always players who will save some ammunition. These heavy weapons are absolutely fatal to ordinary players. If encountered, there is absolutely no way to survive. Even he himself did not dare to leave the protection of the infantry fighting vehicle easily. Snow camouflage cannot stop the MG42 from firing at close range. It seems that the improvement of armor will be put on the agenda again. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. The time came to 6 o'clock in the morning, and the game system popped up a prompt on time. Congratulations to all the players for surviving to the 6th day in this world. As usual, the first thing is today's weather forecast. Today's temperature, -45 degrees Celsius. Wind strength, level 7. As the temperature drops, the mood value drops faster. Today's drop rate, 5 points per hour. Since tomorrow is a disaster day, as usual, the reward dungeon will be open today. Please choose the dungeon according to your needs. The end time of the copy is 1800 hours. If it is not completed by then, the copy will be forcibly ejected. Good luck to all players. As soon as the prompt ended, a row of light doors appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai, with a sign hanging on each light door. Level 1 materials, Level 2 materials, Level 3 materials, food, weapons, seeds, blueprints, entertainment props. Lots and lots of them. Zhang Tuohai looked all the way and found that the number of light gates was much more than in the previous world, and the content was also much richer. Zhang Tuohai saw the last light door. Sure enough, he still predicts the next world. This is it. Zhang Tuohai once made a fortune by obtaining information about the next world in advance and taking advantage of the information gap. This time, he would definitely not go wrong with this choice. Even if you can't replicate the success of the last time, at least you won't be taken advantage of by others by taking advantage of the information gap. Zhang Tuohai immediately made the decision to enter this light gate. At this time, Xiao Wanwan also drove up and followed. Do you want to choose this light gate? It's a good choice. In the last world, our captain made a lot of money by relying on the information gap. Xiao Wanwan said, "Will you come with me?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "No. It's enough for one person to get the information. It's a waste for 2 people to go in. I'm going to brush up the 3rd level materials. Isn't your gap quite big? I'll brush up some of it for you." Xiao Wanwan said, stepped on the accelerator, and entered the light door marked with 3rd level materials. What Zhang Tuohai just wanted to say was blocked. "Can't you go slower?" Zhang Tuohai shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that Xiao Wanwan would remember the level 3 material he casually said, and the reward copy would also prioritize him. When was the last time he met such a person? Perhaps she was really determined to die, which is why she did not plan her future and devoted herself wholeheartedly to paving the way for her pets. Zhang Tuohai sighed and entered the light door that predicted the next world. After stepping into the light door, Zhang Tuohai was stunned by the sight in front of him. The entrance is full of ruins, with bricks and rubble everywhere. The road below was full of cracks, and it looked like it hadn't been maintained for a long time. There are some bones scattered on both sides of the road from time to time, most of which are human or large livestock bones, and some of them have signs of gnawing on them. Some plants have grown on the ruins, but the colors of these plants are very strange. Some are purple, and some are black. Some trees have lost all their leaves, leaving only dry branches piercing the sky, like a hand reaching towards the sky. Zhang Tuohai raised his head and looked towards the sky. The sky was dim, and the air was full of dust. With the naked eye, some white flocks could be seen floating, and there were also some faint black spots. The sun is just a brighter white patch, invisible to the naked eye. At this time, the sky was dim, and I didn't know whether it was morning or noon. Where the hell is this? Is it a doomsday wasteland? What caused these? Volcanoes, wars, chemical weapons, or nuclear weapons? It looks worse than the world of ice and snow. Zhang Tuohai asked Xiao Ai to continue exploring. Suddenly, a monster jumped out from the ruins on the roadside and rushed towards the infantry fighting vehicle. This monster looks like a frog, but its body is extremely large, as big as an adult husky. The skin all over his body is gray, and the places where the webbed feet should have been have turned into sharp black claws. His back is full of large and small pustules. His mouth is full of twisted and sharp teeth, and there are 6 eyes on his head, looking in different directions. This thing rushed out from a dark corner, put its paws on the ground, and ran towards the infantry fighting vehicle. Classmate Xiao, use the AK-47 to try its quality, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood, Commander. Xiao Ai controlled the robotic arm, raised the AK-47, and pulled the trigger on the monster. Da-da-da. A series of bullets hit the monster's body, and instantly, a handful of blue blood spurted out. After the monster was hit by the bullet, its speed was obviously much slower, but it still rushed towards the infantry fighting vehicle resolutely. He rushed to the wheels of the infantry fighting vehicle and spat out a mouthful of acid. Stab! The infantry fighting vehicle's solid wheels emitted white smoke, apparently corroded by strong acid. Kill it! Zhang Tuohai frowned and said. Da-da-da. Several more bullets hit the monster in the head. The tumbling bullets almost smashed the monster's head area. Only then did the monster fall to the ground. A pool of blue blood flowed out. Try the flamethrower, Zhang Tuohai said. Call. Flamethrowers enveloped the monster's body. Soon, the monster's body was burned to ashes. A crystal the size of a fingernail fell out. What is this? Zhang Tuohai opened the car hood and prepared to see what it was. However, as soon as the car hood opened, Zhang Tuohai choked and coughed several times. There was something in the air that made Zhang Tuohai's throat particularly uncomfortable. There is definitely something wrong with the air. Zhang Tuohai was sure that even in the arid desert, he had never had any problems with his throat. Zhang Tuohai secretly remembered it, jumped to the ground and picked up the crystal, the size of a fingernail, a white lens structure that looks like crystal. You may try to sell the mutated tissues of mutated creatures to those businessmen, and they will buy these things at a high price. The game system prompted. Chapter 232 Redstone Town. There is a businessman. Zhang Tuohai caught the key information in the prompt. In the past, in other worlds, vending machines were used to buy things, and more than 90% of the enemies were various beasts and natural disasters. It was impossible to communicate with people. Now, there are actually businessmen in this world. Doesn't that mean that there are people in this world who can communicate with each other? And there are even certain social structures and camps, so that we can have a deeper understanding of some insider information, such as the composition of these worlds. Moreover, as long as they are living people and can communicate, there are endless possibilities. Zhang Tuohai's mind became active. We must find those businessmen and have a good chat. Zhang Tuohai put the mutated tissue dropped by the monster into his pocket and got back into the car. In the car, he suddenly felt that the air was much fresher. The air quality outside feels like a foggy city at the height of the Industrial Revolution. Unspeakably choking, Zhang Tuohai looked at the statue of the goddess of cleansing and bathing placed in the car. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get this statue in that copy, which can regularly clean the air and various toxic substances in the car and reduce it below the safety line. Otherwise, I would probably suffer from severe respiratory diseases after living in this world for a week. In this world, illness basically means death. It seems that all kinds of medicines and protective equipment are also top priorities. Zhang Tuohai took out his notebook and wrote down the key points. By the way, we also need to check the pollution of the surrounding environment. Since the air is so bad and there are weird mutant creatures, it means that there are probably problems with the soil and water sources. If that's the case, then the value of clean water goes up significantly again. In the original ice and snow world, water was the cheapest thing because there was ice, snow and firewood everywhere. Unexpectedly, in another world, the price soared again. Zhang Tuohai felt that he could collect more water, vegetables and food this time when he went back. You can make a fortune just by relying on these things. It seems that this high-end ecological park was established at the right time, Zhang Tuohai thought. Then, Zhang Tuohai ordered classmate Xiao Ai to drive forward and search for any information that might be found. Not long after, Zhang Tuohai once again saw a monster behind the ruins. This monster has a slender body, like an elongated person. It is 3 meters tall. Its skin is gray. Its body is covered with various pustules, and it also oozes green liquid. The man has 5 arms, 2 of which are forelimbs. It was not a hand. but a bone blade like a sickle. And there was a gasping sound coming from the mouth. The monster's legs were thin and long. And it walked slowly towards Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle step by step. Use AK-47 to test the strength, Zhang Tuohai said. Duh. 2 AKs opened fire. The test results made Zhang Tuohai frown. This monster's strength is not strong, but its vitality is extremely tenacious. It can continue to move forward even if its head is blown. The sharp bone blade even leaves a mark on the armor. And its blood is also corrosive. Zhang Tuohai finally used a flamethrower to completely eliminate it. After destroying the monster, Zhang Tuohai found a small fragment of bone. According to the game system prompts, this is also a mutated tissue left by the monster, which can be traded with merchants. Only then did Zhang Tuohai understand why the game system called this thing mutated tissue instead of a crystal nucleus. It turns out that what each monster drops is different. If this is the case, you can only get the mutant tissue by completely burning the monster every time. Otherwise you may not be able to find it. Zhang Tuohai put away this mutant organization and continued to explore forward. After driving forward for about an hour, Zhang Tuohai drove out of the ruins and harvested 7 or 8 mutant tissues. These mutated tissues were strangely shaped, with hearts, bones, carapace, and some even a hair. If it weren't for the prompt system's reminder, Zhang Tuohai would have almost left this thing behind. Commander, we found a village ahead and found signs of life activity. Are you approaching? Classmate Xiao Yai asked. Signs of vital activity? Get it on the screen, Zhang Tuohai said immediately. Soon, a village appeared on his screen. However, this village looks a little strange. Normal villages are built with earth, stone or wood. However, this village is different. It is built of metal. It's not that a certain building is made of metal. All the buildings in the village are made of metal. Whether it is the tall houses in the center of the village or the dilapidated sheds made of iron sheets around them, they are all made of metal. Rust stains covered the entire village. Several tall, dark chimneys were 7 or 8 meters high. They were still spewing black smoke and white steam, and they seemed to be still functioning. The whole village looked so weird. Zhang Tuohai can guarantee that he will believe this place if it is said to be a filming location for a science fiction crew. Zhang Tuohai guessed that the businessmen mentioned by the game system should live here. Let's go and take a look. But we must stay alert to avoid mutated creatures. Zhang Tuohai also grabbed the AK-74 and said cautiously. The infantry fighting vehicle slowly drove into the village. Zhang Tuohai found that there were indeed signs of life activity in the village. Freshly washed clothes were still hanging on the clothesline at the door. And the streets had obviously been swept. The doors and windows in the distance were suddenly closed. Judging from the thermal imaging camera, it should be a humanoid creature hiding behind the doors and windows. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but look at this village. Except that it was made of steel. It seemed to be no different from ordinary villages. The car arrived at the center of the village. It was a small square. There was no one in the square. A middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket and a cowboy hat was sitting in a corner. There was a stall in front of him. There were many strange things on the stall. Weird stuff. There are brass telescopes, flintlock guns made entirely of metal, bones made of crystal, half-broken bayonets, and some animal joints and strange little things. I don't know what they are for. Is this a businessman? Zhang Tuohai decided to inquire about the situation. Got out of the car with the AK-74 on his back and walked towards the stall owner. However, he also made classmate Xiao Yai prepared, ready to draw a gun to meet him at any time. Are you a businessman here? Zhang Tuohai asked. The stall owner heard the sound, raised his head, glanced at Zhang Tuohai, then looked at the car behind him, and then smiled. It turns out that you are a visitor from afar. Welcome to Hongshi Town. What do you need? Chapter 233 Weird Drawings and Steam Core. Would you like to take a look at this gun? This is Gaobao's latest product. It can penetrate the scales of black-scaled lizards. As the man in leather clothes spoke, he picked up a long gun with many brass gears exposed from the stall. Finally, he opened the magazine and stuffed a bullet as thick as a thumb into it. Then he closed it and pointed it at a piece next to him. Iron plate fired a shot. The iron plate was 1 centimeter thick, and it was actually penetrated by the gun. How about it? This gun is quite powerful. It only requires 30 ordinary mutated organs and comes with 5 bullets, the leather-clad man said, and threw the spear in his hand to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai subconsciously caught it. Good guy. This gun is really heavy. The barrel is also extremely thick. The whole body is made of brass. The gears are shiny, and you can smell the smell of engine oil. It weighs at least 3 AK-74s. Most people don't have the strength to actually play with it. Do not turn.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
How about this? The latest purification potion can remove the garbage accumulated in the body and protect you from those bad dusts. One bottle only requires 10 ordinary mutated organs.
The man in leather clothes said, taking out a blue test tube from a box and recommending. Zhang Tuohai took it in his hand. And a line of game system prompts suddenly popped up. Discover the purification potion. Tip, after entering this world, there are a lot of harmful gases in the air. These harmful gases will continue to damage your health and lower your mood. Players need to drink a bottle of purification potion every 24 hours to keep their bodies healthy. Otherwise, there will be a certain chance of their bodies mutating. Note, the longer the interval between doses, the greater the chance of mutation.
Grass.
Seeing these prompts, Zhang Tuohai secretly cursed the game system for being shameless, for hiding such important information. If you can't find a merchant or don't have access to purification potions, you probably won't even know how you got tricked. Zhang Tuohai wanted this thing very much. But he knew that he couldn't show his eagerness now. Otherwise, the other party would take advantage of him.
It's okay. Is there anything else good? No need to introduce this kind of rubbish.
Zhang Tuohai threw the brass spear in his hand onto the stall. Although this thing is very powerful, it is too heavy, and not as easy to use as my own AK-74.
It turns out that this is a big customer. It seems that I can only offer my store's treasure. What do you think of this?
The leather-clad man took out a sheepskin scroll and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai opened it and found that it was a list full of various things. High Tower 3rd Generation Dust Mask, 70. 2nd Generation Coal-Fired Boiler, 300. Red Keep Improved Steam Power Engine, 500. Red Keep Civilian Version Transmission System, 400. 2nd Generation Rivet Armor, 200. Red Fort Steam Powered Machine Gun, 700. The 1st Generation 50-pound smoothbore gun. Comes with 5 shells, 600. Improved version of the Tower 75mm rapid-fire gun, 900. Rows and rows of strange things were listed on it. Looking at the names, Zhang Tuohai can probably understand what these are. However, these things are too strange. Right? Why do armor use rivets? Aren't they afraid of flying around? Why do machine guns need to be powered by steam? Why is there such a thing as a coal-fired boiler?
Etc.
Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of an upgrade direction when upgrading the car to level 4 steam locomotive. The characteristic is weird technology. Could this world be a weird world similar to steampunk? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai felt that everything was explained. Why cities are in ruins, and why villages are made of metal. Why are there so many chimneys and steam pipes emitting black smoke in the village? These are typical signs of the steam age. He doesn't mind adding another power system. Having multiple power systems means he has more options to choose from. In the unlikely event that the world is depleted of gasoline, he can still burn coal to drive the car forward, which is an extra way out. However, my car is gasoline powered, so whether it is compatible is still a question.
My car is not coal-fired, so I'm afraid I won't be able to use these things.
Zhang Tuohai expressed his doubts while staring closely into the eyes of the man in leather to observe his reaction. However, the man in leather didn't show any surprise at all.
I understand all this. The power systems of the old and new eras are not compatible. The Red Castle specially invented this thing in order to allow everyone to use the technology of the new era,
the leather-clad man said, pointing to the end of the parchment.
As long as we have this thing, even an airship can use these things.
Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of the other person's finger. Steam core, a special type of auto accessory that can convert steam power into other power, or other power into steam power. There is some loss. Price, 1,000. What a good thing. Seeing this thing, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. If he had this thing, he could freely add various unique steampunk drawings to the car. And maybe he could also develop it with 2 technology trees. In this kind of apocalyptic world, the more comprehensive you are prepared, the greater your chances of survival. Because you never know what can save your life on a particular occasion.
How is this price calculated?
Zhang Tuohai was moved.
The number behind is the number of mutated organs required,
the man in leather said with a smile.
So many.
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He glanced at the steam core. If he wanted to change to this thing, wouldn't he have to kill 1,000 monsters? Not to mention how much ammunition it takes to destroy these monsters. Just finding these monsters is a huge trouble. He had killed about 10 monsters in just over an hour. Based on this calculation, it will take at least 100 hours to put it together. More than 4 days. Where does he have so much time to kill so many monsters? Seeing Zhang Tuohai's expression not looking good, the leather-clad man smiled.
Dear guest, are you worried about not being able to find a suitable monster? Don't worry. I have another commission here. If you can complete it, you will not only get a huge bounty, but also a lot of mutations. Organ,
the leather-clad man said.
What commission?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The valley on the east side of the village was originally a mining field, but it was occupied by a group of sickle monsters. If you can eliminate them, you will receive a high bounty provided by the village, 500 kilograms of iron ore, 200 kilograms of meat, 10 kilograms clean water, and the village chief's most beautiful concubine,
the leather-clad man said with a smile. Chapter 234 Red Fort Special Hunting Gun.
Concubine? This thing is also used as a reward?
Zhang Tuohai was stunned.
Of course. She is also the village chief's favorite concubine. It is said that she is the daughter of a noble. However, the settlement was attacked by a group of mutated monsters. I have seen her a few times. Her skin is so white. Wow,
the leather-clad man said.
How do I believe that these are true? What if you lied to me? What if I really eliminate those sickle monsters, and you don't pay me?
Zhang Tuohai asked. This is not a game. Once you complete the mission, you will get the reward. Beware of the other party's default.
All of us are here. Are you still afraid that we will run away? Let's use this gun as a deposit. If you complete the reward and don't get the reward, use this to blow my head off,
the leather-clad man said, picking up a revolver from the stall and handing it to Zhang Tuohai. This revolver still inherits the unique style of this world. It is made of brass and is polished to a shiny finish. There are thick exposed gears on the edge of the gun body. You can smell the strong smell of engine oil. The muzzle is very thick and looks bigger than the M500 is one size larger and is quite heavy. Red Fort Special Hunting Gun, a revolver with a bullet capacity of 6 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. It uses a special transmission mechanism to greatly reduce the recoil, but it also makes it very heavy and can penetrate ordinary police body armor. This is a prompt given by the game system.
Good guy. It's quite cheap. I also gave you this matching belt and 50 rounds of ammunition. What do you think? This is made of mutated organs and is my most cherished treasure.
The man in leather jacket seemed unmoved by Zhang Tuohai. Increase your bet immediately. Note that this belt is smeared with special powder, which will attract attacks from sickle monsters. The prompt system suddenly popped up.
Zhang
Tuohai raised his eyebrows when he heard this and became more wary. He felt that the man in leather clothes had no good intentions and must have some follow-up arrangements.
You seem to value that valley very much.
Zhang Tuohai calmly took the belt and bullets and asked seemingly casually.
Well, I also have a share in that mine. If it doesn't start working, I will suffer a lot of losses,
said the man in leather. Zhang Tuohai took a serious look at the leather-clad man, and then said,
Okay, I can go and have a look, but there is no guarantee that I will succeed. If I complete the commission, how will I submit the task? Can I contact you? Yes, I will always be here. If I'm not here, just ask the residents around. They all know where I usually am. By the way, my name is Picto. What's yours?
Picto asked.
Just call me Constantine.
Zhang Tuohai casually gave a false name and left, although the probability that the other party would use his name to curse was extremely low. Zhang Tuohai instinctively made up a fake name just in case. However, why is this name so familiar? After getting into the car, Zhang Tuohai finally remembered that this was Wang Cai's original name.
I'm just borrowing it. It shouldn't care. Right.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at Wang Cai, who was sleeping in the kennel. Wang Cai was sleeping at this time. He felt cold for no reason and shivered involuntarily.
This kennel is comfortable, but it's not as warm as next to the stove,
Wang Cai muttered, turning over and covering himself with his own quilt.
Classmate Xiao, let's go and have a look at the canyon to the east,
Zhang Tuohai said. He wanted to see what trick that Pictou was up to.
Okay.
Xiao drove out of the village and found 2 roads at the entrance of the village. One going east and one going south, extending to an unknown place. The 2 set out on the road to the east. This road is smoother, and the sides of the road are tidier. At least there are no ruins and bones along the way. After driving forward for about half an hour, Zhang Tuohai saw a valley. The sides of the valley were not high, about 50 meters in height. The mountain was a bit steep, but if you dared to take the risk, a powerful off-road vehicle could still be used. Passable. There are many large rocks scattered at the mouth of the valley, blocking most of the entrance to the valley. leaving only a road for one car to pass. Through the gaps in these stones, you can see an occasional black shadow passing by in the valley. Judging from the slow-motion playback of the camera, it is a monster over 2 meters long with a slender body, which looks like an enlarged version. The mantis is a mantis, but its body is not green, but black with red stripes. It has 3 compound eyes on its head and a mouth full of spikes. The most striking feature is that its 2 forelimbs are a pair of sharp bone scythes with serrations. The bone sickle was more than 1 meter long, and it was full of serrations, which looked extremely sharp.
Is this the sickle monster? It doesn't seem particularly difficult to deal with. Moreover, you can use the boulders at the entrance of the valley as obstacles to snipe without worrying about being surrounded by the sickle monster. Is this arranged by Pictou? Why did he do this? Wouldn't this make it easier for me to hunt the sickle monster?
Zhang Tuohai found that he was a little confused about what Pictou wanted to do. However, he decided to hunt down a few sickle monsters first to test their quality. If they were not difficult to deal with, he would get them easily. Mutated organs were obviously hard currency in this world anyway, so if there was a chance, it would be better to get more. Zhang Tuohai drove to the entrance of the valley. At this time, there was a buzzing sound in the valley. Then several sickle monsters with black and red patterns on their bodies rushed out from the depths of the valley and rushed towards the direction of Zhang Tuohai.
Classmate Xiai, a tentative shot,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Follow your orders.
Xiao Ai controlled 2 robotic arms, holding an AK-47 and pulling the trigger on those guys. Da-da-da. The bullets were accurate and hit these guys directly in the head. With a bang, those guys' heads exploded like watermelons, and green liquid sprayed out. After the liquid splashed to the ground, it made a sizzling sound, and wisps of white smoke came out.
Good guy. Blood and corrosiveness are really difficult for ordinary people to deal with.
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows and said to classmate Xiao Ai,
keep shooting at this frequency. Neither fast nor slow. Also, don't let those guys get close.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Understood.
Classmate Xiao Ai continued shooting. Several sickle monsters that rushed over were killed one after another. Before Zhang Tuohai could take a breath, another noisy sound came from the depths of the valley. And then a large number of sickle monsters rushed out from the depths of the valley and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction.
There are so many. Keep shooting and don't let them get closer.
Zhang Tuohai was taken aback and said. Chapter 235 The Mantis Stalks the Oriole. Zhang Tuohai was constantly dealing with the sickle monster in the valley, and a head appeared on the hilltop next to him. One of them is Pictou, a businessman in the official village.
Uncle Pictou, this guy is so powerful. If this continues, he will probably kill all the sickle monsters.
A young man with somewhat dark skin said to Pictou. What was striking was that one of the young man's eyes was actually an insect compound eye as big as a fist. It looks hideous and terrifying. Behind him, there were nearly 100 people. Everyone wore leather jackets full of iron rings. Their hair was dyed colorful, and they also wore iron rings and had strange tattoos on their bodies. The most important thing is that everyone had organs or mutated. They gathered together in 2s and 3s on weird motorcycles, carrying thick brass spears. Looking unruly. Looks like a hippie.
Don't worry. His bullets must be limited, and there are enough side monsters below. Even if he kills all the side monsters, it will save me trouble. By then, his bullets will definitely be used up. By then, I want to get the car and the mutated organ together,
Pictou said with a smile.
Then if he consumes all the bullets first, he won't run away. Right?
The boy with compound eyes asked worriedly.
Don't worry. I put special powder on that belt, and those sickle monsters will help us trap him.
A sneer appeared on the corner of Pictou's mouth. At the mouth of the valley, Zhang Tuohai and the sickle monsters were already in a fierce battle. A large number of sickle monsters rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. However, Zhang Tuohai was still able to deal with these sickle monsters with ease and ease. This is also thanks to the carefully prepared terrain provided by Pictou, so that Zhang Tuohai does not have to worry about being besieged by the sickle monster. By then, he might have to reveal more of his strength. As for the guys hiding behind the mountain, Zhang Tuohai had already discovered them under the prompts of the prompt system. Using a high magnification camera, Zhang Tuohai spotted Pictou, who was lying behind the hilltop for reconnaissance at a glance.
How dare you ambush me? If I don't take off your underwear, you won't be able to bear the scythe in my hand.
Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly, and then said to classmate Xiao Ai,
reduce the attack frequency, bring those sickle monsters closer, and make it look like they are about to run out of bullets. Understood.
Xiao Ai gradually reduced the attack frequency of the 2 AKs. On several occasions, several sickle monsters almost rushed to the front of the car.
Uncle Picto, he doesn't have many bullets left.
The compound-eyed boy looked at it and became excited.
Hee hee. I finally used up all the bullets. Unfortunately, the sickle monster was also almost used up. I originally thought I could use it twice more, but in the end, it was almost done by him alone. It seems I have to attract more. A group of sickle monsters will have to come over,
Pictor said, stroking his mustache.
Notify him. Prepare your weapons. And the reward for killing the guy is 3 pieces of barbecue,
Pictou said.
Roast meat.
The people following Pictou swallowed involuntarily. They can only survive by eating some roots. Meat is a rare luxury, let alone barbecue. The last time we had barbecue, a convoy of refugees passed by. That smell is still unforgettable to them.
Understood.
Everyone got on their cars one after another, ready to rush down the hillside at any time. Grab Zhang Tuohai from the car and skewer him on iron sticks for barbecue. Pictor continued to lie on the top of the hill and watch. He found that Zhang Tuohai's shooting frequency was getting slower and slower, and the last 2 sickle monsters were not even killed with guns at all, but directly hit by the front of the car. However, the front of the car was corroded by the blood of the sickle monster, and large and small dents appeared on the composite armor.
He's out of bullets. Everyone, come on!
Pictor raised a huge brass rifle and shouted loudly.
Come on!
The group of hippies following him also got on various motorcycles, roaring and rushing down the hillside. These people were very skilled in driving. It seemed that this was not their first time rushing down the hillside. They were also very organized. A group of people formed a formation and circled around the infantry fighting vehicle. A few daring hippies even got close to the infantry fighting vehicle and used the iron chains in their hands to pull the hard composite armor. The most daring one even climbed directly to the top of the car and tried to open the roof cover. However, the infantry fighting vehicle is so strong that even a grenade cannot explode the shell. It is sheer wishful thinking to open the infantry fighting vehicle with the weapons in their hands. As for the cameras, those guys didn't know them at all and didn't pay much attention to them. Zhang Tuohai sat there, quietly watching these guys perform. He even asked Wang Kai to fry some melon seeds and watch a show while eating the melon seeds. Pictou on the top of the mountain saw Zhang Tuohai unresponsive for a long time, so he felt relieved and rushed down from the top of the mountain on his all-terrain motorcycle. He slowly stopped next to the infantry fighting vehicle and shouted to Zhang Tuohai.
Mr. Constantine, we meet again. I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Can we come out and talk?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but smile when he saw Pictou's appearance. Seeing that you can't drive your own car, you want to trick yourself out? Could it be that the harmful gases in the air are harmful to the brain, and long-term breathing will affect intelligence? Could it be that I was deceived by such a clumsy lie? If Zhang Tuohai had enough time, he wouldn't mind teasing Mincy with him. But now, Zhang Tuohai decided to make a quick decision. Zhang Tuohai made 2 robotic arms, plus 2 AK-47s. At this time, the infantry fighting vehicle had as many as 6 robotic arms.
Classmate Xiao Ai, attack and kill them all. Leave that Pictou alive. I want to ask something,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Yes, Commander.
Xiao Ai suddenly ejected 6 robotic arms, each holding an AK-47 assault rifle. The hippies milling around couldn't help but froze when they saw the scene. Pictor's expression suddenly changed.
It's broken. I've been fooled,
Pictor said secretly, and quickly turned the car around to escape. However, he is the #1 target of classmate Xiao Ai. How can he escape so easily? He felt a sharp pain in his thigh. When he lowered his head, he saw that there were 2 more bullet holes in his thigh, and he was bleeding profusely.
Ah!
Pictor screamed and fell from the car to the ground. Da-da-da. Several other assault rifles also rang out at the right time. A series of bullets hit these guys, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 hippies were knocked to the ground. This scene frightened the hippies. They hurriedly turned around and fled into the distance, hoping to get as far away from the steel monster as possible. However, the guns were extremely accurate. With every gunshot, one person was bound to be hit. Not long after, in the entire valley, only Pictou was left in the originally mighty team. Chapter 236, Pictou's Only Truth.
That's it?
Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head. He thought how powerful these guys were. Each one behaves like a ghost. But the result is no different from a weak chicken. And it looks nothing more than that. Zhang Tuohai used a huge snow shovel to pile the bodies of these people and the corpses of the sickle monster together. and then used a flamethrower to set the huge pile of corpses on fire. Originally, human corpses contained a lot of water and were difficult to ignite. However, with the corpses of these sickle monsters as dry firewood, it was much easier to turn over. In the blink of an eye, the huge mountain of corpses turned into a burning fire. Zhang Tuohai moved the car away and let the mountain of corpses burn on its own. Although it was a little slower, it could save a lot of fuel. After dealing with this, Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car and came to Pictou with the AK-74.
Mr. Pictou, we meet again.
Zhang Tuohai squatted in front of Pictou and said quietly,
Didn't you just say that there was some misunderstanding between us? Tell me now. Don't say I didn't explain it to you. Opportunity. This is a nonsense explanation.
Pictou cursed in a low voice, but his face was full of smiles.
Mr. Constantine, I misunderstood. We were worried that you would have problems, so I brought the villagers to help. Just now we saw you completely wiped out those sickle monsters, and you rushed down in excitement. Then, you drove around my car, hit my car with a chain, and tried to open the door?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a sneer.
This is our way of celebrating. I opened the car door to invite you to come out and celebrate together.
Pictou said sincerely. There seems to be a kind of magic in his speech that makes people want to believe it. Zhang Tuohai felt that if he hadn't had a reminder system, he might have believed his nonsense. I have to say that if such a person were thrown into his original world, he would definitely be a master in sales.
Stop talking nonsense. You can choose not to tell me where your things are hidden.
But I will tie a rope around your leg and drag you back to the village in a car. Do you think you can wait until you get back to the village? How much can be left?
After thinking about it and returning to the road, Pictou couldn't help feeling frightened.
In my house? It's all hidden in the basement, Pictou said. Which house is yours?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The biggest building in the village is mine.
Pictou didn't dare to hide it.
Are you the village chief?
Zhang Tuohai frowned.
That's right.
Pictou nodded repeatedly.
So that concubine is also a lie.
Zhang Tuohai felt that he had been deceived.
Really? This is true. I have 3 wives. And the youngest concubine is indeed very white. As white as the legendary snow.
Pictou said quickly.
That's good.
Zhang Tuohai pulled out the Red Fort special hunting pistol given to him by Pictou from his waist and pointed it at Pictou.
What are you going to do? I have told you everything I know. As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you all 3 of my wives.
Pictou shouted loudly.
You said it yourself. If I complete the reward and don't get paid, I can use this gun to blow your head off.
Zhang Tuohai said and pulled the trigger. Boom! A huge sound shook Zhang Tuohai's ears. However, the recoil is really not that big. Almost the same as a Glock. At this time, Pictou's head exploded like a watermelon. What is shocking is that the blood flowing out of Pictou is the same green as those of the mutated monsters. Looking at Pictou's body, Zhang Tuohai's eyes showed contemplation.
Does everyone in the world have this kind of green blood? Or do only those with mutated bodies have this kind of green blood?
The sample is too small to draw valid conclusions. Zhang Tuohai wrote down this key point. Later, Zhang Tuohai took out a flamethrower from the car and burned Pictou's body. As a village chief, of course you want to enjoy VIP services. Under the raging flames, Pictou's body was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a crystal-like mutated organ and a bunch of huge copper keys. Can even people drop mutated organs? Zhang Tuohai was secretly surprised by this discovery. If this discovery is spread, players may hunt the Aborigines in order to obtain enough mutated organs. By then, I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. Zhang Tuohai put away the mutated organs, and then put away the copper key. Something that could be carried by Pictou must be very valuable. Maybe it was the key to Pictou's treasure house. After a while, the mountain of corpses was also burned clean. Sweeping the ashes away, the densely packed mutated organs underneath were revealed. After a rough count, there were more than 800.
This damn Pictou lied to me.
Zhang Tuohai was a little angry. It is clearly said that there are thousands of sickle monsters here. But if he follows the normal route, wouldn't he be unable to replace the steam core?
It seems that you can't believe everything these natives say. Otherwise, you won't even know they were sold.
Zhang Tuohai wrote down another item in his notebook. After moving the mutated organs back into the car, Zhang Tuohai drove along the highway in the direction he came from. This time it was much faster. After arriving in the village, it was still the same scene as before, with every door closed and every door locked. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to pay attention. As long as they didn't come out to attack him, he wouldn't kill people randomly. He drove straight to the center of the village. The tallest looking house. This house looks like a huge bell tower. And the windows are all colored cut glass, which looks very majestic.
The house is nice. I hope I can get a good harvest.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands and opened the brass door with the key. Inside the door is a room, like a living room. Against the wall is a large cabinet, which is divided into countless small grids. There is a skull in each grid, and there is a small label underneath each skull. Zhang Tuohai walked over and took a look and found that these skulls should belong to Pictu's enemies. The label describes in detail the grudge between the two, and the skull was specially removed for collection by Pictu after he killed them.
Sick hobby.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head and glanced around.
A spiral staircase leads straight up. There is a half-open door not far away. Follow the crack in the door, and you can see inside the kitchen. There is also a brass door at the bottom of the stairs. It seems to be stronger than the door at the main door.
This should be the door to the basement. Right.
Zhang Tuohai walked towards the brass door. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw a woman with skin as white as milk walking down the stairs. She was wearing a homely dress. Zhang Tuohai glanced at her and felt that Pictu had finally told the truth. Sure enough, it was big, white, and charming. Chapter 237 Looting the Warehouse.
Did you kill Pictu?
The woman asked.
Why are you so sure?
Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the handle of the gun.
What you are holding is Pictu's keychain. He will never let others touch it. Since you can hold it, it means he is dead,
the woman said.
Are you ready to avenge him?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Avenge him? Why?
The woman asked coldly.
Why did he kill my fiancée? Why did he eat my brother in front of me? If what you say is true, then you can leave. Pictu is already dead, including his group of mad-killing men,
Zhang Tuohai said. He doesn't really want to care about the grudges of these natives. There is still a huge treasure trove waiting for him to search.
There are all ordinary things in here. I know the real treasure place of Pictu,
the woman said.
What do you want?
Zhang Tuohai asked. He was sure that this woman must have something up her sleeve.
Take me out of here,
the woman said.
Impossible.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head decisively. He couldn't just take a woman who didn't know his background into the car. What if you want to harm him?
I can do a lot of things. I can wash clothes, cook, and anything else,
the woman said and pulled the collar of the dress. She was very aware of her advantages.
Don't think about it. I won't accept strangers. Let's change the conditions while I still have patience,
Zhang Tuohai said calmly.
Can you leave some self-defense weapons for me? There are also vehicles. I also want to get out of here.
When the woman saw that Zhang Tuohai was unmoved, she immediately retreated and said the next best thing.
That's fine. You can take whatever I don't need,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Can I ask you one more thing?
The woman said.
My patience has its limit.
Zhang Tuohai became impatient.
Can you give me the small keys on the keychain?
The woman said.
Why do you want this?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the woman warily. The woman bit her lip and lifted her skirt sharply.
I'm telling you, this is of no use to me. I haven't seen anything. This. Damn it!
Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he saw clearly what was under the skirt. Even though he is a veteran who has read countless films, he has never seen this thing before. To be specific, I probably haven't seen the real thing. Iron Fat Times. Scientific name, Chastity Pants. He remembered that this thing was developed by a bunch of idle knights and nobles in the Middle Ages. It is said that it can effectively prevent the disorderly expansion of the grasslands above them when they go on an expedition. Unexpectedly, Pictu actually has this thing.
Here, you can drive it yourself.
Zhang Tuohai took off a few small keys, threw them to the other party, and then continued to study the brass door. Zhang Tuohai took a bunch of keys and tried them one by one, and finally opened the brass door. A lantern stood in the doorway of the gate. Zhang Tuohai lit the lantern and walked down. After walking a few steps, Zhang Tuohai was stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him were huge machines. The second-generation coal-fired boiler, the Red Fort's improved steam power engine, the Red Fort civilian version of the transmission system, and the second-generation rivet armor. The things listed on the parchment are neatly placed here. Everything was polished, and it looked like Pictu had taken good care of it. On the table in the center, there is a small brass metal ball. Congratulations on discovering the steam core and opening the weird technology tree. Can it be integrated with vehicles? When merged, you will be able to add car accessories derived from the weird tech tree. Integration, Zhang Tuohai said without hesitation. In this world, the more things you can equip, the more cards you have. Although these technologies may seem unimpressive for the time being, they may be able to save one's life on some special occasions. Zhang Tuohai happily integrated the steam core.
Classmate Xiao Ai, bring the car in.
Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Ai. The equipment in the basement was too heavy for him to move alone. To load it into the car needed to be closed to a certain extent.
Clear.
After receiving the order, classmate Xiao Ai ran straight in, knocking a big hole out of the door.
Ah!
Seeing the infantry fighting vehicle rushing in from outside, the woman ran away in a hurry. The huge wheels of the infantry fighting vehicle rolled over, crushing the fallen iron into pieces.
Here! Put the robotic arm in,
Zhang Tuohai said. Classmate Xiao Ai stretched out a robotic arm. Sure enough, these machines became loadable. Zhang Tuohai unceremoniously loaded all these things into his car. The huge machines in the basement disappeared one by one. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a complete steam power system. You can use steam power to drive your car. The two power systems can be freely converted. Zhang Tuohai is very excited about this. He now has a second power system. Even if he runs out of gasoline in the future, he can survive for a while by burning coal and firewood. In addition to adding a power system, Zhang Tuohai also discovered that Xiao Ai had another layer of riveted armor on the outside. According to classmate Xiao Ai, this set of rivet armor has been integrated with the composite armor, which has increased the impact resistance of the composite armor by about 30%. The rivets are just for appearance. If the enemy really treats it as ordinary rivet armor, he will definitely be hit, and his head will be bloody.
Commander, do you want to change the appearance? You can choose to restore the original appearance,
Xiao Ai said.
No, just use this appearance. It looks quite interesting.
Zhang Tuohai patted the car body with satisfaction. With this camouflage, you can also paralyze the enemy. So why not do it? Zhang Tuohai returned to the basement and began to sort out the remaining supplies. It has to be said that Picket has really rich supplies. There are 12 boxes of purification potions. There are also more than a dozen third-generation dust masks. The Red Fort has a total of 20 steam-powered machine guns. There are more than 200 ordinary brass shotguns with all kinds of bullets. A real wealthy man. Of course, what Zhang Tuohai cares about most is an improved version of the 75mm rapid-fire gun, which can be loaded onto an infantry fighting vehicle. Load. Load. Zhang Tuohai has always felt a little regretful because of the lack of the main weapon of the infantry fighting vehicle. Although the Cornetium multi-purpose anti-tank missile was obtained last time, it is a trump card and cannot be used easily. Now, having acquired this MiG-75, he finally alleviated the embarrassing situation of having a car but no guns. The 20 Red Fort steam-powered machine guns are a bit heavy, more than twice as heavy as ordinary machine guns. However, they can be used by the robotic arm as the main weapon. As for those brass shotguns, they're also available for sale. Zhang Tuohai arranged these things for Pick2 clearly. Chapter 238, Full of Steam. Of course, the most valuable of these supplies are the 12 boxes of purification chemicals and dust masks. Purifying agents can remove accumulated toxins from the body, while dust masks can reduce inhalation of toxins. These things are the most valuable things. Zhang Tuohai will not consider taking action until the critical moment. After moving everything into the car, Zhang Tuohai checked around the basement again and made sure nothing was left behind before walking out. The woman was standing at the stairs quietly waiting for Zhang Tuohai. At this time, she had changed her outfit, wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket. The whiteness is about to come out. A brass shotgun on the back, and a weird machete on the waist. There was some green liquid on her leather jacket. Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say much.
Lead the way.
The woman led the way obediently. At the corner of the stairs, Zhang Tuohai saw the bodies of two women. They were also dressed in home clothes. However, they had smoky makeup, covered in tattoos, and even had tongue rings on their tongues. Zhang Tuohai felt uncomfortable just looking at it.
They were Pick2's other two wives. They had a very close relationship with Pick. They were his lackeys. They wanted to prevent me from leaving, so I killed them,
the woman said. Zhang Tuohai nodded clearly, stepped over the corpse, and continued walking upward. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the grudges of these aboriginal people. He was just here to plunder them. The two people came upstairs and stepped into a utility room. The woman threw out all the things inside, fumbled and opened a secret door, revealing a safe-like device.
I discovered this accidentally. Pick2 has hidden all the most important things here,
the woman said.
But I don't know the password. Only Pick2 knows the password.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the safe. It had a combination of password and key, which looked quite complicated. However, Zhang Tuohai was not in the mood to slowly test the password. He directly took out a gasoline-powered saw and pressed the switch on the safe. Xila. A utility room illuminated by twinkling sparks. Not long after, the heavy safe was cut off with a gasoline-powered saw. The woman opened her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing as she looked at the gasoline-powered saw. He looked like he wanted to see it, but he didn't dare to look at it.
Like it? I'll give it to you. But there's not much oil in it, so it won't last long.
Zhang Tuohai threw the gasoline-powered saw directly to the woman. Anyway, the saw blade of this one is basically useless, and it would be a waste if you take it back.
Is it really possible?
The woman couldn't believe that Zhang Tuohai gave her such a precious thing casually.
Take it if you like it.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and opened the safe. Inside the safe is a stack of manufacturing blueprints. Zhang Tuohai looked through it, and most of them were the manufacturing drawings of the pile of machines below, as well as the manufacturing drawings of weapons and matching bullets. This thing may be useful or useless. Very few players would consider getting another power system. Moreover, there are very few players who can choose the Steam Weird technology tree now. The market for this thing should not be big. But anyway, they are all free things, and Zhang Tuohai collected them all. Among these drawings, there was only one that Zhang Tuohai did not see in reality in the basement. Steam-equipped, special level 3 auto parts, requiring steam power system, can be used for vehicles to pass through areas that cannot be passed by wheels. Crafting materials, high-grade metal, 2 units. Metal parts, 8 units. Note, the above production materials are the materials needed to make a steam tool.
Is there such a thing?
Zhang Tuohai rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. He never expected that such car accessories existed. He felt that if this thing was installed, his car would seem to be farther and farther away from the car he recognized. I always feel like something is weird.
Forget it. Let's leave it for now, and make it again when needed.
Zhang Tuohai put away the roll of drawings.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai strode towards the outside of the house.
There is some food in the kitchen. Do you want to get some?
The woman caught up and asked.
Forget it. I'll leave it all to you.
Zhang Tuohai felt nauseated when he thought that people like Pictou would actually eat their own kind. There's no telling where the meat in the kitchen came from. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to eat something weird.
Everything in the house is yours to do with as you please.
Zhang Tuohai climbed into his car.
Can I know your name?
The woman caught up and asked.
Constantine.
Zhang Tuohai got into the car and said to classmate Xiao Ai,
Let's go!
Buzz! With a roar, the car rushed out of the house and drove into the distance.
Constantine, I remember you.
The woman murmured as she looked at the car driving away. Zhang Tuohai looked back at the car. There were some strange pipes and various valves in the car, and there was an extra boiler in the corner. It really looked like a bit of steampunk.
Commander, where are we going next?
Xiao Ai asked.
Explore along the road heading south outside the village. The village must lead to the outside world. Let's see what's going on there.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai hurried towards the south road. Along the way, it was still very desolate. Scattered purple plants grew in the wilderness. The rest of the place was still barren. The black soil exuded an unpleasant smell. From time to time, mutated monsters emerged from the ruins to attack them. However, Zhang Tuohai usually speeds up and avoids. Flamethrowers will only be used when there is no way to avoid it. His purpose is to obtain as many resources and data as possible, and there is no need to waste time on a few mutant monsters. After the battle in the canyon, he had obtained 823 mutated organs, which was enough for the time being. On the way, Zhang Tuohai passed 2 creeks and a wide river. The water in the creek had turned black and exuded a pungent smell. The wide river was not spared either. All kinds of messy floating objects floated on the river. The water was turbid and green, and from time to time, the bodies of dead monsters could be seen floating on it. It was so dirty that even the Ganges River would be inferior. These also prove another conjecture of Zhang Tuohai from another aspect. Clean water resources in this world are indeed very scarce. At least, he saw no drinkable water along the way.
Be sure to stock up on water and food when you go back.
Zhang Tuohai marked the key points in his notes. Chapter 239 City in the Wasteland.
Damn! How far is this road?
Zhang Tuohai looked impatiently at his watch. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was only about an hour left before the end. He had been running on the road for almost a day, and he hadn't seen a single town yet. There is nothing on both sides of the road except ruins and ruins. And mutant monsters and mutant monsters.
If I had known this damn world, I would have stayed in that village and plundered it.
Zhang Tuohai regretted a little. However, there was no use regretting it at this time. He could only ask Xiao Ai to speed up a little more to see what was ahead. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai found that as time went by, the frequency of monsters he encountered gradually increased. At first, it was 7 to 8 birds per hour, but now it is 17 to 18 birds per hour. The number has more than doubled.
What is the reason for this? Is it a matter of location or time?
Zhang Tuohai looked up at the sky. The white spot was almost below the horizon. The surrounding area was getting darker. Zhang Tuohai already needed lights to see the road clearly. At this moment, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly said,
Commander, there is a city ahead. City? Where is it? Let me see.
Zhang Tuohai asked. Classmate Xiao Ai immediately transferred the image to the monitor. In the distance, Zhang Tuohai saw a huge city appearing on the horizon. The city has tall metal walls. The walls are covered with protruding spikes. And there are cannons on the top of the walls. The thick barrels prove their extraordinary power. Soldiers were on standby on the city wall. In front of the road, a long line of motorcades lined up at the city gate, waiting to enter. Zhang Tuohai drove over and lined up quietly at the back of the motorcade. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the cars in front of him. Most of them had riveted metal shells. There were also new-age models similar to commercial vehicles, but they were few and far between. Moreover, there were other vehicles around for protection. Many vehicles are equipped with machine guns or artillery. What Zhang Tuohai noticed was that there were very few cars with rubber tires, and most of the cars had crawler wheels. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately and quietly changed the 8 solid rubber wheels into crawler wheels without anyone noticing. Later, Zhang Tuohai took off his more conspicuous snow camouflage uniform, found the old shabby coat, put it on, and then put on a third-generation dust mask, with tracked wheels, riveted armor, 75 guns, and Zhang Tuohai's outfit. At first glance, he looks almost the same as the aborigines here. The team moved quickly, and soon reached Zhang Tuohai. Several soldiers wearing shabby cloaks and holding steam rifles stopped Zhang Tuohai.
Entry fee. For mutated organs.
Zhang Tuohai saw that the previous people had all been handed in, and he didn't do anything special. So he stuffed 4 mutated organs into it. After looking at the mutated organ in his hand, the soldier threw it into a box aside. Another soldier handed over a small iron sign.
Don't lose it. It will be checked at any time. Each is valid for 1 day. If it exceeds the limit, you will be fined. Otherwise you will be expelled. It's so dark. Can the 4 mutated organs only stay for 1 day?
Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. This is almost the price of 1/3 of a bottle of purification potion. He looked at the box containing mutated organs next to him and really wanted to snatch it away. However, he looked at the soldiers with live ammunition next to them, as well as the 2 steam machine guns and 2 large-caliber direct-firing artillery behind the sandbags not far away, and put this idea out. If he dares to rob here, he will probably be shot to pieces by large-caliber artillery in the next second. Zhang Tuohai drove to the city honestly, thinking to himself,
Humph. What a show. Sooner or later, I will make you vomit twice as much.
After the car entered the city, the streets on both sides became much busier. There were still various iron houses, but many pedestrians could be seen. On both sides of the street, thick metal pipes extended in all directions, with valves that had no function everywhere. Not far away, a pair of steam locomotives jingled past. Everything was so familiar yet strange, and a sense of absurdity emerged in Zhang Tuohai's heart. At this moment, a line of game prompts popped up. Congratulations to the player for entering the city of Blackstone City. It has been detected that the player has not yet joined the camp. Please ask if you want to join the Blackstone City camp. If you want to join, please report to the City Defense Department. For details on camp benefits, please contact the official responsible for the corresponding affairs.
There is actually a camp?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Having played many games, he knew that if there was a camp system, then there would be camp battles and PK, which would surely attract Kryptonians to top up their money. But this is the real world. If there is a battle between factions, I don't know how many people will die. With only 5,000 players, I'm afraid they would all be wiped out in 1 or 2 conflicts.
It seems this world is so dangerous.
Zhang Tuohai frowned. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and temporarily refused to join the camp. He is just exploring the world, and everything needs to wait until he actually enters this world. What if he joins the Black Rock City camp? But when he actually enters the world, he is assigned to the road of the enemy camp? Zhang Tuohai decided to take a walk around the city to see what advantages the city had. Zhang Tuohai walked around the city and found that this city was almost the same as a normal city. There were bars, clubs, restaurants, shops, and even antique shops. It could be said that if you ignore the soldiers on the city walls, it's almost no different from a normal city. Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car and strolled into a grocery store. There are many and miscellaneous things in the grocery store. Of course, the largest categories are various types of motor oil and parts, which take up almost 2/3 of the counters in the grocery store. The rest sell some daily necessities. But the prices are very high. Zhang Tuohai saw that a bag of black bread cost 30 yuan, while the recycling price of a mutated organ was 100 yuan. And this is just the cheapest brown bread. The price of white bread has tripled to 90 yuan. The price of a bottle of water is 50 yuan. The price of a roll of toilet paper is 20 yuan. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but sigh as he read all the way.
The prices are so high.
If players want to join a town camp like Blackstone City, they have to fight monsters outside the city to survive. Otherwise, it is very likely that he will starve to death in the city. At this moment, the game system suddenly popped up a prompt. You are about to leave the current world. Please find a hidden quarter immediately. As soon as Zhang Tuohai saw it, he quickly walked out of the store, jumped into his car, and drove into a hidden alley nearby. At this moment, a siren sounded like an air raid siren. Chapter 240 Return.
What happened?
Zhang Tuohai looked up. I was shocked to find that on the high wall in the distance, huge gas lamps lit up, followed by bursts of earth-shattering roars. That was the sound of artillery.
Could there be fighting at night?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked and quickly controlled the camera to check. Sure enough, smoke was coming out of the cannons on the city wall, and soldiers were busy loading cannonballs.
Damn! It's so uneventful at night. But are those outside human beings or mutant monsters?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the cannon that continued to spit out flames and pondered. If it's a mutated monster, there's nothing to say. You must enter the city quickly. Otherwise it will be too dangerous to stay outside. If it were a human being, the problem would be even greater. If I join a certain force rashly, will I be labeled directly and then attacked by other hostile forces? Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a lot. Suddenly, he inexplicably felt that the water in this world was a little deep. Various forces are entangled together. Players not only have to deal with the bad environment and various mutant creatures, but also carefully deal with the various local forces in the world. If they are not careful, they may be crushed into powder by various forces. Survival is getting harder and harder. Zhang Tuohai wanted to find out more information. But at this moment, a line of game prompts popped up. The dwell time has expired and is popping up.
Time is up?
Before Zhang Tuohai could make any other moves, he was enveloped in a ball of white light. After a while, Zhang Tuohai and his car were taken back to the world of ice and snow filled with wind and snow.
Ah, sneeze!
The sudden change in temperature difference made Zhang Tuohai feel a little uncomfortable.
You're finally back!
A voice came from behind. Zhang Tuohai looked back and found Xiao Wanwan standing not far behind him, with a thick layer of snowflakes on her hair. It looked like she had been waiting for a long time.
Why are you outside? Why aren't you waiting in the car? There's so much snow outside.
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
It's almost over. I haven't seen you coming out yet, so I'm a little worried.
Xiao Wanwan said.
You are actually worried about me?
Zhang Tuohai was a little surprised. This is the end of the world where people eat people without spitting out their bones. Worrying about others is a bit too luxurious for the current environment.
No, you are mixed and the others back up. So of course you have to be more concerned.
Xiao Wanwan said, lifting the ends of her hair that fell to her ears.
Hey, why has the appearance changed?
Xiao Wanwan also noticed that Zhang Tuohai's car had changed its appearance at this time. It was originally the frame of a striker armored infantry vehicle, plus a set of 8-unit Cornet multi-purpose missiles. Now, with a full set of rivet shells, a 75mm rapid-fire cannon on the front, and 2 tracks, it looks like the tank in Metal Slug.
Oh, how about the new world outfit? Isn't it good?
Zhang Tuohai patted the rivet armor and said, although this thing is definitely not as strong as a simple alloy armor, it has a sense of power when looking at it, and the visual effect is much better than ordinary armor.
I don't think so. It's too ugly, and not cute at all.
Xiao Wanwan shook her head to express disappreciation.
By the way, I got a lot of 3rd-level materials this time. You go back and receive them.
Xiao Wanwan said to Zhang Tuohai.
Okay, I'll go back and take a look.
Zhang Tuohai turned over and got into the car. and then received Zhao Wanwan's gift application. Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he looked at the gift list. There are hundreds of various third-level materials in total, most of which are high-grade metal ingots.
Why so many?
Zhang Tuohai asked in surprise.
It's all thanks to Shui. Is it enough to build a high-end ecological park this time?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
Enough. Enough.
Zhang Tuohai humbly glanced at the high-end ecological garden next to him. At this time, Wang Kai was watering and fertilizing the crops. Some crops were already mature and would probably be harvested later.
That's good. I have a request. And that is to send Mick, Billy and Donald there first. Is that okay?
Zhao Wanwan suddenly asked.
Why do you suddenly want to send them here first?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
If something happens to me, Abai and Crud still have a chance to escape. Polly can fly, but Mick and the others have no ability to escape. It will at least be safer to send them to you.
Zhao Wanwan said.
That's okay.
Zhang Tuohai hesitated and chose to accept, because the door of the infantry fighting vehicle is relatively small. Mick, Meili and Donald were transported into the vehicle as gifts.
This is a high-end ecological park. You can move around freely here. If you have any questions, you can ask Wang Kai or me.
Zhang Tuohai led Mick and his party to visit the high-end ecological park.
I don't have many rules here, but there is one you must remember.
Zhang Tuohai suddenly said seriously.
Remember? Don't fight. Fighting is bad behavior. Very bad. Moo. Got it.
Although Mick didn't understand why Zhang Tuohai emphasized this point, he still agreed.
Wang Kai, I have a new task for you, which is to milk Mick every day and trim Billy's hair every day.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Why is it my job again?
Wang Kai pouted.
Add a portion of tea eggs.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Deal.
Wang Kai suddenly became full of energy. At this time, Zhao Wanwan also came to the car to eat. Zhang Tuohai didn't have time to stew the meat, so he directly fried some steaks. Zhang Tuohai has some of these quick frozen steaks in his hand. The sauce is also sealed in plastic and can be fried in oil. It is very convenient, but the taste is a little off. However, Zhao Wanwan is not very picky about this, as long as it is meaty. I had to eat 12 pieces in a row to be considered full. Zhang Tuohai only ate 2 portions.
The next world is a wasteland world with a steampunk style. There are some steampunk-oriented alternative technology trees, but normal vehicles must be equipped with a steam heart to use it.
Zhang Tuohai introduced the situation in the new world.
What a strange world.
Zhao Wanwan folded her fingers under her chin and listened quietly to Zhang Tuohai's briefing.
Moreover, there are so many various forces inside, and they're intertwined, and they may have hatred against each other. So don't join any force easily. I guess it may affect the future development route.
Zhang Tuohai said.
It's simple. I'll just follow you. I will join whichever force you join.
Zhao Wanwan said.
Consider the situation of being separated.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head.
By the way, I will make you a set of rivet armor later, and you can put it on the car.
Rivet armor. A pure appearance armor. Can be installed without a steam core. Chapter 241 The Last Day.
Can I not do it? It looks a bit ugly.
Zhao Wanwan was a little disgusted.
This thing allows your car to be consistent in appearance with that world. As long as there are no big mistakes, it will be treated as a native, and you can hide your identity.
Zhang Tuohai said.
By the way, do you have crawler wheels? If not, I'll order a set of crawler wheels from Li Feiyu and put them on when I meet the indigenous people.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Okay.
Zhao Wanwan is not the kind of unruly girl who doesn't understand the general situation. Although she doesn't like this style, she still accepted Zhang Tuohai's arrangement.
By the way, there is this thing.
Zhang Tuohai threw a brass shotgun produced by the Red Fort to Zhao Wanwan.
August is too eye-catching in that world. When there are natives, try to use this weapon. And this mask. You must put it on when you get off the car. The air in that world is not very good. By the way, if possible, wear a hood and gloves to cover your skin.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What's wrong?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
Your skin is too fair and delicate. It doesn't look like someone who is trying to make a living in the wasteland. It's easy to show off your flaws.
Zhang Tuohai said. After his observation, the skin of the indigenous people in the wasteland world was relatively rough, with obvious sun marks on their faces and bodies. Even on Pictu's wives. Even if Bai Yuan looked closely, he was different from people who lived in the city all year round. Zhao Wanwan is different. Although she has experienced the apocalypse for more than 10 days, her living conditions are relatively good. Her skin is still very fair. And up to now, she is even a pound heavier than before. A woman with a modern urban style like Xiao Wanwan is too eye-catching in that world. If she didn't cover it up, her appearance would probably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Zhang Tuohai decided to nip these hidden dangers in the bud.
I understand.
Xiao Wanwan is not a woman who doesn't know the importance of things. Although she doesn't like these things, she still packed them up according to Zhang Tuohai's instructions.
By the way, that world is a wasteland. And rivers, soil, and even the air are heavily polluted. Don't get food easily in that world. And prepare plenty of water. Even if it's non-drinking water. Try to bring it over from this world.
Zhang Tuohai warned.
Yes, I understand.
Xiao Wanwan wrote down these key points one by one. What she needs to prepare is relatively simple, which is to store more water. As for the 3 meals, they are all taken care of here by Zhang Tuohai. Xiao Wanwan thought for a while, and transplanted all her crops to Zhang Tuohai's high-end ecological garden. She was worried that air from the wasteland would seep into the car body and affect the growth of crops. Zhang Tuohai looked at the fields and saw that there were still many open spaces. So he agreed. The two discussed the key points of the next world again before Xiao Wanwan left. After sending Xiao Wanwan away, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Song Xiaokong.
Sell weapons and purchase large quantities of food and bottled water. Boss, this is...
Song Xiaokong didn't understand why Zhang Tuohai did this.
If conditions permit, prepare yourself more.
Zhang Tuohai didn't plan to explain in detail. But Song Xiaokong was a smart person, and she would understand what he meant.
Understood. I will proceed carefully and not expose the truth.
Although Song Xiaokong didn't understand why Zhang Tuohai did this, she knew that Zhang Tuohai must have some support. So she just went along with it. After arranging these follow-up arrangements, Zhang Tuohai looked at the heavy snow outside in trance. Tomorrow is the last day of this world. And I don't know what else is waiting for me. I don't know how many of the remaining people in the regional channel can survive this world and enter the next world. Looking at the falling snow outside the window, Zhang Tuohai fell asleep in a daze. Without the blessing of a comfortable double bed, Zhang Tuohai slept until around 5 a.m. before slowly waking up. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his drowsy eyes and walked around the high-end ecological park. He found Wan Kai, who was also confused, milking cows in the cowshed.
You milked the cow so early?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's already 5 o'clock. Besides, this guy usually milks at this time every day. Otherwise the ejaculation will be uncomfortable.
Wan Kai muttered.
It's actually so late.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the clock and hurried to the kitchen to start stewing the meat. He stewed more than 20 kilograms of meat, stewing all the meat for a day. Based on his understanding of the game system, he would definitely make a lot of mistakes today. It would be better not to think about cooking in the middle of the day, but to cook it directly in the morning. Song Xiaokong also sent the results of last night's battle. Several boxes of various canned foods and fast food were exchanged, and several hundred kilograms of various fresh meats were exchanged. Since the weapons in everyone's hands have been greatly improved, ordinary beasts have also changed from predators to prey, and many people have surplus food in their hands. Therefore, a large amount of meat appears in the trading market. Of course, bottled water was the most popular, with nearly 100 boxes obtained. Nowadays, water resources are extremely abundant. Just dig some snow from outside and boil it, which is a lot of drinking water. Bottled water is extremely cheap and usually comes as a complimentary item. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with this. In addition to his share of the profit, he also gave him 2 more bags of almonds as a reward. Zhang Tuohai plans to slowly release things like steam rifles after entering the next world. Vladimir sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai early, exchanging 6 reindeer for 30 bottles of rum. If it weren't for Zhang Tuohai's expansion of production, there would almost be no supply.
Did you rob Santa Claus? Why are there so many reindeer?
Zhang Tuohai broke down the reindeer one by one and made sausages. In order to express a sense of ceremony, a red bow was specially tied on the box containing the sausages.
At that time, I saw 4 reindeer competing for the leadership of the herd. As a result, the 4 guys got their horns stuck together. When I passed by, they were still entangled and couldn't be separated,
Vladimir said, sending a photo of several reindeer entangled together.
By the way, do you want this?
Vladimir said and sent a photo. There are some seeds inside, and they are durian seeds.
If you plant this thing, you can harvest a lot of durians. This is a good thing. Why don't you keep it for yourself?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
The taste of this stuff is too weird. I can't stand it. Do you need it? Just give me a bottle of wine. If you don't want it, I'll put it on the market,
Vladimir said.
Give it to me.
In line with the principle of diversifying the variety of fruits, Zhang Tuohai exchanged a bottle of gin for durian seeds.
Even if this thing is used as a throwing weapon, it is probably very effective,
Zhang Tuohai thought as he looked at the durian seeds in his hand. Chapter 242 Disaster Day. He threw the durian seeds to Wang Kai and ordered them to be planted.
What kind of seed is this? It looks so strange,
Wang Kai asked while digging a hole.
Durian is a kind of fruit,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Really? I've never heard of it. Can I try it?
Wang Kai asked.
No problem. If you like, I can feed you all,
Zhang Tuohai said nonchalantly. To be honest, he really doesn't like this thing. He only planted it to enrich the species diversity of the ecological park.
Really? When did you become so kind? Is there some conspiracy?
Wang Kai looked at Zhang Tuohai suspiciously, doubts rising in his heart. This is not quite like Zhang Tuohai's usual style. Wang Kai always feels that there is some ulterior conspiracy in it.
If I have any conspiracy, can I still harm you?
Zhang Tuohai said angrily.
Yes,
Wang Kai said with certainty.
I'm too lazy to pay attention to you.
Zhang Tuohai turned his head and thought back to what he usually ordered Wang Kai to do. It seems like a bit much. At this time, a private message came in, interrupting Zhang Tuohai's thoughts. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that the letter was actually from Li Feiyu. The content was also a bit strange. Li Feiyu actually asked Zhang Tuohai if he had meat from creatures similar to snow monsters.
Why do you want this? This thing is inedible. If you want food, I have fresh meat and sausages here,
Zhang Tuohai replied.
No, it's not that I want to eat it. I raise some other things here, and they need this kind of thing to survive,
Li Feiyu replied.
I don't have it yet, but I can ask for you. Of course, don't have too high expectations. There are not many people who can still keep this thing. Even if you want to sell it, the price will not be low. If you're not in a hurry, I have a suggestion. What suggestions?
Li Feiyu asked anxiously.
Wait a moment. Maybe things will turn around tomorrow,
Zhang Tuohai said. The wasteland world is full of monsters like that, and I believe they will satisfy Li Feiyu's needs.
Tomorrow? Why tomorrow?
Li Feiyu chewed this word. Suddenly, she thought of something. Today is the last day of this world. Tomorrow everyone will go to a new world. Among yesterday's welfare copies, one of them predicted the next world. She was short of some materials at the time, so she had to choose a copy of level 3 materials. Could it be said that Zhang Tuohai entered the copy that predicted the next world? The next world is full of those kinds of creatures? Li Feiyu couldn't help but get excited when she thought of this. If that's the case, then those babies of hers can grow quickly.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I can give you these earthworms, as well as these dried earthworms, which are good things to replenish your physical strength,
Li Feiyu said, and sent several jars to Zhang Tuohai. One jar contained hundreds of earthworms, and the other contained some dried earthworms. Zhang Tuohai has seen this thing in some science fiction movies. It is rich in nutrients and easy to cultivate. It only requires some putrefactive substances to be cultivated on a large scale. It is an important means of supplementing protein. However, he is not short of food or protein sources now, so he is grateful for these earthworms and earthworm stems. Zhang Tuohai raised earthworms in the fields to loosen the soil and provide extra food for the hens. As for those dried earthworms, selling them to other players will also be a source of income. After that, Song Xiaokong completed several more transactions. When the time came to 6 o'clock in the morning, the game system prompts popped up on time. Congratulations to all dear players for persisting to the 7th day. Today is a disaster day. The disaster specially prepared for players in this world is rapid freezing. Rapid freezing. A super cold wave will come and sweep across the highway. Wherever it passes, the temperature will drop to minus 80 degrees Celsius, and it will drop by 1 degree Celsius per hour. The wind will increase to level 10, and the snowfall level will be blizzard. Due to the impact of the blizzard, all players will be affected by debuff, which will forcibly reduce their mood value by 10 points every hour. Goal: you need to go to a safe camp 300 kilometers away. Only there can you survive. Warning: don't stay where you are. Otherwise, there will be consequences at your own risk. Note: there will not be any supply boxes on the road today. Everything depends on the previous reserves. Note: if you fail to arrive at the safe camp before 1800 hours PM, you will be lost in the wind and snow forever. The first 3 to arrive at the camp will be eligible for a prize of their own choice. The game officially begins. After the game system's prompt sounded, the atmosphere suddenly dropped a lot, from minus 50 degrees to minus 80 degrees. The wind became more violent, and some big trees in the woods were blown off their branches. Heavy snow fell in the sky. The chaotic snowflakes made it impossible to see what was ahead, and the vision was extremely poor. As an experienced driver, Zhang Tuohai knew that it was absolutely forbidden to drive in this kind of weather. A slight mistake could result in a car crash and death. However, as players, they had no choice but to go 300 kilometers away. S-Camp. Otherwise it is death. Fortunately, they were given enough time, and they had 12 hours.
Can one see my car?
Zhang Tuohai asked in a private message.
I can only vaguely see the fog lights. The snow is really too heavy, and I can't see clearly beyond 30 meters.
Zhao Wanwan said.
Then keep the distance close to 10 meters. We will move forward at a speed of 30 miles and fill up the fuel. We won't have to worry about the temperature in the next world for the time being,
Zhang Tuohai said. Normally, his arrangement is actually very dangerous. If you maintain this distance between cars on such a windy and snowy day, it is extremely easy to cause a car accident. However, both his and Zhao Wanwan's cars have been modified, and ordinary collisions are nothing at all. In comparison, not getting lost is the most important thing.
Understood. Move closer. Keep a distance of 10 meters and a cruising speed of 30 miles,
Zhao Wanwan said.
Clear.
Xiaoyi drove a 6-wheeled off-road vehicle close to Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle and drove forward. Zhang Tuohai looked at the wind and snow outside and opened the regional channel to see what other players were doing.
The snow is so heavy that my wheels are slipping and I can't drive at all. Haha. Luckily I bought an anti-slip chain. Although it slipped, it can still move. The temperature has dropped too low and the car can't start. What should I do? Which of you has a saw? The road ahead of me is blocked by several large trees that were blown down by the wind. You should be satisfied. Because of the heavy snow, I couldn't see the road clearly. I just turned a corner and ran off the road. Now I'm towing the car out.
Chapter 243 Ambush in the Blizzard. It can be seen from these messages that these players encountered a lot of difficulties at the beginning. However, they were still relatively unknown, and there was still a chance to save them if they worked hard. Moreover, the time given today is also very generous. 12 hours are given for 300 kilometers. As long as the speed is controlled at 30 miles, it can be easily reached. There are still about 2 hours to deal with emergencies. However, Zhang Tuohai knew that today's game would definitely not be that easy. Although, it seems that there is plenty of game time. However, don't forget that heavy snow is falling in the sky. According to the current snowfall rate, the depth of snowfall will reach half a meter or even 1 meter in about 7 or 8 hours. With this level of snow, it would be impossible for an ordinary commercial vehicle to drive without tools. Off-road vehicles and commercial vehicles equipped with snow-clearing tools will also slow down due to large amounts of snow. To a certain extent, an extremely long time is a hidden trap. It won't kill you immediately, but will lead you step by step into a quagmire. And by the time you discover the problem, it's too late. In this regard, all Zhang Tuohai can do is to mention it on the regional channel. As for how many people will listen, it is up to fate. Later, Zhang Tuohai hung up some supplies that everyone might need, such as shovels, ropes, anti-skid chains, gasoline-powered saws, etc. Of course, milk tea also has a lot to offer. Today's debuff has become even more powerful. It actually decreases by 10 points every hour. It has reached the point where it is absolutely impossible to survive today without replenishing the mood value. It seems that although today's difficulty focuses on nature, it is definitely not easy. Maybe many people will capsize. Zhang Tuohai was thinking secretly in his heart. At this moment, there was a roar in front, and a thick pine tree fell on the road, blocked Zhang Tuohai's path forward.
Bad luck.
Zhang Tuohai saw this and asked classmate Xiao Yi to push this one away. Suddenly, a prompt popped up from the system. Be careful. There are ambushers hidden in the woods, ready to ambush you when you clear the obstacles. The ambush personnel were at 50 meters at 10 o'clock and 60 meters at 2 o'clock, with 2 Humvees behind them, and expected to arrive in 15 minutes.
There is an ambush during a natural disaster? Isn't that ridiculous?
Zhang Tuohai quickly controlled the camera to turn on the thermal imaging mode, and followed the direction prompted by the system to investigate. Sure enough, Zhang Tuohai found several people in the woods. These people were wearing white snow camouflage uniforms and carefully hid in the woods. The weapons in their hands were also painted with snow camouflage. If it weren't for the thermal imaging camera, they would not be able to see them at all. Can't find it.
How dare you sneak up on me? Classmate Xiao, hack them.
Zhang Tuohai ordered to classmate Xiao Ai. After he got the 75 rapid-fire cannon, he never had a chance to test its power. Today he just used it to shoot meat.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai immediately turned the car and pointed the muzzle at several people. No way. The 75 rapid-fire gun does not have a rotating turret and can only be used as an assault gun. Seeing the black hole with the muzzle pointed at them, the ambushers were frightened. According to common sense, they were wearing snow camouflage, and it was impossible to be discovered. They suspected that Zhang Tuohai was deceiving and testing whether there was an ambush around him. Several ambushers pressed their bodies lower. However, at this time, the 75 rapid-fire gun roared. Boom! After a loud noise, a huge crater appeared at the original location of the ambusher, and various body parts and fragments flew everywhere. An ambush team was wiped out with one shot.
Well done. Turn around and deal with the remaining guys,
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
Understood.
Xiao Ai responded and turned to deal with the remaining ambushers. Upon seeing this, the ambushers immediately dispersed in all directions, and at the same time fought back against Zhang Tuohai with their weapons. The weapons of these guys are not bad. In a group of 5, 3 of them were holding Sten submachine guns. One was holding a Bren light machine gun, and one was actually holding a Panzerfaust anti-tank rocket. The guy holding the anti-tank rocket was crawling towards Zhang Tuohai's car under the cover of several people. The riveted armor made by various bullets made a pinging sound. Seeing those people disperse, Zhang Tuohai sighed. In this case, using the 75 rapid-fire gun would be like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill mosquitoes.
Replace with steam machine guns and give them a taste of greetings from another world,
Zhang Tuohai said.
As you command, Commander.
Xiao Ai popped out 4 robotic arms, each holding a steam machine gun. The thick gun body, shiny metal parts, exposed gear parts, and exaggerated shape all show the beauty of industry. The only problem is that it's too heavy. However, for robotic arms, this is not a problem at all. Moreover, after special modifications by the Red Fort, the rate of fire of this machine gun has been increased by 30% compared to the previous generation. The scattering area has been expanded by 30%, and the rate of fire has reached 600 rounds per minute. It is undoubtedly a metal storm for infantry. Chug tug tug. The steam machine gun made a dull sound. Bullets that were thicker than a thumb flew out in all directions, blasting everything in their path into pieces. Although the ambushers were wearing snow camouflage uniforms, they could not withstand such a level of machine gun fire at close range, and were directly torn into pieces by the thick bullets. After more than 10 seconds, the steam machine gun stopped roaring, and a large amount of white steam came out of the barrel. However, the steam quickly condensed into ice and froze on the barrel. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai frowned. It seemed that steam machine guns were not suitable for use in ice and snow, and they had to be replaced with the original AK-47. Fortunately, the ambushers had been beaten to pieces. Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car and started cleaning the battlefield. Although those people were beaten to pieces, most of the weapons were still intact. Zhang Tuohai gathered these weapons and obtained a total of 1 cloth wheel light machine gun, 3 intact Sten submachine guns, a revolver, and a Panzerfaust rocket. Another group of ambushers were not so lucky and were directly blown to pieces by Mis-75. Their weapons were not spared either. Zhang Tuohai only got 2 Magnum revolvers. Zhang Tuohai didn't like these weapons and was ready to find an opportunity. However, he is not ready to ship now. We still have a lot of weapons in our hands, but we can't sell them at the right price. In the new world, when everyone's weapons are almost consumed by the mutated monsters, the prices of these weapons will increase significantly. After packing up his weapons, Zhang Tuohai was about to leave. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew from the side and almost overturned Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 244 Flying Sand and Rocks.
What's going on?
Zhang Tuohai hurriedly squatted down and reduced the force-bearing area. If it weren't for the heavy firearm he was holding, Zhang Tuohai would have almost been knocked over.
Commander, we just detected a strong wind of level 10 blowing by. It is recommended to return to the car immediately. Otherwise it will be dangerous,
classmate Xiao Ai said. At this time, a piece of gravel was carried by the strong wind, rubbed against Zhang Tuohai's helmet, and hit the armor plate hard. A mark was left on the riveted armor.
So powerful!
Zhang Tuohai was shocked by the power of the stone. He could dodge the ambushmen with guns, but he couldn't dodge the stones carried by the strong wind. Moreover, there were countless stones of all kinds in the woods on both sides. He wouldn't be able to bear it if the strong wind gave him a
10,000 swords returned to the sect.
For a while, Zhang Tuohai quickly got back into the car and closed the door.
Quick! Let's go and speed out of this area,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Understood.
Xiao Ai immediately accelerated and rushed forward. The big tree blocking the road was pushed aside by the huge snow shovel. At this time, large and small rocks were picked up by the strong wind and smashed into Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai has 2 sets of armor, so there is no serious problem for the time being. Xiao Wanwan, who had been following behind, also raised the rivet armor. Although the rivet armor is a bit ugly, it is very strong. Even if the gravel attacks from outside, it cannot break through the armor at all.
I'm scared.
Crud covered his little ears with his paws and shivered in Xiao Wanwan's arms.
You are a tiger, not a rabbit. What are you afraid of?
Xiao Wanwan patted Crud twice with hatred.
I'm just scared.
Crud trembled.
You actually dare to yell?
Angry Xiao Wanwan slapped her a few more times.
Sister, there are more rocks flying around outside,
Su Qi was saying, and there was a loud bang. A flying stone hit the car window, and cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass.
We can't resist anymore.
Su Mu pressed a button on the driver's seat. Several armor plates were raised, blocking the windows tightly.
Sister, how can you drive when the windows are blocked?
Su Qi lit a gas lamp and illuminated the dark interior of the car.
Simple.
Su Mu pressed another button, and a huge periscope stretched out from the car.
This is enough. Although the viewing angle is not very comfortable, it's okay,
Su Mu said, patting the periscope. Similar scenes are happening on various highways. Although the vast majority of people do not have such luxurious equipment as Zhang Tuohai. Cats have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. Players who have survived to this day have a few brushes in their hands, and they all have their own ways to survive. This disaster, after driving for 10 minutes, the trees on both sides of the road suddenly decreased and were replaced by a vast plain. Without the protection of trees, the cold wind in this area became more intense, and from time to time, large rocks could be seen whistling by the wind.
Xiao Wanwan drove the car to my right, kept the same speed as me, and tried to break through this area quickly.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the gravel passing by quickly, some of which were almost the size of goose eggs. This power was definitely not low. Although Xiao Wanwan's car was equipped with rivet armor, it was still not as secure as her own car.
Understood.
Xiao Wanwan immediately drove the car to the right side of Zhang Tuohai. A strong wind blew from the left, and Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle blocked most of the gravel. Large chunks of gravel hit the thick armor. Listening to the sound of ping ping pong pong outside, Zhang Tuohai felt happy for a while, glad that he had upgraded his level 4 vehicle and upgraded his armor. Otherwise, even if you can successfully pass through the strong wind area, you may have to waste several car repair kits. Otherwise, once the gravel breaks the car window and you have no way to repair it, the biting cold wind and the low temperature of -80°C will be enough to kill you. He turned on the regional channel and looked, and sure enough, someone was complaining. The gravel broke the glass. The temperature inside the car dropped rapidly, and many fruits and vegetables were frozen to death by the low temperature. Others cried and complained that the gravel broke the electric heater in the car and wanted to buy some firewood for heating. There was only one unlucky guy whose head was smashed by gravel, and the system issued an obituary. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai could only hang up some car repair kits. That's all he can do. Fortunately, the plain area was only 5 kilometers away. After passing through, dense forests appeared on both sides again, and the power of the cold wind was reduced a lot. However, the snow became heavier and heavier, and the temperature felt lower. At this time, a message on the regional channel caught Zhang Tuohai's attention.
My car shows engine failure due to low temperature and cannot continue driving. Bro, do you know what's going on?
A player asked anxiously. Everyone knows that in this world, failure to move forward means death.
Is the engine frozen? I don't know. Is there any guy who can repair cars? Please give me an answer. The temperature is too low. Try using a fire to roast it and see if it can relieve the pain.
Most of the suggestions in the regional channels are not very reliable. After all, it has nothing to do with their own interests, and no one will think about it seriously.
I can give you an engine, but you have to tell me why you are in this situation.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and sent a private message to the other party. He had to understand this information. What if it is some hidden information?
Really? Thank you so much. I don't know how it happened. Suddenly the game system prompted me that the engine was running low and the car could no longer drive. I don't know what happened.
The player replied.
Then tell everything you have experienced without omitting anything,
Zhang Tuohai said. For the engine, the player began to rack his brains.
I didn't do anything special. I just kept driving after breakfast. During the strong wind just now, there were anti-collision nets on both sides of my car, and the outer shell suffered some impacts. However, it's not a big problem. Oh, yes, because the temperature was too low. I was afraid that the fuel would be consumed too quickly, so I put on a down jacket and lowered the indoor temperature.
Listening to the other party's narrative, Zhang Tuohai guessed that the problem this time might be that the indoor temperature was too low. The indoor temperature is low. The engine temperature cannot rise. And the outside temperature is too low, which may cause such a problem.
Shall I raise the temperature inside the car and monitor the temperature of important parts in various locations?
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
Understood.
Classmate Xiao Ai responded.
Besides, speed up.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the weather and frowned. He felt that the situation was worse than he expected. He had better arrive before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, preferably at noon. Otherwise, snowfall and low temperature would make the road more and more difficult to drive. Chapter 245. A car running with long legs. The speed of the infantry fighting vehicle has been increased to 60 miles. And due to the huge snow shovel, the snow on the road can be easily cleared to both sides, opening up a road for vehicles to travel. Although it is impossible to clear the snow on the road with a snow shovel alone, there is no problem with snow chains. The speed of 60 miles is more than enough. However, to be on the safe side, Zhang Tuohai still retained part of his speed to deal with emergencies. Zhang Tuohai, who had nothing to do, put most of his energy into regional channels. The problems those players encounter will serve as a wake-up call for him. Just like the player whose engine froze before. If he hadn't had a problem first, he might have capsized. Although there is a backup steam power system available, it is better not to damage it casually. How much more can the saved supplies be sold for? However, most players were concentrating on driving. Today's road conditions were really bad. Only some players sitting in the co-pilot were chatting. At this moment, a message suddenly came out.
Which of you has heavy weapons? I'd like to pay a lot of money to buy them. Maris, I remember you have an MG42. Why do you need a heavy weapon? Could it be that the cloth-tearing machine can't satisfy you anymore?
A familiar player replied.
Forget it. My car was blocked by a big tree. I got out of the car and moved the tree away, which delayed me for a while. As a result, some snow monsters appeared out of nowhere. I killed some with MG42. There are 3 more chasing after the car now. The road conditions are too bad. I can't drive fast. If any of you have heavy weapons, I will buy them with a lot of money.
Melis said.
I have a Bren light machine gun here and an iron fist. I don't know if it's okay.
Zhang Tuohai naturally would not give up this opportunity to make a fortune and sent a private message to Melis. After Melis learned that there was a cloth light machine gun and a Panzerfaust rocket launcher, he was very happy and immediately made an okay exchange with Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai also found out from Melis that the strength of the snow monster was probably about the same as before and had not increased. However, the heavy snow limited the speed of the car and amplified the advantages of the snow monsters.
That's it.
After receiving Melis's reply, Zhang Tuohai had some enlightenment in his mind. Before setting off, the game system reminded you not to stay where you are. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Melis was only delayed for a moment by moving the big tree blocking the road, and was chased by several snow monsters. Obviously, be sure not to stay on the road. Otherwise you will easily be overtaken by these snow monsters. Under such road conditions, it is very difficult to get rid of those snow monsters. So you can only choose to fight hard. It's okay if 2 people cooperate, but it's easy to focus on one thing and lose the other if it's one person. If you stay in place for too long in order to deal with the snow monsters, you may attract more snow monsters to attack you, and you will eventually be surrounded. Moreover, staying outside the car for a long time in this kind of weather will cause a lot of irreversible damage to players, such as severe frostbite. It can even be severe enough to require amputation. From here, the journey is far from as easy as it looks. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai asked Xiao Ai to speed up and drove towards the camp. In this case, the sooner you arrive at the camp, the safer it will be. Every minute you stay outside is 1 more minute of danger. Every player understands the truth. However, whether it can be realized is another question. Facing the increasingly thick snowfall, Not every player has a snow shovel, and driving speed is inevitably affected. Facing strong winds. Not every player has adequate protective measures. Facing the gradually lowering low temperature. Not every player has enough facilities to keep out the cold. Although many players think they have taken adequate protective measures, the ultra-low temperature still teaches everyone a lesson. 2 hours later, the first player to die from the cold appeared. Then, the second and third players also appeared. That's not all. From time to time, snow monsters rush out of the forests on both sides and throw ice cubes and boulders at the player's car. If you are lucky, you can use the high speed to leave. If you are unlucky, you may even be killed by the snow monster's rocks. These snow monsters not only cause physical damage, because their appearance is too ugly. After seeing them, the player will receive a debuff, which will forcibly reduce the mood value by 5 points every minute. This debuff will only disappear 10 minutes after being separated from the snow monster. 2 players went crazy because they failed to calculate their mood points. For this reason, many players criticize the game system for being shameless and actually using such despicable tricks to harm players. However, they just live it up and keep driving when they should. Nothing can be changed. Zhang Tuohai didn't feel anything about this. He relied entirely on cameras to observe the outside world. Xiao Ai thoughtfully mosaicked the snow monsters. Later, at Zhang Tuohai's strong request, they all had their faces changed into the faces of famous teachers. For example, Teacher Ozawa, Teacher Momotanai, and Teacher Yoshizawa. Zhang Tuohai inexplicably received a buff, which increased his mood value by 2 points every minute for 10 minutes. The snow monsters on both sides were naturally eliminated by Xiao Ai with AK-47. In order to avoid making the same mistake as Melis, Zhang Tuohai didn't even collect the drops from those snow monsters.
TSK. I wonder if Li Feiyu still collects the rotten meat of these monsters. If she sees these snow monsters, she will probably be very happy. Right.
Zhang Tuohai thought as he looked at the snow monsters that were shot by AK-47. At the same time, a strange car was driving on the road. This car looks like an ordinary 6-wheel off-road vehicle from a distance. But the windows have turned into circular portholes. From these portholes, pink tentacles extend out, and the tentacles are full of suction cups. And at the tip, there are mouthparts covered with sharp teeth. Each of these tentacles wrapped around a snow monster, which was torn into pieces by numerous mouthparts and swallowed. In the car, Li Feiyu was stroking a pink ball next to her while driving. The pink flesh ball looks like an octopus, and those thick tentacles extend from this pink flesh ball.
Are you full? Come to work when you're full.
Li Feiyu's tone was full of coldness.
Gulu.
The pink flesh ball shook for a moment, as if thinking of some terrible memory, and immediately stretched out 8 tentacles to the ground, forcibly supporting the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle. Then, the 8 tentacles were like with 8 legs. It ran very fast. As fast as a car. Chapter 246-2 Drawings, updated with monthly ticket. A 6-wheel off-road vehicle actually grew 8 legs and ran on the snow. If ordinary people see this situation, they must go through a sand value test. However, Li Feiyu has become accustomed to it. His demeanor didn't change at all. She even corrected the car's direction and controlled its speed from time to time.
Run carefully. You idiot! You are going to spill my milk tea.
Li Feiyu held a cup of milk tea and kicked the pink meat ball.
Gulu!
Gulu! The pink flesh ball shrank, and the car became much more stable.
Just keep the speed. I have to arrive at the camp before 3 p.m. Otherwise,
you know the consequences, Li Feiyu said while drinking milk tea. The speed of the car has obviously increased a lot, because the various facilities at hand are relatively complete. The next, conventional, natural disaster will cause just that kind of damage to Zhang Tuohai. As long as you prepare in advance and turn on the heater and air conditioner to a suitable temperature, there will be no problem. At most, it will only consume more energy. What Zhang Tuohai lacks most is energy. Xiao Wanwan, who was following Zhang Tuohai, also felt a lot more comfortable. At least, she no longer had to worry about facing the heavy snow. Zhang Tuohai had already opened a passage for her in front. After nearly 6 hours of running around all morning, Zhang Tuohai and Xiao Wanwan finally arrived at the camp 300 kilometers away at noon. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the camp, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt that the temperature had risen by dozens of degrees. From minus 80 degrees Celsius, it increased to minus 20 degrees Celsius, although it was still below zero. For Zhang Tuohai, it seemed like it was midsummer. He quickly lowered the temperature of the heating system in the car. The campground looks like a huge camping site. A large open space. Not far away is a blue lake. There is a trestle leading to the lake. And it seems that you can fish. The surrounding woods are isolated by barbed wire fences. And there are piles of divided firewood in the center of the camp. Welcome player Zhang Tuohai to the camp. It is absolutely safe in the camp. Any attacks on each other will be prohibited. And offenders will be killed. All supplies in the camp are free to use without any charge. All players will stay in the camp overnight, and will be released to the new world at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Player Zhang Tuohai is the first to arrive at the camp, and gets a chance to win a prize of his own choice. Please select a prize. A screen appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The screen was divided into hundreds of grids, with something placed in each grid. There are all kinds of things placed in the grid. Some only contain an ordinary metal part, and some even contain a set of 7th level materials. There are so many different things that it almost dazzles Zhang Tuohai. Please note that players only have 1 minute to choose. And the countdown starts at 59, 58, 57. Hack. Zhang Tuohai's good feelings just rose up, and then died out. A self-selected prize game actually uses this trick. There are hundreds of prizes, and even 1 minute is not enough to look at them. How do you choose? At this moment, the prompt system popped up. Column 5. Row 33 has the highest value items. Zhang Tuohai looked over and found a parchment drawing. There are no names on the drawings. Not only was there no name on this drawing, Zhang Tuohai found that there were no names on all the drawings. It's all about luck. There are less than 10 seconds left in the countdown.
Forget it. It doesn't matter so much. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai grabbed the drawing selected by the prompt system. The screen disappears. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the
Floating Hot Air Balloon Manufacturing Blueprint.
Floating Hot Air Balloon Manufacturing Drawings. Special level 4 car accessories. To create a hot air balloon that allows vehicles to fly in the air. Requires steam power system support. Manufacturing materials. High-grade cloth, 50 units. Intermediate rubber, 20 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 20 units. Metal parts, 100 units.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawing with a confused expression. If I build this thing, my car can fly? Like the Kirov airship? After thinking about it, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt quite interesting. After encountering other players can only move on the ground. But he can fly to high altitude, and then throw anti-tank grenades downwards for intensive bombing. It's quite exciting when I think about it. However, this high-grade fabric is a problem. Zhang Tuohai only had 20 units of high-grade fabric in his hand, which was still some distance from 50 units.
It seems that the goal in the next stage is to obtain a sufficient amount of high-grade fabrics.
Zhang Tuohai made a plan in his mind. After choosing the items, Zhang Tuohai looked back at Xiao Wanwan, realizing that she also had a drawing in her hand. She asked curiously,
"What are you holding? See for yourself."
Xiao Wanwan threw the drawing to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded the drawing. Integrated bathroom. Level 4 universal automobile accessories. Using space folding technology. Containing 300 square meters of bathroom space. Including 2 hot spring pools. 1 high temperature. 1 ordinary temperature. 1 constant temperature swimming pool. 1 sauna room. And 3 independent toilets. 6 independent bathtubs and 6 independent shower rooms. Materials. 100 units of high-grade stone. 10 units of high-grade glass. 30 units of wood. 30 units of metal ingots. 100 units of metal parts. 1 hot spring stone.
Good stuff.
Zhang Tuohai saw the words Level 4 Automotive General Accessories at a glance. His heart almost jumped out of excitement. To upgrade his car to Level 5, he needed 6 universal accessories, plus 2 special accessories. He had worked hard for so long to get only 2 universal accessories. This time he actually got 2 in a row, although the material gap was relatively large, and the hot spring stone had no clue. However, once you get the drawings, you will have a direction. Without drawings, he didn't even have a direction for his efforts.
Can you give me this drawing? I can satisfy whatever you need.
Zhang Tuohai asked with hope.
If you want it, just take it. It's a level 4 auto accessory anyway, and I won't need it. Once it's built, just let me experience it. I haven't tried the feeling of a hot spring yet.
Xiao Wanwan said.
You just gave this thing to me?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't believe it. This is a level 4 auto parts blueprint. As long as it is thrown on the trading platform, it will definitely sell for a sky-high price.
If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?
Xiao Wanwan rolled her eyes.
I can't build it anyway, and you usually support me. It doesn't mean anything to me in exchange for supplies. I might as well give it to you. If you build it well, yes, I can still use it casually. But if you can't make it, you still owe me a favor. What a good deal.
Chapter 247 Fishing.
Okay, I'll keep it then. When it's finished, please be the first to consecrate it.
Zhang Tuohai put away the drawings.
Okay, I'm hungry. Is the meal ready?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
It's done. There's a pot of braised pork here. Go and eat it.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took out a fishing rod from the car, grabbed a few earthworms from the hen's food bowl, and walked towards the lake.
Why are you going?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
Go fishing.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand. He used to occasionally go fishing by the river. But since he came to this world, he has never had the chance again. You finally have an afternoon free with nothing to do. Why don't you take the opportunity to satisfy your cravings? As for eating, in the eyes of anglers, eating is not as important as fishing.
Why are you men like this?
Zhao Wanwan was puzzled. There was a group of fishing guys in her previous workplace. They researched where to go fishing every day, and drove out to fish every day on their holidays, rain or shine. She had participated several times out of curiosity, but she didn't find it very interesting. Doesn't the fish just come up as soon as you hook it? Anything fun. In her eyes, fish is cuter when cooked. Zhao Wanwan got into the car, served herself a portion of stew, and started eating. After eating, Zhao Wanwan took a small stool and ran to the Jian Bridge to watch Zhang Tuohai fishing. At this time, Zhang Tuohai gained a lot. Worn boots, broken straw hats, old clothes, broken water bottles, and even a few cans. Zhang Tuohai's face turned dark. A lake looks quite clean. Why is there so much junk underneath? Every time he took the bait, it was these weird things, and he didn't catch any serious fish.
Is there no fish in this broken lake?
Zhang Tuohai said angrily.
It must be there. I just saw a fish swimming over there.
Zhao Wanwan sat on a small stool, holding her cheek with one hand and pointing to the lake in the distance with one hand.
Come and help me look at the fish hook for a while, and I'll go back and get some earthworms.
Zhang Tuohai looked down and found that the earthworms he brought had been used up. So he put the fishing rod into Zhao Wanwan's hand and said,
What if a fish comes up? There is no fish protection here.
Zhao Wanwan asked.
Just throw it into the bucket.
Zhang Tuohai said casually. He just fell off the shore for a long time without catching a fish. Can Zhao Wanwan catch a fish just by taking over? Are you dreaming? Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if Zhao Wanwan was lucky enough to catch a fish, that bucket would still be enough. Zhang Tuohai returned to the car, walked quickly into the ecological garden, and grabbed a handful of earthworms from the chicken bowl. Several hens glared at Zhang Tuohai. These two-legged beasts usually just steal eggs, but now they even want to steal earthworms. Are they going to let them have a tea party? Zhang Tuohai ignored the hens and returned to the lake with the earthworms. But when he saw the scene by the lake, he was stunned. On the shore, there were more than 20 fish piled next to Zhao Wanwan. Many fish are still jumping around in the snow.
Is this fake?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the scene on the shore in disbelief. He ran to Zhao Wanwan in 2 steps and asked in disbelief.
How did you catch it? That's how we fish.
Zhao Wanwan said, throwing the hook into the lake without even hanging the bait.
Wait a minute. You forgot to hang the bait.
Zhang Tuohai was about to remind him, but the next scene shocked him. Zhao Wanwan lifted the fishing rod hard, and the fish hook came out of the water, with a huge carp hanging on it, which seemed to weigh 7 or 8 kilograms. Zhao Wanwan skillfully dragged the fish to the shore, unhooked it, and threw the fish aside. Then she threw the hook into the water and then turned around and asked,
What did you just say? It's nothing. You can continue fishing.
Zhang Tuohai felt a little pain in his liver. How do you say this? A veteran Air Force officer who has been in the Air Force for many years was abused by a newbie. How can this be justified?
Have the fish in this lake actually learned sexism?
Zhang Tuohai squatted by the lake and thought a little depressed.
Oops. There's a big guy. It's too heavy, and I can't drag it.
Zhao Wanwan suddenly leaned forward and almost fell into the lake. Zhang Tuohai had quick hands and eyes, grabbed Zhao Wanwan, and then took the fishing rod with both hands.
Give me the fishing rod, and I will try its weight.
Zhang Tuohai took the fishing rod with both hands, and a huge force came from him, which almost brought him into the lake. Thanks to his quick hands and quick eyes, he stabilized the momentum with a horse's step.
My dear, what a big fish this is. It almost pulled me down.
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He quickly turned to classmate Xiao Ai and shouted,
Classmate Xiao Ai, come here quickly and help me get this fish up. Understood, Commander.
Classmate Xiao Ai drove the car over, stretched out two mechanical arms from the side, and took over the fishing rod. The power of a robotic arm is much greater than that of a human being. After a while, the mechanical arm pulled up the thing hanging under the fishing rod. Zhang Tuohai was stunned when he saw what was hanging below. It was a large series of iron cages, each filled with king crabs, lobsters, and other things. Zhang Tuohai has seen this thing before when he was fishing in the sea. This thing is a shrimp pot, which is carried by fishing boats and is specially used to catch lobsters. However, this thing only exists in the sea. Why is it also in the lake? Although I don't understand how this thing appeared in the lake. The lobster inside is not fake. Zhang Tuohai quickly asked classmate Xiao Ai to get these lobsters. The lobsters in the shrimp pot are all alive and full of energy.
Yes, we can improve the food tonight.
Zhang Tuohai quickly asked Xiao Ai to pack up all the lobsters and freeze them with ice cubes. There were too many lobsters for him and Zhao Wanwan to eat, so they might as well sell some of them. There are definitely many players who will accept it. Anyway, they are all caught, so you can earn whatever you want. As for the fish, except for a few of the better ones that were thrown into the refrigerator for freezing, the rest were made into fish intestines. This is much tastier than fish sausage made from starch. As for the pair of garbage, Zhang Tuohai didn't let it go and threw it into the advanced fertilizer maker, which can be regarded as waste utilization.
I'll try again.
After doing all this, Zhang Tuohai took the fishing rod again, ready to try his luck again. As a result, this time, not to mention fish, there was not a single piece of garbage. The fishing line didn't even bother to move. After staring at the fishing line for half an hour, Zhang Tuohai finally lost his patience and threw the fishing rod in his hand to Zhao Wanwan.
Try again.
Zhao Wanwan took the fishing rod blankly and was almost pulled into the lake. Zhang Tuohai had quick hands and eyes and helped Zhao Wanwan pull up the fish. It was actually a bluefin tuna. Zhang Tuohai, damn it.
Classmate Xiao Ai, you help Wanwan fish while I go to have some quiet time,
Zhang Tuohai said and climbed into his car. Just then, a six-wheeled off-road vehicle with 8 legs ran in from outside. Chapter 248 Li Feiyu's Little Pet.
Am I dazzled?
Zhang Tuohai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That's right. An off-road vehicle has grown 8 legs and is wandering around the camp. It wasn't that he was making a fuss, but the fact before him was too bizarre. Have you ever seen an off-road vehicle grow 8 legs and run on its own? If it weren't for the training in the two worlds, Zhang Tuohai's nerves have become extremely thick, and he might have gone crazy now. Even so, he also felt that his SAN value could no longer be maintained.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Tuohai took off the AK-74 assault rifle that had been hanging on his body. At the same time, Xiao Ai also turned the direction of the car and pointed the black muzzle at this weird guy.
Don't shoot. We're on our own.
At this time, Li Feiyu lowered the car window and waved to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Li Feiyu. He and Li Feiyu were comrades who had been together since the First World, and they were relatively familiar with each other. Since they were acquaintances, Zhang Tuohai lowered the muzzle of the gun in his hand, but still kept his finger on the trigger. Li Feiyu stopped the car, retracted her 8 legs, and closed the windows. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary 3-level 6-wheel off-road vehicle. Li Feiyu jumped out of the car. At this time, she was wearing a black combat uniform, a white coat, and a pair of rimless glasses on her eyes. If it weren't for the pink hair, Zhang Tuohai would hardly be able to look at her eyes. This seemingly intellectual woman is connected with the murderous decapitation man.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to Li Feiyu's car. Although this was suspected of inquiring into other people's cards, Zhang Tuohai still couldn't control his curiosity.
Oh, it's just my little pet. By the way, this is an apology for you.
Li Feiyu gave 2 handbags to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai opened it and saw several cans inside, but there were no signs on them.
What?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The second generation of canned earthworms is high in calories and protein. The energy in one kit is about the same as compressed biscuits,
Li Feiyu said with a smile. Zhang Tuohai knew it was a good thing, but when he thought that it was made of earthworms, he lost his appetite. Of course, this is also related to the sufficient supplies in his hands. If he is hungry for 3 days, he is guaranteed to eat better than anyone else.
Thank you.
Zhang Tuohai finally put it away.
Would you like to order some fish? Consider it a gift in return. I just caught some. Absolutely fresh.
Zhang Tuohai pointed to the ice surface next to him and said, "In this short time, Zhao Wanwan caught a few more fish. There are catfish, grass carp, fathead, all kinds of fish, all jumping around on the ice."
I don't like eating fish very much.
Li Feiyu shook her head.
I was stuck with a fish bone when I was a child,
and it was removed through surgery. Since then, I have hated eating fish.
Hearing what Li Feiyu said, Zhang Tuohai couldn't force it anymore. He considered giving something in return as a gift. Suddenly, Li Feiyu's eyes lit up.
She pointed at the ice and said, "How about this? Just give me those things. If you feel it's a loss, I can buy them. You can tell me how much they cost."
Zhang Tuohai followed Li Feiyu's hand, and his face turned blue. It turned out that Zhao Wanwan not only caught some fish, but also caught a lot of octopus and pufferfish. Zhang Tuohai no longer investigated why there were octopuses in the lake. There were also lobster pots in it. But the problem is, forget about ordinary octopuses. Those octopuses actually have blue circles on their bodies. If Zhang Tuohai remembers correctly, this thing is a blue-ringed octopus, a highly venomous creature that will just lie down after eating it. Worse than pufferfish. At least pufferfish can clean shoes. This thing is not even qualified to be used as fertilizer.
"What do you want this thing for?"
Zhang Tuohai asked.
"This thing is poisonous. I know that the more poisonous the better. I have some small pets, and I like this kind of thing,"
Li Feiyu said with a smile.
"Pet?"
Zhang Tuohai glanced in the direction of Li Feiyu's car. Following the unclosed door, he could see a pink spherical thing wriggling in the car. "You call this thing a little pet? Just change the color and think it's Mr. K's arrival." "Okay."
"Okay. You can take them all, as long as they are poisonous. The same goes for those pufferfish. By the way, leave 2 for me to clean my shoes,"
Zhang Tuohai said.
"Thank you. Thank you. It helped a lot."
Li Feiyu seemed very happy. She went back to the car and took a plastic box and took back the blue-ringed octopus and pufferfish.
"Do you really need these poisonous creatures?"
Zhang Tuohai asked.
"Well, those little pets can only grow if they eat this kind of thing. Eating other things can only keep them from being hungry,"
Li Feiyu said.
"Well, in the next world, your little cuties should be able to eat enough. However, their blood is corrosive, so be careful,"
Zhang Tuohai said.
"Really? The next world will be full of this kind of thing?"
Li Feiyu looked very excited after hearing this.
"Well, actually you will know in a few hours. The next world is the Wasteland world. The creatures in it are all mutated creatures. The blood is corrosive, and the body contains radioactive substances. You can let them try it. However, this information is still valuable information. So just know it yourself, and don't spread it to others,"
Zhang Tuohai said to Li Feiyu. The two of them have experienced 2 worlds together, and have collaborated several times. This level of information can only be said once. If you go deeper, you will have to pay more.
"That's great."
Li Feiyu looked excited.
"By the way, this thing will be treated as intelligence fees."
Li Feiyu took out a bag of candy from the car and threw it to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai looked at it and hesitated.
"Don't worry. It's ordinary fruit candy, not mixed with anything weird. I'm going back to feed my little pet,"
Li Feiyu said and closed the car door. Bang! A black shadow fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took a closer look and saw an ugly monster. It looked like a big tadpole, but its head was the size of a basketball. Its outer skin was covered with mucus. It had a big mouth with jagged and sharp teeth inside, and there was an upright stick on its head. Wire!
"What the hell?"
Zhang Tuohai was startled, thinking it was a mutated creature, and subconsciously wanted to shoot.
"Don't move. This is an angler."
Zhao Wanwan quickly stopped Zhang Tuohai.
"Ancho? Well, it's a kind of deep-sea fish. Although it looks ugly, it's especially delicious when braised in braised fish."
Zhao Wanwan said.
"Is the braised rice delicious? If you tell me this, I won't feel sleepy anymore."
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. Chapter 249 Empty the Pond.
"Can you do it?"
Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands and asked excitedly.
"No. I can only eat."
Zhao Wanwan shook her head. Cooking a pot of noodles had exhausted her cooking skills. If she hadn't known how to cook, she would have stewed Polly.
"Then say 6.
Zhang Tuohai watched the angler in trouble. He had never dealt with this kind of deep-sea fish. "It's okay. Although I don't know how to cook. I have a recipe. Let's just follow the recipe,"
Zhao Wanwan said and got into her car. And after a while, she rushed out with a recipe book. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the title.
Encyclopedia of How to Eat Fish.
Volume 12-inch.
This is it. Take a look.
Zhao Wanwan presented the book to Zhang Tuohai as if she were presenting a treasure. Blinking her big eyes and looking at him eagerly, Zhang Tuohai flipped through the book and found that half of Good Guy's book introduced various ways to eat angler. Zhang Tuohai turned to the braised page, read it twice carefully, and went through the steps in his mind until he knew what he was doing.
It can be done. The ingredients are available in the car. However, it will definitely be an experience for the first time, so the taste may not be right.
Zhang Tuohai said.
It's okay. Just practice. I'll catch a few more.
Zhao Wanwan walked towards Jianxiao excitedly.
This is a lake. If you catch an angler, you're lucky. Do you think it's your own pond? Catch a few more.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head. But before he could finish his words, Zhao Wanwan raised the hook upwards, and an angler the size of a football was thrown up. Zhang Tuohai. Then another anglerfish was caught that was bigger than the two anglers put together. A few minutes later, there were 15 or 6 anglerfish piled on the shore. The biggest one is almost catching up with the salmon.
Is this enough?
Zhao Wanwan turned back to Zhang Tuohai and asked. Zhang Tuohai almost shouted.
Great sage! Hurry up and collect your magical powers.
At this moment, he really doubted whether Zhao Wanwan was the illegitimate daughter of this game planner. Otherwise, how could anything come to mind? What kind of fish do you have the ability to catch? Just catch the blueprints and sell them. Isn't this more profitable than selling fish?
Can I catch blueprints?
Zhang Tuohai asked with hope. Zhao Wanwan looked at Zhang Tuohai as if she were an idiot.
How could there be blueprints in this lake? It's impossible for there to be shrimp pots full of lobsters in the lake.
Zhang Tuohai complained secretly in his heart.
Forget it. You can catch whatever you want. I'll collect something on the regional channel.
Zhang Tuohai returned to the car. He first took a look at the situation on the regional channel. During this period, people would still die from time to time. But the frequency of deaths was not too high. Usually only one would occur every 10 minutes. Moreover, most of the causes of death were freezing to death or car accidents. And the actual rate of being overtaken and killed by monsters was not high. Now it seems that today's difficulty is not bad. The death rate is not high. At least it is much lower than the death frequency in the past few days. It seems that the game system also intentionally controls the mortality rate. Otherwise, if everyone is dead, why would we still play? Zhang Tuohai looked around and then sent a private message to Su Qi.
Do you have any drawings for manufacturing large-capacity freezers?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes. Yes. Why do you want this thing? It's freezing and snowy outside. Wouldn't it freeze if you throw things outside? Wait. Could it be that the next world is very hot and food is difficult to preserve?
Su Qi finally became a little smarter.
It's not that hot. It's about 20 degrees. I want the freezer to freeze the fish. Do you want it? I can sell it to you cheaper.
Zhang Tuohai posted a photo. The picture of more than a dozen anglers arranged together is quite spectacular.
It's so ugly. It must not taste good. I don't want it anymore.
Su Qi decisively refused.
Do you think it looks ugly? There are some good-looking ones. I have lobsters here, and they all start at 1 foot. What do you think? Do you want 2?
Zhang Tuohai asked. He then took a few more pictures of lobsters. Su Qi felt her saliva flow down involuntarily.
Although it's wrong to be gluttonous, the lobster looks really delicious.
Seeing Su Qi's look, Sumu couldn't help but sigh.
I remember that there are more than one freezer blueprint in the inventory. Let's exchange it. Thank you, sister.
Su Qi happily agreed. After some haggling, Zhang Tuohai got the freezer manufacturing blueprints for 6 lobsters. Large capacity freezer, level 2 auto parts. Refrigeration temperature 0 degrees Celsius 40 degrees Celsius. Materials, intermediate plastic, 20 units. Metal parts, 10 units. Low-level electronic components *1. The materials were very cheap. So Zhang Tuohai directly made 2 and placed them in the high-end ecological park. Later, Zhang Tuohai threw all the various fish caught by Zhao Wanwan into the sunken fish pond in the ecological park. And those sea fish were stuffed into the freezer. As for the lobster, the best time to take action is when other players arrive. After finally making it through 7 days, shouldn't those players reward themselves? A sumptuous lobster dinner isn't too much. Right? It's not too much to exchange for level 3 materials. Right? Zhang Tuohai thought. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the car. And suddenly, he saw Zhao Wanwan walking back carrying a fishing rod.
Why don't you fish anymore? Fish for a while longer and stock up on supplies.
Zhang Tuohai said.
All the fish in the lake have been caught. And a lot of aquatic plants have been caught. What else is there to catch?
Zhao Wanwan pointed to the shore and said. Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction Zhao Wanwan pointed and was stunned. On the shore of the lake, all kinds of fish are piled up like a hill. And there is a pile of aquatic plants of the same height next to it. It seemed that Zhao Wanwan had really raided the lake. Zhang Tuohai quickly called Wang Kai out to help. Those that are still alive and kicking are stuffed into the pond first. And the precious ones are stuffed into the freezer. The ordinary ones are directly made into sausages. And the aquatic plants are directly made into fertilizers. With the help of the robotic arm, Zhang Tuohai worked for half an hour to finish processing the fish. For this purpose, he built 4 more freezers. However, it's all worth it. At least for a long time. He had no shortage of fish to eat. As soon as he cleaned everything up, he saw a car driving in quickly outside. A beautiful flick splashed the snowflakes on the ground more than 2 meters high.
Wow! There's a lake here! That's awesome!
Vladimir jumped out of the car wearing a vest, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a bucket in the other, and strode towards the lake. He saw Zhang Tuohai, who was also standing by the lake, stretched out his arms and gave Zhang Tuohai a bear hug.
Oh! My dear Davari! Are you here to fish too? No. No. I just took a look. I have no interest in fishing,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Oh! That's such a pity. But it doesn't matter. You can watch me fish. I can be the champion of the community fishing competition. And I will show you my fishing prowess today.
Vladimir did a set of warm-up moves, looking eager to try. Chapter 250. Never go back empty-handed. Monthly tickets will add more updates. Seeing Vladimir's appearance, Zhang Tuohai hesitated to speak beside him. He actually wanted to tell Vladimir that this small lake had been emptied by Zhao Wanwan. However, he felt that this was impossible. This is a lake. Was it really completely wiped out by Zhao Wanwan? This is unlikely. Right? No matter what, 1 or 2 fish can slip through the net. Zhang Tuohai pondered in his mind. Then, half an hour passed. Vladimir's hook didn't even move.
Did it sink to the bottom or get caught on something?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's possible.
Vladimir took the fish hook back without any abnormality. I changed the bait again and changed the position of the fishing rod. An hour passed, and there was still no movement at all. Vladimir's face became a little ugly. With his fishing skills, there will always be fish taking the bait after such a long time. Even if there are no fish, he should be able to catch some debris. Right? Why? This lake is so weird. There is nothing there? This shouldn't be the case. Zhang Tuohai's heart moved.
Is Zhao Wanwan really that powerful? She really wiped out all the fish in a small lake?
Vladimir suddenly put away the fishing rod and returned to his car.
Davari, isn't it just fishing? Forget it if you can't catch it. Don't get angry with the fish.
Zhang Tuohai also wanted to give some advice. At this time, the car door suddenly opened, and Vladimir walked out of the car wearing a diving suit, carrying an oxygen bottle on his back, and holding a spear gun in his hand.
Davari, what are you doing?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked by Vladimir's equipment.
I can't let this lake ruin my reputation. I want to see what's weird in this lake. Those fish don't bite my hook. Humph!
Vladimir said, came to the Jin Bridge, and jumped directly into the lake. Zhang Tuohai waited on the shore for more than 10 minutes. And Vladimir finally emerged from the water.
How is it?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Damn it! The lake is so clean. There's not even a single aquatic plant on it. It's like it's been cleaned. It's a little unusual for it to be so clean,
Vladimir said as he climbed to the shore.
Zhao Wanwan is so powerful.
Zhang Tuohai was shocked, and at the same time calmly comforted Vladimir.
Davari, forget it if there are no fish. Maybe this is a pond created by the game system, and it has not been released yet. Maybe even fish,
Zhang Tuohai said from the side. Vladimir nodded.
That's the only way to explain it.
After saying that, Vladimir lay down on the shore, holding the water in the lake, and drank it.
Why are you drinking this lake water? What if it's poisonous? Is there a lack of water? I still have some mineral water here,
Zhang Tuohai said.
No, this is my habit.
Vladimir shook his head.
If you go out to fish, you must not go back with the Air Force. Even if you drink 2 mouthfuls of water, it is not in vain.
Zhang Tuohai. Okay. Just be happy. Vladimir was a little disappointed when he failed to catch the fish. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai sold him 2 lobsters and a bottle of vodka.
Thank you, dear Davari. I knew you understood me best, so I give this to you,
Vladimir said, taking out a blueprint from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai opened the drawing and saw that it was a cheese-making machine. Milk can be made into cheese. Milk is not easy to store, but cheese can be stored for more than a few weeks if refrigerated. Moreover, after the milk is made into cheese, the volume becomes very small and it is easy to store. This is a practical thing.
Thank you.
Zhang Tuohai put away the drawings of the cheese-making machine. The two of them separated. Zhang Tuohai took out an anglerfish and started cooking it according to the recipe. Clean the fish body and cut into pieces. 20 minutes later, a pot of braised anglerfish was ready. After seeing Zhao Wanwan's appetite, Zhang Tuohai steamed 4 lobsters and a king crab in a steamer. Zhao Wanwan didn't need to scream this time and followed after smelling the fragrance.
Wow! It smells so good. It tastes just like the one I used to make at home.
Zhao Wanwan sat in her seat with a look of longing.
Eat it and see how it tastes. If it doesn't suit you, I'll change the seasoning ratio next time.
Zhang Tuohai said as he took a portion for himself. I have to say that although the anglerfish looks ugly, the meat is very delicious. It tastes like lobster, and it is particularly tender and full of flavor. To sum it up in one word, it is fragrant. After a lot of effort, Zhang Tuohai managed to grab 7 or 8 yuan, and the rest was snatched away by Zhao Wanwan at lightning speed. Even the soup on the plate was licked clean. Zhang Tuohai only ate 1 lobster and felt a little stuffed. Zhao Wanwan ate 3 whole crabs without feeling anything bad. Zhang Tuohai couldn't eat the last king crab after 1 leg, and Zhao Wanwan ate the rest as a snack. While the two were eating, other players came to the camp one after another. The regional channel gradually became lively, celebrating their arrival at the camp. After many players saw a lake in the camp, they came to the lake and took out their fishing rods to prepare for fishing. The result is obvious. They can't even catch a hare. Seeing those players sitting by the lake waiting, Vladimir felt that he was in a much better mood. No matter how bad things happen to them, as long as they find out that they are not the only one, most people will feel better. When the remaining players saw players arriving at the camp one after another, they became anxious and began to speed up. Zhang Tuohai stood in the camp and looked out. Outside the camp, there was still heavy snow and a howling north wind. The temperature was about to drop to minus 90 degrees Celsius. The snow was almost 1 meter deep. Even off-road vehicles were struggling in this environment. At this time, the temperature in the camp was only about minus 20 degrees Celsius, and the snow cover was only 1 or 2 centimeters. It was still cold, but to the outside, it felt like heaven. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai also verified his conjecture. Although the game system gave him plenty of time, it was a hidden trap. The longer the delay, the worse the road conditions will be, and it may even stop outside the camp. Sure enough, after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, fewer and fewer cars came back, and people in the regional channel began to become anxious and asked other players for help.
My car is stuck in the snow. Who can get me out? My engine is frozen. Who can give me a new one? There are more than 20 snow monsters chasing me. Whoever can save me, I am willing to give him all my wealth.
This is an additional update after 1,000 monthly votes. Everyone is so awesome. There are currently 521 votes in August, and I owe 5 more updates. Please allow me to make up for it slowly. If you have a monthly ticket, vote more. I will be grateful. Or 2. Chapter 251, the end of the disaster day. Seeing the shouts of these players, Zhang Tuohai actually wanted to go out and take a look. But inside and outside the camp, there was an invisible wall of air that stopped everyone from going out at all. If you want to make a cameo in Rescue Team, you can't. All Zhang Tuohai can do is sell some supplies they may need, such as shovels and weapons, or sell some braised pork so they can have a good meal at the end. Not a single vehicle returned after 5 p.m. At this time, the outdoor temperature has exceeded minus 90 degrees. The wind has reached level 11, and the snow depth is about 1 meter and 2 meters. The sky was full of wind and snow, and it was impossible to see clearly even 10 meters away. In this case, no one can drive back. Sure enough, until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, no more players could enter the camp. As of this time, the number of players who have passed the last day is 521, and more than 300 people have died in the snowstorm. The loss rate is nearly 40%. Time is up. Welcome all players to successfully arrive at the rest camp. You will spend tonight in the camp. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, everyone will be released into the new world. Let me restate the rules. No aggression is allowed in the camp, and offenders will be killed. The game system goes bleak. Many players also let out a sigh of relief. Tonight, they can finally have a good night's rest. They no longer have to worry about snow monsters coming to their door in the middle of the night. And they don't have to guard against sneak attacks from other players. Many players started to revel. And many players even walked out of their cars to celebrate with other players. Some players even took out barbecue grills and beer, and organized everyone to have an open-air barbecue party. Some more open-minded men and women began testing vehicle shock absorbers to release the resentment they had accumulated over the past few days. Zhang Tuohai didn't like this too noisy environment, and felt safer staying alone in the car. Of course, Zhang Tuohai took the opportunity to sell some beer and fresh meat in exchange for some easy-to-preserve food. Lobster also made some moves, switching to some level 3 manufacturing materials, bringing him one step closer to the 2 universal accessories for level 4 vehicles. In the end, Zhang Tuohai didn't forget and asked Sharon Base to exchange a large amount of gasoline. The weakness of those mutated creatures in the wasteland world is fire, which requires a lot of gasoline. The noise continued until after 1 o'clock in the morning, and everyone dispersed, leaving a mess on the ground. After the camp fell into silence, Song Xiaokong quietly sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai.
Boss, I just got out of the car and collected information. Someone has already received information about the next world in advance. It is said to be a wasteland world with serious pollution. Some people are quietly hoarding water and food.
Zhang Tuohai was not surprised that someone could obtain information about the next world in advance. After all, the portal is placed there, and there are always smart people who will take a look. But the difference is whether they get more or less information. In contrast, he was more interested in Song Xiaokong's courage to get out of the car and collect information. Moreover, Song Xiaokong actually shared the information with him, which was even more commendable.
Is there any other specific situation?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Also, those monsters are difficult to kill. You need to prepare more bullets. In addition, the monsters need to be dissected. There is a certain chance of getting something called a mutated organ. This thing seems to be quite precious,
Song Xiaokong said.
That's it.
Zhang Tuohai tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, analyzing the information mentioned by Song Xiaokong. From Song Xiaokong's existing information, we can know that the other party must have entered the wasteland world, gained a basic understanding of the pollution in that world, and fought against those mutated creatures, killing a few of them. However, they didn't seem to discover the weaknesses of the mutated creatures, and still used skinning knives to decompose them. It was impossible to tell whether they had contact with the merchants. Song Xiaokong's information did not mention it, but it does not rule out that the other party found the businessman but hid this information. As for the information about subsequent joining forces, it is even more unknown.
Well, I understand. This is for you,
Zhang Tuohai said, and handed a gas mask to Song Xiaokong.
This is a gas mask that can prevent deadly viruses from being inhaled in the air. However, this thing cannot completely isolate the virus. It is best to accumulate some mutated organs to exchange for purification potions,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Is there an exchange shop there?
Song Xiaokong was surprised.
Not only are there shops, but there are also people.
Zhang Tuohai briefly introduced the situation.
The specifics will be clear when you enter that world. By the way, if you think the merchant's purification potion is expensive, you can contact me and I will give you a 40% discount.
Zhang Tuohai plundered 12 boxes of purification medicines from Picto's warehouse in the previous world. Naturally, he couldn't use up these medicines himself, so he could just use them as welfare for his subordinates.
I understand. Thank you, boss.
Song Xiaokong showed a happy expression.
Boss, how many are these potions? If there are a lot, I am confident that I can sell them at a high price.
Song Xiaokong was full of confidence.
Let's wait until we enter that world. Only after everyone feels the power of pollution will the price of purification medicines rise,
Zhang Tuohai said.
I understand. That firearm,
Song Xiaokong asked.
Let them see the power of mutated creatures, and then launch our products accordingly,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Okay. And?
Zhang Tuohai and Song Xiaokong discussed for more than an hour, and finally finalized the plan to cut leaks in the new world. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that Zhang Tuohai lay on the bed and fell asleep. However, with the blessing of a comfortable double bed, Zhang Tuohai was awake at 5 o'clock and was still in high spirits. And those hungover players are still fast asleep. Zhang Tuohai made breakfast fried meatloaf. There are meat and vegetables, filling the stomach with delicious food. However, Zhang Tuohai did not ask Zhao Wanwan to come over for dinner today, but directly sent breakfast over. Although attacks are prohibited in the camp, Zhang Tuohai is still wary of the players around him. What if they took advantage of the opening of the door to see the layout of the car? What if they discovered the climbing path? What if they discovered the cooperative relationship between themselves and Zhao Wanwan? Although these things are definitely not hidden from careful comparison and collection, the less information can be exposed, the less exposed it will be. Zhao Wanwan didn't care about it at all. As long as she had food to eat, it would be the same wherever she was. Soon, the time came to 6 o'clock in the morning, and the game system popped up a prompt message on time.
The time is up. The new world is about to be transmitted. The transmission is in progress.
A white light enveloped everyone. While many people were still in a daze, they were transported into the new world. A new world will open tomorrow. Doomsday Wasteland plus steampunk style. So stay tuned. Chapter 252 Doomsday Wasteland. Steam technology. The dusky sky. The suspended black particles floating in the air. The sun with only a white patch left. The bones scattered on the ground. The broken roads. The ruins and the dark river water. All this marks that Zhang Tuohai has returned. This apocalyptic world. Lines of prompts popped up. Welcome all players to the new world, the Doomsday Wasteland. In this world, there are war ruins, polluted homes, monsters mutated by radiation, and survivors walking among the ruins. Most of the air, water and soil in this world have been polluted, and more than 90% of the land has been abandoned due to radiation, becoming a paradise for mutant creatures. The survivors can only huddle in their strongholds or wander among the ruins. In order to adapt to the new living environment, humans have developed a new technology tree that is more suitable for this world's steam technology. You can choose various steam technology equipment to install on your car, which will make it easier for you to adapt to this world. This world cancels the supply boxes placed on the road, leaving only a small number of airdrop supply boxes. Most of the supplies need to be purchased from local merchants. This world is divided into several camps. Please choose your camp carefully, as this will affect your development in this world. At night, please try to stay at the campsite instead of wandering in the wild. The mood value system is still valid in this world. All people who enter this world will receive temporary debuff and doomsday anxiety. Reduce mood value by 1 to 3 points every hour. At the same time, this world will trigger some special events, which will increase or decrease the mood value immediately. Please keep the mood value above a safe value. When the mood value reaches 0, the player's body will mutate and fall into a state of madness. When the mood value reaches -100, the player will die. The stay in this world is 7 days. On the 7th day, players will be caught in a disaster. The specific disaster will be adjusted based on the specific situation of the remaining players. Today's mission: find a campsite and enter it. Those who fail to find the campsite or enter it will do so at their own risk. Since the number of players is less than 5,000, the number of players has been supplemented by 5,000 by merging areas. Looking at the long list of eloquent words, Zhang Tuohai fell into deep thought. The first part is the world background setting, and he has also made some guesses. He already knows the camp divisions, and it seems that the impact of camp selection is greater than he expected. Be careful. Staying at the camp at night and not wandering outside reminded Zhang Tuohai of the artillery fire in Blackstone City when he left this world. Zhang Tuohai didn't think he was qualified to hang around outside, which required a large number of artillery to deal with the trouble. Mood value has become more important, which means that he can continue to make a fortune by selling milk tea. However, it was the disaster on the 7th day that worried him the most. The first 2 world disaster days are fixed, and players can prepare accordingly. But in this new world, it is actually determined based on the status of the remaining players at that time. In some ways, this means that there are so many variables in this world, and even the game system does not know what state the players will be in by then. So they chose this method to prepare for disaster. As for the cancellation of supply boxes on the highway, it is not that important compared to these. It's nothing more than forcing players to fight those mutated monsters. After experiencing the baptism of 2 worlds, combat is already familiar to players. As long as there are enough benefits, they will even take the initiative to fight.
It looks like it's more dangerous than last time.
Zhang Tuohai tapped his fingers on the monitor. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel. At this time, the regional channel was filled with another 5,000 people. Looking at the photos of these people, I found that they also come from all over the world and have different skin colors. What made Zhang Tuohai suspicious was that among these newly joined groups, there was a gang called the Tiger Group, which had 200 people and accounted for 4% of the total number of people in the regional channel. The leader was a man named Park Buin. There are still several small gangs with dozens or more than a dozen people left.
Ah, Shiba. Why is it this kind of world again? The last world was full of famine and drought. Why is this world still short of food?
A player from the Tigers complained on the regional channel.
Ren Yong, don't talk nonsense on the public screen. If you have anything to say, please tell us in the team channel.
Someone immediately scolded him.
I'm sorry, Captain Inju.
Park In-young immediately apologized and stopped sending messages. However, his previous news caused an uproar in Zhang Tuohai's heart.
Great famine? Drought? The last world they participated in was not a world of ice and snow. People in each channel team experience different worlds. Or are they old teams that have participated in many worlds?
Zhang Tuohai's heart was filled with huge waves. If it's the former, then is there any mechanism for which world to enter? Or is it a random choice? Is it possible to return to the world that I've been to before? If it's the latter, how strong should this team be? Zhang Tuohai felt wary of the Tigers. If given a chance, he would grab a tongue and find out the real information about the Tigers. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Song Xiaokong.
Don't sell items publicly for the time being. Prioritize people from the original world and learn about the Tiger Group while ensuring your own safety. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do.
Song Xiaokong replied. Zhang Tuohai looked around with the camera and found that Zhao Wanwan was not nearby. He immediately sent a private message.
Where are you now? How is the situation? Are you safe?
Zhao Wanwan quickly replied with a private message.
I'm in good condition. I'm in the ruins of a town, and I'm looking for a way out. Pay attention to safety, and be careful of mutant creatures hiding in the dark. If you encounter mutant creatures, use this.
Zhang Tuohai presented 2 flamethrowers.
If possible, try to collect mutated organs. Okay.
Zhao Wanwan replied with an emoticon. And it seemed that the situation was not bad.
Classmate Xiao Ai, let's go and see what changes have taken place in this world.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Follow your orders, Commander.
Xiao Ai drove forward. On the road, mutated monsters rushed out of the ruins from time to time and attacked Zhang Tuohai. However, Zhang Tuohai was already prepared for this and directly used a flamethrower to burn the opponent to ashes. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai discovered that he could also use a robotic arm to pick up the fallen mutated organs. He was able to save a lot of energy by climbing up and down. After driving like this for more than half an hour, bursts of roaring sound suddenly came from the front.
Is there anyone there?
Zhang Tuohai quickly asked Xiao Ai to drive the car to the high ground next to the road. Ready to see what was going on. Chapter 253 Faction Selection? Eat both sides. Classmate Xiao Ai drove the car to the high ground. Only then did Zhang Tuohai realize that there was a valley in front of him. There are more than 10 large cars in the center of the valley. These cars are all steam style, made of metal, and covered with brass rivets. Each car has a thick exhaust pipe, and black smoke is pouring out. These cars formed a circle, and many people stood on the roofs of the cars with steam rifles in their hands to guard the convoy. On the outside of the car wall, a group of guys wearing leather jackets, dyed hair, and pierced tattoos were riding motorcycles in circles around the car wall. From time to time they whistled, and some bolder guys knocked on the shell of the car wall with sticks in their hands, making a dong-dong sound. The game system popped up a prompt. When you trigger the camp mission, you can choose to join the Rangers camp and help the Rangers repel the Predators. Or you can choose to join the Predators camp and help break down the Rangers camp. Of course, you can also choose to sit back or take a detour. Note, please consider carefully when choosing a camp, as this will affect your future development. Please ask if you want to join the camp.
No.
Zhang Tuohai decisively chose no. If he had never seen the power of Black Rock City, he might wait and see for a while, and then choose a stronger team to help. However, after seeing the strength of Black Rock City, the 2 teams in front of him were not enough in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. A bunch of garbage. I'm afraid they can't even break through the artillery defense line on the walls of Blackstone City. What future can there be for joining such a camp? However, not joining the camp does not mean that you have to sit on the sidelines. Zhang Tuohai observed the situation below. He found that on the opposite slope, there was an all-terrain vehicle. Sitting on the vehicle was a strong man with a beard, a mohawk, and a helmet on his face, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a pair of exaggerated steam pistols on his waist. He was followed by several killers, who were also riding motorcycles. Zhang Tuohai estimates that this guy is the non-mainstream boss of the following group of rural people. The leader of the raiders.
Classmate Xiao Ai, have you seen the bearded guy wearing sunglasses opposite? Find a way to hack him.
Zhang Tuohai said coldly. You ask Zhang Tuohai why he wants to fight against predators? It's just that the other party's boss doesn't like it. Zhang Tuohai doesn't even wear sunglasses to show off. So why do you wear sunglasses to act like a normal person?
It's within range and has been aimed. Do you want to fire?
Xiao Ai quickly adjusted the angle.
Fire!
Zhang Tuohai waved down with one hand. Boom! A shell containing 7.4 kilograms of high explosives was fired at the leader of the looters. What? The man in sunglasses raised his head. And before he could see clearly what was going on, he saw a cannonball hitting him. Seeing this, the man in sunglasses felt like he was dead, and he quickly wanted to lie down to avoid it. However, it was already too late. Shells exploded in front of him. Boom! 7.4 kilograms of high explosives completely tore objects within a dozen meters into pieces. Whether they were people or motorcycles, they were all turned into parts and scattered everywhere. When the group of people in the valley heard the sound of the cannon, they couldn't help but be startled, and they all looked in the direction where the sound of the cannon came from.
Well done!
Zhang Tuohai excitedly waved his fist and said to classmate Xiao Ai,
Aim at those killers and keep firing. Use steam machine guns for those who are close and artillery for those who are far away. We must annihilate them all.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Follow your orders, Commander.
Xiao Ai immediately popped out his robotic arms. Each robotic arm held a steam machine gun and aimed at those killers. Seeing Zhang Tuohai rushing down, the killers were frightened and fled in all directions. The boss is dead, so there is no point in them staying here. However, several small bosses saw hope of rising to the top. Normally when the boss is in power, they can only be small bosses. Now that the boss is dead, who should inherit the boss's inheritance? People, vehicles, land, supplies, ex-sister-in-law. Everything will be reshuffled. At this time, whoever can establish prestige first will have the greatest advantage.
Young men, come after me. He only has one car. He wants to avenge the boss. If you are willing to follow me, each of you will get a piece of dried meat.
A leader shouted loudly.
Dried meat.
Those killers couldn't move after hearing these two words, and saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths. In this world, food is a very precious resource, and meat is an even more precious resource. Normally, they could not eat meat at all. Only before fighting, they could get a piece of dried meat. When they heard that there was dried meat to eat, these people's eyes turned red, and they were ready to fight Zhang Tuohai.
Come with me!
The leader shouted, and pulled the trigger on Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. Boom! The steam rifle bullet hit the riveted armor shell with precision. The boss's steam rifle has been specially modified, and with a special warhead, it can penetrate ordinary riveted armor. He was confident that he could break through the chariot, kill Zhang Tuohai, and avenge his leader. From now on, this chariot would be his car. However, something he didn't expect happened. The bullets from the steam rifle ricocheted off the riveted armor.
How is this possible?
The leader looked at the riveted armor in disbelief, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. He did not believe in evil, and continued to aim at the infantry fighting vehicle. Prepare, and continue shooting. At this moment, the steam machine gun in the mechanical arm's hand fired. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A series of bullets were fired at everyone. The group of killers fell down like wheat. The metal storm spun by the 4 steam machine guns was simply not something that ordinary people with zero armor could withstand. Even the cars next to them were affected, with several big holes made. The remaining Shamad didn't dare to fight anymore when they saw this, and fled in a hurry. Zhang Tuohai lost interest after killing a few slow runners. A group of poor ghosts. Nothing to chase. The most they can do is search for a mutated organ in each person. In comparison, this team will look richer. Zhang Tuohai drove his car to the circular formation formed by the motorcade. The 2 cars moved away and made a way out. Several people in linen clothes walked out of the convoy, each holding a steam rifle in their hands. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black leather jacket and an eye patch on his right eye. The middle-aged man put the steam rifle on his shoulder and said to Zhang Tuohai,
Hello, dear bounty hunter. I am Yasuo, the leader of this convoy. Thank you for saving us poor people from these nasty robbers. Thank you for your help,
Yasuo said, bowing slightly to Zhang Tuohai. Those behind him also owed their bodies.
It goes without saying thank you. What are you going to do to express your gratitude?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a loudspeaker. Chapter 254 Mechanical Prosthetics. Zhang Tuohai's directness made Yasuo stunned. He had come into contact with some of these bounty hunters wandering in the wilderness before, but no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Zhang Tuohai's attitude made him a little dissatisfied. But when he thought of his mission, he suppressed his anger.
Can you come down and meet me? I would like to express my gratitude to you in person.
As Yasuo said, he took off his hat and showed a respectful expression.
Do you want to meet me?
Seeing Yasuo's appearance, Zhang Tuohai hesitated. His understanding of the world was superficial. Many details, such as the division of forces, needed to be obtained from the mouths of the locals. Information, however, there are a lot of people on the other side, so it may not be safe to meet in this situation. Just when Zhang Tuohai was hesitating, the prompt system suddenly popped up. Be careful. The two arms of Yasuo in front of you are mechanical prosthetics. There is a micro-rocket hidden in the left arm, and an alloy stabbing sword hidden in the right arm. Don't get close to him easily within 20 meters.
Is this guy so powerful?
Zhang Tuohai was startled, and he looked carefully at Yasuo in front of him. From the outside, he looks no different from ordinary people. He is wearing a leather jacket and gloves on his hands, and his movements are very smooth. It is almost impossible to tell that it is a mechanical prosthesis, let alone that there are ultra-miniature rockets hidden inside. If this is done out of spite, if you give it to yourself, you may not be able to handle it. After taking a serious look at Yasuo, Zhang Tuohai became wary. When he originally learned that the mainstream technology in this world was steam technology, Zhang Tuohai had a condescending attitude in his heart. Isn't it a shame when modern technology encounters this kind of early industrial technology? However, it now seems that this idea is somewhat wrong. The steam technology in this world is based on the original technology and has been redeveloped to adapt to the new environment. In terms of technical level, it is not necessarily much worse than modern microelectronics technology. Not to mention anything else. That ultra-miniature rocket was enough to kill him. It seems that in this world, it is better to be cautious. It's too wasteful. And it's easy to kill yourself.
It's not necessary to meet in person. I prefer substantive thanks.
Zhang Tuohai said through the loudspeaker.
Please hurry up. My patience is very limited. I understand.
Yasuo took a deep look at the infantry chariot and whispered a few words to the person next to him. The person nodded and ran away. After a while, the man came over pushing a small cart with a bunch of things piled on it. Discovered 20 high-grade metal ingots, 300 metal parts, 20 boxes of canned pork, 20 bottles of water, a dried pig hind leg, 200 mutated organs, and 3 bottles of purification medicine.
Not bad.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the things on the cart and nodded with satisfaction. The most valuable thing here is the 20 high-grade metal ingots. With these, he can make 6 more robotic arms. However, judging from the current situation, the robotic arm is still sufficient for the time being. So we need to reserve it first. Mutated organs are also hard currency, including those he had stored before. He now has 1,023 mutated organs stored in his hand. When converted into Black Rock City currency, it is about 100,000 yuan, which is considered a small asset.
Okay. See you later.
Zhang Tuohai put these supplies into the car and then drove away.
Lord Yasuo, wouldn't it be too much of a loss for us to give him so many things? That's canned pork.
And a whole pork leg.
One of his men said with some pain. Due to pollution, a large number of organisms have turned into mutated organisms. The meat of mutated organisms cannot be eaten. Otherwise they will become seriously ill, or mutate and die. There are very few edible creatures, and most of them are concentrated in the hands of some big forces and quietly raised in captivity. Only a small amount will flow into the black market, and the price is unattainable. Ordinary people eat a variety of vegetables and mushrooms as their staple food, and meat is rarely seen once a year. So, this time Yasuo took out 20 cans of canned pork and a dried pig hind leg, which can be said to be bleeding profusely.
Remember what our mission is.
Yasuo glared at the man and said coldly.
Our mission is to send the man safely to the place without causing any complications. If it can be solved with money, use money to solve it. But, my lord, you used a dried pig shank. You know, that person likes dried pig shank the most. I'm afraid, the man said hesitantly. I will take care of it myself over there. You can inform me to go down, sort out the supplies, clean the battlefield, and set off in half an hour.
After Yasuo finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the center of the convoy.
I understand.
The man gestured to the people around him, and several people walked out and walked towards the battlefield. Zhang Tuohai didn't like the broken weapons and pieces of meat on the ground. But for them, it was a good harvest.
How are you doing there?
Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Zhao Wanwan asking about the current situation.
I killed several mutant creatures and obtained some mutant organs. Wait. Xiaoyi informed me that 4 motorcycles were spotted chasing a steam truck ahead. Do I want to intervene?
Zhao Wanwan replied quickly. After seeing Zhao Wanwan's letter, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved.
Are those 4 motorcycle riders dressed like a family burying their loved ones? Yes. How did you know?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
I guess this should be a camp mission that most players will encounter. You can choose to help the Wanderers or the Marauders. The motorcycle is the Marauder, and the steam truck is the Wanderer.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said,
There is indeed a prompt. As soon as I got close, the game system popped up a prompt. Which one should I choose?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
What I mean is that you can intervene. But don't choose a camp for the time being. These 2 camps are too weak, and there are not many benefits. Let other players choose first. According to my last exploration, there will be more in the future. There are more benefits to joining a strong camp. As for the pursuit battle ahead, just handle it according to your mood. Even if you wipe out both parties, it doesn't matter.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Is this still possible?
Zhao Wanwan asked in shock.
Of course. This is not the kind of immersive game that has a script written. Everything is possible.
Zhang Tuohai said.
By the way, for everyone here, keep a reasonable distance. Be wary. And don't eat their food. Who knows what's in it?
Zhang Tuohai warned.
Understood. I'm not a child.
Zhao Wanwan turned her head and said to Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi rushes up and kills those killers.
Chapter 255 Steam and Gunpowder. The world in the wasteland is desolate, and both sides of the road are devastated. It felt like Zhang Tuohai had returned to the desert road. No, this is worse than a desert road. At least the desert highway is in good condition, and there are supply boxes on the road from time to time. In this world, the roads are in dilapidated condition, and the supply boxes on the road have been directly removed. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't taken the opportunity to make a fortune, his income would have been negative. The players in the regional channel also cursed the new rules of the game system.
Damn it. It's been driving for several hours, and there's nothing but mutated creatures. So many bullets have been wasted. But they can't be eaten. There are still viruses in the air. Are you trying to make trouble? You're not bad. We just used up some bullets. We met the predators and fought a battle. 1 brother died. We only got 2 old steam rifles and a dozen mutated organs. I don't know what they were for. Use.
Just be satisfied. I helped a convoy of wanderers fight off the predators. As a result, the convoy of wanderers was so poor that they took away 3 bags of bread from me and relied on me. Do you think I am? Were you robbed by these homeless people? Brother upstairs, I'm in a similar situation. I have 4 more bottles of water than you. I hope I can get some hidden tasks. Otherwise, I really won't be able to survive. It's all expenses and no income. And the landlord's family has no food left. Aw. Hey, you guys are so kind. My 2 brothers and I joined the predators and robbed 2 wanderer convoys together. We gained a lot. Everyone got a lot of good things. I also got a wanderer woman. Well, although her skin is a bit darker, her figure is really good. Damn it. I'm jealous of my real name. If I had known, I would have chosen to join the predators. Ha! I've joined the wanderers too. Brother above, if you've had enough of that wanderer, trade with me. I'll give you 6 bags of bread in exchange. Count me in. I can produce 3 cans, 2 packs of cigarettes. Stand in line. 2 cans of beer. Male or female. Asking, is it too urgent to switch camps now? Is there any big boss who can tell me?
Seeing the commotion in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but frown. He feels that the most dangerous thing in this world is not the polluted air and water, nor the various dangerous mutant creatures, nor the predators and various huge forces. The most dangerous thing is the loss of moral bottom line. In an environment that is completely out of order, the dark side of people's hearts will be magnified exponentially. Moral decline will ensue, and all kinds of things that were originally unreasonable in the world will gradually be taken for granted. Wanderer prisoners can be exchanged now. But will players be exchanged tomorrow? These players are the bombs in the player group. They will sell everything in order to survive, and may even collude with the indigenous people to attack the player group. Zhang Tuohai circled the names of these people one by one and sent them to Song Xiaokong. If you must do business with these people, the price is double that of others. Understood. Song Xiaokong also hates these people who treat women as goods. She was born in Huancheng, and her dislike for this kind of people was deep in her bones. Now that she had the opportunity to take revenge, she was naturally very happy. Zhang Tuohai noticed that no one from the Tigers was talking on the regional channel, but a few members of the small convoy were chatting quite enthusiastically on the channel.
There's something about this Tiger group.
Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and became more determined to grab his tongue. The car drove along the road for 2 hours, and finally found a fork in the road. According to the system prompts, both roads lead to different cities, but one road takes 4 hours to drive, and the other road takes 10 hours to drive. Zhang Tuohai estimated the time and found that it would already be dark 10 hours later. Coupled with the various accidents he might encounter on the road, he would not be able to enter the city within the stipulated time, and could only choose the shorter road. After driving along the broken road for another hour, Zhang Tuohai finally discovered a village and town ahead. This village is much larger than the Hongsha town we saw last time. It is visually estimated that there are thousands of households. There is also a stone wall as high as one person outside the village, which looks decent.
Go in and have a look.
Infantry fighting vehicles approached the town. In front of the town gate, there were 4 people guarding the door, and 2 steel horses blocking the entrance to the village. Each of them held a steam rifle in their hands, and patrolled back and forth, wearing different styles of clothes. You have discovered Black Rock Town, which meets the standards of a camping site, and you can stay here overnight. The game system popped up a prompt.
Can a small town actually be used as a campground? This gives you one more option. You don't have to choose the road closer to the big city when you are on the road.
Zhang Tuohai secretly remembered it.
Who is stopping?
Seeing the infantry fighting vehicle approaching, a guard immediately stood up and signaled to stop.
I am a wandering bounty hunter. I am going to rest for a while in Black Rock Town and replenish some supplies. Are there any merchants here?
Zhang Tuohai got out of the car, took a mutated organ, and threw it casually. When the guard saw that it was a mutated organ, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Mutated organs are hard currency, and their purchasing power here is also good. They can at least exchange them for 10 glasses of low-quality rye in the tavern. He grabbed the mutated organ and stuffed it into his pocket. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Tuohai's face and found that he was not one of the famous looter leaders. So he moved the iron horse aside.
Pierre should be in Old Tom's bar. If you need anything, go to the bar and find him. The bar is in the middle of the town. Thank you.
Zhang Tuohai got into the car and drove towards the center of Haiyan Town. Black Rock Town is obviously much wealthier than Red Rock Town, although the houses in the town are also made of metal. There are fewer rust stains, and the roads are more tidy. You can occasionally see pedestrians on the street, and see Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. Finally, he just dodged to both sides without showing any fear. It can be seen that there are often outsiders coming in and out. The car drove slowly to the center of the town. In the central square, Zhang Tuohai saw the bar at a glance. The bar is entirely made of brass, and the glass is covered with dust. There are 2 neatly crossed rifles on the lintel, and a brass beer glass hangs below. Several pipes extend along the wall to the back of the house. A thick chimney emits black smoke from time to time. There is also a small metal sign on the door with the name of the bar written on it, Steam and Gunpowder.
It doesn't look too bad.
Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car, wore his old coat with a special combat uniform underneath, and walked into the bar carrying an AK-74 wrapped in a strip of cloth. Chapter 256. Where are the merchants? The light in the bar was dim, and a huge ventilation fan cast shadows on the ground. There were several dirty tables in the lobby, and a few people in leather jackets were sitting around them. They had revolvers full of gears in their waists. They had a half-drunk glass of beer in front of them, and they were whispering. After seeing Zhang Tuohai come in, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Tuohai, and a few people even showed malicious looks. Several people communicated with each other with eyes, considering whether to attack this new face. These people have ulterior motives for you, the system prompted.
I can tell even if you don't tell me.
Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to pay attention, and went straight to the bar, slapped a mutated organ on the counter, and said to the bartender who was cleaning the glass,
Give me a glass of wine, and tell me where the merchant is.
At this moment, 2 people stood up from the round table, one with a big beard and the other with 2 tentacles growing out of his bare head. The 2 of them sandwiched Zhang Tuohai on the left and right. The bearded man stretched out his hand covered with black scales and pressed the mutated organ on the table.
Are you looking for a businessman? Come with us. I know where he is.
Another person pulled out the revolver from his waist and pressed it against Zhang Tuohai's waist.
Be honest, or I will sell you to the butcher. I guessed it would be like this. Why did you have to bump into it yourself? Isn't it good to be alive?
Zhang Tuohai raised his hand that had been in his pocket, and a revolver with a complicated structure appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. The bearded man didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai would dare to resist in this situation, and his scaly hands quickly touched his waist. Bang! Bang! The guns in Zhang Tuohai's and Tentacle Man's hands rang out at the same time. The gun in Zhang Tuohai's hand is a special hunting gun made by the Red Fort. Although it is a pistol, the bullets can penetrate ordinary police body armor. The huge warhead directly tore a big hole in the bearded chest and smashed the internal organs inside. The bearded man's eyes were full of shock and unwillingness, and the body fell down. However, Zhang Tuohai stood intact. Zhang Tuohai slowly turned around and looked at the man with two tentacles behind him with a sneer.
Body mutation? I don't believe that all parts of your body can block bullets.
The tentacled man regarded Zhang Tuohai as a mutant. It was the mutated organs in his waist that blocked the bullet. He pointed the pistol in his hand at Zhang Tuohai's chest. However, before he could pull the trigger, the gun in Zhang Tuohai's hand went off again. Boom! This time it's the lower abdomen. A large hole was torn open in the tentacled man's abdomen. The tentacled man screamed and collapsed on the ground, covering his belly with his hands and yelling.
Snort!
Zhang Tuohai pointed the gun at the tentacled man's head and pulled the trigger. Boom! The tentacled man was silent. Zhang Tuohai held a pistol and glanced coldly at several round tables in the lobby. A few of the less qualified people lowered their heads, and a few of the braver ones even raised their glasses to Zhang Tuohai, seemingly acknowledging his existence.
Humph! A bunch of pretenders.
Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly and sat on the high stool in front of the bar again. If he wasn't worried about causing any trouble, Zhang Tuohai would have pulled out his AK-74 and shot all these guys.
Can you tell me now where the merchant is?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
That's him,
the bartender said, pointing to the tentacled man lying on the ground. Zhang Tuohai? He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He was just preparing to establish a prestige. But he didn't expect to beat the businessman to death. So why did he spend so much effort? Zhang Tuohai felt a little headache. Wouldn't this stupid businessman have a good drink? Why do you do such a dangerous thing? Cerebral palsy. At this time, the bartender pushed a glass of beer over and asked,
Excuse me, can you sell these two corpses to us? We can help you process the mutated organs for free.
The bartender asked carefully from the side.
You still sell it and clean it up,
Zhang Tuohai said, pretending not to care.
Thanks.
The bartender waved his hand, and soon two people came out of the back kitchen and pulled the two bodies back to the back kitchen. After a while, two clean mutated organs were placed in front of Zhang Tuohai. An arm covered with scales and a skull with two tentacles. Along with the mutated organs, there were also guns for two people, 2 level 2 metal ingots and a steak.
This steak is for you.
The bartender pushed the steak in front of Zhang Tuohai. Looking at the meat on the plate, the corner of Zhang Tuohai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He pushed the plate back and whispered to the bartender.
Tell me where that damn guy's home is, and this will be yours. Well, the rules in our town are not to involve family members.
The bartender rubbed his thumb and forefinger together.
This is yours too.
Zhang Tuohai also pushed the two guns over. It can't even be worn through a bulletproof vest, so it's trash if you keep it.
Okay, that's the biggest house in the southeast corner of the town,
the bartender said in a low voice.
You'd better make sure everything you say is true. Otherwise, I guarantee you will end up like them.
Zhang Tuohai pointed at the two mutated organs and said,
Well, there are 2 more bodyguards at his house,
the bartender said. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the two mutated organs and walked towards his car.
Hiss!
After Zhang Tuohai got into the car, he no longer frowned, rubbed his waist, and couldn't help but suck in the cold air. Although the special combat uniform blocked the bullet of the pistol, it could not stop the powerful impact. That shot made his waist hurt a little.
Commander, do you need massage service? Just install 2 robotic arms in the car,
Xiaoyai said. Zhang Tuohai was a little moved, but when he thought that 6 high-grade metal ingots were needed to make the 2 mechanical arms of the machine, he felt a little painful. Didn't you realize that 2 lives are worth 2 mid-level metal ingots?
Let's let it go first. Go to that guy's house first,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Understood.
The infantry chariot drove towards the merchant's home. At the same time, in the tavern.
Boss, why didn't you keep him just now? We have so many guns. We can eat them all.
A strong man with bloody hands came out of the back kitchen and asked the bartender.
Humph. You idiot whose head is full of mutated acid. Look at what this is.
The bartender threw the mutated organ that Zhang Tuohai threw at him into the butcher's hands.
Isn't this just a mutated organ? What's so great about it? I deal with it every day.
The butcher turned over and over again, but couldn't see anything special.
Don't you think it's too clean?
The bartender said angrily.
What do you mean?
The butcher thought of a possibility, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 257, Revolving Pursuit Cannon.
Yes, it was burned with flames. Only by burning the corpse with flames can we obtain such clean mutated organs. What kind of people do you think would use fire to burn trophies extravagantly just to make the mutated organs cleaner?
The bartender asked coldly.
Are they those people?
The butcher thought of a group of lunatics. A group of lunatics who claimed that the world had been destroyed and needed to be reborn in the flames. Only these people will use flames unscrupulously, and use flames to purify those mutated organs.
They never act alone. Killing one will lead to a group. Do you want to kill me?
The bartender stared at the butcher with evil eyes.
I don't dare.
The butcher quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake.
Take 2 people to see the merchant's house and take over.
The bartender said coldly.
But that person just now is not.
The butcher hesitated.
Those lunatics don't care about property. He asked just now to prevent me from noticing his identity. However, he didn't know that I had seen through him long ago. I went to take over that guy's things and his wife. Bring it back,
the bartender said, licking his dry lips. What was shocking was that what he spit out was a forked tongue like a lizard.
I understand. I understand.
The butcher bowed out respectfully. Zhang Tuohai arrived at the merchant's doorstep. This is a 2-story building. The windows are all colored cut glass, and there are patterns on the brass door. It looks like a good family.
Is this here?
Zhang Tuohai looked up at the small building facing the street.
If the path pointed by the commander is correct,
Xiao Yi said.
Knock the door open and we'll rush in.
Zhang Tuohai patted the monitor screen and said,
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Yi accelerated violently and hit the gate. How could an ordinary brass door withstand the impact of a giant snow shovel? The brass door was knocked directly out, and a large hole was knocked out of the walls on both sides. The infantry fighting vehicle rushed directly into the house. Zhang Tuohai pushed open the top cover and was about to get out when he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The door of the storage room was wide open, revealing the goods stacked inside. 2 men and a woman were having a threesome at the door of the storage room. The 4 people stared at each other and were in a stalemate for a while. The 2 men reacted more quickly. They turned around and rushed towards the table next to them. In addition to their clothes, there were also their pistols on it. Bang bang. Zhang Tuohai drew his pistol and shot the 2 of them in the head. Then jumped out of the car and put the muzzle of the gun on the woman's head.
If you don't want to die, just be honest.
The woman quickly covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly.
Are you the wife of a businessman in the town?
Zhang Tuohai asked. The woman nodded repeatedly.
Where is that guy's warehouse?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
They're all here,
the woman said, pointing to the large open storage room.
Is this door always open?
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the mountains of goods inside and looked puzzled. Shouldn't this kind of door be locked tightly? There are more than a dozen security measures on the outside to prevent any thieves from entering. There is no reason to be wide open.
Of the 2 of them, one of them usually stays inside to guard the goods. We only lock the door when that guy is at home. We usually open the door for convenience,
the woman whispered.
This.
Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. However, he was not here to seek justice for the victims. So he walked straight in and checked the goods inside. He found that 99% of these supplies were made of various materials, including level 1, level 2, and level 3 materials, including cloth, metal ingots, and wood.
Do you usually sell these things?
Zhang Tuohai was a little confused. This was different from the businessman's style in his impression. Shouldn't we sell some specialties from the Steam Age? Pictor, the businessman in Red Rock Town, is more professional than him.
It wasn't like this before. It was all about selling Steam equipment and the like. But a few days ago, the guy got crazy and suddenly sold all the goods at a low price. He bought a batch of these things and said that someone had pre-ordered them. He also said that as long as we complete this business, we won't have to worry about it in the next few years,
the woman said.
That's it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and ordered Xiao Yi to move all these things into the car. No matter who ordered it, the goods belonged to him.
Where are his drawings hidden?
Zhang Tuohai turned to the woman and asked. With the experience of searching Pic2, these people will store the drawings in another place.
He invested all his capital and sold all the drawings,
the woman said with a twinkling expression.
Reformulate your language. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind selling you to Steam and Gunpowder.
Zhang Tuohai approached the woman and said condescendingly. Hearing the names of Steam and Gunpowder, the woman's body trembled involuntarily.
Here, upstairs, In the mezzanine of the floor. Please don't sell me there. They will kill me.
The woman's body was like chaff.
Take me there. If you lie, you know the consequences,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Here.
The woman hurriedly led Zhang Tuohai upstairs, opened the mezzanine of the floor, and took out a drawing. Revolving pursuit cannon, a special rotating cannon that fires shrapnel grenades and has a good killing effect on lightly armored and unarmored targets. Crafting materials, high-grade metal ingots, 30 units. Metal parts, 100 units. Attached are the drawings for making shrapnel. This thing is like a large revolver. However, this magazine contains large shrapnel bombs.
It seems quite interesting.
However, after looking at the cost of 30 units of high-grade metal ingots, Zhang Tuohai hesitated again. This thing can only deal with light armor and unarmored targets, and has some overlap with its 75 gun effectiveness. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, put it away, and prepared to take a look before talking. If it doesn't work, take it out and sell it. After putting the drawings away, Zhang Tuohai searched the room and made sure nothing was hidden before he hurried downstairs. At this time, classmate Xiao Ai had just finished transferring the supplies in the storage room.
Go! Leave this town,
Zhang Tuohai said, having just completed a forced break-in into a house. Zhang Tuohai didn't think this town would welcome him to spend the night here. It's better to leave first.
Commander, there is someone watching nearby,
Xiao Ai said. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the monitor and found several people peering at the entrance of the alley. One of the men he knew was a steam and gunpowder clerk. When he came out to move the body, he took a look and was very impressed because the guy's nose looked like the mouthparts of a mosquito.
What are they here for? Go over and ask,
Zhang Tuohai said with a frown. Chapter 258 Chase. Boom! Classmate Xiao Ai rushed out of the house. The butcher who was watching secretly in the corner was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. But before he could move, the steam machine gun was already on his head.
Who asked you to come? What's the purpose?
Zhang Tuohai asked coldly.
The boss asked us to come here. We didn't do anything.
The butcher knelt down with a thud. The two people following him also knelt beside him and shivered. It's not that they are timid. Everyone who has a steam machine gun on their head looks like this.
What is the purpose of your coming?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Take over this place and take that guy's wife back with you.
The butcher recounted the boss's instructions in detail.
How many corpses have been disposed of?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Countless. Almost every day,
the butcher said cautiously.
That's it. Goodbye then.
The steam machine gun fired. No matter what, Zhang Tuohai still couldn't accept eating the same kind of meat. Especially in this small town, where food doesn't seem to be in short supply. After killing 3 people, Zhang Tuohai drove out of the town. At another intersection in the town, there were also several soldiers guarding it. These people still wanted to exploit him. But as soon as Zhang Tuohai fired his steam machine gun, they were coward and let them go. Not long after Zhang Tuohai left, a motorcade drove into the town from outside. In the first car, the driver asked the middle-aged man next to him,
Uncle Yasuo, this town is too poor. Why should we stay here? I contacted a businessman here through a secret line and ordered a batch of supplies. Those things are not easy for us to purchase, but there are not so many restrictions for them. It is very convenient to use them to replenish,
Yasuo said while stroking his beard.
Uncle Yasuo is still awesome.
The young driver flattered him. The convoy came to the merchant's house in a roundabout way, and Yasuo was stunned by the sight in front of him. The door was gone, and there was a big hole in the wall. Yasuo felt that something was wrong, so he quickly jumped out of the car and rushed into the room. 2 corpses fell to the ground. The door of the storage room was open casually, and everything inside was missing.
Who stole the supplies I ordered?
Yasuo roared. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was leisurely counting the supplies in his hands. This time, he obtained 70 units of high-grade stone, more than 80 units of high-grade metal ingots, and 20 units of high-grade cloth. There are hundreds of various level 2 materials and thousands of level 1 materials. One step closer to making an integrated bathroom and a floating hot air balloon. At this time, Zhao Wanlon sent a private message.
I successfully entered a city with the Rangers. It's called Grey Rock City. That city is really big. To thank me, those people gave me this thing. Do you need it?
Zhao Wanlon said and sent a black stone. Hot spring stone, the core material for making hot springs.
Where did you get this thing?
Zhang Tuohai asked in disbelief. He had collected most of the materials for making an integrated bathroom, but he had no clue about the hot spring stone. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wanlon actually got it.
The people in the motorcade gave it to me. They are masons. This time, they were invited to build a hot spring for a nobleman. To thank me for my help. They gave me this thing. Is it useful? By the way, they also gave it to me. A salted fish. But it was eaten by Crud.
Zhao Wanwan said.
It's so useful. We can build an integrated bathhouse with just a few stones. Then you can come and soak in the hot spring.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Really? Then I'll ask them if they still have high-grade stones.
Zhao Wanwan was also very excited.
Be careful. It's very dangerous in big cities. By the way, it's best not to eat their food. I just ran away from a black shop. The meat they sell is actually human flesh.
Zhang Tuohai warned.
Don't worry. I will let Kruder and Abai protect me.
Zhao Wanwan replied.
Food seems to be very precious to them. Please pay attention. No matter whether you can trade or not. You must leave there immediately and don't stay.
Zhang Tuohai instructed.
I'm not a child anymore. You seem like a nagging grandpa.
Zhao Wanwan posted a grimace emoticon.
This guy.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head. Zhang Tuohai continued to drive toward the distance. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tuohai discovered another T intersection. Follow the prompts from the prompt system. Both roads lead to big cities. One takes an hour to the nearest city, and the other takes 3 hours.
Let's see what the closer city looks like.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, seeing that it was still early, he planned to go to the nearby city to have a look. If it's not ideal, look for a new city. Zhang Tuohai made a decision and drove towards the closer city. After driving for about 50 minutes, Zhang Tuohai could already see the majestic city walls and huge city gates. The city wall is not as tall as Black Rock City, but it is still 5 or 6 meters high. There are artillery and machine guns on the city wall, looking murderous. From a distance, Zhang Tuohai could even see the large characters carved on the city wall.
Greystone City. Grey Rock City? I remember Zhao Wanwan said that she was also in Grey Rock City. Is it such a coincidence that we met directly?
Zhang Tuohai was a little happy and accelerated the car. At the gate of the city, there is still a long line of motorcade waiting to enter the city. Just when Zhang Tuohai was queuing up to enter the city, a private message was sent.
Brother Zhang, I'm being chased and blocked at the city gate. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. All these things have been given to you. Kruder, Abai and Polly have also been given to you to take care of. Please.
Zhao Wanwan said, and sent a lot of things. Various supplies. 30 units of high-grade stone. Kruder, Abai and Polly.
It's not the last moment yet. Hold on. I'm right near the city gate. Don't give up. I'm going to find you.
Zhang Tuohai immediately replied to the private message.
It's useless. There are too many of them. It's the guards of Grey Rock City who are arresting me. There are only 7 or 8 steam tanks around me. We can't defeat them.
Zhao Wanwan said.
Don't think too much. Just wait. I'll be there right away.
Zhang Tuohai made a rotating pursuit cannon and installed it on the front of the car. At the same time, 10 more mechanical arms were built, each holding a steam machine gun.
Classmate Xiao Ai, advance towards the city gate. Use artillery to clear the way, and kill anyone who dares to block the way.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes were filled with angry flames. Reason told him that he should accept Zhao Wanwan's inheritance and leave here immediately, which was the solution to maximize his interests. However, Zhao Wanwan was hunted down to help him collect the last 30 units of high-grade stones. He couldn't escape by himself and let a little girl face the enemy. This kind of behavior was something he couldn't do. What's more, after spending these days together, everything Zhao Wanwan did was seen by him. He has long regarded Zhao Wanwan as a companion. Ask him to leave his companions and escape on his own. But he can't do it. Chapter 259 The Power of Shrapnel. Boom! Boom! 75 rapid-fire cannons were fired one after another, shattering the steel barriers at the city gate. Several guards on duty with steam rifles were also hit by broken shrapnel and fell to the ground not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Those who were queuing up in front of the city gate, waiting to enter the city, saw that Zhang Tuohai dared to fire at the city gate, and they immediately dispersed and fled in all directions. The defenders on the city wall never expected that someone would dare to bombard the city gate in broad daylight. They were stunned for a moment and almost didn't react. After waiting for a few seconds, they came to their senses and turned their guns to prepare for a counterattack. But at this time, classmate Xiao Ai had already pointed 26 steam machine guns at the city wall. The dense metal storm hit the city wall, causing bricks and earth to fly, making the defenders unable to lift their heads. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Tuohai drove an infantry fighting vehicle and rushed into the city gate. Within the city gate is a small square. Zhao Wanwan's six-wheeled off-road vehicle is parked in the center of the square, surrounded by 8 steam tanks, blocking the off-road vehicle's escape route. Those steam tanks were covered with thick riveted armor, and a large caliber artillery was installed on the turret. There was thick black smoke coming from the chimney at the rear of the vehicle, making it difficult to deal with at first sight. Among these steam tanks, there were hundreds of infantrymen armed with steam rifles. This lineup, let alone Zhao Wanwan, would not be able to break through even if it were 10 times more powerful. Nothing else. As long as she dares to move, those steam tanks will smash her into pieces. This situation is a dead end for Zhao Wanwan. But not for Zhang Tuohai.
Classmate Xiao Ai, throw anti-tank missiles. Kill those tanks!
Zhang Tuohai said loudly. These steam tanks are the real enemies because they have the ability to destroy Zhao Wanwan.
Clear!
Following Zhang Tuohai's order, the steam machine gun in the robotic arm's hand turned into an anti-tank grenade and was thrown at the steam tanks. Boom! Anti-tank grenades fell on the steam tank and exploded. These anti-tank grenades can even deal with Tiger tanks, let alone these steam tanks. Moreover, these old-fashioned steam tanks do not pay attention to human-machine coordination at all, and they have no shock absorption and noise reduction equipment at all. Even if the anti-tank grenade cannot explode the rivet armor outside the tank for a while, the violent vibration is enough to temporarily incapacitate the drivers in the tank. In the blink of an eye, 8 powerful steam tanks lost their combat capabilities in a short period of time. Bang bang bang. Some agile infantrymen also reacted and hid behind the steam tanks and began to fight back. Steam rifle bullets banged against the infantry fighting vehicle. A few sharpshooters even broke the joints of several robotic arms, causing several robotic arms to lose control.
Kill them with the revolving cannon!
Zhang Tuohai shouted angrily. These robotic arms are his treasures. Each of them consumes 3 units of high-grade metal ingots. Normally, these robotic arms are extremely valuable, but they were lost here. Is this a big deal? Boom! Boom! The wheeled pursuit cannon roared. The pursuit artillery fired shrapnel shells. The outside of the shrapnel shell is a thin layer of iron, and inside is a dense metal pellet. These shells explode on the enemy's head, and the metal pellets inside are fired in all directions driven by the shock wave, completely covering 360 degrees without blind spots. After 2 shrapnel grenades, there were no more infantrymen in the square who could stand up. The unprotected infantrymen were completely torn into pieces by thousands of metal projectiles and turned into mincemeat on the ground. As for those steam tanks, they were very strong. There were many metal projectiles embedded in the outer rivet armor, but none of them penetrated the armor.
It's really strong.
Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly. Then, he controlled the robotic arm to throw anti-tank grenades into the barrel of the steam tank. No matter how thick your armor is, can the gun barrel be so strong? Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The steam tank's gun barrel was blown out, and a large dark hole was exposed at the turret connection. Only half of the driver's body was left inside. Seeing that it was effective, Zhang Tuohai took the medicine as prescribed and killed the remaining steam tanks one by one.
How are you? Are you injured? Can you still move?
Zhang Tuohai asked Zhao Wanwan.
No problem. I can still move.
Zhao Wanwan quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She never expected that Zhang Tuohai would rush in to save her. 8 steam tanks, plus 100 infantry. Isn't he afraid of death?
It's okay. Just rush out with me.
Bang! A dull sound came from behind. Zhang Tuohai looked back and found that the city gate had been closed at some point, and a huge brass gate slowly lowered from the top of the city. The thickness is nearly 1 meter, and it is extremely strong. The defenders on the city wall also reacted, turning their guns and artillery to prepare to surround and annihilate the 2 men.
I accidentally let you fall in. I'll hold them back. You can find a chance to rush out,
Zhao Wanwan said.
No, there is still a chance.
Zhang Tuohai also has 8 Cornet anti-tank missiles, which can blast a gap in the city wall and rush out. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to take action, the prompt system rang. It is recommended to retreat backwards. At this time, the defenders in the city have not fully reacted. There is a factory at 8 o'clock. The defense there is very weak. There is an abandoned inner-city subway tunnel below the factory. You can leave from there. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he turned the camera. There was indeed a huge factory at 8 o'clock, with iron walls, thick chimneys emitting billowing black smoke, and bursts of roaring mechanical sounds from time to time. From time to time, there are groups of soldiers carrying steam rifles patrolling. but their firepower is much worse than that of the city wall.
That's it. Follow me.
Zhang Tuohai greeted him, turned the car, and rushed towards the factory. The defenders on the city wall became anxious when they saw this. That factory was very important. If it failed, it would be a huge blow to the entire Grey Rock City. However, it was too important there, and the artillery was afraid to fire, due to the range and angle issues of those steam machine guns. Only a small part of them could attack Zhang Tuohai. These bullets were like nothing to Zhang Tuohai, who had 2 layers of armor. Apart from dropping some rivets, the damage was almost zero. The patrolling guards saw someone rushing over and quickly organized a counterattack. But before they could disperse, a shrapnel shot hit their heads. With a loud noise, a group of soldiers turned into mincemeat. Bang! Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle crashed through the iron wall of the factory and rushed in. Chapter 260 Steam Helicopter. There is a term in sociology called path dependence. The general meaning is that once people make a certain choice, the power of inertia will make this choice continue to strengthen itself, and people will not get out easily. For example, if a country is accustomed to purchasing advanced foreign weapons, when its neighboring countries have more advanced weapons, its first thought is to purchase more advanced weapons instead of developing them itself. For example, the government's theory of making is worse than buying. For example, the third brother next door. After Zhang Tuohai benefited from breaking through walls, now when he encounters a wall, he usually breaks through it instead of going around it. This factory adopts a frame structure. In addition to the main supporting steel frame, there is a layer of iron outside, which looks like a plastic greenhouse. The factory was filled with various machines. Groups of workers wearing blue overalls were busy on the production line. Noisy noises resounded throughout the factory. Zhang Tuohai glanced at it and was shocked. Then his face showed joy. He discovered that this was actually a steam tank manufacturing factory. Tracks, barrels, and armor plates were transported from the production line and assembled into steam tanks.
If we kill this place, the strength of Grey Rock City will definitely drop a lot.
Anyway, he has a deadly feud with Grey Rock City now. If there is an opportunity to weaken Grey Rock City's strength, he will naturally not let it go. Zhang Tuohai controlled the steam machine gun and fired several shots into the air. The workers raised their heads blankly and looked at the intruder in shock.
I declare that this place has been taken over. If you don't want to die, get out!
In order to increase his persuasion, Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger on several steam tanks that were almost assembled. The bullets hit the riveted armor and burned everywhere.
Run!
The workers were stunned for a moment, then fled in all directions. In less than half a minute, the entire factory became empty.
As expected, this thing is still tough to talk about.
Zhang Tuohai patted the steam machine gun in hand, and then led classmate Xiao Ai to throw anti-tank grenades everywhere. Blow up all the machines that can be blown up, and throw one into the installed steam tank. Anyway, what Zhang Tuohai has to do is to destroy the factory's production capacity in the shortest possible time. In addition to these machines, there are also mountains of metal ingots and metal parts in the factory. There are everything from level 1 to level 3. These are the materials used to make steam tanks. However, it all belongs to Zhang Tuohai now. In the corner of the factory, Zhang Tuohai saw a huge canvas that seemed to be covering something. Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai pulled off the canvas. Under the canvas is a metal box. This metal box is very huge, about 8 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 4 meters high. From the outside, you can see various complex gears hanging outside the metal box.
What is this?
Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai walked around the box and found a small door at one end of the box. Zhang Tuohai opened the door out of curiosity. Inside the metal box are also various complex mechanical transmission devices, as well as several things like mechanical arms. But they are filled with things like screwdrivers and pipe wrenches. What shocked Zhang Tuohai the most was that there was actually a helicopter inside the metal box. Perhaps a rotorcraft is more appropriate. This thing is like a chair with a propeller installed on it. There are some steam pipes and metal guards around the chair. The simplicity is outrageous. The only weapon was a steam machine gun. It seems that the combat method is similar to that of the aircraft in World War I. You have discovered steam technology-specific level 4 auto parts, steam rotorcraft, and an extremely matching repair factory. You need to open the weird technology tree to install it. The test meets the conditions. Do you want to install it? Steam rotorcraft and supporting repair factory. Steam technology-specific level 4 auto parts. After loading, the vehicle will have a steam-powered rotorcraft, helicopter, and the driving method is manual driving. Can be used for armed reconnaissance. The flight time is 2 hours. Damage can be repaired in a repair shop. Armament, 1 steam machine gun. Ordinary rivet baffle.
Awesome.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled. With this thing, he has air power, which is very useful for both reconnaissance and attack. It greatly enriched his combat methods. It's exciting to think about adding a helicopter to an infantry fighting vehicle.
Install?
Zhang Tuohai said loudly. A white light enveloped the metal box and Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. After a while, the white light dissipated and the metal box disappeared. Zhang Tuohai felt that the infantry fighting vehicle seemed to have been slightly stretched by about half a meter, and the rest remained unchanged.
This thing also uses space expansion technology?
Zhang Tuohai rolled into the car and found that the steam rotor counterattack and supporting factory had been installed at the rear of the infantry fighting vehicle, separated by a metal door. Opening the metal door, the steam rotorcraft was parked there quietly, with hatches and lifting platforms in place, ready to take off at any time. Zhang Tuohai touched the steam rotor plane with joy and wished he could take it out and fly around now. However, classmate Xiao Ai interrupted his fantasy.
Commander, a large group of infantry appeared at the gate of the factory, as well as the sound of steam tanks. The enemy is expected to arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Use shrapnel to contain the infantry. Then find the abandoned inner-city subway tunnel and leave here.
Zhang Tuohai ordered.
Clear.
Boom. Boom. 2 shrapnel shells were fired, blocking the infantrymen from the factory gate. After suffering dozens of casualties, the infantrymen hid behind bunkers and did not dare to come forward again, waiting for reinforcements from steam tanks. Subsequently, Zhang Tuohai found the entrance to the inner-city subway tunnel under the prompts of the prompt system. The entrance was sealed off by a brass door and a complex mechanical lock that required 3 keys to be inserted simultaneously. However, Zhang Tuohai is not the kind of person who opens the door honestly, since the gate is very strong. Just go around it. Zhang Tuohai took a few steps away, and then aimed the 75 gun at the wall next to the gate. Boom! Boom! With several gunshots, the brick wall next to the gate collapsed and shattered, revealing the dark inner-city subway tunnel, because it had been abandoned for a long time. It was dark inside, and a damp smell came out.
That's it. Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai turned on the headlights and rushed into the tunnel first. Xiao Wanwan then entered. After entering, Xiao Wanwan retreated, used an anti-tank grenade to make a simple booby trap at the door, and then chased Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 261 Inner-City Subway Tunnel and Red Armor Resistance Army. The inner-city subway is a product of before the outbreak of the Doomsday War, when many cities had such transportation facilities. However, after the Doomsday War, a large number of humans died. Due to lack of energy, many technologies were sealed, and a large number of facilities were abandoned. Inner-city metro is one of them. The tunnel where Zhang Tuohai is located is a branch line and is slightly narrower. In addition to supplying the train track, there is only a sidewalk for maintenance workers to walk. The infantry fighting vehicle moved forward along the railway track. Xiao Wanwan's SUV followed behind.
It's so dark. How long do we have to walk? We won't get lost here, right?
Xiao Wanwan asked worriedly.
Don't worry. This is a subway, not a maze. After walking a certain distance, you will always find the stations. Then you can just exit from those stations.
Zhang Tuohai comforted. He believes that the prompt system will definitely not point him to a dead end. And there must be a way out here.
Oh!
Xiao Wanwan followed anxiously. Boom! Boom! There was an explosion from behind. Zhang Tuohai looked back.
The booby trap I designed must have worked,
Xiao Wanwan said.
I didn't expect you to have such skills.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be impressed.
I was taught by a friend who worked as a summer job in Syria and knows a lot about these things,
Xiao Wanwan said.
Don't worry. They can't catch up. I still have 2 RPG-7s here. If they dare to come down, I'll give them a shot and make sure the road is blocked,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Will they send pursuers to ambush us at the subway exit?
Xiao Wanwan asked worriedly.
Don't worry. It won't happen. This kind of inner-city subway should have more than one exit. They don't even know where we are going out. How can we ambush us? Moreover, I just blew up the steam tank production line in Grey Rock City and suffered heavy losses. The most important thing for them now is to block the tunnels and then strengthen the city defenses to prevent invasion, rather than seeking revenge on us. Unless they don't even want to take over our hometown and insist on biting us like mad dogs. Then just pretend I didn't say anything,
Zhang Tuohai said.
This puts me at ease.
Zhao Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. After walking like this for 2 hours, the sound of the prompt system suddenly sounded again. Note: you are about to enter the territory of the Red Armored Rebels. If you want to pass safely, you must show your hatred for Mobutu. Mobutu, the Lord of Grey Rock City. A dictator. Greedy and cruel. Likes gold. Likes to perform torture. Exploit the poor. Likes to watch people duel with mutated creatures. And loves to eat human flesh.
Red Armored Resistance Army? Mobutu?
Zhang Tuohai chewed on these 2 words and fell into thinking. The car continued to drive forward for a while. And classmate Xiao Ai said,
Commander, according to the infrared imaging, there are people moving ahead. And the number is about 15. Don't talk for a while. Just listen to what I say and say. Okay, without raising any questions.
Zhang Tuohai warned Zhao Wanwan.
Clear.
A few minutes later, a group of people armed with various firearms stopped in front of Zhang Tuohai's car. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a beret and holding a large-caliber steam rifle.
Who are you and why are you here? I'm sorry. I don't know there are other people here. We are a group of civilians who were oppressed by Mobutu. We were imprisoned because we did not pay enough protection fees. We are going to be thrown into a cage and fight to the death with mutated creatures. We escaped after getting rid of a guard. These cars were stolen from Mobutu. We quietly blew up the inner-city tunnel and prepared to leave through here. Please let us leave. We don't mean any harm.
Zhang Tuohai said. The man wearing the beret came up after hearing this, raised his nose, and smelled Zhang Tuohai a few times.
You don't smell like those hyenas. I take your word for it.
The beret said and patted Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder.
Come here. My brother. We are also a group of poor people driven away by Mobutu. Originally, we planned to follow the tunnel to feel the situation in Grey Rock City. Since if you appear here, it means that this road is dead. Let's go to another place.
After saying that, the beret took the lead and walked towards the way he came from. The people following him also walked out huffing and puffing. Zhang Tuohai saw this and followed behind. After walking for dozens of minutes, the group finally saw a platform entrance leading to the outside world. Zhang Tuohai and his party drove out of the tunnel along the corridor. Outside the exit was a ruin, with broken walls everywhere. Several vehicles were parked not far away. They all looked like steam locomotives. There was a cargo-carrying dump truck at the back, and a steam machine gun was mounted on the roof of the vehicle. The beret looked back at the sun. As far as the eye could see, the setting sun had already begun to set to the west.
It's getting dark. Those things are coming out. It's not very safe here. Let's go back to the camp first,
Beret said. After saying that, he took the people on the steam locomotive and drove towards the distance. Zhang Tuohai and Zhao Wanwan looked at each other and followed. Zhang Tuohai is a detailed prompt system. Since the prompt system indicates that there is no danger, there is no problem, Zhao Wanwan relied on Zhang Tuohai's opinion. She would follow Zhang Tuohai wherever he went. After driving in the wilderness for an hour, when the sun was about to fall below the horizon, a camp finally appeared in front of everyone. This place is more like a garbage disposal plant than a camp, with messy waste piled everywhere. However, if you look closely, you will find that the garbage is piled up in an orderly manner. Mountains of garbage outside block the existence of the camp from all directions. On the inside of the garbage mountain, the camp built a 3-meter-high wall. The basic materials of these walls are large vehicles, filled with various garbage and waste, and barbed wire is hung on it. At intervals, there are several guarded by sentries. It seemed to be very well guarded.
Welcome to our camp, my friend,
the beret said to Zhang Tuohai. A door slowly opened, and a black-haired woman wearing a black vest and 2 steam pistols stuck at her waist came out.
Who are they? Ramon?
The woman with short black hair asked.
Oh, Gil. They are also civilians who were persecuted by Mobutu and escaped from Grey Rock City. I want to take them in when we met them in the underground tunnels,
Beret said.
You are always so gullible to trust outsiders. Have you checked everything they said? What if they are spies sent by Mobutu?
Gil asked in a cold voice.
I swear, I've checked. They don't smell like hyenas. They are oppressed civilians like us,
Ramon defended loudly.
Humph. It's up to you, but I'll reserve my opinion until I personally verify it.
Gil snorted coldly, shook his head, and walked towards the inside of the camp. Chapter 262 Resistance Camp and Player Status Quo.
I'm sorry. Her parents were killed by the hyenas sent by Mobutu, so she is very wary of people from Grey Rock City. But she has a good heart.
Ramon tried to smooth things over.
Don't worry. I'm not that small-minded. We also escaped from Grey Rock City, so we understand how it feels.
Zhang Tuohai looked like he understood.
Okay then. Come in, and we will arrange a place for you. We will discuss the specific matters tomorrow,
Ramon said, leading Zhang Tuohai into the camp. Discovered camp. Red Armor Resistance Army Camp. Meets camp conditions and can provide shelter. The game system popped up a prompt.
It can indeed provide shelter. It seems that my guess was right.
The reason why Zhang Tuohai followed Ramon was because of this camp. It was already late at that time, and there was little hope of finding a camp. It would be better to follow Ramon to find a campsite to spend the day. Also see what terrible things are there at night. You need to let the game system make suggestions to spend the night in a camp instead of sleeping in the wilderness. After getting the information, tomorrow morning, whether he is hanging out with the resistance or looking for a new city, the initiative will fall into his hands again. Ramon led Zhang Tuohai and Zhao Wanwan's cars into a parking lot. There were more than 20 steam-powered cars of various kinds parked in the parking lot, all with big black chimneys. Zhang Tuohai and Zhao Wanwan's cars were equipped with rivet armor, so it didn't look out of place to sneak into these cars. And, although Zhang Tuohai's car was parked in the camp parking lot, according to camera observations, Ramon still deployed some people around for surveillance. On a watchtower not far away, there was a steam machine gun pointing in this direction. It seems that Ramon is still somewhat wary. Zhang Tuohai didn't really care about this. If he were the leader of this organization, he would do the same thing. If Ramon is really not wary at all, then he will run away with the bucket no matter what tomorrow. Following such an unsuspecting leader, he died without knowing how. After Ramon arranged for Zhang Tuohai, he excused himself and left because he had something to do. However, before leaving, he invited Zhang Tuohai to have dinner with him. Zhang Tuohai happened to want to find out more information and agreed. After Ramon left, Zhao Wanwan quietly came to Zhang Tuohai's car.
Is there anything to eat? I'm almost starving to death. I was so scared today that I almost thought I was going to die.
Zhao Wanwan looked frightened when she was surrounded by steam tanks from Grey Rock City in the afternoon. Zhao Wanwan thought she was going to die.
Wait a moment.
Zhang Tuohai took some sausages and asked Wang Kai to make 2 large cups of milk tea.
Time is tight today, so let's eat something. Besides, I have to talk to Ramon about some things later, so it's best not to get the smell of food on you.
When Zhang Tuohai entered the camp just now, he took a look at the guards and felt that these people didn't look good and their bodies didn't look healthy. Zhang Tuohai estimated that these people would not have enough food. If they knew that they had a lot of food, they might have some bad thoughts. Although the possibility is unlikely, Zhang Tuohai is still accustomed to minimizing risks.
Okay.
Zhao Wanwan is not the kind of person who doesn't know the general situation. She is eating sausages and milk tea happily. The sausages Zhang Tuohai gave to Zhao Wanwan were specially made. More than 90% of it is pure meat, with milk, salt and sugar added. The formula is similar to the Soviet Doctor sausage. It tastes good and is nutritious. The only drawback is that the shelf life is relatively short. Only 3 days. The quantity of this batch of sausages was relatively small, and Zhang Tuohai only kept it for himself. Although the meat content of the remaining sausages is relatively high, reaching more than 80%, other items are gone. They are still canned in plastic casings at high temperatures and have a shelf life of more than 1 year. Although these sausages are much better than the flour sausages in the original world, they are nothing compared to the homemade Doctor sausages. Zhao Wanwan didn't know much about these things. For her, as long as she had meat to eat, it was enough. If it tasted any better, it would be heaven. Zhao Wanwan ate 7 or 8 sticks in a row and drank 2 large cups of milk tea before wiping her mouth with unsatisfied feelings. Zhang Tuohai was eating and flipping through regional channels. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the regional channel was very busy.
Have you all found a campsite? I found a small village, but I don't know if it's suitable or not. I found an abandoned house in the ruins. I parked my car in the house and disguised myself. No one could find me. Upstairs. Don't you know? If you find a qualified camp, the game system will pop up to improve it. Really?
Some people didn't believe it.
Why are you lying to me? I entered a village and the game system prompted me to find a qualified camp and asked me if I wanted to join the village. That's right. Although I didn't enter the village, I have been with a convoy of wanderers. Just now, they formed a circle around the vehicles, and the game system prompted me to find a qualified camp. Damn it. The game system didn't prompt me? What should I do? Is it too late to look for it now? I don't know. It's only the first day. The game system shouldn't be too harsh. Right, someone said hesitantly. Maybe the game system is just to scare everyone. Not many people will die on the first day. Besides, if something goes wrong, just step on the accelerator and leave. What are you afraid of? That's right. The worst thing is to leave. Brother, are you short of car lights? I have various styles of car lights here. If you want them, it's cheaper. A group of people below persuaded. Looking at the words of this group of people, Zhang Tuohai showed a sneer on his lips. He didn't believe in the good intentions of these people. He probably wanted to use this player to see what the dangers of sleeping in the wilderness were. If they fail, they have nothing to lose. If they succeed, they will gain a valuable piece of information. No loss whatsoever. Zhang Tuohai wrote down the names of those who made noises. And he must stay away from these people in the future. In addition to these people, Zhang Tuohai also saw some players sharing their experiences. A player joined the looters and got into a convoy that made a living by robbing. These convoys also had their own camps in the desert. And it was also an oasis that stored a large amount of unpolluted livestock and water sources. There are hundreds of female slaves and countless various building materials. That player is gathering a team in the channel, preparing to start the camp together, both internally and externally. Chapter 263. Everyone has their own thoughts. Monthly tickets will add more updates. This is an idea to make a fortune. Brother Zhang, would you like to go check it out? Xiao Wanwan also saw this message. After what she saw in the morning, she didn't have a good impression of the predators. No. People's hearts are unpredictable. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. He didn't think this group of unorganized mobs could defeat organized plunderers. Even if it succeeds, how should the spoils be divided? I'm afraid it won't be another war. Moreover, who knows if this is the player fishing? What if he lures those players into an encirclement and uses predators to eliminate them? Have to guard against it. However, Zhang Tuohai expressed concern about this matter and was ready to see how strong these players were at this stage. In addition to these messages, Zhang Tuohai discovered that someone on the channel casually complained that the food in the town was so bad that only black bread could be exchanged. And the price was so expensive that one mutated organ could be exchanged for one bag. A few people below chimed in casually. However, because most players have more or less some food in hand, no one is paying attention to this matter for the time being. However, this attracted Zhang Tuohai's attention. Zhang Tuohai compared the prices and found that Blackstone City, which he entered last time, was actually quite conscientious. One mutated organ can buy 3 bags of black bread, and there is still a surplus. Moreover, there is also white bread and dried meat for sale. It seems that the world is indeed very short of food. The food in hand can still be stored and sold after a few days. Zhang Tuohai recorded it in a small notebook. Most of the remaining players complained that mutated organs were difficult to obtain. The blood of monsters was also corrosive, and many players were accidentally injured. However, it doesn't seem to be a big problem at the moment. Zhang Tuohai also noticed a problem. That is, no one in the Tigers group spoke. Humph! The organizational discipline is quite strong. This further strengthened Zhang Tuohai's idea of grabbing his tongue. During this period, Song Xiaokong came to ask about Zhang Tuohai's strategy for selling supplies. Many old buyers hoped to purchase something through her. Milk tea and weapons can be sold. And food can wait. If it's the kind of food that's high in price and small in quantity. But for enjoyment, you can also consider it. Zhang Tuohai replied. Vladimir also sent a private message. As usual, buying wine in exchange for 100 cans of mushrooms. According to him, it was a trophy obtained by a group of looters. Zhang Tuohai observed 3 seconds of silence for the group of predators. It was not good to rob anyone but the furry bears. It's okay now. If you don't succeed in robbery, you will be hacked. I guess if you can keep a pair of underwear. Mao Xiong is merciful. But that's none of his business. In exchange for 2 bottles of Cossack vodka and a bottle of tequila. I got these things. Zhang Tuohai also wanted to inquire about the status of other acquaintances. At this time, someone knocked on the door and said that Ramon sent him to invite Zhang Tuohai to a dinner. Zhang Tuohai readily agreed. And in addition to the Hongta special hunting gun, he also carried 4 anti-tank grenades. After all, it is necessary to be on guard against others. With this thing, even if Ramon has any other thoughts, he still has to think about it. Classmate Xiao Ai is also ready to respond at any time. In addition, since he was a guest, he couldn't go empty-handed. Zhang Tuohai was very selective and brought 8 canned mushrooms as a welcome gift. The leader is a young man in his 20s. His skin is a little dark due to long-term exposure to wind and sun.
He has chestnut hair with wool curls. He looks a little shy. Zhang Tuohai tried to talk while walking.
Is Ramon the person in charge of your camp, or Gil the leader? The earliest founder of this camp is of course Mr. Ramon. But Miss Gil is stronger, and has led everyone through several crises. Everyone respects Miss Gil more.
The young man rubbed his chestnut hair and said, his eyes full of longing. After taking one look at the young man's condition, Zhang Tuohai knew that he was Jill's admirer. However, along the way, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the camp was dominated by young male members, and women were rare, let alone relatively beautiful young women like Jill. It was understandable that there would be such a group of fans. The campground was not big, and the two soon arrived at an RV. The young man led Zhang Tuohai inside. The RV was decorated. There was a metal table in the middle, with several plates placed on it. There were a few pieces of black bread and salt on the plates. There were 2 plates in the middle. One plate was an unknown green vegetable, and the other was the plate is a few pieces of dried meat visible to the naked eye. However, the plate is very delicate, beautifully made, and has golden patterns.
Please take a seat.
Ramon walked out, wearing a set of clothes, overalls and a shirt, looking like a blue-collar worker.
This is a gift of thanks for having us.
Zhang Tuohai put the can aside.
The tableware is very beautiful. Is there anyone else?
Zhang Tuohai noticed that the tableware was for 3 people.
And Gil,
Ramon said.
By the way, Gil also got these tableware. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai thought thoughtfully. While the two were talking, Jill came in from outside, carrying a bottle of red wine and 3 crystal clear glasses. These crystal cups are full of repeated patterns, which are more appropriate as works of art than cups. Looking at the 3 crystal glasses and a bottle of wine, Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows slightly. They are rebels, and they don't seem to have enough food. They actually have such good tableware, and they also have wine. This is worth pondering. Boom. Gil placed 3 wine glasses on the table, poured the wine, and handed a glass of wine to Zhang Tuohai. Gil leaned forward and handed the wine glass to Zhang Tuohai in a more oppressive manner.
I don't know why you came to this camp, but I hope you can be honest. Of course, we are just a group of poor wanderers. How could we mess around?
Zhang Tuohai took the wine glass.
I hope you can keep your word.
Gil himself picked up a glass of wine and clinked the glasses with Zhang Tuohai. He took a sip and then stared at Zhang Tuohai with burning eyes.
Jill, don't make the atmosphere so tense. We are all poor people who come together for one goal,
Ramon said as he picked up the wine glass and started drinking. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai caught a hint of mockery in Jill's eyes. The sound of the prompt system rang in Zhang Tuohai's ears. There is a chronic poison in wine, but it can be detoxified by using large amounts of fungal substances such as mushrooms.
Interesting.
Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Zhang Tuohai became interested. The 2 leaders of a team of more than 100 people actually had their own thoughts. Sure enough, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Even in the apocalypse of the wasteland, there is no way to escape this law. Chapter 264 Dangerous Night.
Then it's better to be respectful than to obey.
Zhang Tuohai picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. A smile appeared on Jill's face.
Don't just drink. Come and eat,
Ramon greeted.
Jill, look. This is the canned mushroom Zhang brought us. Let's try it together,
Ramon said as he opened a jar to taste it. When Gil heard this, his expression changed and he snatched the can.
You don't know that there is not enough food in the convoy. These things are confiscated as reserves.
Gil took away all the cans and walked out of the car.
Zhang, don't mind,
Ramon said apologetically.
Jill is like this. She only cares about the team. The team is in a difficult situation now. Don't blame her.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at Ramon, wondering whether he was pretending to be stupid or really stupid. This is simply a standard spare tire face. I'm afraid that one day Jill sold him, and he was still counting the money happily. Moreover, this Gil actually poisoned the wine. It seemed that he had his own little plan. It would be better for him to get out as soon as possible. At this moment, the shy boy with chestnut hair ran in from outside and said breathlessly,
Chief Ramon, there are mutant animals wandering outside. And there are many of them. Hundreds of them. So much. Take me to see it,
Ramon said, returning to the room, picking up a steam rifle, and hurried outside. Zhang Tuohai saw this, and quickly followed behind. Several people quickly climbed onto the wall outside the camp. Not far away, 300 to 400 various mutated creatures surrounded the city wall, staring at the people on the wall eagerly, looking eager to try. Zhang Tuohai had never seen so many mutant creatures gathered together. and he couldn't help but feel a little frightened.
Are there so many mutant creatures attacking the camp every day?
Zhang Tuohai asked cautiously.
No. The location of our camp is relatively good. There are only a few dozen to 100 of them every day. The number has only increased recently. It seems that those guys discovered this camp, and we need to move again.
Ramon sighed.
Do I need to move frequently outside?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yeah.
Ramon took out a cigarette from his arms, thought about it, and put it back with some distress.
It doesn't look like a city outside. There are thick walls and artillery. Our strength is okay to deal with the attack of small-scale mutant animals. But when the number is large, it will be difficult. Moreover, our ammunition replenishment is also a problem. These damn guys have such sharp noses. Every time we change places, we will be found soon after we live there. There is not a single night when we don't see these monsters.
Ramon spat, and then said to the people around him,
Kill these mutated creatures and don't let them gather to attack the city wall.
Bang, bang, bang. The guards on the city wall picked up their neat rifles and started shooting. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai also pulled out his hunting pistol and started shooting. These mutant creatures were similar to those seen during the day, and their strength had not changed. However, due to their large number and strong vitality, they rushed under the wall in an instant. Many mutated creatures began to climb up the wall. However, these people seemed to be familiar with the task, and they immediately separated a team of people specifically responsible for dealing with the mutated creatures that climbed up the city wall. Moreover, the gunshots were well organized, and there was no sense of chaos at all. After a while, Gil came over with more than a dozen people to support him. With the support of several fresh troops and solid defenses, 300 to 400 mutated creatures were killed. However, the city wall was corroded by those mutated creatures, and was in danger of collapsing at any time.
Damn it! Come here and use some people to prop up these damaged areas with scrap steel. Don't let the wall fall down.
Ramon checked the city wall and said angrily. Soon dozens of people came to repair the damaged walls.
Why are you in such a hurry to repair it? Will those mutated creatures attack again?
Zhang Tuohai asked from the side.
It may or may not happen. Sometimes it may come 3 or 4 times a night. Or it may only come once. Who knows?
Ramon was also a little unsure.
That's it.
Zhang Tuohai understood somewhat. This is probably what the game system means when it says to find a camp. There will be a large number of mutated creatures wandering around at night, and it will be safer only in the camp. If you camp in the wild, you are likely to encounter a large number of mutated creatures. Moreover, based on the sound of gunfire in Black Rock City before he left last time, Zhang Tuohai had a guess. That is, the bigger the camp is, the more mutated creatures are likely to attack the city. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the artillery fired just after the sun set. After destroying the mutated creatures attacking the city, Zhang Tuohai refused Ramon's invitation to continue the dinner and returned to his car. You've been poisoned once after drinking. If you eat it for a while, you might still be able to tell what's going on. At this time, Xiao Wanwan was still in his car, waiting anxiously for his return.
How's it going? They didn't do anything outrageous. Right?
Xiao Wanwan asked.
It's quite interesting. I'll tell you more about it later.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he picked many mature mushrooms and made a large plate of stir-fried mushrooms. He ate it hungrily.
Why? Didn't you go to eat? Is there too little food and you are not full?
Xiao Wanwan asked curiously.
Don't mention it. There's something wrong with that Jill. She put chronic poison in the wine. Mushrooms can detoxify it. I'll take more.
Zhang Tuohai ate mushrooms with big mouthfuls.
This guy is so hateful. How about we kill her?
Xiao Wanwan said angrily. Zhang Tuohai had saved her life during the day, but now someone wanted to poison Zhang Tuohai. Of course she couldn't bear it. As for why Zhang Tuohai could tell that the mushroom was the antidote, she didn't ask. Who doesn't have a little secret yet? Didn't Zhang Tuohai also ask in detail why she has a good relationship with so many animals?
No, don't touch her yet.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand to stop Xiao Wanwan.
There will be mutated creatures attacking the city at night. We still need the shelter of this camp. Don't touch her for now. Let's wait and see the situation tomorrow. That guy has a high reputation among the resistance. If we take action now, we will have to face him. The right enemies are these rebels and mutated creatures. Although they can be defeated, it is not necessary.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said,
I understand.
Xiao Wanwan nodded. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai received a private message. It was sent by Song Xiaokong.
Boss, someone is buying explosives in large quantities privately.
Chapter 265 The Player's Calculation.
When purchasing explosives, can you be sure who is purchasing them?
Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this.
I can probably identify a few people, but I won't be able to inquire about any more. I've just entered that circle, and I haven't come into contact with anything too core yet.
Song Xiaokong sent a few names over. Zhang Tuohai took the list and checked it on the regional channel, and found that several of them were people who conspired inside and outside the regional channel to rob the indigenous convoy.
I have some ideas. Are you ready to do it for real?
Zhang Tuohai started to think about it. He supports the player's actions from the bottom of his heart. Emotionally speaking, he and other players in the channel are from the same world. When facing these natives, he naturally needs to be closer to other players emotionally. In addition, he also wanted to use the hands of these players to try out the skills of the local indigenous people. Although he had played against the local aboriginals several times, the samples were too small to make a judgment. Now that someone is willing to try it, he naturally wants it. He will also provide limited support. However, Zhang Tuohai will not sell those weapons and equipment that can endanger himself. For example, anti-tank grenades.
Tell them, Bob OSHA submachine guns and AK-47 assault rifles are in unlimited supply. You can have as many as you want. There are also powerful neat rifles, but the quantity is limited. First come first served. There are only 3 steam machine guns, and each one is equipped with the price of 1,000 rounds of ammunition is naturally higher. There are no anti-tank grenades. However, Molotov cocktails can be supplied in large quantities. The first batch can be 200 bottles. The rest depends on the follow-up. You can adjust the price according to the actual situation. But there is one thing. The price should not be lower than double the manufacturing materials.
This is the shipping list designated by Zhang Tuohai after careful consideration. Zhang Tuohai had a lot of various firearms and other light weapons, so he took this opportunity to clear out his inventory. Bob OSHA and AK are what he uses to make money. What should these people do if they buy guns and run out of bullets? Still not allowed to buy from him. As long as they don't get bullet blueprints or a stable source of bullets for a day, they will be affected by him. Molotov cocktails pose a considerable threat to mutant creatures and ordinary vehicles. With these things, I believe that as long as the players are not too useless, setting up a camp should not be a problem. Of course, if these players aspire to be the captain of the transportation team, Zhang Tuohai has no choice but to stay away from them. Song Xiaokong took the order and left. Zhang Tuohai finally freed up his hands to do an important thing, which was to make an integrated bathroom. This is a universal 4th-level car accessory, and it has a large space of 300 square meters. It automatically supplies hot spring hot water, 2 hot springs, and a constant temperature swimming pool. Apart from the enjoyment and bathing functions, you can also make money just by selling water. A lot of money. Moreover, this is the material that Zhao Wanwan worked hard to gather together, so her good intentions cannot be wasted. Zhang Tuohai unfolded the production drawing and clicked production. A flash of white light flashed, and a large pile of supplies disappeared. Next to the door of the high-end ecological park, a frosted glass door appeared with the words, "Big Bath," written on it. Zhang Tuohai pushed the door open and walked in. The space inside was extremely spacious, with a height of about 10 meters. It didn't feel cramped at all. The walls and floors are paved with marble, and there are reliefs and paintings on the surrounding walls. There are also large colorful reliefs on the high dome, which look magnificent. To the west are 2 hot springs. The spring water flows from the rockery and flows into the basalt imitation hot spring pool below, where the water vapor is steaming. Moreover, one is hot water and the other is warm water. 2 water temperatures, 2 choices, which is very considerate. In the center is a huge heated swimming pool, a 3-meter small diving platform, and a small water slide. There is a small wooden house near the inside, which is the sauna room. Near the east side is a rain shower, and to the north are several bathrooms.
Pretty good.
Zhang Tuohai feels that this large bathhouse has met all his bathroom needs, and it would be even more perfect if pedicure, massage, cupping and other services were added.
It's so big. Is this a hot spring?
Zhao Wanwan followed Zhang Tuohai and marveled at the large bathhouse.
What? Have you never seen a hot spring?
Zhang Tuohai felt a little funny when he saw Zhao Wanwan's appearance.
Of course I've seen the photo, but I've never seen it in person. I kept saving money and was planning to go out for a walk, but as soon as I had almost saved the money, I ended up here,
Zhao Wanwan said with a resentful look.
Then try it here,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Isn't this not good?
Zhao Wanwan hesitated.
What's wrong? This large bathhouse can be built thanks to you. If you hadn't obtained the hot spring stones and high-grade stones, who knows when this large bathhouse would have been built? As a matter of fact, you are here to help this bathhouse. Kai Feng is the most suitable. Of course, if you are afraid that you are not safe, you can call Abai and Crud to wash together.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Forget it. Giving Crud a bath is like trying to put a pot of soup into it. He screamed so miserably. Now that he is stronger, I can't even hold him down. I'd better not cause any trouble. I'll do it myself.
Zhao Wanwan thought of the scene when she gave Crud a bath, and couldn't help but sigh.
Okay, then you can do it yourself.
Zhang Tuohai closed the door of the public bath. Zhao Wanwan glanced at the closed glass door, thought for a moment, took off the ribbon tied to her hair, and tied it on the two door handles. Then he walked towards the depths of the bath. After taking a shower under the rain, Zhao Wanwan entered the hot spring pool. I have to say that the feeling of being wrapped in hot water was so comfortable that Zhao Wanwan felt like she was melting. The fatigue and anxiety accumulated in the past 10 days are all taken away by the flowing water, making the body feel like it has been reborn. Zhao Wanwan even had an idea. It would be great if time could stay at this moment forever. Zhang Tuohai continued to sit in his driving seat and watch the regional channels. At this time, the first wave of impact of mutated creatures has ended. With the help of the camp's solid defense facilities, the players successfully repelled the mutated creatures. The easy victory made some players even feel that the mutated creatures were nothing more than this. Zhang Tuohai specifically searched for the player who stayed in the wilderness ruins. The player's obituary has been issued. The cause of death was that his head was cut off by a mutated sickle monster.
There are still some dangers in the wilderness. Try not to wander around at night.
Zhang Tuohai wrote this down in his notes. At the same time, Yasuo was looking at Mobutu opposite him angrily. Chapter 266 Night Attack.
Mr. Mobutu, please explain to me why all the 10 steam tanks I ordered are gone. I'm sorry, Mr. Yasuo. There's nothing I can do. A group of terrorists broke into Grey Rock City, attacked my manufacturing factory, and blew up all the steam tanks inside, including the production line. They even robbed me of my hoarded goods, the manufacturing materials out there. I'm angrier than you are.
A middle-aged man with dark skin wearing a leopard print hat said helplessly. When he got angry, he crushed his feet wearing military boots several times. The person lying under him, acting as a footrest, grinned in pain. But he gritted his teeth and dared not say a word. If he made Mobutu angry, the next second he would most likely be on the table, in the form of food.
This is your problem. I paid the deposit, and I want to see a sufficient number of steam tanks. Calm down, Mr. Yasuo.
Mobutu waved his hand.
The pigeon I sent out sent back a message that Ramon has been found. I think this person can calm your anger. Right,
Mobutu said with a smile.
Ramon? Are you sure it's really that guy? You won't lie to me. Right.
A cold light flashed in Yasuo's eyes.
How could I lie to my friend?
Mobutu clapped his hands. And immediately someone came to Yasuo with a gold tray. There is a photo in the gold tray. It is Ramon wearing a beret. At this time, he is holding a steam rifle and confronting the mutated creatures outside. It can be seen from the composition of the photo that Ramon is in a place full of garbage. Even the fortifications are piled up with all kinds of garbage. There is a line below the photo. And the time of taking the photo was last night.
Sure enough. It's this ground rat. Where is he?
Yasuo looked very excited.
It took my pigeons a long time to find him in a relatively secret place. How about this person's head? Can it calm your anger?
Mobutu asked with a smile.
That's not enough.
Yasuo rolled his eyes and said,
You have to send someone to capture him. Only in this way can our matter be considered wiped out. Okay, then I'll take action tonight. Would you like Mr. Yasuo to go and watch the rat being captured in person?
Mobutu asked.
Of course. I am very interested. And I believe Miss Lilith will be interested as well.
A smile appeared on Yasuo's lips.
So, here's to celebrating our partnership?
Mobutu picked up 2 glasses of red wine from the servant next to him and handed one of them to Yasuo.
A pleasure to work with.
Boom! The wine glasses banged together. A car drove out from the city gate and drove into the distance.
You're driving out with such a big fanfare. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by those mutated creatures?
Yasuo asked dissatisfiedly as he looked at the majestic and unabashed convoy.
Don't worry, Mr. Yasuo. We have this thing, so we don't have to worry about those disgusting guys,
Mobutu said, pointing to a gas lamp hanging in front of the car. Yasuo had noticed this gas lamp a long time ago. The range of this lamp was not large, and the light was very weak. It could not be used as a car light at all. However, every car in Mobutu's motorcade was hung with one. At first, he thought this was another eccentricity of Mobutu. But now it seems that there is another mystery behind it.
What's the use of this thing?
Yasuo asked in a low voice.
This is also a good thing that I asked someone to secretly get from the Red Fort. As long as I hang it up at night, we can keep those nasty guys away from us. As long as we have this thing, the night will be our world,
Mobutu said with a face. There was a proud look on his face.
Can you share this with a few of us?
Yasuo asked.
No, that's not possible. I worked hard to get it. I only have these for my fleet.
Mobutu flatly rejected Yasuo's request.
That's it. Can you introduce that channel to me? I also want to buy some.
An imperceptible cold light flashed in Yasuo's eyes.
Let's talk about this later when we get back,
Mobutu said vaguely. In the resistance camp, Zhang Tuohai was scrolling through the regional channel to watch the bragging of those players who couldn't sleep. At this time, the door of the large bathhouse opened, and Zhao Wanwan walked out with her hair wrapped in a towel.
Do you have a hairdryer here?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
What makes you think that I will have something like that here?
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands.
Okay, I'll go back and dry my hair. The hot spring feels really good. Thank you,
Zhao Wanwan said. Zhang Tuohai nodded and waved his hand, preparing to rest and sleep. Over time, he has developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. 2 hours later, Zhang Tuohai was sleeping soundly when the sound of the prompt system suddenly sounded in his ears.
Someone is about to attack the camp. Please be prepared. Attack the camp?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly woke up.
Isn't it said that it's very dangerous outside at night? Why would someone attack the camp? Do those people have a way to avoid those mutant creatures? Or are they themselves in the same group as those mutant creatures? And they are all enemies of the surviving humans?
Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect. Quietly got out of the car and came to Zhao Wanwan's car. Xiaoyi helped Zhang Tuohai open the car door. At this time, Zhao Wanwan was sleeping soundly with a bai in her arms and crud on her pillow.
Wake up! Wake up!
Zhang Tuohai shook Zhao Wanwan vigorously.
What happened?
Zhao Wanwan asked in a daze.
Someone will attack the camp later. Be prepared. Be smart and fight if you can. If the enemy is strong, run with me.
Zhang Tuohai has no interest in living and dying with the rebels and fighting the enemy together. We have only been in contact with each other for a few hours. And many of them don't even know their names. So they can't afford to risk their lives. After communicating with Zhao Wanwan, Zhang Tuohai quietly returned to his car, put on various weapons, and prepared himself. About 15 minutes later, when Zhang Tuohai was feeling bored, he suddenly heard a roaring motor. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Boom!
The sound of shelling.
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. After a few days of adaptation, Zhang Tuohai was able to distinguish the difference between the sounds of shelling and explosions. Of course, he couldn't identify the caliber and type based on the sound.
Looks like he's going to run away.
Zhang Tuohai's uneasiness intensified. Then, Zhang Tuohai heard a loudspeaker shouting,
Ramon, I know you are in there. Come out!
Chapter 267 Miss Pigeon, monthly ticket plus more updates.
Huh?
Zhang Tuohai's mind suddenly changed when he heard the shouting outside. People outside actually come to seek revenge on Ramon? Is the sound human? So now there are two questions. How did the other party find this place? This place is extremely remote and difficult to find by luck alone. Moreover, the other party coming over with such a big fanfare must have a purpose. Also, since the opponent is a human being, how do they fight against those mutated creatures? Is it through strong force or some special skills? Zhang Tuohai's mind became active. He decided to rush to the city wall to see what was going on. If the other party relies on strong force, there is nothing else to say. Just find an opportunity to escape immediately. He would never stay and be buried with the camp. But if you have some special skills, that's a different matter. He wanted to find an opportunity to learn this skill. In this way, he could also run rampant at night. There were roars in the camp, followed by noisy footsteps. Zhang Tuohai picked up his AK-74, thought for a while, and rushed out with an RPG-7. He rushed up to the city wall with the guards in the camp. At this time, the city wall was already full of guards, each holding a steam rifle in their hands, aiming outside, and Ramon was standing on the wall, holding on to the crenellations. Jill was wearing a black trench coat and stood behind Ramon. Her face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to see clearly. Zhang Tuohai mingled with the guards and climbed onto the city wall. Arriving not far from Ramon, Zhang Tuohai looked under the city wall. He found that there were dozens of vehicles parked under the city wall, the most conspicuous being the 6 steam tanks at the front of the queue. The black muzzle was pointed at the city wall. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai always felt that these steam tanks looked familiar, and they seemed to be exactly the same as the ones he destroyed during the day. Zhang Tuohai took a careful look and saw a gray castle printed on the hood of those cars, with an inscription below, Mobutu.
Gray Castle? Are they from Grey Rock City?
Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. If they were really from Grey Rock City, they would be enemies on opposite sides of the road. Zhang Tuohai continued to observe carefully. Behind the steam tank were 20 steam vehicles of various kinds, with all kinds of strange shapes. In the center of these steam vehicles, there is a rather unique steam locomotive. This steam locomotive is unusually tall, and it is actually open-topped. There is a giant reproductive statue on top of the car, and a middle-aged man wearing a leopard print hat sits on the main seat. Next to the leopard print hat, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat sitting. Zhang Tuohai glanced at this middle-aged man and felt that he looked familiar. He thought for a while, and then slapped his thigh fiercely. Isn't this the Yasuo who saw the broken arm in the morning? He remembered that this guy had a micro-rocket hidden in his arm.
Isn't this guy from the Exile Convoy? Why is he here? What's his relationship with that leopard print hat? Is his target Ramon, or is he retaliating for my blackmail?
In an instant, 7 or 8 questions flashed through Zhang Tuohai's mind. However, no one can help him answer these questions yet. Zhang Tuohai continued to observe these convoys carefully. Suddenly, he discovered a problem. That is, there was a gas lamp hanging on these cars. The weak light revealed a small aperture. Not only the steam locomotives at the back, but also the steam tanks were hung with gas lamps.
Has a problem.
Zhang Tuohai immediately realized that these gas lamps were not simple. The gas lights were very weak, and it was obviously insane to think of them as car lights. But every car is hooked up, and that's a problem. Zhang Tuohai glanced into the distance and found that in the distance, in the shadows, there were some mutated creatures constantly patrolling. It looked like they wanted to come over, but they were obviously a little scared.
What's going on? Are they afraid of these gas lamps?
Such a thought flashed through Zhang Tuohai's mind. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why these mutated creatures, fearless of death, have become like this.
It seems that we have to find a way to get 2 gas lamps.
Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. Otherwise, running into the wilderness in the dark, those mutated creatures would be a problem. Just when Zhang Tuohai continued to observe, the leopard print hat picked up a loudspeaker and shouted loudly.
Ramon, I finally found you. I didn't expect that Lord Ramon of the Red Armored Army would actually be hiding in a garbage dump.
The leopard print hat said loudly.
Mobutu, stop talking nonsense and just tell me what you want to do. Today, I will avenge my fallen brothers.
Ramon said loudly.
Ha ha ha. Ramon, put aside the hatred between us. There is another person coming to find you. You should resolve this grudge first,
Mobutu said, and said to Yasuo beside him.
Mr. Yasuo, it's your turn now. Good.
Yasuo stood up, took off his hat, and said to Ramon.
Mr. Ramon, I didn't expect us to meet again. Miss Lilith asked me to say hello to you. It's you, Yasuo.
Ramon's expression changed. It looked obviously wrong.
Huh? Is there something going on here?
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. If it weren't for the tense atmosphere at the scene, he would have really wanted to take out a handful of melon seeds and sit down to eat them.
Mr. Ramon, should I arrest you personally? Or should you plead guilty to Miss Lilith yourself?
Yasuo said coldly. Ramon's expression changed several times. And finally he gritted his teeth and said,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Yasuo, Miss Lilith, I will find an opportunity to confess to him in person. However, Mobutu and I are enemies, and I cannot abandon my men.
No matter what, I will apologize after this incident is over. Humph.
Yasuo's expression turned cold upon hearing Ramon's words.
Very good. Very good. Since you are so ignorant, I will do it myself,
Yasuo said as he took off his coat and prepared to take action.
Mr. Yasuo, don't worry. I will have someone deliver Ramon to you personally. Otherwise, how can I show my sincerity?
Mobutu said with a smile.
Oh, then I'll wait and see.
Yasuo thought for a moment and took a half step back.
Miss Pigeon, quickly bring Ramon to me and make amends to Mr. Yasuo.
Mobutu shouted loudly with a loudspeaker.
This idiot.
Jill cursed in his mind. Mobutu's words were equivalent to betraying her. Her original plan was to take action at the critical moment, restrain Ramon, create chaos, and cooperate with the army outside to break through the camp in one fell swoop. Now, she could only take action in advance. She pulled out the pistol from her waist and put it against Ramon's head.
Sorry, Mr. Ramon. You have to go with me.
Chapter 268. The situation is reversed.
Gil, what do you mean?
Ramon looked at Gil in disbelief. The surrounding soldiers were also stunned. They didn't know why Leader Gil, whom they always admired, actually pointed his gun at Boss Ramon.
Don't you understand? I have never been on your side. I am a pigeon lurking among you. My mission is to find you, and then catch you out of the mouse hole where you are hiding,
Gil said coldly.
Okay. The matter has been explained clearly. Come with me. It seems that if you choose to surrender, you can still survive. If you resist stubbornly, you and your subordinates will die. You need to think carefully. This...
Ramon looked at Gil's gun, originally not wanting to give in. However, Gil's last words touched Ramon. If he continues to resist, not only will he die, but all of his men will also be killed by Ramon. He didn't care much about his own death, but his men didn't deserve to die. Many of them had just grown up, and he couldn't bear to ask them to die with him. Ramon hesitated.
If I surrender, they might have a way to live. At least they won't die for now.
Seeing Ramon's look, Zhang Tuohai knew something was wrong and Ramon was shaken. He was sure that if Ramon surrendered, everyone present would die. There is only a way out if you fight hard. However, Ramon has obviously been shaken, and he may not listen to his own words. Well, now he needs to get the two sides fighting again. How to get the two parties to fight. Zhang Tuohai fiercely raised an RPG-7 placed at his feet, aimed at Mobutu in the center of the convoy, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! RPG-7 dragged fire towards Mobutu. 0.1 seconds later, an explosion sounded. A brilliant firework rose from Mobutu's car. Mobutu's open-top steam car was completely blown to pieces, and Mobutu himself turned into a pile of mincemeat. Yasuo was also blown away. The skin and muscles all over Yasuo's body were blown to pieces, revealing the shiny metal skeleton inside. Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that Yasuo not only had two prosthetic arms, but also had a large amount of metal implanted in his body. His head was even wrapped in metal. Yasuo is a complete steam structure finisher. Such a violent explosion just now failed to kill Yasuo. At this time, he was lying on the ground. A section of his bones cracked, and white steam continued to spurt out from inside. It was obvious that something was wrong. Everyone present was dumbfounded and did not expect that things would take such a turn. Mobutu's men looked at each other, wondering whether to continue the attack or retreat. The rebels were photographed by the powerful force of Mobutu's men and did not dare to attack easily. They all stood on the city wall stupidly. At this time, the most embarrassing person is Jill. Just now she was so confident, but in the blink of an eye, the boss she worked for died. Then everything she does now is meaningless. Gil turned the steam pistol in his hand, and then put it away.
You're getting an advantage.
Gil snorted coldly, jumped off the city wall, and disappeared into the shadows. Zhang Tuohai could see clearly that she seemed to be running towards the parking lot, and she seemed to be driving away.
Boss Ramon, do you want to chase?
A subordinate asked Ramon in a low voice.
No, for the sake of everyone's past working together. Forget it.
Ramon shook his head. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai made up his mind to leave here tomorrow. It cannot be said that Ramon has a bad character. If it were a peaceful time, Zhang Tuohai might have made Ramon a friend. But this is the end of the world. It's an apocalypse where you'd be fighting to death for a bottle of water or a piece of food. Ramon's affectionate character may make the entire resistance pay a heavy price. Boom! The mighty convoy under the city wall began to turn around. Several of Mobutu's men had already discussed it. At this point, there is no gain in continuing to attack the rebels. Mobutu and the rebel leader Ramon had a grudge. But they did not. Now that Mobutu is dead, the most important thing for them is to divide Mobutu's legacy. As for Ramon, what is that? Just a little mouse hiding in a garbage dump in the wilderness. As long as they don't cause trouble, they won't bother to do anything. At this time, they are each other's biggest enemies. Who is Ramon? Seeing Mobutu's men turn around and leave, Ramon also let out a sigh of relief. If Mobutu's men really wanted to avenge Mobutu and attack the camp with all their strength, he and his men would never be able to stop them. A few volleys of steam tanks can blast open the camp gate. Faced with the attack of heavy vehicles like steam tanks, they have no means to resist. Escape by car is the only way out. But there's no telling how many people will get out alive. Now, they turned around and left on their own, which was good news for Ramon. Zhang Tuohai saw Mobutu's men leaving, and his heart moved. He decided to take the opportunity to follow them, find an opportunity to kill 2 cars, and get 2 gas lamps over. He had a hunch that this thing would definitely be useful. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai immediately got off the city wall and returned to his car.
Shall I? Let's go and chase the rest of Mobutu's motorcade. Understood.
The infantry fighting vehicle turned and drove towards the back of the camp. Zhang Tuohai just saw Jill driving a steam motorcycle from this direction. He was sure that there must be a passage out in this direction. Following the wheels of the steam motorcycle, Zhang Tuohai drove backwards. At this time, an explosion suddenly came from not far ahead. Zhang Tuohai immediately accelerated and drove over. Turning the corner, Zhang Tuohai discovered that there was a large hole in the outer wall of the camp ahead. The hole was large enough to accommodate a steam motorcycle. It seemed that Jill was already prepared to leave here if something went wrong. Only poor Ramon is still kept in the dark, and he naively thinks that Gil is one of his own. At this time, Jill had already stepped on the accelerator, got out of the big hole, and disappeared into the vast night. Zhang Tuohai noticed that there was also a gas lamp hanging on Jill's handlebar. They are exactly the same as those gas lamps hung in Mobutu's motorcade.
There must be something wrong with this gas lamp.
Zhang Tuohai became more determined to get the gas lamp. He immediately fired several shots at the city wall to expand the hole, and then rushed out. Zhang Tuohai didn't go after Jill. She only had 1 gas lamp, which was not enough. His target was Mobutu's men. If you want to do it, you have to make a big deal. Chapter 269 Internal Strife. Zhang Tuohai turned the front of the car and chased Mobutu's men in the direction of retreat. At the same time, he also turned on the fog diffuser, causing fog to fill the surroundings of the car. Although I don't know if it can affect those mutated creatures, it can at least block the enemy's sight and reduce the opponent's artillery accuracy. Although Mobutu's men retreated, they still had a lot of heavy firepower, such as the 6 steam tanks. If artillery of this caliber directly hit Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle, Zhang Tuohai would be peeled off even if he died. Although Zhao Wanwan, who was following behind, was also affected by the fog and could not see the road clearly. But with classmate Xiao Ai guiding Xiao Yi, she was able to keep up smoothly in the fog. After driving forward for more than half an hour, Zhang Tuohai suddenly heard gunshots and explosions in front of him.
Huh? Something happened?
Zhang Tuohai lowered the speed and quietly approached. A few minutes later, Zhang Tuohai arrived at the battlefield. Mobutu's motorcade, which had been so majestic just now, was now parked in an open space. Several vehicles were smoking. Some were on fire. And there were corpses everywhere. Some are still intact, and some have been turned into pieces. At this time, the battle was over. Several soldiers with steam rifles were inspecting the bodies. Gunshots were heard from time to time in the wilderness. That should be the sound of refilling the gun.
Civil strife started before we even returned to Grey Rock City? Are you starting to exclude dissidents in order to fight for power?
Zhang Tuohai watched the scene in front of him and secretly guessed. However, this is good news for him. At least the number of enemies to face is reduced. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai saw a man covered in blood crawling out of a steam tank. This man's whole body shimmered with metallic luster. The palm of one hand had been broken off, and a 3-foot-long stabbing sword emerged from his wrist. The stabbing sword was covered in blood. As for the other hand, he was holding a steam pistol.
Isn't this Yasuo? He's not dead yet?
Zhang Tuohai was surprised. When he was still on the city wall, he looked at Yasuo, who was lying on the ground seriously injured and on the verge of death. Unexpectedly, he was actually rescued, and it seemed that his damaged body was repaired.
This guy is really tough. He won't die even if he is hit directly by a rocket. I just don't know if his body's senses will be affected.
Seeing Yasuo's strong vitality and resilience, Zhang Tuohai's heart was filled with excitement. If he also has such a strong vitality, it will definitely be of great benefit to his future survival. Seeing Yasuo emerging from the steam tank, a bearded guy walked over and asked Yasuo,
Mr. Yasuo, have all those people been dealt with? Don't worry. I've killed all 6 steam tanks, from the driver to the gunner. You can send someone to take over. That's great,
the bearded man said with excitement.
With these, Grey Rock City will fall into my hands.
When Yasuo saw the bearded look, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes.
Don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry. I will immediately arrange for people to repair the production line after I return. I will double the compensation for the supplies Mobutu promised you.
The bearded man patted his chest and said,
Well, I hope you can keep your word and not act like those idiots.
As Yasuo said, he glanced at a broken corpse on the ground. If he didn't have a lot of things to do, he would never cooperate with these idiots. With his previous personality, he would have killed all the opponents and taken control of Grey Rock City by himself. It's a pity that he couldn't escape because of that incident.
Don't worry. As soon as I return to the city, I will make arrangements immediately.
Seeing Yasuo's eyes, the bearded man couldn't help but get excited. He had just seen with his own eyes that Yasuo killed 6 soldiers with live ammunition in the blink of an eye, and then killed the opponent's leader and machine gunner in a devastating manner, and then killed 6 steam tanks controlled by the opponent in one fell swoop. He was like a humanoid. Mutated creatures are no less impressive than the war machines produced by the Red Fort. He looked at the dozens of men holding steam rifles behind him, and he couldn't resist it all.
By the way, there's one more thing.
Yasuo seemed to have remembered something. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and turned his head sharply to look in the direction of Zhang Tuohai, his eyes full of coldness. Even across the screen, Zhang Tuohai could feel the chill in the other person's eyes.
Classmate Xiai, blow him up with a Cornet anti-tank missile.
Facing a powerful opponent like Yasuo, Zhang Tuohai decisively used his trump card. Whoosh! A Cornet anti-tank missile was activated and rushed in the direction of Yasuo.
Not good!
Yasuo instinctively felt that he was in danger and wanted to avoid it. However, how can he compare with the speed of anti-tank missiles? By the time he realized it, the missile had already hit his body. The Cornet anti-tank missile has very excellent performance and can penetrate 1,200 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor, and can even penetrate the M1A1 main battle tank equipped with depleted uranium armor. Even if Yasuo's body was made of depleted uranium armor, he still couldn't bear it. Boom! With an explosion, Yasuo's upper body was completely blown to pieces. The bearded man who had been standing next to him was also affected, and his body was penetrated by several pieces of shrapnel.
Use the revolving cannon and steam machine gun to clear out the remaining people. Don't let anyone get away.
Zhang Tuohai continued to order.
Clear.
Boom. Boom. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The rotary pursuit cannon fired 2 rounds of shrapnel, and 10 mechanical arms held steam machine guns to fire back and forth. Zhang Tuohai was lucky, except for a few machine gunners who were sticking to their posts. The rest were checking the bodies and replenishing their guns. They all stood outside the vehicle without protection, which gave Zhang Tuohai a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike. After 2 shrapnel rounds, there was no one left standing on the field. Only one steam car was far away and escaped disaster. When the driver saw this, he immediately turned around and prepared to run away. However, before driving a few meters away, it was hit by a 75mm rapid-fire cannon shell, and even the body could not be found.
Approach slowly. Use reconnaissance fire, and don't leave intact bodies.
Zhang Tuohai was afraid that someone like Yasuo would appear again, so he ordered classmate Xiao Ai to continue strafing the battlefield. Confirmed that there are no counterattack personnel. A prompt pops up from the system.
Phew! It's finally safe.
Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath, got out of the car, jumped to the ground, and walked towards the battlefield step by step.
It's actually you.
A voice came from the ground. Chapter 270 Yasuo's Secret. The sudden sound startled Zhang Tuohai. After all, the system just warned that there are no more people to fight back. Where did this sound come from? Zhang Tuohai looked down following the sound and saw a round metal ball not far away. Blinking at him, it was Yasuo's head. To be precise, half a head. Most of the metal skin on the outside has been melted away, revealing the various complex machinery inside. Many parts inside the head have been scattered all over the floor, and only a small part is still barely functioning. Zhang Tuohai called him a good guy. The tenacity of this vitality is already comparable to that of Xiqiang. Right? Zhang Tuohai was very envious. I just don't know whether Yasuo is a mechanical life form or a human being equipped with machinery.
What the hell are you?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing the AK-74 in his hand at Yasuo's head.
My name is Yasuo, and I am the captain of Miss Lilith's bodyguard. If you are willing to promise me something, I can tell you a secret.
Yasuo blinked as he spoke. Normally, this action might be nothing. However, now that the skin on Yasuo's face has long since disappeared, and even the metal covering his head has melted away, exposing a large number of metal parts, this action seems a bit scary. Zhang Tuohai took a step back involuntarily.
Tell me your secret first, and then I'll consider whether to help you.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head and said,
How can I be sure that you will keep your promise?
Yasuo asked.
Oh, now! You can only choose to believe me. Otherwise, take your secret to hell and don't disturb me cleaning the trophies.
Zhang Tuohai said and pulled the bolt of the gun, aiming at Yasuo's head. Most of the strongest outer layer of metal had been melted away, and the various machines inside were exposed to Zhang Tuohai's eyes. Zhang Tuohai believed that his 5.45mm justice was more than enough to deal with such a cripple.
I have a miniature bomb in my head. If you refuse, I will detonate the bomb and everyone will go to hell.
Yasuo threatened. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai was shocked at first. And then, he slowly felt relieved when he thought of the reminder system's prompts.
If you had a bomb in your head, you would have detonated it long ago. Why are you still talking nonsense to me here? Tell me the secret quickly. If the matter is simple,
I may even help you. If it is difficult, then you are asking for it. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, forget it. Maybe your secret will mean trouble. And I don't really want to know yet.
Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch and said,
Okay, you win.
Yasuo sighed.
My secret is that Lilith carries some precious drawings with her. Many of them are the essence of the tower. Even the latest results. If you are willing, bring my head back to Lady Lilith. And I can convince Lilith to give you part of the drawings as a thank you gift. You only have one head left. And you still have so much energy?
Zhang Tuohai didn't believe it.
I am the captain of Lady Lilith's bodyguard. I have many confidential matters that need to be reported to Lady Lilith. Moreover, she has a way to repair me.
Yasuo said.
Where is Lilith?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Greystone City. Forget it.
Zhang Tuohai immediately shook his head. Although the leader and many important figures in Grey Rock City were dead and suffered heavy losses. Who knows how many armed forces there are in the city? Although he is powerful, he is unable to defeat 4 people with 2 fists. He would never dare to enter Grey Rock City.
I have a way to get Lady Lilith to go out of the city to meet you.
Yasuo also guessed Zhang Tuohai's concerns and said quickly.
What solution?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
There is a mechanical bird in my right leg. I can use it to contact Lady Lilith.
Yasuo said.
Why are there so many things on you?
Zhang Tuohai found Yasuo's lower body on a tree not far away. And then under Yasuo's guidance, he took apart his right leg. It turned out that his right leg was also a prosthetic leg. And there was a groove inside which contained a small mechanical bird.
Take me near Grey Rock City, and I'll tell you how to fly the mechanical bird.
Yasuo said.
Let me consider it.
Zhang Tuohai found 2 boxes and put Yasuo's head and mechanical bird in them. After thinking about it, he put the box containing Yasuo's head into Zhao Wanwan's car.
Don't let him come out. If he dares to make any noise, let Abai dismantle him into parts.
Zhang Tuohai warned.
Don't worry. He can't get out.
Zhao Wanwan put Claude on the box. After dealing with Yasuo, Zhang Tuohai began to clean up the battlefield. He first came to a relatively well-preserved steam car and took down the gas lamp hanging on the car. A line of game prompts popped up. Camping repel lamp, Red Castle's latest technology. A special car accessory. Can repel most mutant creatures and various mosquitoes after being hung. This is it. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. No wonder Mobutu's convoy dared to drive at night. They relied on this thing. Now! With this, Zhang Tuohai can also stay in the wild without having to abide by the rules of finding a campsite at night. This is equivalent to untying the chain around Zhang Tuohai's neck, which will be of great help to his future plans. Zhang Tuohai quickly took down these camping expulsion lanterns, and except for 2 hanging on the car, the rest were put away. He doesn't plan to sell this kind of strategic level equipment for the time being. He plans to take a look at it before talking about it. Afterwards, Zhang Tuohai continued to clean the battlefield. The most numerous weapons on the battlefield are all kinds of weapons. Zhang Tuohai picked up more than 200 steam rifles, 30 steam machine guns, 360 steam tank shells, 200 grenades, 6 high-performance mechanical bombs, and several bullets. Zhang Tuohai did not find food and water. Perhaps Mobutu thought this was just a short trip and was not prepared. There are no medical resources at all. However, in some cars, Zhang Tuohai found some low-quality wine, which was probably hidden by those guys, and was now cheaper for Zhang Tuohai. Alcohol is now a scarce resource in the trading market, as long as the price is not outrageous. It will be sold out as soon as it is put on the shelves. This can be regarded as an extra fortune. Just when Zhang Tuohai thought that the search was coming to an end, suddenly, the sound of the prompt system sounded. 11 o'clock direction. 12 meters away. There are precious items. Anything good? Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of the prompt. At that location were the fragments of Bearded's body.
Zhang Tuohai felt a little nauseous and didn't go there. He didn't expect that there were good things there. Zhang Tuohai found a branch and pushed aside the pile of mincemeat, revealing a metal box underneath. Chapter 271 Nanomechanical Injection. The box was very strong, and it was actually unharmed even under that level of explosion.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai wiped it clean and opened it carefully. Inside the metal box was a syringe filled with medicine. Nanomachine injection, an item left over before the Doomsday War. After injection, the nanomachines will continue to divide and merge with body cells, eventually turning people into mechanical life forms. Note, there will be a certain probability of failure after injection. After failure, the injected patient's body will fester, and the cells will collapse and die. Zhang Tuohai guessed that this thing should be a life-saving potion left for him by Big Beard or Mabutu. If you are seriously injured but not dead, you can gamble on your luck with an injection. If you are lucky, you become a mechanical life. If you are unlucky, your body and soul disappear. The two of them had obviously worse luck. They were blown into pieces, and were not even qualified to try. After looking at the potion twice, Zhang Tuohai put it away. He is living quite well now, and it's not time to get lucky yet. In Big Beard's pocket, Zhang Tuohai also found a broken map, which marked the surrounding area centered on Grey Rock City. Zhang Tuohai even saw that several other cities and notes were marked on it. This was strategic grade material, and Zhang Tuohai kept it carefully. After checking again to confirm that nothing of value was left behind, Zhang Tuohai threw anti-tank grenades into several steam tanks and blew them up. As for other vehicles that cannot pose a threat to themselves, just leave them here and let nature take its course.
Classmate Xiao Ai set off for Grey Rock City.
Zhang Tuohai was in a good mood and even started to hum a song. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel, ready to see the current situation of other players. As soon as he turned on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai saw a flush of red. Zhang Tuohai made a rough count and found that 50 or 60 players had died, and the causes of their deaths were all caused by firearms or explosions.
What happened?
Zhang Tuohai frowned. At this time, Song Xiaokong sent him a private message.
Boss, the players' plan to attack the raider camp was successful. However, there was a slight error in the intelligence. During the battle, a secret sentry was missed, and many players were killed. However, fortunately, the plan succeeded in the end. They plundered a raider camp and obtained a lot of supplies. I am still asking for the specific list, but what is certain is that there was a lot of human flesh and slaves inside. Huh? Error? I think it's intentional.
Zhang Tuohai sneered. Everyone knows that when it comes time to harvest, the fewer players participating, the more the remaining people will get. This is probably the organizer's method of eliminating excess players. It seems that there is still a lot of risk in forming a wild team. At this moment, the player who organized the players to attack the raider camp suddenly spoke up.
Dear players, after our unremitting efforts, we finally captured the looter camp from those stupid NPCs. In order to share our joy with everyone, we decided to hold an auction in the regional channel later. Auction items, that's the slave we get. Preview pictures here. Only food and wine will be accepted.
What follows is a long list of photos of slaves. The slaves in the photo are all female, half-clothed, with chains around their necks and empty eyes.
These are slaves who have been transformed by the predators. They are all very obedient. As long as they are given some food, they can do whatever they want. The auction starts at 5 o'clock.
The man disappeared after shouting. The regional channel instantly became lively. Many night owls, who couldn't sleep, appeared one after another.
Good guy. There are so many women. I wish I could have won. I want to auction it directly. Didn't I tell you that the auction will start at 5 o'clock? Only food and wine will be accepted. I want to take one too. It's actually a slave. It's interesting. I've never played with a slave from this other world. I'll take some pictures later.
The regional channel was instantly filled with all kinds of comments. And I didn't know whether it was because they were really rich in food, or if they were trying to make people look fat. Of course, there are also people who think it is not good to treat slaves this way, and want to persuade everyone to give up bidding for slaves and call for the freedom of slaves. However, this call was quickly drowned out. For many players, these natives are equivalent to NPCs. They have a superior psychological advantage. How can they free NPC slaves? Are you thinking too much? Looking at the increasingly explicit remarks on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes. These players who start thinking about women when they have some resources, are destined to not get far. Be sure to stay far away. Zhang Tuohai hurried on, while watching the regional channels. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, we finally arrived at the outskirts of Grey Rock City. Zhang Tuohai parked the car behind a small hill outside the city. Zhang Tuohai observed the Grey Rock City carefully. At this time, the Grey Rock City was still heavily guarded. Zhang Tuohai got out of the car and took out Yasuo's head from the box.
What to do now? Open the mouth of the mechanical bird. Pull its tongue, and you can pull out a piece of paper. You can write your needs and meeting place on it. Then pull the tail 3 times, and the mechanical bird will fly back automatically. Lilith sighed. That's right.
Zhang Tuohai nodded, indicating that he understood. After writing down the meeting place and requirements, Zhang Tuohai pulled the tail of the mechanical bird 3 times. As expected, the mechanical bird flapped its wings and flew up, circled above its head, and flew towards the direction of Grey Rock City.
It's a very interesting machine,
Zhang Tuohai said, as he looked at the mechanical bird disappearing into the night sky.
By the way, it's not time to leave the city yet. Can Lilith leave? Do I have to wait here until the city gate reopens?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No. We are Mobutu's distinguished guests. We can move freely in the city, even if we leave the city in the middle of the night. The defenders must open the door obediently,
Yasuo said.
That's right.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and didn't say much. After a while, I saw the city gate opened, and a steam car drove out and drove towards the hill. After a while, the car stopped in front of Zhang Tuohai, and a girl wearing a black dress stepped out of the car. The girl has long silver hair, blue eyes, and a very delicate face. But only half of her face is delicate. The other half of her face was covered with brass. And where her eyes were originally was something similar to a telescope. The girl put her hands in her pockets, her expression as cold as ice. Chapter 272 Bomb Girl.
Who are you?
Zhang Tuohai's finger rested on the trigger of the AK-74. Zhang Tuohai felt wary of this strangely dressed girl for no reason. This is a wasteland world. A seemingly fragile girl goes out of the city alone to meet an unknown existence. Zhang Tuohai doesn't believe that such a person is stupid. If there really is such a person, will it still be his turn? It has long been eaten up and wiped clean.
Me?
The silver-haired girl's tone was very cold, as if she were a snow-capped mountain that had not changed for thousands of years. Without any emotion.
I'm the creator of this ineffectual thing. You can call me Dr. Lilith.
The silver-haired girl glanced at Yasuo, who had only half of his head left, and seemed to have a hint of helplessness in her tone.
It's like this again. The terms of the deal are the same as last time? I'm sorry for causing you trouble again.
Yasuo apologized.
If you really want to be sorry, don't always act like this.
Lilith rolled her eyes, then took out a black metal bucket from the car and threw it to Zhang Tuohai.
This is a blueprint that can be traded. You take one from it. I will take him away.
Zhang Tuohai turned slightly and let the metal bucket fall to the ground. After confirming that there was no warning from the prompt system, he carefully picked up the metal bucket. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's cautious look, Lilith didn't say anything. She walked straight to Yasuo, picked up the remaining half of his head, held it up in front of her and looked at it, and murmured to herself from time to time.
The core is still intact. All the gears need to be replaced. It seems that there is still a problem with the stability of the aerodynamic transmission shaft. Is there a problem with my design? No. Absolutely not. How could there be a problem with Lilith? It must be the material. It doesn't pass. It would be better if there were better sealing materials.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the metal bucket in his hand. It was more than half a meter long and about 10 centimeters in diameter. It was completely black and had a screw cap on it. It looks a bit like a painting barrel, but it's made entirely of metal and is very heavy. Zhang Tuohai weighed it with his hands and found that it weighed almost 30 kilograms. Zhang Tuohai remembered that Lilith seemed to have thrown the metal bucket with one hand just now. Zhang Tuohai took a deep look at Lilith, and then opened the screw cap of the metal bucket. Inside is a thick stack of parchment. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded the parchment and suddenly lost his composure. Because this thick pile is all manufacturing drawings. And it is a manufacturing drawing certified by the game system. 88mm high-level dual-purpose artillery Type 2 modification drawings. Whirlpool engine Lambda type manufacturing drawings. Revised manufacturing drawings of floating balloon explosion. Omega-class bulletproof armor plate manufacturing drawings. Red Fort 3 steam-powered war doll manufacturing drawings. There are so many of them. Zhang Tuohai made a rough estimate. There are dozens of them in total. Zhang Tuohai's eyes turned red after seeing so many drawings. Since he entered the world of survival design, he may not have seen so many advanced drawings combined. This Lilith takes out so much at will. It is simply a mobile treasure. Zhang Tuohai's hands trembled. For a moment, an idea arose in his heart to take these drawings as his own. Zhang Tuohai looked up at Lilith and found that she was still looking at Yasuo's head and muttering something.
Can I only take one?
Zhang Tuohai asked, holding the parchment.
Of course,
Lilith said.
Although I don't know why you are so interested in these sketches of mine. The rules are the rules. You can only change one. Wait, sketches? Are these all drawn by you?
Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened.
Yes, I drew them all. But these are unfinished products. I think they still have a lot of room for improvement,
Lilith said calmly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Zhang Tuohai's eyes shone, and he looked at Lilith greedily. He was wrong. This was not a moving treasure. It was a humanoid drawing printing machine. If he kidnapped her back, wouldn't it be okay to just ask her to draw whatever drawings he wanted? Then wouldn't he just take off? Zhang Tuohai has already begun to think about how to abduct Lilith back. Threat of force? What should I do if I scare her? Food temptation? Being born in the wasteland, she must have never seen so many delicious foods. Right? Maybe this plan works? Beauty trap? The lonely girl must have a fragile heart and needs a strong arm like him. Beauty trick? Xiao Wanwan probably wouldn't agree. Right? Cute pet trick? The guy Wonkai is so easy to deal with that he will give in after a few sausages. If it doesn't work, you can ask Xiao Wanwan to borrow crud. Just when Zhang Tuohai was thinking wildly, Lilith's cold voice interrupted him.
I see in your eyes the same desire as those weird uncles. Really?
Zhang Tuohai shook his head.
Do you think I would come out alone without making any preparations?
Lilith said, as she put Yasuo's head aside and began to unbutton her coat. Under the black coat is a body made of metal. Under the light, the metal has a unique luster. Lilith groped around her chest and found a knob. After twisting it, a metal plate was removed, revealing a chest full of gears, springs and transmission rods. Among these things, there is a ruby-like thing, flashing and shining with dazzling light.
Have you seen this thing?
Lilith pointed to the ruby and said,
I guess you haven't seen it either. Let me tell you briefly. This is the Source Stone, a very rare energy source. But I transformed it into a bomb. As long as I think about it,
it will explode. How powerful is it? According to my estimation, it can level 2 gray stone cities to the ground.
Lilith looked back at Grey Rock City and said,
I estimate that the temperature in the center of the explosion zone will reach thousands, or even tens of thousands of degrees. Everything will turn into fly ash at this high temperature. No, not even the fly ash is left. It all evaporates into a gaseous state. How about it? Do you want to try it?
Lilith's tone was still very calm, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. However, Zhang Tuohai felt as if there were 10,000 grass and mud horses jumping left and right in his heart at this time.
Gone! Is it so difficult to be a robber these days?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Lilith with a calm expression, full of helplessness. What can he do in the face of such a person who is full of thorns and can flip the table at any time? However, if you think about it, if Lilith didn't have the ability to flip the table, with her ability to draw drawings, she would have been put under house arrest by the big forces for drawing drawings, and she would still be able to run around so freely. After looking at Lilith for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and pulled out a piece of drawings.
That's it.
This chapter is numbered 271. I made a mistake in my excitement, and it has no influence on the content. I am hereby correcting it. I'm so sorry. Chapter 273 actually. I am an environmentalist. The title number of the previous chapter is wrong, but the content is correct.
Is it actually this one?
Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly, showing an unexpected look.
Can I ask why? Shouldn't you all be more interested in bigger guns and thicker armor? Why would you choose this thing?
Lilith looked at the parchment drawing in Zhang Tuohai's hand with some curiosity. Resource Recovery Steam Self-Propelled Machinery, Improved Version. This is a random drawing she drew in her spare time. Its main purpose is to recycle metal materials from the ruins. However, because no suitable testing ground was found, it was thrown aside. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't taken it out, she would have almost forgotten that she actually drew such a drawing.
Actually, I am an environmentalist,
Zhang Tuohai said affectionately.
Whenever I see the resources abandoned in the ruins and garbage dumps, I feel like my heart is bleeding. I believe in a saying, garbage is a resource placed in the wrong place. I wanted to do something, but was unable to do anything. Until today, I saw this drawing. With it, I feel like my dream is about to come true.
Zhang Tuohai was so emotional that he felt like he was almost moved by himself. He was playing the emotional card, hoping to increase his favorability and lure Lilith over. Zhang Tuohai would definitely not be reconciled to such a good blueprint printer slipping away from his eyes. Since the hard one doesn't work, try the soft one and try it from all angles. What if it succeeds? If it succeeds, it will eject directly and take off. If it fails, there will be no loss. Lilith blinked, her tone still cold.
Although I know you're full of nonsense, it's still interesting. It's much better than a crappy bard. Do you like poetry? I happen to have some research in this area. Would you like to discuss it together?
Zhang Tuohai asked. If he could really get to Lilith's heart, he wouldn't mind being a copycat.
There is a chance. Goodbye, Mr. Environmentalist Poet.
Lilith waved her hand, held Yasuo's head and got into the steam car, turned around and drove towards the direction of Grey Rock City. Zhang Tuohai was left sighing in the wind.
Boss, don't sigh. It's just a woman. She's useless and has a solid figure. Why do you keep thinking about him? If you really want to mate, isn't Miss Wanwan much better than her?
Wang Kai didn't know when he appeared next to Zhang Tuohai, squatting at Zhang Tuohai's feet and said,
You know nothing. Do I only look at people so superficially?
Zhang Tuohai said righteously.
A good-looking skin is the same. And an interesting soul is one of a million. What I like is her hands. Her hands. Do you understand? Boss, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Although I don't understand it. Don't worry. I won't discriminate against you. Wang Kai said with a serious face.
You know nothing.
Zhang Tuohai gently kicked Wang Cai's ass.
Don't be lazy here. Have the plants in the ecological garden been watered? Have the clothes been washed? Have the dishes been washed? Have fertilizers been applied? Has the water in the swimming pool been changed?
Zhang Tuohai issued a sole question.
Boss, the water in the swimming pool has been used by Miss Wanwan. Are you sure you want to change it? Even if you don't use it yourself, you can sell it online. It will definitely become popular.
Wang Kai continued.
I remembered. The floor of the public bathhouse hasn't been cleaned yet. So I'm going to work right now.
Wang Kai saw Zhang Tuohai on the verge of getting angry and immediately ran away with his tail between his legs.
Shall I? Has my temper gotten better recently? Why does Wang Kai dare to jump up and down with me?
Zhang Tuohai asked, touching his chin.
No matter what he becomes, Commander, he will always be Commander.
Xiao Ai replied.
Classmate Xiao Ai is still the most considerate.
Zhang Tuohai touched the screen, finally turned the car and drove towards the battlefield where the convoy was fighting. At 5 o'clock, the first slave auction conference was held on the regional channel. The organizer sold a total of 28 female slaves. There are black, white and brown ones. The response in the regional channel was very enthusiastic, and the auction reached a fever pitch. There were many people bidding on anything, and a blonde female slave was even auctioned for 4 pieces of Iberian Iberico ham, not sausage. High price. The people photographed agreed to exchange photos with each other in a few days. Many people who were not photographed clamored for the organizer to continue stocking the goods. Finally, the organizer announced that there will be another auction tomorrow, which calmed everyone down. Looking at the faces of everyone on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shake his head. Although this auction is small in scale, the potential harm is huge. This is a moral decline for everyone. The harm did not lie in how many indigenous slaves were auctioned, but in the fact that everyone felt that the auction of the slaves itself was reasonable. Today you can sell natives, but tomorrow, will you reach out to the players for profit? Once moral collapse begins, it is difficult to put the brakes on it. Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to think about how the remaining people would degenerate in the end. Maybe a zombie driven by desire? Who knows? Zhang Tuohai was powerless to change anything. No one would listen to anything he said. All he can do is take care of himself, keep some boundaries, and look like a human being rather than a slave driven by desire. At 6 o'clock, the game system popped up today's information on time. First of all, congratulations to all the players for successfully surviving the first day. Today is the second day of this world. The weather is still bad. All players get a new debuff. Doomsday Syndrome. When in the wilderness, their mood value is randomly reduced by 3 to 6 points every hour. In the camp, their mood value is randomly reduced by 1 to 3 points every hour. This syndrome will extend over time. In addition, players are asked to keep their mood value above a safe value and be alert to emergencies. Once the mood value reaches 0, players will fall into a state of madness. Note that due to long-term breathing of harmful gases, players have accumulated a large amount of harmful substances in their bodies. This long-term accumulation of substances in the body will not only damage the body's health, but also cause the player's body to mutate, and even directly turn into a monster. Players, please take purification potion in time to purify your body. Note, it is recommended to take purifying potion every 24 hours. Tip, purification potions are sold at merchants. Publish a long-term mission, join a force. Note, joining a faction can save you from fighting alone, and can even provide you with a lot of unexpected help. But joining a force also brings some necessary responsibilities. So please choose carefully, as this will affect your experience on the disaster day. Chapter 274 Steam Self-Propelled Machinery, Resource Recovery Type. Looking at these prompts, Zhang Tuohai tapped the screen and began to think deeply. The first few items did not surprise Zhang Tuohai. They only increased the difficulty. He had already experienced it in the ice and snow world. However, a mutation mechanism has been added to this world. However, this can be easily solved. As long as you find a merchant, kill more mutated creatures, and save a few bottles of purification potions, you can get through it. The biggest problem is this joining force. There are many forces in this world. Zhang Tuohai has already seen it. He has seen several of them alone. Moreover, these forces are not only large and small, but some seem to be in opposition to each other, such as survivors and predators. It can be expected that these forces will definitely fall into conflicts in the future. Then the player's position is worth considering. If you join a small force, you may be suppressed and beaten by a larger force. But what if we join a big force? With the player's current strength, it is very likely that he will be used as cannon fodder and sent to the front line. What if the player doesn't join the organization? With the game system's urinary nature, it is very likely that the two parties will jointly strangle it. Therefore, this is a big whirlpool, and all players will be involved in it, and everyone can survive. Which force to choose depends on the benevolent and the wise. Zhang Tuohai didn't have any good ideas about this. Fortunately, this is a long-term task and does not need to be completed today. Zhang Tuohai still has time to think about it. People in the regional channel were also talking about it. But many players complained that the debuff had deepened and they needed to buy things to increase their mood value. Some people also complain that mutated creatures are difficult to kill and purification potions are difficult to obtain. The most active ones are several players who have bought female slaves and have published their own experiences. The most outrageous thing is that there is a Japanese named Ito Takashi. He said that he can sell his videos, both uncoded and coded, with different prices. He can also customize exclusive plots and even broadcast them live. Players can give instructions by giving away materials. He will do it. Zhang Tuohai was shocked. I lament that, as expected of the Japanese, they are always thinking about carrying forward their country's culture in this kind of world. What kind of spirit is this? Zhang Tuohai silently left a sentence below, praying for seeds. Good people will have a safe life. Zhang Tuohai was surfing the regional channel, and Zhao Wanlan sent a private message.
Where's the meal? Where's the breakfast?
Follow a.
Wang Kai, have you made breakfast?
Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked Wang Kai.
When did I get to make breakfast?
Wang Kai looked confused.
Hey, doesn't it belong to you? Mine? Isn't it yours?
One person and one fox stared at each other for a while, and finally Wang Kai was defeated.
Okay, mine.
Wang Kai went to cook silently.
Great success.
Zhang Tuohai secretly rejoiced. Wang Kai is limited by its claws, so it will definitely not be able to cook difficult meals such as stir-frying, and deep-frying. What it can do is very simple. Pan-fried pork chops. Pound it repeatedly with a steak mallet. Fry it in oil, and sprinkle with sauce. It's the kind that can be done with hands. 20 minutes later, the steak was cooked. In order to rush on the road, Zhang Tuohai did not invite Zhao Wanlan to come over to eat, and directly handed over her portion. After a while, Zhao Wanlan sent a private message.
Why are there cat's claw silver patterns on today's steak? Did you change the steak hammer? It looks so cute. Show your heart.
Zhang Tuohai.
Prosperous wealth.
After a period of hesitation, Wang Kai promised that he would never cut corners in the future, used his claws instead of steak hammers, and contracted breakfast for 3 days before the matter came to an end. After a long journey, Zhang Tuohai finally arrived at the battlefield where he had fought against Mobutu's men. At this time, the mincemeat on the ground had attracted many mutant creatures. These mutant creatures are competing for food with each other, and some mutant creatures have even begun to attack each other. After hearing the roaring sound of the engine, the mutated creatures looked in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. However, due to the presence of the Red Fort camping expulsion lights. They could only watch from a distance and did not dare to approach.
It seems that this light is also effective during the day, but the effect is a little weaker than at night.
Zhang Tuohai knew what he was doing, and then asked Xiao Ai to turn off the camping lights. As soon as the camping expulsion lights were turned off, the mutated creatures immediately became restless. They rushed towards Zhang Tuohai, looking like they wanted to tear Zhang Tuohai into pieces. However, Zhang Tuohai was already prepared. 16 robotic arms held flamethrowers to form a wall of flame around the infantry fighting vehicle. Any mutant creature that wants to get close to the infantry fighting vehicle must break through the wall of flames. However, the outer flame of the flamethrower is nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius, and no mutant creature can rush through it. They were all reduced to ashes under the violent flames. Mutated organs were left all over the place. After a few minutes, all the mutated creatures present turned into mutated organs. It became Zhang Tuohai's trophy. At this time, Zhang Tuohai had 1,500 mutated organs in his hands, converted to the price of goods in Black Rock City. The price was about 150,000, which was considered a small amount of capital. However, the purpose of Zhang Tuohai's trip was not these mutated organs. He had more important things to do. Zhang Tuohai took out the manufacturing blueprints he obtained from Lilith. Resource recovery steam self-propelled machinery, improved version, manufacturing drawings, special engineering equipment with a low-level AI system that can recover metal resources from garbage and refine them into manufacturing materials. Materials: high-grade metal ingots, 15 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 6 units. Metal parts, 200 units. Glass, 4 units. Intermediate electronic components *1. If this drawing does what it describes, then all those abandoned cars on the battlefield will have a use. Of course, it's not just cars. What is the most popular thing in this world? Abandoned cities and garbage dumps, of course. To others, these are waste and garbage dumps. But to Zhang Tuohai, they are endless treasures. Zhang Tuohai spent a lot of time rushing back to this place just to test it out and see if the function is really as described in the game system. Zhang Tuohai clicked on production. A white light flashed, and a strange-looking robot appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The 2 legs of this robot are 5 pairs of staggered suspended road wheels with crawlers on the outside, which ensures that it can walk freely on rugged ruins. The body is a yellow metal box with some instrument panels on it, several pipes and huge gears exposed on the back. The 2 arms are 16-turn robotic arms. The thin transmission rod supports the robot's head, something like a telescope. There is also an inscription on the robot: Steam Self-Propelled Machine, Resource Recycling Type, Improved Version. Chapter 275 New Business Opportunities. Zhang Tuohai circled the steam self-propelled machine 3 times and felt that it looked a bit like WALL-E. Next to those dashboards, there is a red button with the word switch written on it. Zhang Tuohai tried pressing it. Click, click, click. The gears and springs on the self-propelled steam machine began to rotate. White steam spurted out from the pipes. The pointer on the instrument panel turned, and the self-propelled steam machine started. The telescopic head of the steam self-propelled machine turned twice, and then its eyes locked on Zhang Tuohai. A burst of electronic synthesized sound came from the speaker. Steam self-propelled mechanical resources. Recycling type. Improved version 001 reports to you. What is your function? Zhang Tuohai asked, suppressing his excitement. Collect garbage. Integrate it into metal ingots and metal parts. And remanufacture new equipment. 001 said. Start working. Target range: the surrounding abandoned cars. Zhang Tuohai said. Command accepted. Begin execution. 001 turned and leaned towards the nearest steam tank. After 001 approached the steam tank, the 2 robotic arms turned a few times, and immediately changed from the arms to a chainsaw, and started cutting on the steam tank. 001's speed was very fast, and within a minute, the entire steam tank was cut into pieces. Then, 001's robotic arms turned into hands again, opened the hatch on the chest, and put the cut pieces in. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of noise, the hatch reopened, and several metal ingots fell out of the hatch. 001 placed it neatly, and then drove towards the next neat tank. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai hurried over, picked up a metal ingot and examined it. Discovered level 3 manufacturing materials. Advanced metal ingots, which can be used to make various items. Successful! Zhang Tuohai waved his fist excitedly. The steam self-propelled machine 001 is really useful. It is no different from what it says on the drawing. It can really convert garbage into metal ingots. In this way, At least, he won't have to worry about lack of metal ingots in the future. Looking at the hard-working 001, Zhang Tuohai felt regret again. If he had known that the blueprint was really useful, he would have tried his best to get Lilith, even at the expense of appearance. It's a pity that I didn't seize the opportunity at that time. Zhang Tuohai complained for a while, and then thought about it. Judging from the character Lilith showed at that time, if she used force, it would probably be counterproductive, and the effect of leaving would be better. Today is just the second day after arriving in this world. There is still a lot of time and opportunities. However, the most important thing now is to exploit these two garbage source points first. 001 is making metal ingots in the front, and Xiao Ai is recycling the made metal ingots into the car in the back. Zhang Tuohai also discovered a rule. That is, the more advanced the vehicle, the higher the grade of the metal ingots produced. For example, those steam tanks are all made of level 3 metal ingots. Those ordinary steam cars have levels 2 and 3. Generally speaking, there are more levels 2 and less than level 3. Some peripheral jump cars are even mainly made of grade 1 and metal parts. After figuring out the pattern, Zhang Tuohai built 4 steam self-propelled machines in one go, and followed 001 in the great cause of garbage recycling. There is strength in numbers, and with the addition of fresh troops, the battlefield will soon be cleared. Zhang Tuohai felt a little regretful when he looked at the corpses on the ground. These self-propelled steam machines manufactured by Lilith have a shortcoming. That is, they can only recycle metal resources, and have no effect on other resources. This is wrong. Aren't other garbage resources? Corpse bones can also be recycled into fertilizer. Zhang Tuohai decided that he must make this suggestion to Lilith the next time he saw her, and it would be best to give him a few self-propelled machines that had been modified accordingly as consulting fees. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Tuohai immediately rushed towards the camp, where the rebels were stationed last night without stopping. It's a huge garbage dump there, and you can definitely find a lot of good stuff. After spending several more hours, Zhang Tuohai finally rushed back to the resistance camp. By this time, the camp was deserted, leaving only wreckage on the ground. Zhang Tuohai didn't take it seriously, and immediately released 001 and other self-propelled machines for demolition. In order to increase efficiency, Zhang Tuohai built 5 steam self-propelled machines and joined the team. The garbage pile is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. While Zhang Tuohai was supervising the work, a private message came in. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that it was actually from Su Qi.
Brother Zhang, do you have any extra level 3 metal ingots? Can you sell a few to me? I'm a little nervous here too. But since it's you who speaks, I have to give you a few words evenly.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the pile of metal ingots next to him, and said,
That's great. I need 15 level 3 metal ingots. Do you have that many? If it's not enough, I'm looking for someone else to come up with a solution.
Su Qi asked cautiously.
So many? What are you making? You actually need so many level 3 metal ingots?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
I don't know much about an artillery piece installed on a vehicle,
Su Qi said.
I shot this from an airdrop this morning. How about it? It's awesome, isn't it?
Su Qi said proudly.
There is an airdrop. Where did you get it? Why didn't I see it?
Zhang Tuohai was curious about where they got the airdrop. He had been in this world for a day, and he didn't even see the shadow of the plane, let alone the airdrop.
I just finished breakfast, and then the airdrop landed on the roof of the car,
Su Qi said. Zhang Tuohai.
Hey, are there so many level 3 metal ingots? Tell me something.
Su Qi was a little anxious.
I do have metal ingots, but the price is...
Zhang Tuohai posted an emoticon of counting money.
My sister said that I can exchange it with you for other level 3 manufacturing materials. The exchange ratio is 2 to 1. How about it?
Su Qi asked.
Rich woman.
Zhang Tuohai secretly sighed. He was able to exchange 30 level 3 materials for level 3 metal ingots in one go, which shows his worth. In this exchange, Zhang Tuohai was sure to make a profit, so he immediately agreed. After the exchange was completed, Zhang Tuohai felt that he had discovered a new business opportunity. The main manufacturing materials needed for the various blueprints sold by merchants in this world are metal ingots of various grades. However, this world has cancelled the resource boxes on the roadside and replaced them with a small amount of airdrops. In this way, the metal ingots in the hands of players have become a scarce resource, and they cannot make ends meet, leaving a huge gap. Even if many players produce a large number of manufacturing blueprints, they still cannot make it without enough metal ingots. Zhang Tuohai happens to be able to manufacture metal ingots of all levels in large quantities. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai's eyes shone. and he felt that countless money was waiting to him. Chapter 276 Hot Air Balloon Launch, An Unexpected Discovery. Just do it if you think of it. Zhang Tuohai was just about to hang the exchange post on the trading platform, when suddenly, he stopped. He remembered one thing. That is, the Tiger Group in the channel has not made any move until now, except for someone sending a message on the first day, mentioning that their last world was not a world of ice and snow, but a dry, famine-like world. There was no other news. They never speak on regional channels. There is such a mysterious organization in the channel, which makes Zhang Tuohai feel like he is in trouble. The scenes of the Sakura convoy and the skeleton convoy in the previous world were still vivid in his mind. If he dared to exchange it openly like this, he would definitely be targeted by the tigers. In that case, he would be very passive. Moreover, if he shipped such a large amount of goods, the one who would benefit most would definitely be an organized convoy. They could pool their resources, take the lead in arming a group of people, and then use powerful force to rob other players. What he did was a bit like siding with the enemy.
No, we can't trade in the regional channel for the time being. At least until we figure out the true situation of the tigers. We can't trade on a large scale in the regional channel.
After making the decision, Zhang Tuohai found his royal white-gloved Song Xiaokong.
Let me tell you, I have a batch of metal ingots of various levels in my hand that can be replaced. However, it requires double the resources of the same level to replace them. In addition, we also accept high-quality drawings as a trade-off. Is it really possible to replace it? Many of my customers have this demand and have asked me, can you tell me how much is the quantity? I can make a quota.
Song Xiaokong looked very excited.
The quantity is absolutely sufficient, but you can make it look like it is scarce. You are an expert on specific things, so you just need to do the specific operations.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Understood.
Song Xiaokong responded.
By the way, I think the price of food is going up now. Do you want to take the opportunity to stock up on some goods? No need.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and shook his head.
Although the overall food trend is now higher, the changes are too big and unstable. Moreover, I have enough food in my hand, so I don't need to fry this thing for the time being. What do you mean? I suggest you stop after gathering enough food for yourself. This plate is too big and the water is too deep for you to hold it.
Zhang Tuohai said. He knew very well that people who speculated on grains in the past generations would not end well and would damage their reputation. So he would only sell food appropriately, but never speculate on grain prices. Too dangerous. It's not necessary either.
I understand, boss.
Song Xiaokong responded. After hanging up the private message, Zhang Tuohai took a look at the progress of 001 and their projects. A large part of the originally huge garbage dump and camp was missing, and it was still decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The progress is pretty good.
Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with 001 and their speed. It looked like this area could be completely demolished in another hour or two. Song Xiaokong acted quickly and completed several transactions quickly. Zhang Tuohai took stock of the supplies in his hand and found that he had gathered together the materials to make a floating hot air balloon. Zhang Tuohai immediately chose production. After a flash of white light, Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle had 2 more square boxes and a few more buttons on the control panel.
Inflate.
Zhang Tuohai tried pressing the button. In an instant, the 2 square boxes were opened and 2 huge hot air balloons were released. As the firepower increased, the balloons continued to grow and became more buoyant, and the infantry fighting vehicle actually flew. At the same time, a propeller pops up from the back of the car, through which the forward direction and speed can be controlled.
Not bad. Quite interesting.
Zhang Tuohai felt that he had another trump card. If there are any roads that are difficult to pass in the future, you can use this method to pass them. Moreover, if you add the mechanical arm and steam machine gun on his car, Zhang Tuohai feels that he can even make a guest appearance as an armed helicopter. If you get 2 artillery pieces that can attack the ground, you can even make a cameo appearance with the Kirov or a simplified version of the AC-130. After swinging in the air for 2 times, Zhang Tuohai slowly landed. After flying twice in the sky, Zhang Tuohai also discovered a problem. That is, the airship is not a plane after all, and its flying speed is relatively slow. Moreover, the area of the hot air balloon is relatively large. It is okay to deal with personnel and vehicles without a release unit. Anti-aircraft machine gun or cannon units are living targets and have relatively large restrictions. However, this is finally a leap, marking that he can break away from the constraints of the ground. And it may even have miraculous effects on some special occasions. Of course, The most important thing is that this thing is a level 4 universal car accessory. Zhang Tuohai is one step closer to upgrading to a level 5 vehicle. After seeing Zhang Tuohai's car actually fly, Zhao Wanwan was filled with envy. Zhang Tuohai took Zhao Wanwan for another spin in the sky. Zhao Wanwan stood at the front of the infantry fighting vehicle, as happy as a child. After a while, the car slowly landed. Zhao Wanwan still looked excited.
If you really like flying in the sky, you can come over and be a helicopter pilot for me. I happen to have a helicopter here for everyone to fly,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Let me think about this again.
Zhao Wanwan hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Zhang Tuohai found that Zhao Wanwan did not refuse immediately, which was a good sign. After some time, 001 took the remaining steam self-propelled machinery and demolished the camp to pieces, collected most of the metal away. There were a lot of debris left on the ground, which made Zhang Tuohai feel distressed. There is also a lot of glass, plastic, wood and even rubber on the ground. If these things can be recycled, then he will have countless high-grade glass, high-grade plastics, and high-grade wood. From now on, there will be no shortage of manufacturing materials for him. Unfortunately, the self-propelled machine in his hand does not have this function. Let Zhang Tuohai call it a pity.
When you see Lilith again in the future, you must ask her this question properly.
Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. At this moment, 001 walked towards Zhang Tuohai.
Report to the commander. 002 fell into a deep pit and asked for rescue.
Huh? Zhang Tuohai was stunned when he heard this. He had seen this camp, and it was all flat ground, with no deep pits that could trap self-propelled machines. Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai followed 001 to the scene of the incident. When he saw the scene, Zhang Tuohai's expression suddenly changed. It turned out that after clearing away the mountain of garbage, a huge metal plate was exposed underneath. Self-propelled machine 002 finds the metal plate and cuts it according to the work process. As a result, unexpectedly, there was nothing underneath the metal plate, and 002 fell to it. The pit was more than 10 meters deep, and it was impossible for 002 to climb up by himself. What shocked Zhang Tuohai the most was that there was a rocket in the center of the pit. Chapter 277 Underground Factory.
Rockets? Or missiles?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the thing in confusion. In the pit is a rocket-like thing, 7 or 8 meters high, about 1 meter in diameter, silver white in color. Standing on the launch pad, 002 has stood up, turned on the chainsaw, and seems to be preparing to recover the rocket.
Stop! Don't do anything!
Zhang Tuohai quickly stopped 002's dangerous behavior of welding detonators and sawing light bulbs. Who knows whether there is a warhead in this rocket, and how much propellant is left in it. If it doesn't expire and is blown up by 002, the whole area will be blown up to the sky. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai also became interested in this rocket. According to the knowledge he learned, the launch silo does not exist alone. It must be accompanied by maintenance facilities, or even an entire military base or research institute. Since this rocket is so well preserved, are the other things in the base also the same? If I find 1 or 2 that can be used, I might give them away. And judging from the appearance of this rocket, it doesn't have any steampunk style at all. Maybe it was a product before the war broke out. And maybe you can get some pre-war technology and equipment. Zhang Tuohai immediately asked classmate Xiao Ai to drive the car over, tie the sunscreen net into a rope, and hang it to the bottom of the silo. Then, he carried an assault rifle on his back and an anti-tank grenade and sneaked under the silo. As he expected, there was a metal door on the side wall of the launch silo. Judging from its size, it should be used to transport rockets. But it was closed now.
002. Tear down this door for me.
Zhang Tuohai ordered to 002.
Follow your orders.
002 pointed the chainsaw at the metal door. After a while, the metal door was removed by 002, revealing the metal tunnel behind it. There were still some electric lights at the top of the tunnel, but they were turned off at this time. Zhang Tuohai lit up his bright flashlight and walked in. The tunnel is not long, only about 10 meters. At the end of the tunnel, there is a metal door. After taking apart the metal door according to the previous example, the space suddenly opened up, and a large underground space appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The underground space is the size of 2 football fields, and production lines fill the underground space. There were still some unfinished parts on the production line, and the floor was in a mess, with scattered items everywhere. Zhang Tuohai even saw a single leather shoe. Zhang Tuohai speculated that the people here must have retreated in a hurry. Otherwise, such a situation would not have occurred. Looking at the unfinished parts on the production line, Zhang Tuohai speculated that this might be a rocket production line, and the rocket outside was produced in this factory. Zhang Tuohai inspected a large area in the factory and found that the ground was covered with various materials. In the corner, he also found piles of raw metal ingots. Zhang Tuohai was very excited about this discovery and immediately asked 002 to transport these metal ingots. And he himself found a wooden door in the corner. Zhang Tuohai pushed open the wooden door and found that it was a research room filled with various materials. Zhang Tuohai opened it and looked through it. He could only confirm the specific method of manufacturing the rocket and various parameters and data. As for other things, he couldn't understand it. He knew every word in these materials, but when they were put together, he couldn't read them.
What is the use of this purely technical information?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the information in the slow cabinet and scratched his head. If it's a drawing, he can use it directly, but he can't understand the information at all. What's the use?
Wait!
An image of a person suddenly appeared in Zhang Tuohai's mind.
Lilith might like it.
She is a technological expert and likes to call herself a doctor. She also likes to draw various drawings, which shows that she is a person who is extremely interested in scientific research. She might like this kind of pre-war material. He can also use this information to increase Lilith's favorability. At the very least, you can get a few drawings.
That's it!
Zhang Tuohai made up his mind and immediately started to organize and package these materials. The entire room was ransacked by Zhang Tuohai. Not even a piece of paper with writing on it was left. After sending these information up, Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and turned all the semi-finished products on the production line into metal ingots and took them away. As for the machines, they remained. He plans to seal this place up first, and maybe it can be used in the future. Anyway, he has no shortage of metal ingots now, so it doesn't have any special significance whether he collects these machines or not. As for the rocket, Zhang Tuohai also stayed where he was. This location can also be used for trading if Lilith is interested. After transporting the collected materials up, Zhang Tuohai climbed out of the launch silo, found a few large pieces of iron, and covered the damaged launch silo. Then, Zhang Tuohai piled the remaining garbage on top of the launch silo. It's hidden, as long as no one has enough time to clean up the garbage. They won't find that there is an underground factory down here. After dealing with all this, Zhang Tuohai began to study the map he got from Mobutu. You can definitely not go to Grey Rock City now. His car must have been recorded after causing a scene at the steam tank factory. And if it was discovered, those artillery pieces would come calling. Zhang Tuohai looked for other places to go on the map. On the map, Monturbo marked a dozen small villages and towns, which should all be affiliated with Grey Rock City. For safety reasons, Zhang Tuohai decided to avoid these villages to avoid exposing his whereabouts and being hunted by people from Grey Rock City.
Where on earth can we go?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the map carefully. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai discovered a town on the edge of the map, Twin Tower City. Looking at the map, Twin Tower City should be a larger city than Grey Rock City. It's far away from Grey Rock City.
Can this place be out of Grey Rock City's sphere of influence?
Zhang Tuohai decided to visit the Twin Tower City. If Twin Tower City and Grey Rock City were hostile, he might join Twin Tower City and follow a large force to counterattack Grey Rock City.
Classmate Xiao Ai, set off for the Twin Tower City,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Understood.
Classmate Xiao Ai drove towards the Twin Tower City. Because of the map, Zhang Tuohai did not plan to walk along the highway, because that would create a large circle and waste a lot of time and gasoline. Zhang Tuohai planned to take a straight line through the wilderness to the Twin Tower City. Anyway, he has a gas expulsion lamp, so he doesn't have to worry about those mutated creatures. Even if you encounter an impassable road section, you can start the hot air balloon and fly directly there. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuohai drove into the wilderness. However, after advancing for an hour, Zhang Tuohai suddenly discovered an oasis ahead. Chapter 278, Kirov's guest appearance.
Oasis?
Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. In this wasteland, there is an oasis, which means there is civilization and settlement.
Is it a hidden map?
Zhang Tuohai decided to go and have a look. However, such a careless pass was definitely not enough. Zhang Tuohai turned on the fog generator, letting his car be wrapped in fog, and then moved towards the oasis. This is a wasteland anyway, so it's not unusual to have an unknown fog. As long as no one comes in to check, Zhang Tuohai will not be exposed. 2 kilometers away from the oasis, Zhang Tuohai stopped the car and observed it carefully. He found that a high wall had been erected around the oasis, with barbed wire and guard towers on it, and heavily armed soldiers patrolling it. It was obviously a relatively complete base.
What is this place?
Zhang Tuohai was ready to find out. However, once such a big man passes by, he will definitely be discovered. Who is so small that it's not easy to spot? Zhang Tuohai thought about it and set his sights on Wang Kai.
How about you go over and take a look?
Zhang Tuohai asked Wang Kai.
No. The surrounding area is too desolate, and there is no shelter. I will definitely be discovered if I go there. Moreover, the wall is too high, and there is a barbed wire fence on it. I can't climb over it,
Wang Kai said with a grimace.
Then who do you think can go?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I think Polly is similar. It can fly, cross high walls, and won't be noticed.
Wang Kai thought for a while and said,
It's feasible.
Zhang Tuohai thought it made sense. He got out of the car and found Zhao Wanwan to discuss the matter. Zhao Wanwan readily agreed.
I didn't expect that this guy who steals nuts every day could actually be of some use.
Zhao Wanwan put Polly on her arm and said,
Go and investigate the situation in the camp. Are there any nuts?
Polly asked.
If you don't go, you will never have any nuts to eat,
Zhao Wanwan said with a smile.
Okay, I get it. Cruel woman.
Polly reluctantly flew up and flew towards the camp. I don't know if it's because there are no flying mutant creatures. No one on the sentries in the tower paid attention to the sky. They were all concentrating on scanning the ground outside. No one paid attention at all. A macaw quietly came from outside, entered the camp. Zhang Tuohai was waiting beside the car. Zhao Wanwan looked nervously in the direction of the camp.
It won't be found. Right.
Zhao Wanwan took Zhang Tuohai's arm and asked.
This is the 7th time you have asked this.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
Don't you always dislike it? Why are you so concerned about it now? Stop talking nonsense. It'll be fine. Right.
Zhao Wanwan rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai and said,
Don't worry. If it doesn't move in another 5 minutes, I'll go and rescue it with arms. That's okay. Right.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
Okay. Then I'll wait another 5 minutes,
Zhao Wanwan said with her hands crossed in front of her chest. As soon as he finished speaking, a macaw flew out of the camp. It looked a little embarrassed. It flew to an altitude of tens of meters, then made a circle and flew towards the fog where Zhang Tuohai was.
How's it going? You're not injured, are you?
Zhao Wanwan caught the fallen Polly and carefully checked its body to see if there were any wounds.
Silly woman. I just combed my feathers.
Polly was obviously very resistant to this and kept struggling. But how could it escape Zhao Wanwan's clutches? Zhao Wanwan checked Polly 3 times to make sure there were no injuries before letting Polly go.
How's the situation inside?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
There is a camp inside. There is a lake in the middle of the camp. And there are some trees and houses around it. There is a room that looks like an iron cage. And there are many 2-legged beasts. All female. There are some cars parked in the camp. Probably more than 30. Some with 2 wheels and some with 4 wheels. There is also one with a big thick pipe on it. But it is open. There are about 30 male 2-legs inside. All with weapons. The house near the south is the kitchen. There are 2 2-legged beasts who are decomposing the corpse of a 2-legged beast. They seem to be making dried meat. There are many hanging in the drying room next to it. But what's weird is that only a few 2-legs have similar aesthetics to me. The rest are all wearing gray or black clothes and have the same color hair. It's really ugly,
Polly said stumblingly.
So this is a raider camp?
After hearing Polly's description, Zhang Tuohai had some concerns. Slaves, motorcycles, and cannibalism are almost the iconic attributes of predators. Even if these people are not predators, they are probably not good people. If you don't encounter it, there's nothing you can do. Now that he has encountered it, he can't just sit back and watch this continue. It just so happened that he now had new equipment, so he could try out new tactics with these predators.
Wanwan, you stay here. Polly, get in the car with me and be your guide.
After allocating the work, Zhang Tuohai started the hot air balloon, raised the infantry fighting vehicle into the sky, and flew towards the camp. Because Zhang Tuohai also turned on the fog generator, it looked like a large cloud floating very low. The people in the tower also saw the fog. However, there was almost nothing unusual about this fog except that it flew a little lower. Besides, in the wasteland world, any strange things can happen. And there are many more strange things than this. A low-flying cloud is nothing. The guards looked at it for a few times. then lost interest and continued to look elsewhere. The cloud slowly floated above the camp.
This is the kitchen. This is the warehouse. This is where the cages are kept. This is the barracks.
Polly pointed at the map of the camp displayed on the screen.
Learn.
Zhang Tuohai has a good idea of the layout of the camp.
Classmate Xiao AI. Use the steam machine gun to deal with the guards in the tower. And use the anti-tank grenade to deal with the barracks. Use a thunder strike to kill them. And don't give them any chance to fight back. Clear.
Xiao Ai controlled the infantry fighting vehicle to float directly above the barracks, and then stretched out 16 mechanical arms. For mechanical arms held steam machine guns in their hands, aiming at the 4 towers. Each of the remaining hands held 4 anti-tank grenades.
Fire!
Zhang Tuohai issued the order. Duh. Steam machine guns roared. Anti-tank grenades crashed down. The entire military camp was blown into the sky by 48 anti-tank grenades that exploded simultaneously. Chapter 279: An Acquaintance Among Female Slaves. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded in the camp. Blasting the general camp to the sky wasn't enough. Classmate Xiao Ai threw 3 more rounds of anti-tank grenades, completely blowing the vicinity of the general camp to pieces. It was not easy to find even a larger piece of iron in the entire area. As for the guards in several surrounding towers, they were torn to pieces by steam machine guns at the same time as the explosion. Through mental arithmetic and unintentional calculation, Zhang Tuohai killed most of the guards in the camp without any damage in one attack.
Where are the enemies?
There are 2 cooks in the kitchen, a guard at the door of the warehouse, and a guard near the iron cage. But there are no others, Polly said, looking at the screen.
Classmate Xiao AI. Shoot the kitchen with a machine gun and kill them through the wall. Kill the 2 guards as well,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
Xiao Ai replaced all the mechanical arms with steam machine guns and fired at the kitchen. In an instant, the kitchen turned into a hornet's nest. The guard at the door of the warehouse was also easily eliminated. Only the guard who guarded the slave girl remained. For this guard, Zhang Tuohai couldn't shoot through the wall. Otherwise, even the female slaves wouldn't survive. However, Zhang Tuohai has a way. He landed the infantry fighting vehicle into the camp, and then called over the 2 self-propelled machines 008 and 009.
Come on! Take this thing, and pull the trigger whenever you see someone holding a weapon. Do you understand?
Zhang Tuohai said, as he gave the steam machine gun to the 2 self-propelled machines. The 2 self-propelled machines nodded in understanding.
Go together.
2 self-propelled machines walked from the front, while Zhang Tuohai sneaked in from the back. Zhang Tuohai stood outside the back door for a while, and suddenly heard loud gunshots inside, and immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw a man dressed in black, holding an AK-47 and shooting at the door. Zhang Tuohai said nothing, raised the AK-74 in his hand, and aimed it at him. The man in black fell to the ground.
Stop attacking!
Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly. The gunfire stopped. Zhang Tuohai quickly walked over and inspected the scene. The scene at the scene made him dumbfounded. The 2 self-propelled machines held their machine guns levelly, with their muzzles pointing to the side. There is no way to cause harm to the man in black. It was their sudden appearance that frightened the men in black into confusion, and they shot indiscriminately. The 2 self-propelled machines are very strong. There are many scratches on the outside of the body, but they do not affect their normal operation. It seems that the idea of using resource recovery self-propelled machines as combat self-propelled machines is not mature enough. We have to find ways to improve. However, their bodies are very strong, and they are still qualified as human shields. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with 008 and 009, Zhang Tuohai immediately checked the status of the man in black. At this time, the man in black had been hit by more than 20 bullets in his upper body and was almost beaten to a pulp, but his face remained. Zhang Tuohai felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere.
Is it someone from the regional channel?
Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel and prepared to compare. As soon as I opened the regional channel, a red obituary popped up. Player Edward died. Cause of death AK-74. His photo was included in the obituary. Seeing the photo on the obituary, Zhang Tuohai finally recognized who this guy was. Isn't this the guy who organized players to sneak attack on the looters yesterday and organized the auction of female slaves this morning? He just wanted to take a shortcut, but he didn't expect to run into this guy's lair. Zhang Tuohai scrolled up and found more than a dozen obituaries for players. The causes of death were all anti-tank grenades.
Maybe this is retribution for letting you sell female slaves.
Zhang Tuohai kicked Edward's body and began to check the room. In the middle of the room is a huge iron cage, which contains more than 20 female slaves. These female slaves are simply dressed and look frightened. They are huddled in a corner. However, among these people, Zhang Tuohai actually saw an acquaintance Gil.
Didn't you run very fast last night? Why did you end up here?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile as he looked at Jill. Seeing that it was Zhang Tuo, Hajir's expression changed several times. And then he said,
You have been poisoned. Put me in the red wine last night, and I will tell you the antidote. The antidote is a lot of mushrooms. Right. I've already eaten it, so I don't worry about you.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Jill's face turned pale, and she stared at Zhang Tuohai in disbelief.
You? How did you know? This is a secret poison. It's impossible for anyone to know the antidote. How is this possible? Nothing is absolutely impossible.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Okay. Explain how you got to this point. Don't try to lie. I have a way to distinguish the truth from the lies. Well, there's nothing worth hiding anyway.
Gil sat cross-legged on the ground like a deflated ball.
After I escaped last night, I didn't dare to go back to Grey Rock City. So I wanted to find a place to stay. The leader here is my friend, and I plan to stay here for a while. Unexpectedly, this place was captured last night, and I became a prisoner. And they saw that I was pretty, so they locked me up. Ramon sent you to catch me. Right. I don't want to see him again. Give me a break.
Gil said and closed his eyes. Sheila. Gil closed his eyes and waited for a long time. But he didn't hear the gunshot. Instead, he heard a harsh sound. She opened her eyes suddenly and saw a strange-looking self-propelled machine sawing open the door of the iron cage.
I have opened the door for you and left half of the car for you. There is food in the kitchen. I think you won't mind. I will take what I need from the supplies in the warehouse. As for whether you stay here or leave, it's all up to you. It's your own choice. As for Ramon, you can explain it yourself. I'm not interested in being your messenger.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he turned and left. These female slaves were saved easily. As for what happened next, that was their own business. Zhang Tuohai had no interest in being a nanny for them. If they can only survive under his protection, they will also die when Zhang Tuohai leaves after 7 days. This is what the Doomsday Wasteland is like. Only by adapting can you survive. Otherwise you will become a corpse on the roadside. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the room. And 001 took a few self-propelled machines and turned all the motorcycles into metal ingots, leaving 10 steam cars. Enough for the female slaves. He had no interest in human meat in the kitchen. He turned around and came to the warehouse, where all kinds of materials stolen by the looters were piled up. Zhang Tuohai walked around among the piles of supplies with his hands behind his back, selecting what he needed. Chapter 280 Jill's Identity. There are many things in the warehouse, most of which are things looted by looters, and some are things stored here by players. For example, a large part of the food obtained from the slave girls' auction in the morning was stored here. Zhang Tuohai picked out some canned food that he didn't have and took it away to enrich his material reserves. There are also a lot of various manufacturing materials, available in various grades and categories. Zhang Tuohai naturally accepted them. There are also some weapons, mainly heavy weapons such as steam rifles and steam machine guns. Zhang Tuohai left behind 5 steam machine guns and 20 steam rifles, and took away the rest. Of course, these are not the main point. The most important thing is that Zhang Tuohai found several giant bombs in the corner. Each one is at least 1 meter in diameter, according to the game system prompts. This thing is a trigger mine, and I don't know how it was obtained by this group of predators, because it was too heavy and could not be used anywhere. It was thrown into a corner to eat dust. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he saw these mines. Just because the predators couldn't use it didn't mean he couldn't use it. After all, anti-tank grenades are not professional aerial bombs. They are fine for dealing with simple targets, but they need to be thrown accurately to deal with heavy targets. However, if you want to throw accurately, you need to lower your height, which will put Zhang Tuohai in danger. It is much more convenient to have this kind of heavy mine. This kind of heavy mine is powerful and has a wide range. It is the best throwing weapon for Zhang Tuohai. Immediately, Zhang Tuohai asked Xiao Ai to put away these heavy mines properly. With this thing, he can also make a guest appearance in the air as a real Kirov airship. It can even cause a devastating blow to a team. After gathering these things, Zhang Tuohai continued to rummage around, turned around and left after finding nothing of value. The remaining supplies were left to these female slaves. This is what he can do for these people. As for their fate in the future, that's none of his business. Zhang Tuohai packed up his things and was about to leave. At this moment, Jill walked out. Seeing Zhang Tuohai about to leave, he quickly ran over.
Can I ask you a favor? Send me to the Red Fort. Why should I send you to the Red Castle?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
You poisoned me. I was being merciful by not killing you. I also left weapons and food behind. All because you are a group of poor slave girls? I advise you not to push yourself too far.
Following Zhang Tuohai's words, classmate Xiao Ai raised the steam machine gun. A dozen black holes were pointed at Jill.
I can pay the price.
Upon seeing this, Jill quickly raised his hands and said loudly,
What price? My body? Or the materials I gave up?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
A lot of things. More than you imagine.
Gil said quickly.
Whether it's food, weapons, manufacturing materials, or even various advanced drawings. I can get them all. As long as you send me to the Red Fort. Whatever you want, yes. I can give it all to you. Give me a reason to believe you.
Zhang Tuohai's heart moved slightly.
Remember, you only have one chance. If you dissatisfy me, I will kill you. I am the daughter of Dr. Valentine, the chief scholar of the Red Castle.
Gil paused and finally said,
You should know the status of scholars in the Red Castle. My father is the chief scholar, so his status is unquestionable. I am his only daughter who has not mutated. As long as you send me back, you can have anything you want.
Jill said.
Red Fort. Chief scholar?
These two words came into Zhang Tuohai's mind. Although he had never heard of the Red Fort, many things in this world were branded with the Red Fort. Firearms, machines, and many other things have the prefix Red Fort. The gas lamp used to expel mutant creatures was also developed by the Red Fort. This shows how powerful the technology of the Red Fort is. In such a force, the chief scholar's power and status must not be too low. And it does not seem to be difficult to obtain those things. For a person of this level, just leaking something from his fingers is enough to make his mouth full of oil.
Since you are Dr. Valentine's daughter, why don't you stay in the Red Keep and enjoy life? But instead go to the Resistance Army as an undercover agent?
Zhang Tuohai was a little confused.
My father wanted me to inherit his academic legacy. But I didn't like those things. I preferred adventure in the wilderness. So I ran out secretly. Now it seems that my father was right. Or studying drawings is more suitable for me.
Jill said dejectedly.
Okay.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and felt that he could agree. Anyway, he didn't have any specific place to go now. If he could go to the Red Fort with Jill, it would be a good choice. If the situation is better, he might be able to join the Red Fort forces. With Jill's relationship, even if he is a new member, his status will not be too low. Even if Gil turns his back and refuses to recognize anyone, Zhang Tuohai can still obtain the coordinates of the Red Fort. The operating space is much larger.
When to leave? My suggestion is to hurry up. Time waits for no one.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Can I take them with me? They are a bunch of poor people. If we don't take them away, they won't live long.
Jill begged. Jill's request made Zhang Tuohai change his attitude towards her. If you can still think about rescuing the slave girl at this moment, you won't miss the reward, right?
Okay.
But tell them to hurry up. Collect the supplies and set off. I don't have much time to wait.
Zhang Tuohai said and returned to the car. Through a private message, Zhang Tuohai informed Zhao Wanwan to follow him and join him. The slave girls moved very quickly and carried all the supplies to the car in less than 5 minutes. Zhang Tuohai also took out several gas lamps and hung them on their car. Otherwise, they may attract many mutated creatures, which will greatly delay the progress of Zhang Tuohai and others. The convoy set off in a mighty manner, and the group of people drove towards the Red Fort under the leadership of Jill. Gil was obviously very familiar with the roads in this area, so he led the convoy onto the highway, and then headed towards the Twin Tower City.
Why not walk in a straight line? With a gas expulsion lamp, we don't have to worry about mutant creatures.
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
There is a swamp in the middle of that wilderness. It is very muddy, and has a large number of mutant creatures. It is very difficult to cross. Our cars cannot pass through, so we can only take a detour.
Gil said.
Moreover, although this road is a little far, it is a commercial road. There are many passing convoys, so it is relatively safe.
Gil said. At this moment, there was a roar in front, and a group of hippies riding single-track motorcycles and driving open-top steam cars roared over from the opposite side. Chapter 281 Huangsha Town.
Is this what you call safety?
Zhang Tuohai glanced at Jill.
I said I'm safe most of the time. Who knows where these guys come from?
Jill was also a little helpless.
There are too many of them. We probably can't defeat them. We might as well hide in the wilderness. They don't dare to pursue them into the wilderness.
Jill said.
Hide? A group of villagers are just killing Matt.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at Jill and said to classmate Xiao Ai,
Fire and kill them all. Clear.
The revolving gun fired 2 shrapnel shells. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded, and the scattered bullets smashed the group of Zero Protection killers into pieces. There were only a few fish that slipped through the net and were hiding on the periphery. Upon seeing this, the few remaining looters immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, before they could turn around, the steam machine gun bullets arrived. In the blink of an eye, these guys who were showing off their power just now turned into a pile of mincemeat. Jill on the side was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that a group of predators didn't even last a few seconds before being beaten into pieces. This firepower almost caught up with a small chariot convoy in the Red Fort.
Where did this guy come from? He actually installed so much firepower on the car. And that mechanical arm seems to be even more powerful than the one developed by the Red Fort. Where are the gears hidden? Why can't you see the transmission rod? Could it be pre-war technology? Where did he get it?
Although Jill doesn't like to study steam technology, her father is the chief scholar of the Red Keep after all. Under the influence of daily advice, her level is still up to par, and her vision is several notches better than many ordinary people. However, with her current status, she did not dare to ask questions casually, so she could only bury her doubts in her heart. To Zhang Tuohai, this group of plunderers was just a nobody worth mentioning. After plundering some supplies, they set off on their journey again. The road was peaceful for a long time. Just like Gil said, there was no ambush. Even mutated creatures are rarely seen. On the way, Zhang Tuohai and the others also encountered a convoy of homeless people. The two parties passed each other vigilantly, fearing that the other party would suddenly make a move. In this world, nothing is static. Even a wanderer may become a predator when the time permits. However, as Gil introduced before, this road is indeed very peaceful. Presumably the previous group of predators must have just crossed over. The group walked until nightfall without any further trouble. Zhang Tuohai was a little uncomfortable with the sudden leisure. He peered at the regional channel boldly. He found that many players had already joined the organization, including plunderers,
wanderers, and a few players who were lucky enough to join the town. According to their complaints, joining a town actually requires a test, and the tests vary from town to town. Some require payment of a sufficient number of mutated organs. Some only accept humans with mutated body organs. Some require you to get rid of an enemy with your own hands. A player who was forced to eat an enemy's heart alive was venting his bitterness on the regional channel. As for the killing of the gang of slave trafficking guys, it didn't cause any ripples on the regional channel at all. Except for a few complaints from players who didn't take pictures of female slaves. It was never mentioned by anyone again. However, what depressed Zhang Tuohai was that no one from the Tigers said anything. Even Song Xiaokong, who has excellent communication skills and extensive connections, didn't get any useful information. However, what was gratifying was that Song Xiaokong helped Zhang Tuohai sell a lot of third-grade metal ingots and milk tea, which made Zhang Tuohai feel a little warm in his cold heart.
Where did these guys from the Tiger group come from? Are they cut off from other players?
Zhang Tuohai was very puzzled, tired of watching the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai looked up and looked outside. The sun was already setting, and in a while, night would come. Although, they hung up gas expulsion lamps, so they could continue on their way at night. However, the physical strength of those female slaves cannot last for so long, so it is better to find a camp to spend the night.
Jill, is there any camp nearby where I can rest?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Don't worry. If I remember correctly, there is a village not far ahead. We can spend the night there. If we leave early tomorrow morning, we might be able to have afternoon tea at the Red Fort.
Jill thought for a moment and said,
Sure enough, he comes from a wealthy family, and he can actually enjoy afternoon tea in the last days.
Zhang Tuohai was more certain of Jill's identity in his heart. As soon as Gil finished speaking, the outline of a village appeared at the end of his sight.
It's that village. I remember that there was a kind of soup with meat in it. It was very thick and delicious,
Jill said with excitement.
Really?
Zhang Tuohai agreed casually, but he did not expect the food in this world. There might be some good things in the big cities, but it would be nice if a small village like this didn't starve, and could also get some delicious broth. It's very doubtful. The group of people drove towards the village. Just as the sun was about to sink below the horizon, the group of people arrived at the intersection of the village. This village is no different from the villages Zhang Tuohai has seen. The same iron house, the same tall chimney, the same metal horses, and the same guards with guns on alert. The guard didn't say much, just asked a few questions and then said,
"Okay."
Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt that these two guards seemed a bit rich. Moreover, their eyes revealed something different. The convoy was full of female slaves. These female slaves were half-clothed and all looked good. Zhang Tuohai could understand that the guards' eyes were full of desire. However, what he saw in the eyes of the two guards was not that kind of desire. On the contrary, they looked at everyone as if hunters were looking at food.
Has a problem.
Zhang Tuohai felt wary.
Stay a while. Don't get out of the car. And be alert to the movements around you. I'm worried that there is a problem in this village.
Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Zhao Wanwan.
Understood. I will pay attention to the surrounding situation.
Zhao Wanwan picked up her August and stared at the surroundings closely. The convoy entered the village. Arrived in Huangsha town. It meets the camp standards and can stay overnight. The game system prompted. The village is not big. After a while, the car arrived at the center of the village.
I'm finally back.
Gil jumped out of the car and pointed to a small hotel with a dilapidated plaque.
This is the hotel. The last time I came out, I had the thick soup here. They added a little soup.
It's a special kind of meat that I've never tasted before. It's so delicious.
Chapter 282 Double the Reward. Sure enough, it still smells familiar.
Jill sniffed with her nose raised, showing an intoxicated look.
Would you like to come down and let's go have something to eat together?
Jill asked several slave girls. Apparently, she was in a good mood when she saw that she was almost home.
No, we won't eat human flesh. Dry bread would be good.
A slave girl said tremblingly.
Human flesh? You said this smell is human flesh?
Jill looked in disbelief.
How is this possible? I worked as a helper in the kitchen. I saw with my own eyes that they decomposed people and threw them into pots to cook. It was this smell that I will never forget for the rest of my life.
The slave girl said with a pale expression.
Oh,
although he boasted that he had suffered a lot outside, Jill still had an instinctive aversion to human flesh. The thought of eating human flesh made her feel sick. She wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. Jill lay on the car and calmed down for a long time.
How about we go?
Jill said.
That's fine with me. But are you sure you want to spend the night outside?
Zhang Tuohai turned his head and glanced at the female slaves.
I confirm that even mutant creatures are 10,000 times cuter than these garbage that eats the same kind.
Jill said.
Okay.
Seeing Jill's insistence, Zhang Tuohai agreed. After all, she was also the sponsor, so her opinions should be properly respected.
Set off!
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, and the motorcade continued to move forward, preparing to pass through the village. However, as soon as the convoy arrived at the village entrance, they saw a group of people carrying steel horses blocking the village entrance.
Open the road! We're going out!
Jill shouted.
Sorry, it's getting late. No one is allowed to leave the village. We'll talk about anything tomorrow.
A man holding a steam rifle said forcefully. A group of villagers behind him also nodded in agreement.
What if I have to go out?
Jill asked with a frown.
Then we won't be polite.
Several windows facing the street were opened, and the muzzles of several steam machine guns were stretched out, aiming at everyone. Zhang Tuohai didn't care much about this. Steam machine guns couldn't penetrate the armor of infantry fighting vehicles anyway. However, if they were to fight against each other, those female slaves would probably suffer heavy casualties.
What do you mean?
Jill's face became very ugly.
Please go back,
the leading man said.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Suddenly, a child in the crowd shouted loudly.
Don't worry. It will be fine in a while.
His mother quickly hugged him and comforted him. Jill turned around and took a look, and was shocked to find that the child was covered in scales.
I want to eat her meat. The color of her meat looks the best.
The child pointed at Jill and said,
Okay. Just be patient a little longer. Just be patient a little longer.
The child's mother coaxed the child.
You plan to use us as food?
Gil's hand touched the steam pistol at his waist.
I advise you not to make such an unwise move.
The leading man pointed the steam rifle in his hand at Gil. The machine gunners in the houses on both sides were also ready. Even the surrounding villagers took out various weapons. Their eyes turned blood red, and they made, ho-ho, sounds from their mouths. Seeing the look of the people around him, Jill thought they were going to take action. She was not in the mood to sit still and immediately took out the steam pistol at her waist, preparing to fight back.
They're going to take action. Shoot!
Upon seeing this, the leading man immediately shot Jill. However, after all, Jill had survived in the wasteland for a while and had some experience in gunfights. She twisted her body before the opponent made a move, and the bullet grazed her arm, leaving a wound. Duh. The steam machine guns in the houses on both sides also pulled the triggers, aiming at the convoy in the middle. Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle has thick armor, and the steam machine gun only left a few scratches when it hit it. Zhao Wanwan's car is also equipped with rivet armor on the outside, so it can withstand a few hits without any problem. However, the slave girls and other cars were in a worse situation. The steam locomotives they were riding on were not bulletproof at all. Some of them were even open-topped, so they had no power to fight back against steam machine guns. In an instant, a large area was swept down. But at this time, Zhang Tuohai's counterattack arrived. 16 steam machine guns popped out together and started shooting at the surrounding area, whether it is the firepower point in the building or the villagers blocking the road in front. They are all within the attack range. Duh. After a metal storm passed, all the villagers in sight were beaten into sieves. 9 o'clock direction. Second floor. Behind the wall, a villager is preparing explosives. Be careful. A prompt pops up from the system. Duh. Zhang Tuohai immediately pulled the trigger in the direction indicated by the prompt system. A series of bullets completely sieved that area.
Walk!
Zhang Tuohai fired 2 shots at the steel horse in front of him, blasting away the steel horse blocking the door, and then rushed forward, not forgetting to take Jill with his robotic arm as he left. As for those female slaves, even their people and their cars were beaten into sieves, and they were destined to sleep here forever. Zhang Tuohai and Zhao Wanwan rushed out of the village and rushed into the wilderness. When Zhao Wanwan left, she did not forget to take away the gas expulsion lamps. These are precious strategic materials. Even if they are destroyed, they cannot help the enemy. After rushing for more than 10 kilometers, until the village was no longer visible, Zhang Tuohai slowly stopped the car. Because there are too many secrets in the car, Zhang Tuohai will never let Jill enter the car. However, considering the low temperature outside, Zhang Tuohai still thoughtfully lit up a bonfire and prepared a blanket for Jill. The sponsor's father still has to take care of him.
I killed them. They didn't have to die originally.
Jill hugged her knees with her hands and stared blankly at the bonfire.
If you want to blame, just blame that village. If they hadn't taken the initiative to eat human flesh, what happened today wouldn't have happened. What you can do to help them is to help them get revenge.
Zhang Tuohai said and handed her a cup of milk tea and a bag of bread.
Yes, for revenge. I will ask my father to send people to kill them. They actually dare to eat human flesh. I must lead a team to raze this village to the ground.
Jill squeezed the bread so hard with her hands that it was deformed.
If you want to avenge them, you'd better eat something and have a good sleep. You have to go on the road tomorrow,
Zhang Tuohai said.
No, I can't wait any longer. I have to travel all night. It's best to get to the Red Fort tomorrow morning, so that I can have a chance to lead the team back tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will run away,
Jill said angrily.
It's dangerous to drive all night, and I'm quite tired after driving all day,
Zhang Tuohai said.
The reward is doubled. Make a deal.
Chapter 283 Credentials for joining the Red Fort forces. 2 cars speed through the wilderness. Because it was night, Zhang Tuohai even felt safer at night than during the day. At least the predators were hiding in their camps at this time, guarding against attacks by mutated creatures. Because classmate Xiao Ai is responsible for driving, Zhang Tuohai's normal routine is not affected at all. In the evening, we had a barbecue and took time to go to the large bathhouse for a sauna. I put down the double bed and had a good sleep. After getting out of the car, there was an extra Miss Gill wrapped in a blanket, blowing in the wind all night. It seemed that nothing had changed. After a night of driving, everyone arrived in front of a city at around 4 o'clock in the morning. This city is taller and more majestic than any city Zhang Tuohai has seen in this world. The city is built on a mountain. You can see 3 layers of thick city walls from top to bottom. The outermost city wall is 15 meters high and lined with various artillery and machine guns. Behind the city wall you can see various houses and tall chimneys. Zhang Tuohai found that the closer to the top of the mountain, the bigger and more luxurious the house was. On the top of the mountain stands a tall red castle. This red castle is majestic and tall, with numerous towers, standing on the top of the mountain like a giant.
I'm finally back.
Seeing the tall red fort, Jill's face finally showed excitement after being blown by the cold wind all night.
The city gate hasn't opened yet. Do you want to wait?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No. I am Valentine's daughter. I still have the right to enter and exit the city gate freely. Just drive in,
Jill said with a proud face.
Okay.
Since Jill said so, Zhang Tuohai drove towards the Red Fort. As they approached the Red Fort, machine guns were immediately pointed at them.
I am the daughter of the chief scholar, Dr. Valentine. This is my token. I want to enter the city.
Gil took out a hairpin-like thing from his hair and said to the guard at the top of the city wall. Upon hearing this, the guards on the city wall immediately sent a team leader to come down and check the situation while sitting on a metal cage hanging on the city wall.
Welcome back, Miss Jill.
After checking that everything was correct, the team leader immediately saluted Jill.
Hurry up and open the door. I have something important to see my father,
Jill said loudly. His tone was full of confidence.
As commanded.
Soon, the city gate opened wide. Zhang Tuohai drove into the Red Fort. The streets in the Red Fort are very wide, enough for a total of 6 vehicles to walk side by side. The houses on both sides are also much neater than ordinary city houses. There were obviously many public facilities on both sides of the street. And Zhang Tuohai even saw steel rails laid on the road. Seemingly seeing Zhang Tuohai's doubts, Gil explained.
This is the track of the armored train. If an enemy breaks through the city wall, there will be an armored train to teach them how to behave. This is the unique defense of the Red Fort. Don't take it casually. Staying near the tracks is under full-time guarding. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded secretly. Along the way, Jill used his hairpin to pass 3 city walls, and finally led Zhang Tuohai turn onto a road paved with steel. Zhang Tuohai looked at the surrounding buildings. Here, there are single-family villas on both sides of the road. Each house has a large courtyard, and you can even see shrubs and lawns.
Sure enough, the rich and powerful live well wherever they live, even in the doomsday wasteland.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the villas on both sides and thought to himself. Here, there are even more patrolling guards on the streets. Each team has 20 people, wearing neat red uniforms and carrying steam rifles. In just a short distance, Zhang Tuohai actually saw 3 groups of soldiers passing by. Under Gil's guidance, Zhang Tuohai stopped the car in front of a 3-story building. A man who looked like a butler had already been waiting at the door.
Miss Gil, welcome back. The bathroom has been cleaned for you, and your favorite steak has been cooked in the kitchen,
the steward said respectfully.
Where is my father? I want to see him now. Also, prepare vegetarian food for me in the future. Don't let me see any meat for a month or even 2 months.
When Jill heard the word pork chop, she felt nauseated again. She walked quickly towards the 3rd floor. As for Zhang Tuohai, he was led to a living room to rest. The living room is covered with expensive carpets, soft sofas, and there are actually fresh fruits on the coffee table.
There is such a thing in the wasteland. It's really rare.
Zhang Tuohai turned the fruit over in his hands twice, and was about to taste what the fruit in the wasteland tasted like. The sound of the prompt system rang. There is also a certain amount of heavy metals and radioactive substances in this fruit. Although it will not cause mutations, long-term consumption will still have irreversible effects on the body.
Well,
Zhang Tuohai silently put the fruit back on the plate. Sure enough, he just brought food from the previous world. In the wasteland world, even the fruits eaten by the powerful have problems, let alone the food eaten by the common people. With nothing to do, Zhang Tuohai turned on the regional channel to see what was new. Tonight, several players still died. However, the cause of their death was stab wounds. Zhang Tuohai guessed that they might have lived in a small town like Huasha Town. After falling asleep in the middle of the night, he was killed by someone, and now his body may have become someone else's meal. It seems that the game system prompts are not reliable either. It only judges whether the camp's defense can withstand attacks from mutated creatures, but it does not guarantee whether other people in the camp are in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai felt that the game system in this world was more insidious, and it actually played this kind of word game, so that players could be tricked without knowing it.
Black. So damn dark.
Zhang Tuohai punched the armrest of the sofa angrily. He found that in this world, he had to be more cautious, even the prompts of the game system. Otherwise he might get caught accidentally. About half an hour later, Jill walked in. At this time, Jill was no longer in the tattered clothes just now. She had changed into a slim-fitting red and black uniform, with 2 steam muskets on her waist, looking very heroic.
This is a thank you gift from my father to you.
Gil thrust a wooden box into Zhang Tuohai's hand.
This is part of it. There are too many other things. And they are all outside.
Zhang Tuohai opened the box out of curiosity. He found a metal card inside. He didn't know what kind of material it was made of. It was cold and smooth. It had an embossment of the Red Fort printed on the front and a line of small words below. Gil, Deputy Captain of the Special Operations Team. There was a series of numbers in the lower right corner. I found the credentials to join the Red Fort Force. Do you want to join the Red Fort Force immediately? The game system popped up a prompt. Chapter 284 Steam-Powered Exoskeleton.
Are you asking me to join the Red Fort?
Zhang Tuohai looked up at Jill.
It's just a certificate of identity. With it, you can get a certain amount of free supplies in the Red Fort and its annexes. And you can also enjoy discounts on the excess. You can also recruit part of the local military force to help you complete some things. In addition, and there are some other small uses. You can learn about it slowly. Anyway, having this thing will make it much more convenient for you to control the area in the Red Fort. But this is something I got with great difficulty. How about it? It's interesting.
Jill put her hands on her hips with a proud look on her face.
It says that I am the vice captain. Who is the captain?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
And what is the size of the team? Of course I am the captain. After all, it is a direct team named after me. But don't worry. I usually don't take care of things. You are responsible for everything in the team. According to the establishment of the Red Fort, a combat team is divided into 5 parts. For fast assault vehicles, 3 fire support vehicles, 2 guard vehicles, 1 command vehicle, and 2 logistics vehicles. The combatants are determined based on the vehicles. Each team has different numbers. When supplies are provided, they are also provided according to this quota. However, you can adjust the composition of the team according to actual needs. This is quite useful.
Hearing what Gil said, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. With this thing, he could even have half a foot in the Red Fort's power. And he could even rely on the Red Fort's power to do some things. This is a great improvement for him. Moreover, he can also use this to join the Red Fort forces at any time and complete the tasks released by the game system. However, he currently plans to wait and see if he can visit a few more forces and choose the most advantageous one to join.
By the way, I'm going to take people to that small village. Do you want to come with me?
Jill asked.
Of course. It's my duty to wipe out those scum that eat the same kind of flesh.
Zhang Tuohai said righteously. In fact, the main reason for his trip was to see the situation of the Red Fort combat team and get a feel for the details of these big forces.
Okay, let's set off now.
Jill is full of energy. It seemed that the person who blew the wind all night last night was not her. Zhang Tuohai and Jill came to the yard, and the reward materials were ready. 4 hams, 6 boxes of Red Fort special canned meat, 4 boxes of canned vegetables, 1 box of canned fruit, 10 boxes of water, an exquisite steam pistol, 2 steam machine guns, more than 10 boxes of bullets, 2 boxes of special bombs, 20 charcoal bag, a map depicting supply points in the nearby area, and a strange-looking set of equipment. This set of equipment looks like a full-body armor, but it has various metal gears and steam pipes linked to it. There is also a large tank on the back, 2 steam machine guns hanging on the arms, and a mask and goggles on the face. Look! It looks very powerful.
This is the latest 3rd-generation steam-powered auxiliary exoskeleton developed by our Red Fort. It can achieve 100% area protection of the whole body, can withstand long-range shooting of steam machine guns, and can also allow people to carry items within 1 ton. Currently, there are only the guards are qualified to equip it. But my father is a developer, so he can come up with a set. But you don't want to spread the word.
Jill warned from the side.
Don't worry.
Zhang Tuohai liked the exoskeleton very much when he saw it. He happened to be in need of a new set of armor. And to his surprise, Gil actually sent it to him. And it was also an exoskeleton. Although it is steam-powered, it is better than nothing.
By the way, you should use this charcoal sparingly. This is the latest generation of smokeless charcoal developed by the Red Fort. It has good burning effect, less black smoke, and strong power. It is best used as a special fuel for steam exoskeletons.
Jill said.
Understood.
Zhang Tuohai quickly put all these things into the car, and then followed Jill out of the yard. At this time, on the road outside, there were already 2 teams ready. These people all wore red uniforms. Each team has 4 assault vehicles with huge wheels. Each assault vehicle has 3 steam machine guns and bulletproof baffles. Behind the assault vehicle are 3 fire support vehicles equipped with extended artillery. In Zhang Tuohai's eyes, This type of vehicle is more like an integrated version of an assault gun and a self-propelled artillery. The two guards' vehicles are similar to lightly armored steam tanks, with coaxial machine guns and thicker muzzles, making them more powerful than ordinary steam tanks. The logistics vehicle is a large steam locomotive pulling containers, and it looks like there is definitely a lot of supplies. As for the core command vehicle, the bulletproof panels are stronger, and there are several machine guns installed on the vehicle, but it is obviously more comfortable. There is actually a sofa and coffee table in the vehicle. Several guards looked around cautiously. However, what Zhang Tuohai couldn't figure out was that the roof of this car could actually be opened and closed. At this time, the roof of the car was wide open, and Jill was sitting in the car in a grand manner, looking comfortable. Don't people in this world have common sense against sniping? Actually, they all love convertibles so much. This made Zhang Tuohai very puzzled. Mobutu was like this, and Jill was like this too. It doesn't matter if the air and environment are good. In this wasteland world, the environment is so bad, and I still love convertibles. I don't know what to think. Although Zhang Tuohai was full of flaws regarding Jill's hobby. To be fair, the firepower of these two teams was really not weak, and they would definitely be able to crush an equal number of players. Not to mention attacking Huangsha Town. It might be enough to attack Grey Rock City, where the soldiers and generals were lost. The group of people set off in a mighty manner. A huge convoy of more than 40 vehicles stopped outside Huangsha Town. Every car has a tiger painted on the hood.
Axie, it's finally here.
A middle-aged man with a tiger tattooed on his chest jumped out of an off-road vehicle and looked at Huangsha Town in front of him, his face full of joy.
Brother, are we traveling all this way just for this broken town? Don't make any mistake.
A man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks said, carefully following behind the middle-aged man.
Are you questioning me?
The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the sharp-mouthed monkey, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes.
I don't dare. I don't dare.
The sharp-mouthed monkey immediately shook his head and denied again and again.
Humph. Do your job. Notify us. Prepare your equipment. And the battle will begin in 10 minutes. Remember, this is the key battle for our Tigers to join White Rock City. If we win Huangsha Town,
we can join White Rock City. Everyone must cheer up and not let down Boss Buwan's instructions. Do you understand?
Understood. Everyone agreed with a roar. Chapter 285, The Unlucky Tigers. Attack. The middle-aged man, with a tiger tattoo on his body, waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Tiger Regiment used the car as a cover and began to attack the village. There were only a few guards at the entrance of the village. Faced with this level of attack, they were beaten into a honeycomb on the spot.
Go! Try to wipe out this village within 2 hours.
The middle-aged man greeted loudly. The people behind him moved away the roadblock at the entrance of the village and rushed into the village with a roar. Working in teams of 3 or 4, they began to pay off every house in the village, killing everyone they see. Gunshots rang out throughout the village. However, Huangsha Town is not a good man and woman who can intercept and kill merchants and cross the slopes of trees like otherworldly trees. How could he be allowed to be slaughtered? After the gunfire, many villagers joined in the counterattack with various muskets. The village was filled with gunshots and chaos.
Boss, this is not right. Why are you fighting back so hard? We have already lost several brothers.
The sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked man held a Mauser 20 in his hand and said to the middle-aged man in a panic.
It's not a big deal,
the middle-aged man said, pulling the bolt of the gun in his hand.
Since it is the final assessment mission, the difficulty is natural. You know how much energy and materials Brother Buwan spent on completing the preliminary mission. It's not difficult to explain. Just work harder and kill them all. Brother Buwan is waiting for us. However, those unscrupulous people have built fortifications in the village, and many houses on both sides have been converted into firepower points. If they rush in by force, the losses will be too great.
The sharp-mouthed monkey cheek said,
Go. Tell them to take out all the RPGs in the car and blow up all those fortifications.
The middle-aged man said loudly.
Understood.
The sharp-billed monkey's cheeks conveyed the order. Soon, each RPG was carried up. Boom! Boom! The fortifications in the village were named one by one. RPG is an individual weapon specially developed to deal with heavy tanks and armed helicopters. It is easy to deal with such fortifications in the village. In a short time, most of the fortifications in the village were destroyed. The middle-aged strongman waved with one hand.
Everyone, rush.
The people behind him rushed forward and continued to clear out the villagers in the village. They fought this battle for more than 3 hours before killing everyone in the village.
Brother, These villagers are too difficult to deal with. More than 20 brothers died, and more than 50 were injured. This loss is too great. Will Brother Buen blame us? Asked the sharp-mouthed monkey. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if a few people die. As long as the goal is achieved. As long as we complete the mission. We can join Baishar City. According to Brother Buen's plan. When the time comes, we can. Wait. Why hasn't the mission been prompted yet? Finish?
The middle-aged man's expression changed.
Is there any fish that has slipped through the net?
Asked the sharp-billed monkey.
Notify me. Everyone will plow the village for me. Find the remaining villagers. And kill them all. Whoever can find the survivors will be given an extra can of luncheon meat for dinner. A can of spicy cabbage.
The middle-aged man said loudly.
As you command?
The people below spread out to look for survivors. After searching like this, they actually found a cellar and found several female slaves who had not been executed. These people didn't care and beat him to death directly, regardless of whether he was a surviving villager or not. At least, he got a can of lunch meat. However, the task is still not completed. The middle-aged man became anxious, and he began to personally lead people to search house after house, and even dug up a lot of ground. But there was still nothing.
Everyone has been killed. Why aren't you prompted to complete the task?
The middle-aged man was anxious and walked back and forth in the village.
Boss,
look at the task list again. Are there any conditions that we didn't notice?
Asked the sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked man.
How could there be other conditions?
The middle-aged man expanded the task list.
Look, it's clearly written here. Mission 9. Kill all the villagers in Wansha Town. After completing the mission, you can join the White Rock City Special Operations Team.
The sharp-mouthed monkey-cheek looked at the task list for a long time, and finally said hesitantly,
Boss, the task list says Wansha Town, but I remember that the nameplate in front of the village says Wansha Town. Are we in the wrong place?
What? Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly ran to the entrance of the village. As expected, the nameplate had the words Wansha Town written on it. At this time, the sharp-billed monkey also ran over, holding a map in his hand.
Boss, I looked at the map again. Wansha Town and Wansha Town are indeed two places. We turned in the wrong direction at the last intersection. 30 degrees to the north. Asshole.
Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man slapped the sharp-billed monkey on the face, causing the sharp-billed monkey to spin twice.
Why didn't you report such important information earlier? Wansha Town is on the edge of the map. There is some dirt here. I didn't notice it at first. I just discovered it.
The pointed-mouthed monkey-cheeked face looked aggrieved.
Asshole.
The middle-aged man was annoyed and slapped the sharp-mouthed monkey twice.
Go and send people to search for the loot in the village, and then immediately set off to massacre Wansha Village.
The middle-aged man shouted. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a burst of explosions passing through the village. Boom! Boom! Many houses in the village were smashed into the sky by a series of shells, followed by many body fragments. No need to watch the channel. The middle-aged man knew that the men who stayed in the village at this time must have suffered heavy losses.
What's going on? Why were we suddenly attacked? Are reinforcements from Wansha Village coming? Or are the predators taking action?
The middle-aged man thought hard and couldn't figure out why he was suddenly attacked.
Let's go!
The middle-aged man quickly greeted the people in the village and wanted to take away as many of his men as possible. If he loses too many people, he will suffer unimaginable punishment if he goes back. However, as soon as he shouted a few words, the artillery fire began to extend in his direction. A shell hit exactly 2 meters away from him. He himself was directly beaten into a sieve by shell fragments. Not far away, the sharp-nosed monkey saw this and immediately ran out. At this time, he could no longer care about anything else. Escape was the best option. However, before he could take 2 steps, a cannonball exploded in an ambush, and the violent shock wave knocked him unconscious. At another entrance to Wansha Village, Gil was standing on the hood of the command vehicle, shouting,
Yes, just fight like this. Hit me hard, and wipe this village off the map.
Chapter 286, Taking Prisoners.
What a powerful firepower. Worthy of the Red Fort's combat team.
Seeing the powerful artillery attacks from the 2 teams, Zhang Tuohai was excited and worried at the same time. What's exciting is that such powerful firepower belongs to our own side. What worries me is whether other forces also have such strong teams. If every force had such a powerful team, then with the current strength of the players, they would basically be cannon fodder. If that player force met a team of this level, it would definitely be a one-sided massacre.
I have to find an opportunity to enhance the car's equipment.
The powerful firepower of the two combat teams in the Red Fort gave Zhang Tuohai the motivation to level up again. Originally, he felt that he was the first to upgrade to a level 4 car, and he could already dominate the channel. Now it seems that this is not enough in the eyes of the powerful indigenous people. He still has a long way to go before he can equal the combat capability of this team. After a few minutes, the shelling gradually stopped. Entire villages have been razed to the ground. The two teams drove into the village to check if any fish had slipped through the net. Zhang Tuohai also drove in to see if there was anything valuable to loot. Suddenly, he saw a broken gun on the ground. This gun is not the common steam rifle or machine gun here, but an MP5. Zhang Tuohai picked up the MP5. He was sure that this gun must belong to a certain player. There was no such gun locally. Could it be that a player died here and his gun was snatched by the villagers? Zhang Tuohai continued to move forward while guessing. As he went deeper, Zhang Tuohai discovered that there were more and more fragments of various firearms, including modern industrial products and steam products. There are nearly 100 modern guns.
What happened?
Zhang Tuohai was confused. Either this village killed a large number of players and robbed their weapons, or there was a player convoy stationed here and was wiped out by the group. He immediately turned on the regional channel to see who had died in the obituaries. As a result, as soon as I opened the regional channel, I saw a long list of obituaries. Zhang Tuohai looked through it and was shocked to find that all the players who died were Tiger Regiment players. And the cause of death was also shelling. In other words, they were all accidentally injured by the round of shelling just now. However, Zhang Tuohai was very happy. Anyway, the Tigers were his potential enemies, and the more they died, the better. It is precisely because of these people that he no longer dares to sell things on regional channels in a big way. Why they appear here is a question worth thinking about. Did he just happen to be passing by? Or did he have another agenda? If it's the former, are their main forces nearby? If they have other plans, what is their purpose? Are they also going to join the Red Fort? Zhang Tuohai became vigilant. He had regarded the Red Fort as his own power, and would not allow any other players to get involved. If the Tigers want to join the Red Keep, with their huge number of players and the resources of the Red Keep, they will probably be able to create several powerful teams very quickly. By then, even he will have to step aside. He would never allow it.
I have to find someone alive to ask.
Zhang Tuohai kept searching. The center of the village was the area that was heavily attacked by artillery. The houses were razed to the ground, and the people were blown to pieces. After a few glances, Zhang Tuohai gave up searching here and walked directly towards the edge of the village. As they approached the entrance of the village, Zhang Tuohai saw a large number of cars parked at the entrance of the village. These cars all had tigers painted on their hoods, which further confirmed their identities. However, these cars were also blown into pieces by artillery, which made Zhang Tuo's plan to make a fortune in vain.
Is it possible that not a single person is left alive? These grandsons don't know how many rounds to take.
Zhang Tuohai thought angrily. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai felt something under his feet. He looked down and saw something moving underneath the pile of mincemeat.
What?
Zhang Tuohai was startled. At first, he thought it was some mutated creature eating the corpse. He immediately raised the assault rifle in his hand and fired several shots at the corpse.
Ouch!
A scream came from under the corpse.
It's a living thing!
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he immediately lifted up the corpse. Sure enough, there was a person hiding underneath. This person had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, he was not a good person.
Raise your hands and stand up!
Zhang Tuohai walked around behind the opponent and said loudly.
My leg was hit. I can't stand up anymore.
The man replied. Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and saw that there was a bloody hole in the opponent's thigh, and he was bleeding profusely. He really couldn't stand up.
Tell me, who are you and why are you here?
Zhang Tuohai asked, stepping on the opponent's back.
I was a survivor who was passing by. Suddenly, I didn't know where the gunfire started. I was knocked unconscious. As soon as I woke up, I was shot again.
The sharp-mouthed monkey chill said agreeably.
Survivors? Survivors? You all have the same icon painted on your car?
Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer.
Hurry up and tell me the specific situation.
Otherwise don't blame me for being rude.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he put the muzzle of the gun on the monkey's head, pretending to pull the trigger.
No. 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 No, 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 no,
No. It turned out that we looked at the map wrong and came to Huasha Town. And then we encountered shelling. We were really passing by.
The sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked man was almost in tears as he spoke. They came here to complete a mission and tried their best to wipe out the people in the village, but found that they had gone to the wrong place. This was not the worst part. The most unfortunate thing was that when they were about to evacuate, they were attacked by artillery fire for no apparent reason. Even he himself was injured and captured. Who can explain this? Thinking of this, the sharp-mouthed monkey's cheeks couldn't stop crying.
Map. You just said there is a map. Where is the map? Take it out and take a look.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. No one knows the role of a regional map better than him.
In my pocket.
The sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked man didn't dare to hide it. Zhang Tuohai found the map from the pocket of the sharp-billed monkey, unfolded it, and looked at it carefully. At this time, Jill also came over to look at the map together.
This is a special map for White Rock City.
Gil glanced at the map and said immediately,
How can I see it?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The maps drawn by each city are centered on each city. Moreover, such an accurate map is obviously a military map. This guy's status in Baishar City is not low.
Chapter 287, Driving Away Wolves and Devouring Tigers.
After
hearing Gil's analysis, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. He grabbed the sharp-billed monkey by his collar and arrested him.
How dare you lie to me? Very good. I like this kind of tough talk. I will hang you on the back of the car and drag you to White Rock City, and see if you can still be as tough-talking as you are now.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he found a piece of rope and put it on the sharp-mouthed monkey. When the sharp-mouthed monkey looked at it, his face turned green. It took a long time to drive from their station here, not to mention the farther away White Rock City. If Zhang Tuohai really did what he said and dragged him to Baishar City with a rope, he would probably be wiped out before he got halfway there.
No, don't do this. I said everything.
The sharp-mouthed monkey cheek immediately told everything he knew.
We are indeed a group of wanderers. Our boss's name is Park Bo-wan. We created an organization called the Tigers. There are more than 200 members. By chance, our boss got a chance to join White Rock City. You know, for wanderers like us, the opportunity to join a big force is so precious. However, such a big force will not let us join casually. If we want to join, we need to complete a series of tasks. The higher the task completion level, the higher the status after joining. If the completion level is too low, we will even get kicked out. The attack on Huansha Town is our 9th mission. If we can raise Huansha Town to the ground, we can even get 5 spots in the special team and be eligible to purchase military supplies at a discount. So we set out for Huansha Town. But unexpectedly, we took the wrong road and ended up in Huansha Town. We were really wronged.
The sharp-mouthed monkey cheek cried.
Huansha Town is the outpost of our Red Fort. If you want to attack Huansha Town, do you want to become the enemy of our Red Fort?
Jill's face became very ugly. The sharp-mouthed monkey's face changed greatly when he heard this, and he quickly said,
We really don't know that Huansha Town is the sphere of influence of the Red Castle. We are just a group of ignorant wanderers who were bewitched by Baishar City. If anything happens, you should go to Baishar City. Where is your station?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked.
In Baishar City.
the sharp-mouthed monkey said immediately.
That's wrong.
Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt something was wrong. Judging from the map, it takes at least a day to get here from White Rock City. It has been less than 3 days since these players entered this world. These tigers don't have gas expulsion lights that can drive at night. How could they complete it so quickly? 9 missions. Can you still run a long distance to Huasha Town? They must have camps nearby.
How is your relationship with Baishar City?
Zhang Tuohai turned to Jill and asked.
It's not bad. Although it's not harmonious. It's not bad. Generally speaking, we are in a state of harmony. Then there must be a reason why Baishar City suddenly attacked your Huasha Town this time.
Zhang Tuohai said.
This reason must be understood. Otherwise, if Baishar City suddenly attacks one day, you may not know the reason. You have to ask.
Jill nodded in agreement.
By the way, now you are the deputy captain of my special team, and you are also from the Red Fort. Why do you always say you are from the Red Fort? You are from the Red Fort?
Zhang Tuohai ignored Jill's correction and turned to the sharp-mouthed monkey and said,
I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where your station is. Otherwise,
as Zhang Tuohai spoke, he tied the rope to the sharp-billed monkey's feet and tied the other end to an assault vehicle. He only waited for an order to start the car.
No, I said. It's the Baishan mine.
The sharp-billed monkey's cheeks are about to collapse.
You lied to me. I know Baishan. But there are no mines on it.
Jill snapped.
It's really the Baishan mine. Baishar City has newly discovered a frost silver mine there. It is said to be an important strategic resource. A stronghold was secretly built there. The map I have is an old map with no markings on it. A gray cross marked with charcoal on the map is where the mine stronghold is.
The sharp-mouthed monkey chin told everything he knew in one breath.
Frost silver mine. Is it really Frost silver mine? Are you right?
Gil became a little uneasy after hearing this.
What's wrong? This mine is precious?
Zhang Tuohai asked puzzledly.
It is very precious.
Gil took a deep breath and said,
This kind of ore is a necessary material for making high-end machines. Without it, many high-end machines cannot be mass-produced at all. It is a vital strategic material. The reason why our Red Fort is to be able to develop to this day. Apart from the support of a large number of scholars, the most important thing is to control a frost silver mine. If Baishar City is allowed to control the frost silver mine, after a period of development, I am afraid it will be able to catch up. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded clearly.
That place is hard to find. Take me with you. I'm willing to show you the way.
Sharp-mouthed monkey cheek said loudly. Zhang Tuohai opened the map and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, I saw a cross mark near Baishan. But the mark was very shallow and small. If I didn't pay attention, I would think it was a stain that was accidentally smeared on. Judging from the map, Baishan is indeed not too far from Huasha Town.
It seems that Baishar City was afraid that people in Huasha Town would discover the anomalies in the Baishan mine. So they sent people to attack Huasha Town.
Zhang Tuohai said while looking at the map.
Then why didn't they send their own direct troops here instead of looking for these stragglers?
Gil asked.
I guess I don't want to have a head-on conflict with you for the time being. For fear of showing off. It's best to let them come. And there will be no loss if they fail. Even if they are discovered later. It can be said that these people made their own decisions. And they won't be thrown out. It will hurt.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Humph. These barbarians from White Rock City are so ambitious. They actually dare to start a war with our Red Castle. I want to go back and tell my father to wipe out these rubbish.
Jill said angrily.
Wait a minute.
Zhang Tuohai grabbed Gil.
These are his one-sided words. And they may not all be true. What do you mean? I think we should go to Baishan to check whether the Frost Silver Mine really exists. If it does exist, it will not be too late to report it. If it is false and reported rashly,
it will affect your father's treatment of you. From the outside, I will feel that you are frivolous and hasty in doing things. And then feel disappointed. I don't think you want to end up like this. That makes sense.
In addition to not liking mechanical drawing, another important reason why Jill ran away last time was that Dr. Valentine always felt that she was young and impatient and not steady enough in her work. So, she ran away in anger because she wanted to do something big. This was one of the reasons why she agreed to Mobutu to be a spy. Zhang Tuohai's words struck a chord in her heart.
You are absolutely right. Let's go investigate. I must do something big to prove my ability.
Gil clenched his fists. Seeing Jill's appearance, Zhang Tuohai felt happy that the matter was done. He successfully united Gil and the tigers in Liangzi. As long as Gil found the tigers, his plan to use the power of the Red Fort to eliminate the tigers would be completed. As long as the tigers are eliminated, he will still be the big profiteer who stirs up trouble in the regional channel. Chapter 288 Planning the Mine.
Let's go. Take him with you. Let's go to White Mountain,
Jill said loudly. Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and glanced at the sharp-billed monkey, and found that his eyes were straight, and he was looking at something in a daze, thinking something bad in his heart. This guy is probably sending a message or tipping off someone like this. Zhang Tuohai stepped on his neck fiercely, stared at the other person with evil eyes, and whispered in his ear,
"Boy, you are very dishonest. You actually want to secretly send a message. Are you going to talk to him?
Are they secretly cooperating over there to set up a trap to catch us all? You? How did you know?"
The sharp-mouthed monkey looked horrified.
"I know. You were just playing."
Before he could finish his words, a wrist blade popped out of Zhang Tuohai's arm guard and pierced his neck.
Well,
the sharp-mouthed monkey covered his neck. His eyes widened with reluctance. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. He could only watch his life passing by. But he could do nothing. A few seconds later, the sharp-billed monkey died.
"How did you kill him?"
Gil looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock.
"Oh, it was made by this steam-powered exoskeleton. I'm not very familiar with it. I just wanted to capture him. But I didn't expect that there was a wrist blade inside. I accidentally pulled it out, and ended up killing him like this,"
Zhang Tuohai said with an innocent look. In fact, he had already studied and understood the wrist blade in the powered exoskeleton, and he had just done it deliberately. It was too dangerous to have a guy in the team who could tip off information at any time. He couldn't tell Gilman yet, so he could only use this method.
"That's it. Anyway, if a barbarian from Baishar City dies, he will die. Fortunately, I'm still familiar with Baishan, so finding the mine shouldn't be a problem."
Jill nodded when she heard this. She could accept this reason. When she first used the steam exoskeleton, it was difficult to even walk normally, let alone fight. It is completely reasonable for Zhang Tuohai to accidentally trigger the wrist blade. Moreover, to her, the sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked man was just a barbarian from White Rock City. If he died, he would be dead, and it would be nothing at all.
"Okay, don't blame yourself. This kind of exoskeleton is not difficult. You can get used to it after a few days of practice."
Jill actually started to comfort Zhang Tuohai in reverse. This strong contrast gave Zhang Tuohai an indescribable feeling. After sorting things out, the group headed towards the Baishan mine. Jill was familiar with this section of the road, and she led someone to lead the way. Zhang Tuohai and Zhao Wanwan followed the motorcade.
"Brother Zhang, are we just following them running around like this?"
Zhao Wanwan asked.
"No. Let's use their hands to kill the White Tiger group first, and then find a way to get a batch of frost silver ore. I guess that the thing that makes the Red Castle pay so much attention must be a good thing, and maybe it can be used to make profits. Then the scrap metal in the town is no longer collected,"
Zhao Wanwan said, looking back at the town getting further and further away. The ground was full of scrap metal, which was a big deal for Zhang Tuohai. Priceless treasure.
"It doesn't matter. You can come back to collect these scrap metals at any time. The key now is to defeat the White Tiger group. As soon as the White Tiger group falls, I can get a lot of wealth from the regional channel. Let's put these petty profits aside first,"
Zhang Tuohai said.
"I understand. When will my dinner be ready?"
Zhao Wanwan asked. Zhang Tuohai, he understood that the previous words were all foreshadowing, and the last sentence was the key point. It's almost evening now, and it's time for dinner. Zhang Tuohai looked back at his supply reserves, cut a whole ham, and added 2 pounds of sausages to make clay pot rice. It's not that he's extravagant, but that if he doesn't cook enough, he won't be able to eat enough. As for the convoy, because Gil was eager to find the Baishan mine, he didn't even stop the car along the way and had canned food in the car for dinner. This is a good thing for Zhang Tuohai, as it saves everyone the embarrassment of gathering together to finish the meal. To be honest, Zhang Tuohai has lingering fears about food in this world, even canned food. However, Jill finally asked Zhang Tuohai for a cup of milk tea. Ever since she drank this, she has been fascinated by the sweetness of milk tea and fell deeply into it. She misses it very much every day when she doesn't drink it. During this period, she tried to exchange the manufacturing drawings of an 88mm artillery for the manufacturing formula of milk tea. But Zhang Tuohai decisively refused. He can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. It's a seller's market now, so he can wait and sell, as long as he holds the milk tea formula in his hand. Jill will keep trying to win over him. The formula can be sold, but only when you are leaving. Not now. It was getting dark, and the team all turned on their headlights and gas ejection lamps. However, what made Zhang Tuohai look at him was that the gas ejection lamps in Gil's team were obviously better than his own. Not only is the workmanship more refined, but the aperture is also larger. There are almost no ordinary mutant creatures in sight. Only occasionally, a mutant creature that looked very powerful flashed past in the beam of light.
This Mobutu, when buying something of this strategic level, he only bought this second-class product. He is really stingy. Could he have received a kickback from the buyer?
Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. He decided to find a chance next time to get 2 gas expulsion lamps of this level. He is now nominally one of Gil's people. Those arms dealers should not dare to fool themselves with such second-class goods. Right. Extremely bored, Zhang Tuohai turned on the regional channel to see how the leaks were doing today. He roughly browsed through it, and found that except for the wave of artillery in Huasha town that killed more than 100 members of the Tiger Regiment, there were not many casualties in the regional channel. So far, only about 30 people have died. And the causes of death are varied. Some were killed by mutated creatures. Some were poisoned after eating mutated meat. And some were killed for trying to rob merchants of their goods. However, most of the players are alive and well. And the channel is extremely lively, with many people discussing which force is easier to enter, which force has higher benefits, and which force has difficult entry tasks. A happy scene. Zhang Tuohai almost thought he had entered the wrong place. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the current number of people on the regional channel, 4,232. Today is already the 3rd day, and only less than 700 people have died, compared with the previous 2 worlds. They are simply a kind person. Zhang Tuohai really thought for a time that he was just here to travel. However, Zhang Tuohai knew that this game system was definitely not that kind. The calmer it is now, it is very likely that the disaster on the 7th day will be more terrifying. It may be earth-shattering and lead to the death of most players. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the game system is so gentle now, and even intends to help players grow.
What exactly does the game system want to do?
Zhang Tuohai grabbed his hair and thought in distress. Chapter 289. The amount of milk is as big as diabetes. Who can compete with me? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Tuohai couldn't figure out what the game system wanted to do. I simply don't think about it anymore. Anyway, he just followed his plan and hugged Red Fort's thigh tightly. If possible, one last raid on the Red Fort's munitions depot. And if possible, abducting Lilith, the blueprint maker, would have achieved his stated goal in this world. As for the rest, what does it have to do with him? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai felt much better. At this moment, Suchi sent him a private message.
By the way, do you still have metal ingots? Can you sell us some more? However, we don't have much 3rd-level manufacturing materials. Can we use blueprints to replace them? What kind of drawings? Let's take a look,
Zhang Tuohai asked.
This is it.
Suchi sent the drawing. Gasoline conversion machine. Special auto accessory that can convert charcoal and coal into gasoline. Manufacturing materials. High-grade metal ingots, 10 units. Metal parts, 30 units. High-grade glass, 20 units. Rubber, 10 units. Electronic components *1. Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawing with his chin in one hand. This thing may be useful. But it may be useful. Or it may be useless. What is useful is that other energy sources can be converted into gasoline at critical moments. What didn't help was that he didn't have a lot of charcoal or oil to convert. Moreover, his car is equipped with a steam core and a boiler. Coal can be burned directly, and it can still drive the car without the need to switch back and forth.
Please, I only need to exchange for 3 high-grade metal ingots. If you think the value is not enough, I will compensate you with 2 cans of stinky tofu, plus a bag of pea seeds, just taken from the airdrop supply box. I will give it to you privately. How about a private photo of my sister?
Suchi said.
Make a deal.
Zhang Tuohai didn't mean anything else. He just felt that the 2 of them were regular customers. So he just helped. In addition, he also wanted to eat stinky tofu recently. But unfortunately, he had no place to get it. So Suchi just delivered it to his door. Pea seeds make garlic peas, his favorite snack. As for private photos and so on, he doesn't care at all. He really doesn't care.
Really? Thank you so much.
Suchi thanked her repeatedly and sent a lot of things. Parchment drawings, a bag of pea seeds, and the most conspicuous ones are the 2 large jars of stinky tofu. Zhang Tuohai opened the jar and smelled it. And it was the same smell as the Fire Palace.
The taste is quite pure.
Zhang Tuohai took a piece and put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and was full of enjoyment.
You're canning herrings again?
As soon as Wang Kai walked out of the ecological park, he was stricken by smoke.
Shut up. This is delicious food. You know nothing. Do you want a piece?
Zhang Tuohai took out a piece and asked.
No.
Wang Kai quickly covered his nose.
You want me to give it to you? Just 2 cans are not enough for me to eat.
Zhang Tuohai ate another piece and put away the 2 cans of stinky tofu carefully.
Why are you in the mood to come out of the ecological park today?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Go and see Mick quickly,
Wang Kai said with a bitter look on his face.
What's wrong with Mick?
Zhang Tuohai was heartbroken when he heard Wang Kai mention Mick. Now, Mick was his source of milk, and he couldn't afford to lose it. His milk tea business is still counting on Mick.
Mick's milk is too much. I have been squeezing it for 4 hours, and it still keeps flowing. My hands are sore from squeezing. There are also chestnuts. Shearing wool is done 4 times a day. I have never seen wool grow so fast. Sheep, hurry up and get an automatic milking machine. I can't stand it anymore.
Wang Kai said.
What? There is such a thing?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai hurriedly ran towards the ecological park. At this time, Mick was eating apples leisurely, with a mountain of milk buckets next to him.
Mick, why are you producing so much today? Are you feeling sick?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Mom, I don't feel any discomfort at all. I just feel that the amount of milk is still sufficient, and I can squeeze out quite a bit.
Mick chewed another apple in one bite.
As long as there is nothing wrong with your body.
Come on. Be more productive.
Zhang Tuohai patted Mick's head to express encouragement.
Can't you be more productive? My hands can't stand it anymore. Boss, please think of a way. I don't have time to take care of the vegetable patch.
Wang Kai begged, holding Zhang Tuohai's thigh.
Trash. You're complaining after only 4 hours of milking. Forget it. For the sake of you being so pitiful, I installed 2 robotic arms in the ecological park. One for milking and one for shearing sheep. Is this okay?
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
Thank you, boss.
Wang Kai thanked her so much that he almost cried with excitement. The boss was finally willing to install a robotic arm to help reduce its workload.
But why did the milk volume suddenly increase?
Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and thought. Mick is the top priority for him to make a fortune and has to deal with it carefully.
By the way, have Mick and Mei Li seen anything unusual these past 2 days?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
There's nothing unusual about it.
Wang Kai scratched his head and said.
The 2 of them just eat and sleep every day. They don't even come out of the shed. There's no change. Has there been any change in what you eat? Such as anorexia or picky eating?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
How can it be picky about food?
Wang Kai said with a look of disgust.
Mick can eat 10 pounds of apples and 6 pounds of bananas every day. Even if he is anorexic, he cannot be anorexic. He can eat 3 large round meat slices every day and 2 chestnuts. Only then can I eat 1 piece. Wait, big round meat slices?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's the automatic meat machine. Every day you go to that station and tell me how to cook the meat. It will automatically produce 6 round slices of meat. Not to mention, the taste is really good, but the bones in the middle are a bit hard.
After Wang Kai finished speaking, he smacked his lips twice with a look of afterthought.
That's dragon tail meat. You stick.
Zhang Tuohai hit Wang Kai on the head with a violent thud. He had done experiments with Zhao Wanwan before and found that dragon tail meat has significant benefits for animals. For Mick, it means increased milk production. At that time, after taking 1 piece, Mick's milk production increased from 40 kilograms per day to 80 kilograms per day, almost exhausting Zhao Wanwan to death. From then on, the 2 decided not to feed them dragon tail meat for the time being and wait and see. As a result, Wang Kai foolishly fed the dragon tail meat to Mick again. I also feed 3 tablets at a time. It is strange that the amount of milk is not as high as diabetes.
Now I regret making you a robotic arm. I should have let you milk the cows by hand. You will be exhausted to death. You little turtle grandson.
Zhang Tuohai angrily gave Wang Kai a blow with his knife.
I don't want to either. But the meat tastes so good. I can't help it,
Wang Kai said. Wang Kai's words gave Zhang Tuohai a wake-up call. He grabbed Wang Kai by the back of his neck and picked him up.
You also ate the dragon tail meat. Have you seen any changes?
Chapter 292nd Generation Milk Tea and Charcoal Tree.
No. I don't feel any change in myself,
Wang Kai said. Zhang Tuohai took a closer look at Wang Kai. From the appearance point of view, there was really no difference. He was still wearing fluffy fur, a pair of huge ears, and a pair of beady eyes. He looked like a silly man. In this way, a person with high EQ is called cute, and a person with low EQ is called stupid.
Maybe it's because I didn't eat enough.
After looking at it for a long time and not finding any unusual changes, Zhang Tuohai left this comment.
From now on, give me a daily report on the use of dragon tail meat. Don't feed Mick and Meili for the time being. The output is too large. In addition, stop for a few days to see if there are any sequelae such as withdrawal reactions and reduced output.
Zhang Tuohai said. After all, he doesn't know much about dragon tail meat yet and needs to treat it with caution.
I understand.
Wang Kai grimaced. And it had one more job to do every day.
By the way, you go make a cup of milk tea. I want to take it easy.
Zhang Tuohai said.
I understand. What to do with the extra milk? Fresh milk won't last long. And I'm afraid it will go bad if I don't use it all.
Wang Kai expressed his worries while making milk tea. This is simple. Is there a yogurt machine and a cheese machine? They can directly make yogurt and cheese. Although the shelf life of these two things is also very short. Only 7 to 15 days. But here in the world, only 7 days is enough.
Zhang Tuohai said.
By the way, help me fill a bathtub with milk. And I'll try a milk bath too. Got it.
Wang Kai handed a cup of milk tea to Zhang Tuohai. You tasted a cup of fine pearl milk tea. Your mood value increased significantly. Your mood value plus 10. Obtain buff and feel happy. Mood value plus 5 per minute. Lasting 10 minutes. Obtain the spirit boosting buff. In the next 10 minutes, the 5 senses, strength, and nerve reflex speed will be increased by 30%. The energy will be replenished to full value. And the mental activity will be increased by 30%. The game prompt sounded.
Awesome.
Zhang Tuohai almost jumped up. The cup of milk tea in his hand was much better than the special pearl milk tea that Wang Kai made before. The previous special bubble milk tea. After drinking a cup, the mood value will only plus 3. Plus a temporary buff of plus 1 mood value every minute, which lasts for 20 minutes. A total of 23 mood points were added. Although there is a combo effect that can double the mood value, you still have to drink milk tea after all, which increases the consumption of raw materials. Now, after drinking 1 cup, a total of 60 mood points can be increased, and the effect is comparable to the effect of the previous 2 cups. Moreover, a buff called mental revitalization has been added, which can temporarily improve all aspects of the body's attributes. Although the effect cannot last long, it is enough to have a drink before the battle and engage in an encounter. On the battlefield, being 0.1 second faster than others is the difference between life and death. Not to mention a 30% improvement in physical fitness. This thing is simply an artifact comparable to adrenaline.
Wang Kai, have you changed the formula?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No, but when I was making the mixture just now, I suddenly had an idea and adjusted the technique. In addition, the milk was also made from mixed new milk. How is it? Does it taste good?
Wang Kai rubbed his hands and asked anxiously.
Use the new milk with the original method to make a cup of milk tea. Use the new method with the original milk to make a cup of milk tea. Come on. I want to experiment,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Okay.
Wang Kai didn't know why Zhang Tuohai did this, but he still did it honestly. After conducting a comparative test on 3 cups of milk tea, Zhang Tuohai came to a conclusion. That is the increase in mood value, which is the result of the improvement in the quality of mixed milk. The uplifting buff at the back is the result of the new modulation technique. Zhang Tuohai speculated that the mutation of Wang Kai might not be obvious, but an improvement in skills, which would allow it to make more and better things. However, this guess still needs a lot of experiments to verify. Zhang Tuohai thought about it and decided to keep the new milk tea as an in-house special product that can only be consumed by his own people. The milk tea without the refreshing buff will be sold as a second-generation product of the special pearl milk tea. As the effect is improved, the price will naturally also rise. Zhang Tuohai decided to increase it by 50% to test the water first. If the market is good, he will continue to increase it. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai tasted the newly made yogurt and cheese. These things can also increase the mood value. But the effect is much worse than the second-generation milk tea and almost the same as the first-generation milk tea. Zhang Tuohai decided to use it as a substitute for the first-generation milk tea to fill the gap. You have to make big money, but you can't let go of small money either. After sending the quote for the new product list to Song Xiaokong, Zhang Tuohai stretched out comfortably. He was about to try a milk bath when he suddenly saw a new consignment item on the trading channel. Charcoal tree seeds, special plants, which can only be planted in an intermediate or above ecological garden. The fast-growing version matures in 7 days. The trees themselves are high-quality charcoal, have no black smoke, generate high heat, can be used as high-quality fuel, and are suitable for various boilers. Seeing this seed, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. With this thing, he can continuously obtain high-quality charcoal, so that the exoskeleton of the steam power system does not have to worry about fuel. Another point, he just got a gasoline converter from Su Qi, which can convert charcoal, coal, etc. into gasoline. With charcoal tree seeds, he is equivalent to having an endless supply of gasoline. From now on, he can be self-sufficient in the 3 core resources of food, water, and gasoline, without having to worry about being choked.
You must buy this thing.
Zhang Tuohai secretly made up his mind. He looked at the trader and found that he was an acquaintance Li Feiyu. The required items are advanced mutated creatures or similar products. The terms of the deal are somewhat vague.
What do you need? The terms of the transaction are a bit vague. Can you send it in more detail? I'll see if I have anything similar here.
Zhang Tuohai sent the private message.
It turns out to be Brother Zhang. As you know, I raised some little guys who like to eat all kinds of mutant creatures. In this world, they eat a lot of mutant creatures. Now they have reached a critical point and need higher level mutant creatures, or medicine can make them continue to evolve. Otherwise they can only stagnate. Do you have anything similar there? I am willing to exchange charcoal tree seeds. If the price is not enough, I can also supplement some other things. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded, understanding Li Feiyu's needs. However, what he had in his hands were just some mutated organs related to mutated creatures. Li Feiyu's cuties had eaten so many mutated creatures, so they probably couldn't stand these mutated organs. Am I about to miss out on this deal? Zhang Tuohai was thinking about it when he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 291 Leixiao and Cocoon. The Source of Zombies. This is a special potion that he got in the previous world. It can be used to quickly recover from injuries, but it will cause some mutations in the body, making the person look like a zombie. Zhang Tuohai has always kept it as the ultimate life-saving medicine. After all, once you use it, you have to accept the price. However, now it seems that it can be used in exchange with Li Feiyu. Some negative effects should be nothing to those cuties of hers.
Do you think this thing meets your requirements?
Zhang Tuohai sent the photo and description.
I don't know. Can I borrow one to try first? I can use 4 boxes of canned fruits as collateral. If it doesn't work, these cans will be used as compensation. If it works, these cans will be used as part of it. And I will add charcoal trees, seeds, 100 kilograms of flour, plus 10 kilograms of handmade chocolate in exchange. What do you think?
Li Feiyu asked anxiously.
Can.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and agreed. He had dealt with Li Feiyu several times, and they had also dealt with the Sakura racing team together, and had been in secret realms together. They had a pretty good relationship, and they still believed in each other's character. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be a matter of money and goods. For example, Song Xiaokong is currently being treated in this way.
Thank you.
Li Feiyu exchanged 4 boxes of canned fruit for a bottle of zombie source. After a while, Li Feiyu sent a private message.
It's effective, but a larger dose is needed. I want the rest. Quick.
Along with the private message, there was a whole bunch of stuff. In addition to a large bag of charcoal tree seeds, there are 230 kilograms of flour, 2 bags of white rabbit, 10 kilograms of handmade chocolate, 12 bags of salt, 2 bags of brown sugar, half a box of spicy strips and 3.5 bags of jelly. There were a lot more items than what was agreed upon before, and the quantities were scattered. It seemed that she was in a very urgent mood at this time, determined to get the source of zombies. Zhang Tuohai didn't delay and sent the remaining zombie sources together. He gave the seeds of the charcoal tree to Wang Kai.
Go and plant these seeds. In addition, the fertilizer supply will be given priority.
Zhang Tuohai warned. The maturity period of charcoal seeds is 7 days, but in his advanced ecological garden, with the buff of various statues and advanced fertilizers, the maturity period of charcoal seeds can be shortened to 1 day. He is now eager to see the effect of the charcoal tree.
Okay. Got it.
Wang Kai walked away, with the seeds of the charcoal tree on his face unhappy. There is so much work to be done.
Don't be so sad. This is a reward for your hard work.
Zhang Tuohai took out 2 bags of spicy chips and threw them to Wang Kai.
What is this?
Wang Kai looked at Leixiao curiously.
It's delicious. Let's try it.
Zhang Tuohai said, as he opened a bag of spicy strips himself and took a bite.
Well, it still smells familiar.
Zhang Tuohai slumped in his seat, his face full of satisfaction.
Is it really so delicious?
Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, Wang Kai tore open a bag curiously and poured it into his mouth.
Wan Cai's
eyes lit up. It's chewy and has a rich flavor of oil and salt. I can't say it's delicious, but it just makes me want it. Just can't stop. Wang Kai decisively tore open another bag and poured it into his mouth. Bah! 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 Finished. Wang Kai was dumbfounded when he looked at the empty bag of spicy strips. Before I knew it, the bag was empty. Why did it disappear so quickly? Obviously there were so many just now. Who stole my spicy strips? After searching to no avail, Wang Kai squatted at Zhang Tuohai's feet, looking eagerly at the half bag of spicy strips in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Drooling.
You worthless thing!
Zhang Tuohai gave Wang Kai a violent blow on the head.
A bag of spicy strips has made you so greedy. Are you short of meat? Go to work quickly and take away this half bag. Eat less. If you eat too much, you will lose your hair.
Zhang Tuohai also threw the remaining half bag of spicy strips to Wang Kai.
I got it!
Wang Kai ran away with half a bag of spicy strips in his mouth, not knowing how much he had listened to what he just said.
This guy.
Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai shook his head and didn't bother to care. In this precarious world, they may not live to see their hair fall out. So who cares about health? If you are willing to eat it, just let it go. If you eat it for a few days, you will probably get tired of it. Zhang Tuohai continued to browse the trading channel to see if there were any good products. At this time, Li Feiyu sent another private message.
The potion is not very effective. Do you have any similar potion? I will use this instead.
Li Feiyu said that she actually sent a manufacturing drawing directly. It seemed that she was really in a hurry. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded the sheepskin manufacturing drawings. Advanced Processing Plant Manufacturing Drawings. Level 4 General Automobile Parts. After construction, an advanced processing plant will be obtained, with an area of 2,000 square meters and a height of 12 meters. It is equipped with some automatic processing machinery and can be used for general industrial product production. Players can add machines by to improve the processing plant functions. Manufacturing materials: high-grade metal ingots, 200 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 700 units. Metal ingots, 1,200 units. Metal parts, 2,300 units. Rubber, 200 units. Plastics, 500 units. Advanced Electronic Components *1. Intermediate Electronic Components *10. When Zhang Tuohai saw this drawing, he called him a good guy. This thing is powerful, and if used properly, it can definitely be of great use. Seeing the addition of machines to improve the factory's functions, Zhang Tuohai thought of the pile of machines used to make rockets that were still sealed under the garbage at the original rebel camp. If you move all those machines to your own high-end processing factory, wouldn't you be able to directly manufacture rockets? The technologies of rockets and missiles are similar. When the time comes, thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai became excited. In addition, this thing is a level 4 universal car accessory, so it is not a loss if you exchange it. The only drawback of this drawing is that it is too expensive. 200 units of high-grade metal ingots, 700 units of mid-grade metal ingots. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't made a lot of money from recycling resources, he probably wouldn't have been able to build one.
I want the drawings like this.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and sent the origin of the Blood Clan over. This thing is at the same level as the source of zombies, so it should meet Li Feiyu's needs. 10 minutes later, Li Feiyu sent a private message.
Thank you so much. My little cutie has finally advanced. To express my gratitude, please consider these things as a thank you gift.
Li Feiyu presented 2 large jars of cocoons and pupae.
What's the use of this thing?
Zhang Tuohai asked, looking at the cocoons in the jar.
Is it some weird and powerful goo insect? After bleeding, you can command them to help you do things? You can also make a guest appearance as the insect demon Li Feiyu?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Cocoon and his mind began to wander.
Of course they are fried and eaten. Do you still want to wait for them to hatch and turn into moths?
Li Feiyu replied in confusion. Chapter 292 Park Bo-wan's Ambition.
Stir fry. Stir fry and eat?
Zhang Tuohai looked shocked.
What else? Do you like to eat it raw? It's not impossible. The ones I raise are all improved versions that can be eaten raw. But they don't taste good. They have a high protein content, and they can digest food and regulate qi. It counts. It's a delicious, nourishing food. If you like to eat it, you can order it from me, and I'll give you a preferential price. By the way, this thing will turn into a moth in about 7 days, so it needs to be cooked and eaten quickly,
Li Feiyu reminded. Looking at Li Feiyu's reply, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. Who would have thought that a decapitated man with a pink boss and good at using a hatchet would have a side job of raising cocoons? This style of painting changed so quickly that he couldn't accept it. However, he had eaten cocoons several times when he was a child, and they still tasted pretty good.
I'll eat this tomorrow.
Zhang Tuohai put away the cocoons, then put down the double bed, ready to have a good sleep. Based on the distance, it would take about 2 or 3 hours to reach Baishan, so he could take the opportunity to rest for a while. At the same time, Baishan Mine, a brightly lit conference room. A middle-aged man in a suit slammed the table angrily.
Can any of you explain to me what's going on? More than 100 people died inexplicably. It's a small town that has no power to resist. How could it become like this?
The middle-aged man pounded the table angrily and asked loudly. But everyone present was silent. No one dared to say a word.
You're already talking, but you're mute?
The middle-aged man roared angrily. After a while, someone timidly said,
Boss Pu Bowen, I have read the obituary. More than 90% of the people died in shelling. You know that everyone in the advance team knows that the car is very fast. The strength is not weak either. Such a powerful team was destroyed in a short period of time without even sending a message. This must have been an ambush. I suspect that Baishar City has done something to it and used the help of the enemy. They have to clear our forces with their own hands. Only they know our route. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why we were ambushed. Do you have any evidence?
Park Buwan frowned and asked. Baishar City was the one he spent a lot of time and effort to establish. He really couldn't figure out why Baishar City would do this.
Boss, apart from our own people, the only one who knows the march route is Baishar City,
the man continued.
And our own people will definitely not betray our brothers. Such a fierce bombardment will definitely it's not something that the current players can put together. Even if our tigers are mobilized as a whole, we can't achieve this point. Not to mention other players. After all impossibilities are eliminated, what's left is the final result. Even if it no matter how hard it is to accept.
Park Buwan took a long drag on his cigarette, and his eyes became fierce.
Then what should we do according to your wishes? Boss, according to my point of view, since they are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. Since they want to weaken our strength, then we can also deal with them in turn. I have inquired, and the largest force from here is the Red Army. The fort is even more powerful than White Rock City. And with the name of Baishan Mine, we are not afraid that they will not take us in. With our power, we might be able to do better in the Red Fort,
the man said.
Huh dash.
Park Buwan took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then said viciously,
Over at the Red Castle, will you send someone to take over?
As a gang leader, he doesn't care much about betrayal. His current position was achieved through betrayal. Even, his current woman was his sister-in-law 7 days ago. For him, loyalty and betrayal don't matter. Only whether the interests are in place. This was how he was in the original world. Not to mention how he treated some local indigenous people. All he worries about is whether the benefits gained from betrayal are greater than the losses.
Boss, I have been in contact with people from the Red Fort. And I also spent a lot of money to hook up with a quartermaster on the opposite side. According to the quartermaster, they seem to have a relatively large military event recently. So for anyone who wants to join their people, welcome them with both hands. And I even saw a lot of plunderers and wanderers in that camp. And it looked like the scale of the operation was quite large.
The man introduced excitedly. Hearing this, Park Buwan's eyes lit up. Is the operation large scale? Just what he wanted. The bigger the operation, the happier he gets. The large scale of the operation means there are many tasks. It means more military exploits. And it means he can get more good things in exchange. Players never worry about too many tasks to complete. They only worry about too few task rewards.
Is the person you contacted reliable?
Park Buwan asked.
Don't worry. Boss, it's absolutely reliable,
the man assured, patting his chest.
Okay, early tomorrow morning, you will take people to meet with them. We are willing to use the Frost Silver Mine as our investment name. As long as the price is high enough, we will switch to the Red Castle.
Park Buwan set the tone by slamming the table.
Boss, what about the follow-up plan? You promised the brothers before that you would take everyone together to dominate this area. Now, will you change the plan temporarily?
Someone asked worriedly.
Don't worry. The plan will not change. The benefits promised to you will not be reduced at all. Everyone's share will be increased by another 30%.
Park Bu-won said.
Thank you, boss. Everyone is happy and excited. Okay, let's all go rest and prepare for action tomorrow.
Park Bu-won ordered.
As ordered,
everyone followed the order and prepared to return to their rooms to rest. However, as soon as they opened the door, they saw several heavily armed soldiers wearing mechanical exoskeletons and holding steam machine guns standing at the door. Standing in the front row of soldiers was actually Leonard, the commander of the Baishan mining camp.
Mr. Leonard, what's wrong with coming so late?
Park Bu-won asked, instinctively feeling that something was wrong.
Pu Bu-won, you actually want to defect. On behalf of Baishar City, I sentence you guilty and arrest you immediately. If you persist in resisting, you will die,
Leonard said loudly. Boom! What answered him was Park Bu-won's gunshot. Park Bu-won knew that things couldn't go any better today, so he immediately took out his pistol, pointed it at Leonard and fired a shot, and then shouted to everyone.
Everyone, rush out together and kill them!
Da-da-da. The men behind him took out their weapons and started attacking. Several members of the guard team were knocked to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining people set up their steam machine guns to fight back, and a fierce battle broke out in the small yard. Chapter 293 Artillery blocks the door.
Why are there fires and explosions over there?
When Gil came to Baishan, he looked confused at the fire and explosions in the distance.
Maybe it's a trap. We better be cautious,
the driver of the command vehicle said from the side. In addition to being a driver, he also serves as staff officer and deputy captain, and is a core member of a team.
No, we came here on a temporary basis. They should not be able to detect our itinerary. Therefore, I don't think it is a trap. Maybe it is an attack by mutant creatures. There are no strongholds in Baishan, so I speculate that that is where we want to go. Looking for a mine,
Zhang Tuohai said, looking at the obituaries that almost filled the screen. Zhang Tuohai certainly knew that there was something wrong with the tigers, but he couldn't say anything and could only push on the mutant creature's head.
It's really possible.
Gil thought for a while and felt that Zhang Tuohai's analysis had a high probability of being true. The main enemy of human beings is all kinds of mutant creatures. If it weren't for the mutant creatures attacking the city at night, who would be shooting guns and cannons in the middle of the night? Ammunition free of charge? Therefore, there is a high probability that it is true.
Let's go over and have a look. If it's really a mine, pick it up.
Gil issued the order. The convoy drove towards the fire. With the guidance of the fire, the convoy moved very quickly and soon arrived near the camp. Once here, Gil did not rush forward, but sent 2 assault vehicles to check the situation. 10 minutes later, the assault vehicle brought back a report.
There was no invasion of mutated creatures outside the camp. On the contrary, there were loud gunshots and shouts of killing in the camp.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the regional channel. At this time, the obituaries of the tigers were still popping up from time to time, and the cause of death was a steam machine gun. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to close the regional channel, a large red obituary suddenly appeared, and the cause of death was changed to great bombs.
Hack! What did the tigers do? They were shot to death with great bullets in the camp? Cannons blocked the door?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Park Bu-won, the leader of the tigers, was also very depressed at this time. Leonard eavesdropped on what he was doing at home, but he didn't say anything and was even blocked in the room, because it was only an internal meeting. Everyone only brought their carry-on guns, and all heavy weapons were left in the car, and they themselves were blocked by machine guns and couldn't get out at all. For a while, the two parties were in a stalemate. The tigers had many people, but lacked weapons and couldn't break out. The people in the camp have powerful weapons, but there are few people, and they don't dare to charge. The two sides maintained an eerie balance. Both sides tested each other. As a result, Park Bu-won used the team's channel to contact the left-behind personnel who were watching the car. These left-behind personnel prepared to drive and attack the defense line. As a result, they clashed with other defenders in the camp, and the two sides exchanged fire. The whole camp was reduced to a pot of porridge. After a long stalemate, Leonard finally ran out of patience. He had several artillery pieces used to deal with mutated creatures be dismantled from the city wall, loaded with great bullets, and put them in front of Park Bu-won's door.
Bomb the house and see how long they can hide,
Leonard said loudly.
Don't talk about martial arts.
Pu Bu-won's face turned green when he saw Leonard pushing the cannon up. This is a cannon. Even a muzzleloader cannon is deadly.
Hurry! Rush out! You can't hide here. Hiding here is seeking death.
Park Bu-won shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, his men started pushing each other. No one wanted to be the first to rush out. Everyone is not stupid. There are not only artillery but also machine guns outside. The first one to rush out will definitely be attacked, waiting for others to rush out, and then go out and take advantage. Pu Buin's face turned pale with anger when he saw everyone's appearance. How long had it been? These people were still scheming. However, he didn't dare to be the first to rush out. He is also afraid of death. However, we can't just waste it here. To waste it is to wait for death. Park Buin scanned the people around him and found an honest person who usually didn't talk much. He put the gun in his hand against his head.
You? Rush out, or I will blow your head off. Brother Buin, I really don't dare. Besides, I'm too thin and can't block a few bullets. Why don't you go find Li Jianghao? He's big and can carry 2 of them. He's perfect as a shield. Li Jianghao, who was not far away, heard this and raised the M500 in his hand.
Say it again.
The group was noisy, and for a long time, they couldn't figure out who to send to carry out this death-defying mission. By this time, however, Leonard had completed his gun calibration.
Ready. Fire.
Leonard gave the order. Boom! Dozens of grape shots the size of ping-pong balls erupted from the muzzle and rushed towards the house.
In the blink of an eye, the grape bullets penetrated the wall, hitting everyone in the house with blood and flesh flying everywhere. More than a dozen people were killed on the spot, and dozens more were injured to varying degrees. Dead bodies and injured people lay on the ground, and blood flowed everywhere, which was shocking.
Quick! Clear the artillery and continue loading ammunition,
Leonard roared loudly.
Everyone rush out together. If this continues, everyone will die.
Park Buin grabbed a wounded person from the ground, stood in front of him, and rushed out with a gun. Seeing this, the remaining people followed suit, blocking their injured companions in front of them, and rushed out with their guns raised. Duh. Everyone in the yard immediately fired with steam machine guns, trying to push them back. However, at this time, the reinforcements guarding the vehicles finally arrived. They drove their vehicles into the machine gun position and crushed several machine gunners to death on the spot. Leonard, who had been in charge of the artillery, was also knocked out and was seriously injured and fell unconscious on the spot.
Boss, what should I do?
Someone asked Park Buin.
Now the defenders here have lost their commander and are leaderless. Let's take advantage of the chaos to kill them, and then seize control of this place. We will go to the Red Fort tomorrow. With this mine as a proxy, we will definitely not be worse than it's not good here. Maybe it will be improved a step higher,
Park Buin said.
The leader is wise.
The crowd cheered. However, before they could finish their joy, a cannonball exploded among them. The violent shock wave knocked them to pieces.
What's going on?
Park Buin got up from the ground and looked around suspiciously, hoping to find where the shells came from. However, the second shell fell into the yard again, and the violent shock wave knocked him to the ground again. Then came the third and fourth shots. The entire camp was covered with artillery. Balls of fire rose in the camp. The camp turned into a hell on earth, with broken limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere. After 10 minutes, the shelling stopped.
Well done. The assault team rushed in, inspected the battlefield, and took 2 prisoners out to ask about the situation. Anyone who disobeyed will be shot to death.
Jill shouted loudly from outside. Chapter 294 Interrogation. These operators under Gil were very professional. After receiving the order, several members of the commando team jumped out of the car and entered the camp to check the situation. Zhang Tuohai looked at these people through the monitor and found that these people were well equipped and well organized in advance and retreat. Judging from the position, they were obviously in some kind of battle formation. They could take care of enemies from several sides at the same time. At first glance, they looked like well-trained elites.
The strength of the Red Fort is not bad. Not only is the firepower powerful, but the individual combat qualities are also excellent. It seems that following the Red Fort is still a good choice.
Of course, the main reason why Zhang Tuohai firmly joined the Red Fort was because of Jill's personal connections. There are people in the court who want to be officials. With Jill's relationship, at least they will not be thrown away as cannon fodder. Otherwise, Zhang Tuohai would rather join a smaller force and then seize the leadership. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the queen of a cow. Gil's men acted quickly and quickly captured several prisoners. These people were all tied up and thrown in front of Jill. Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows because he noticed that there was a man wearing a leather jacket with white tiger patterns on it. The fingernails are also very clean, and he looks like he is a player. and it is very likely that he is a member of the Tigers.
Maybe we can get some more information from him.
Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car and said to Jill,
Are you going to interrogate? Do you need help? I happen to have read some content about interrogation from a book found in the ruins. If you don't mind, I'd like to practice with 1 or 2 people.
Gil looked at the 5 or 6 prisoners on the ground and felt that they were no worse than 1.5. He waved his hand and said,
If you like, please take a few people aside.
In her opinion, these prisoners were only used to confirm the location and the authenticity of the Frost Silver Mine. They were of no great use, so they were simply thrown to Zhang Tuohai.
Thank you. 1 is enough,
Zhang Tuohai said, grabbed the player wearing the leather jacket and walked away. The 2 came to a remote corner. Zhang Tuohai threw the other party to the ground, and then said with a smile,
Tell me, who are you? Why are your tigers stationed here? And what is your mission? How do you know the name of our team?
The man's expression changed, and then he suddenly realized.
Are you a player?
Zhang Tuohai hit the opponent's forehead with the butt of his gun, causing his head to bleed immediately.
Pay attention to your current identity.
Zhang Tuohai spat and continued.
You have no right to ask any questions or answer my questions now. Otherwise, I will tie a rope to your phantom limb and pull it away in a car.
When the man heard Zhang Tuohai's words, he couldn't help but shrink his stomach. Is this a trick that normal people can come up with? Moreover, the man in front of me didn't just talk. He actually started to take off his belt.
Stop, I said. I will say anything.
The man's face turned green, and he quickly begged for mercy.
Then let's talk. Remember, you only have 1 chance. Organize your language well. If I hear a lie, hee, congratulations. You will get a chance to have close contact with the wasteland.
Zhang Tuohai said leisurely.
I understand. I will tell the truth.
The man immediately told all the news about himself. It turned out that he was a small leader of the Tiger Regiment named Jin Gui, who was a close confidant of Park Bo-won. After Park Bo-won came to power, he promoted him. Their Tigers were originally a Yakuza organization in Gwangju. And of course they were also the white gloves of a chaebol. After entering the road survival game, the backbone of the organization happened to be assigned together, and they recruited some foreigners, eventually forming today's Tigers. The world they experienced was different from the world experienced by Zhang Tuohai and others. The 2 worlds they experienced before were desolate grassland and drought and famine. On the penultimate day of the last world, Park Bo-won led his cronies to choose to predict the next world in advance. After some hard work, he befriended a quartermaster in Baishar City. After some bribery, he got some materials, mixed with some relationships. After officially entering the new world, they used their previous relationships to successfully return to White Rock City. After some operations, they received a task chain. As long as they could complete it, they could enter the battle order of White Rock City and enjoy the treatment of regular troops. They have been working hard on this mission. As a result, when the task chain reached the last link, an accident occurred. The team sent to attack Huasha town was wiped out, and Park Bo-won's core strength was severely hit. The people below also started to move around. Pu Buin thought that Baishar City wanted to abandon them, so he took the lead in sending someone to bribe a quartermaster of the Red Fort and prepared to take people out of the Red Fort. As a result, they were discovered by the defenders of Baishar City stationed at the Baishan mine. The 2 sides fought fiercely and suffered heavy casualties. He escaped by hiding in a corner and pretending to be dead.
What is the name of the quartermaster of the Red Fort that you bribed? And where is he?
Zhang Tuohai's heart moved.
My name is Hughes, at the Red Fort Military Supplies Department. The specific location is...
Jin Gui reported an address. Zhang Tuohai kept it firmly in mind and planned to take a look when he had the opportunity to return to the Red Fort. Since the Tigers can get in touch with him through bribery, can he also use this method to get something special?
Why did you choose to station here? Why don't you go to the main city of Baishar City? Logically speaking, wouldn't the resources there be better?
Zhang Tuohai continued to ask.
This is a newly developed Frost Silver mine. According to the line we set up, Baishar City will use this as a new base for advancement. There will be many opportunities here.
So we built our base here,
Jin Gui said.
In other words, is that Frost Silver mine real?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's absolutely true. But we are currently undergoing preparatory work and are detecting the mine. After the detection is completed, we will send people to mine,
Jin Gui said.
One more thing. Actually, we also participated in a mine exploration, and I discovered a secret in the mine. Originally, I wanted to hide the secret and enjoy it myself. But I plan to use this secret in exchange for your life. Can you promise me?
Jing Gui suddenly said mysteriously.
What secret?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Come closer. I don't want others to hear you.
Jing Gui said. Be careful. He uses the hidden blade to cut the rope on his body and prepares to sneak attack you. The prompt system suddenly rang. Chapter 295 Steam Fortress.
How dare you sneak attack me?
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. He took a step back, raised the assault rifle in his hand, and pointed it at Jing Gui.
You are?
Jing Gui was shocked when he saw this. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Tuohai interrupted him.
I said, I only give you one chance. It's because you don't cherish it.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Several bullets penetrated Jing Gui's head.
What happened?
Hearing the gunfire, Gil ran over.
It's nothing serious. He wanted to attack me. But I found him and killed him.
Zhang Tuohai pointed at Jing Gui's body and said. Gil turned over Jing Gui's body and found that the rope binding his hands had been cut, and there was a sharp blade between his fingers.
This guy is really cunning.
Gil kicked Jing Gui's body and then said,
Let's go. Let's go. Pack up and get ready to go back to the Red Fort. So anxious?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
The purpose of coming here is to confirm this Frost Silver mine. Now that it is confirmed, I will naturally go back and report it, and then send someone to take over it.
Jill said matter-of-factly.
Of course. Your share of achievements will not be less. After all, you are also mine in name, and I will definitely not let you suffer.
Gil patted Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder and said, Okay. Since Jill said so, Zhang Tuohai naturally didn't say anything more, packed up his things, and was ready to go. The convoy is still in the same formation as when it came. The assault vehicle was at the front. The support artillery vehicle followed. Gil's command vehicle was in the middle, and Zhang Tuohai was at the end. However, as soon as the convoy drove out of the camp gate, it ran into a convoy head-on. This convoy is very large, with 12 steam tanks as the vanguard. However, these steam tanks are very different from the tanks Zhang Tuohai saw in Grey Rock City. The bodies of these steam tanks are extremely large, but the tracks are very short. The front of the tank moves little by little when walking, and it looks like a countdown machine. However, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to underestimate this thing at all. This guy is covered in weapons. At the front is a twin main gun. The caliber of the gun is at least 150 millimeters. Machine gun muzzles protrude from the sides of the car one after another. Black steam machine guns poke out of the barrel. Judging from the number, at least 20 is quite high. On the top of the car body, there is a metal baffle like a crenel, with a mortar and 2 steam machine guns mounted on it. Behind the crenel, there were still at least 20 soldiers standing with steam rifles. In addition, the steam tank's whole body is covered with rivet armor, which looks unusually thick at first glance. This is not like a steam tank at all, but a mobile steam fortress. There is a white castle painted on the car of these big guys. The other party obviously did not expect that a convoy would rush out of the camp. For a moment, people on both sides were stunned.
Barbarians from White Rock City.
Fire! Gil reacted first and immediately issued the order. Ta-ta-ta! Boom! Boom! The steam machine guns and artillery of assault vehicles and support vehicles began to roar. The dense bullets hit the metal baffle with a ping-pong sound, and many bullets shot directly through the baffle, beating the soldiers behind to pieces. Several shells directly penetrated the armor of the opponent and hit the opponent's ammunition depot.
Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a steel fortress exploded and turned into a ball of orange-red fire, swallowing up everyone around it. The opponent's reaction was not slow, and he immediately began to counterattack, and various artillery and steam machine guns opened fire one after another. At this distance, there is almost no possibility of missing the target. In addition, the performance of the artillery on both sides is very superior. As long as it is hit, it will be seriously injured or even killed. 7 or 8 orange fireballs instantly rose at the entrance of the entire camp, and the blazing flames lit up the entire sky. Zhang Tuohai, who had been at the back, saw this and immediately retreated to a hidden corner with Zhao Wanwan. At the same time, the fog diffuser was turned on.
The firepower outside is very strong. It looks like we are going to be blocked inside,
Zhao Wanwan said with some worry.
Don't worry. There's still a chance. Just hide here and don't move. I'll go check on the situation.
Zhang Tuohai started the hot air balloon, rose into the air, and quietly flew over the battlefield to check the situation. After flying above the battlefield, Zhang Tuohai realized that a huge convoy was coming outside. In addition to the 12 steam tanks in front, there was a long list of various vehicles behind. These vehicles are strange in length, but each vehicle has ladders, drills, dump buckets, hooks, etc. So you can tell it is a construction vehicle at a glance. Zhang Tuohai guessed that this might be a convoy sent by Baishar City to build mines and expand camps. Those steam tanks were escort vehicles. It was a complete accident that he and Jill were blocked at the door. If Baishar City really knew they were coming, they would definitely send more pursuit vehicles instead of so many engineering vehicles. Zhang Tuohai looked down at the battlefield situation and frowned immediately. Although Gil's combat vehicles have an advantage, with a total of 18 vehicles, their protective capabilities are average. Except for a few guards vehicles whose armor is relatively thick. The remaining assault vehicles and artillery support vehicles are brittle. Even the guards vehicles are at the level of light tanks. The advantages of the entire convoy are firepower and speed. And the protection is extremely average. If they meet in the wilderness, when Gil's fleet encounters steam fortresses such as White Rock City, they can use their superior speed to maneuver and fight while running. Even if you can't beat him, you can run at full speed. But now they were blocked at the entrance to the camp. And that was it. The speed advantage cannot be used at all. And they can only shoot at the steam fortress in place. You know, steam fortress is good at defense and firepower. What Jill did was completely using his own shortcomings to attack the other strengths. One after another, our cars were lit with fireworks. Most of them were lost in the blink of an eye. But Baishar City's steam fortress still had 7 vehicles that could continue fighting, giving it an absolute advantage.
It seems that before we can rush out, we need to kill these steam fortresses.
Zhang Tuohai had some calculations in his mind.
Classmate Xiai, take out those mines and give these guys a taste.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
Xiao Ai controlled the mechanical arm, took out the mines from the cabin, and threw them towards the steam fortresses. These mines are prepared for warships of thousands of tons, so it is no problem to deal with steam fortresses of several hundred tons. Boom! Boom! Groups of orange fireballs rose up, and the steam fortress that had been shooting continuously just now turned into orange fireballs. Chapter 296 Searching for Resources. After blowing the huge steam fortress into scrap metal, Zhang Tuohai did not stop immediately. Instead, he replaced the mines with anti-tank grenades and continued to bomb the engineering vehicles. These are all enemies. If one escapes, a large number of enemy troops may be attracted, so no one can be spared. Even the sturdy steam fortress was reduced to scrap metal, and these engineering vehicles were even less able to withstand it. Almost one by one, they were all lit up with fireworks. Several engineering vehicles at the end of the team saw something bad and were about to run away. However, they were discovered by Zhang Tuohai, who was at high altitude and chased after them to deal with them one by one. After getting rid of these construction vehicles, Zhang Tuohai flew around the area again to confirm that nothing had slipped through the net before returning to the camp. At this time, the camp was also in a mess. In addition to the corpses of the original camp defenders and the corpses of the Tiger Regiment, the 2 commandos brought by Gil were also smashed into pieces by the steam fortress of White Rock City. The only one that was relatively complete is the logistics vehicle hiding behind the team. However, the front of the car also suffered heavy damage from the steam machine gun and was turned into a honeycomb. And the people inside died on the spot. Bodies were strewn all over the ground, like a hell on earth. Zhang Tuohai slowly lowered the car to the ground, and Zhao Wanwan got out of hiding.
You're not hurt, are you?
Zhao Wanwan asked worriedly.
They don't have anti-aircraft weapons. How can I get hurt? However, the relationship with the Red Fort that we finally managed to establish this time may be ruined.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he looked in the direction of Gil's command vehicle with some regret. Just now, Jill's command vehicle was overturned by a shell. Jill in the car was probably in danger.
It doesn't matter. We can also find other forces. As long as everyone is fine, everything can be solved.
Zhao Wanwan comforted.
Okay, now that things have reached this point, that's all I can do.
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
Fortunately, it's not all without gain.
Zhang Tuohai said and released 001.
Go and clean up the garbage around you.
Zhang Tuohai was worried that the number of 001 to 010 was too small. So he built some more resource recovery steam self-propelled machines and expanded the number to 050. Work efficiency suddenly improved a lot. Zhang Tuohai began to search those resource transport vehicles to see if there was anything good. The resource transport truck that Gil brought contained mostly artillery shells and ammunition of various calibers, as well as a small amount of canned food and drinking water. Zhang Takumi cannot believe the food and water in the wasteland world. He only eats the food he brought from the previous world. As for these, he will sell them to other players through Song Xiaokong. As for the artillery shells of various calibers, Zhang Tuohai temporarily put them away. These things can be modified and used as aerial bombs. At least it's much more powerful than anti-tank grenades. Most of the transport trucks in White Rock City carried some food and construction tools. It can be seen from here that they are indeed an engineering fleet. It was a complete coincidence that Jill was blocked at the door and blasted with hammers. Even if Jill and the others had set off 5 minutes earlier, there was nothing the White Rock City convoy could do. After checking the 2 fleet transport vehicles, Zhang Tuohai went to the parking lot of the Tiger Regiment and rummaged through a pile of rubble, trying to find some useful supplies. With a convoy as big as the Tiger Regiment, even if the ground is washed away by artillery shells, there will still be something left. Right? Zhang Tuohai took several steam self-propelled machines and started searching. Sure enough, the hard work pays off. After some hard work, Zhang Tuohai actually found 600 kilograms of kimchi. Zhang Tuohai didn't even know what to say. Are these people so obsessed with kimchi? Why are they all kimchi? How long will it take to eat this? Zhang Tuohai rummaged around again and found something else. 200 kilograms of rice cakes, 3 boxes of spicy ramen noodles, 12 bags of beef, 15 boxes of lunch meat, 28 heads of Chinese cabbage, and half a box of hot sauce. Well, we have all the ingredients for the army pot. However, these things can only be regarded as supplements for Zhang Tuohai. What he needs most is various drawings. Zhang Tuohai continued to pick up rubbish in the ruins, while 050, who was following him, faithfully turned the rubbish he threw out into metal ingots and stacked them neatly together. After a while, a lot of them were piled up, and Xiaoyai took them away, because there were too many metal ingots obtained this time. Zhang Tuohai built an advanced processing factory. The high-end processing factory, large bathhouse and high-end ecological park all use space folding technology. The inside is extremely spacious. But what is shown in the car is only a door. There are some machines placed against the edge of the wall in the factory, which can only be used for basic processing. As for the remaining machines, players need to fill them in by themselves. Zhang Tuohai regarded the remaining large space as a warehouse and directly stuffed all the metal ingots he obtained into it. To this end, Zhang Tuohai installed several robotic arms in the car to assist the work and greatly improve the efficiency. After a disdainful search, Zhang Tuohai finally found a few drawings in the trash. However, many of the drawings were duplicates of those in Zhang Tuohai's hands and were of little use. Just when Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed, suddenly, a drawing came into his eyes. Super Fertilizer Maker. It can decompose most substances into fertilizer that accelerates growth. This fertilizer maker is characterized by its super fast decomposition speed, which is more than 1,000 times the average speed of other fertilizer makers. Manufacturing materials: high-grade metal ingots, 50 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 20 units. Metal parts, 200 units. Rubber, 20 units. Plastic, 50 units. Advanced electronic components *1. Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawings carefully several times and nodded clearly. No wonder the Tigers didn't build this fertilizer-making machine. A fertilizer-making machine actually requires 50 units of high-grade metal ingots, which is simply robbery. With so many high-grade metal ingots, several large-caliber cannons can even be made. It makes sense not to choose production. However, this is not a problem for Zhang Tuohai. After the on-site search, the number of metal ingots of various grades in his hands has greatly increased. 50 high-grade metal ingots, a large number that is unattainable in the eyes of others, has become a small number worth mentioning in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. Isn't it just 50? Let's make one and see the effect. Zhang Tuohai built the fertilizer machine. This fertilizer machine looks different from ordinary fertilizer machines. An ordinary fertilizer machine is just a fermentation wooden box. This one is a big one with a lot of reamers inside. It looks like a devouring beast. What should we test with? Zhang Tuohai looked around for items that could be used for testing. Suddenly, he saw corpses all over the ground. Chapter 297 Super Fertilizer. Throwing so many corpses here will make the mutated creatures cheaper. Why don't they be used as test materials for me? This can also be regarded as making it more difficult for mutated creatures to hunt. And I have done my part to eliminate mutated creatures. Zhang Tuohai thought and ordered classmate Xiao Ai to collect some bones and throw them into the super fertilizer machine. Buzz. The super fertilizer machine made a buzz. After a while, a pile of black granular fertilizer fell out. Zhang Tuohai picked up one. Super fertilizer. It can greatly accelerate plant growth. The increase rate is related to the nutritional level of the raw materials. It can be used at the same time as other fertilizers without affecting the effect.
Effective.
Looking at the broken limbs and broken arms on the ground, Zhang Tuohai's eyes became bright. There are no broken limbs or broken arms in this place. These are mountains of gold. With these things, he can make a lot of fertilizer, ripen more crops, and sell them to regional channels, which is a lot of money. Zhang Tuohai quickly asked classmate Xiao Ai to stuff all the bones into the super fertilizer machine. Classmate Xiao Ai faithfully implemented Zhang Tuohai's decision and filled the corpses into the fertilizer machine one by one. Wang Kai took a shovel, put the produced fertilizer into a bag, and then transported it to the ecological park for fertilization. The entire chain has a clear division of labor and is well organized. While everyone was in full swing, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly said,
Commander, this person is not dead yet. Why not throw him in too?
Zhang Tuohai looked back and found that classmate Xiao Ai was holding Jill's ankle with a robotic arm. At this time, Jill was in a coma, but it seemed that she was about to wake up.
Is this guy so desperate? He's still alive?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. At that time, he saw with his own eyes that Jill's car was overturned by a shell, and the bodies of the driver and 2 guards were turned into pieces. But this Gil actually only suffered some superficial injuries. This level of luck is comparable to that of Destiny's Child.
Don't let her wake up now. Is there a way to make her comatose for a while?
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the construction site where garbage was being picked up in full swing and said immediately, Jill cannot be allowed to see this kind of scene. Otherwise, there will be no way to explain it.
Clear.
Upon hearing this, classmate Xiao Ai controlled another robotic arm, picked up a wooden stick, and hit Jill on the back of the head again. Jill's stupor deepened. She won't be beaten to death.
Right.
Zhang Tuohai asked worriedly.
Don't worry, Commander. According to the current body surface characteristics, the coma will last for about 3 to 4 hours, and it will not cause fatal injuries. I am very strict in my work. If you say you are comatose, you will be comatose. I will never accidentally kill you,
classmate AI said confidently.
Okay, then keep an eye on her and don't let her wake up when she shouldn't,
Zhang Tuohai warned. Jill actually didn't die. This is great news for Zhang Tuohai. Through Gil, he can re-establish the tree of the Red Keep. Moreover, Jill's father is the chief scholar of the Red Keep. He is a life-saving grace to Jill. Doesn't Dr. Valentine express his regret? Moreover, Gil was injured so seriously, and 2 teams were wiped out. Can the Red Fort give up? Why don't you go to Baishi City to argue? Maybe there will be a big war. Not only can he fish in troubled waters during this war, but there will even be a lot of garbage to pick up after the war. Isn't it flattering? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai put Jill on the roof of the car and thoughtfully covered him with a blanket. As a sponsor dad, there must be some preferential treatment. After dealing with Jill's matter, Zhang Tuohai continued to pick up garbage in the camp. This was done in one night. Zhang Tuohai worked until the sky became slightly brighter before cleaning up the ruins and bones in the camp. At this time, the entire camp was empty, except for a few craters and some residual blood stains indicating that a war had taken place here. Everything else had been packed away by Zhang Tuohai. Not even a scrap of iron was left. In fact, Zhang Tuohai even wanted to pack up the Frost Silver mine and take it away. However, there were too many impurities in this mine, which required many steps of refining, sorting, and smelting. It took too long. Zhang Tuohai was worried that reinforcements from Baishi City would appear again, so he decisively chose to give up and took Jill in the direction of the Red Fort. Run. After embarking on the return journey, Zhang Tuohai finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he finally had time to check out the regional channels. The regional channel was extremely busy today. No way. The Tigers, the largest club in the area, was completely wiped out in one day, leaving not even a single person alive. Coupled with the fact that he never speaks on the channel, it has a mysterious veil, making people very curious about it. Players are also talking about its destruction.
I guess they were wiped out by powerful indigenous forces. You see, most of their people were killed by artillery. I guess only indigenous people have this kind of power. Right. Come on. The little power of the indigenous people is nothing. Our convoy killed a group of survivors yesterday. They are a bunch of rubbish. They must not be so powerful. They must have provoked a powerful convoy.
Some people are disdainful.
Then tell me, which convoy in the channel can possess such powerful artillery fire that can destroy the entire Tiger regiment. How do I know? What if I tell them and they silence me? If you have the ability, go and ask yourself.
The regional channels are bustling with people. But most of them are just this kind of rubbish, and there is no nutritious information. However, Zhang Tuohai found that there were fewer people on the channel recruiting people into the convoy. A few days ago, there were still people posting messages on the channel to get people into the convoy. But now there is no one at all. Several players also quit the teams they just joined. They were probably frightened by what happened to the Tigers. Zhang Tuohai checked that the remaining convoys in the regional channel were all small groups of more than a dozen people, or even a few people, which was nothing to worry about. However, today, Zhang Tuohai does not plan to sell supplies on a large scale yet, and plans to observe it for a day first. After a while, the time came to 6 o'clock in the morning on time, and the game system popped up a reminder for today. Congratulations to all the players for successfully surviving the 4th day of this world. The weather is still very bad. The concentration of harmful gases outdoors continues to rise. All players are asked to pay attention to protection. Debuff Doomsday Syndrome symptoms intensify. When in the wilderness, the mood value is randomly reduced by 5 to 10 points per hour. In the camp, the mood value is randomly reduced by 3 to 6 points per hour. This syndrome will deepen as time goes by. Players are asked to keep their mood value above a safe value and be alert to emergencies. Once the mood value reaches 0, players will fall into a state of madness. Note, as the air pollution index continues to rise, and the value of purification agents continues to rise, the supply of purification agents in various places has decreased, and the selling price has increased. Please refer to the actual local price for specific prices and quantities. Long-term mission: join a force. Note, joining a force can save you from fighting alone and can provide a lot of unexpected help. But it will also bring some necessary responsibilities. Please choose carefully, as this will affect your experience on the disaster day. Note 2. The deadline for this task is 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. If the player fails to complete the task, he will be punished depending on the situation. Chapter 298: Joining the Red Fort.
The punishment has been intensified again.
Looking at the messages above, Zhang Tuohai frowned. The game system increases the concentration of air pollution, increases the effect of debuff, reduces the supply of purification agents, and increases the price. This is obviously a strategy of slow advancement, pushing players into the abyss bit by bit. Increasing the concentration of pollution in the air also reduces the shipment volume of purification agents, which obviously promotes melee fighting between players. Let players compete for these limited quantities of purification potions. Fortunately, I robbed a businessman and obtained a large amount of purification potions. Zhang Tuohai looked at several boxes of purification chemicals in his carriage and nodded with satisfaction. These things might be worth a lot of money in a few days. In addition, debuff has a greater impact on mood value, which is a good thing for him, as it can expand the production of milk tea. At the same time, low-priced products such as yogurt can also be sold to solve the problem of excess milk production. However, he did not expect that the long-term mission of joining the force was about to end. He originally thought that he could delay it for 2 days, but now it seems that it is impossible. Zhang Tuohai took out the
Vice Captain of Gil's team
card given by Gil. I found the credentials to join the Red Fort Force. Do you want to join the Red Fort Force?
Join in.
A flash of white light flashed. The game system popped up a prompt. You have joined the forces of the Red Fort. After meeting you, the natives of other camps will have different attitudes due to the relationship between the camps. The right you have: move freely within the Red Fort sphere of influence and purchase supplies at the military supply office. Your obligations: regularly complete the tasks assigned by the Red Fort and accept the call unconditionally. Otherwise you will be punished. You have become the vice captain of Jill's team and have the right to bring other players into the team. Do you want to use it? Limited number of people 0 out of 10. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and brought Zhao Wanwan closer to Gil's team.
Am I considered to have joined the Red Fort forces?
Zhao Wanwan asked in a private message.
Well, when you get to the Red Castle, you can move around freely. However,
it's best to wear a mask or something to cover your face.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Forget it. I'll just stay in the car, honestly.
The last time she was hunted down in Grey Rock City left a deep shadow in Zhao Wanwan's heart. She doesn't like wandering around the city anymore.
Okay.
After hearing Zhao Wanwan's words, Zhang Tuohai didn't force himself. At this moment, classmate Xiao Ai intervened.
Commander, the woman on the roof of the car is about to wake up. Do you want her to remain unconscious? Forget it.
I'll go up and take a look. Zhang Tuohai was really afraid that he would beat Gil unconscious a few more times. He also hopes to rely on Jill's relationship to take a further step in the Red Keep. There must be no mistakes. Zhang Tuohai opened the hatch cover and climbed up. At this time, Jill had just woken up. She looked around in confusion.
Where am I? Miss Gil. We had an encounter with the despicable White Rock City barbarians last night. Your car was hit by artillery. I tried my best to rescue you. Now, we are on the way back to the Red Fort.
Zhang Tuohai said immediately. At the same time, he boasted about his achievements. Many times, it is not only necessary to be able to do things, but also to be able to show merit. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Jill slowly recalled the scenes last night. As soon as they left the gate of the camp, they ran into the steam fortress of White Rock City. They attacked desperately, but it was difficult to break through the opponent's defense. Then, a cannonball continued to grow in size in her pupils, and then she lost consciousness.
Where are my men? Where are the two teams?
Gil looked around and saw that the surrounding area was empty except for Zhao Wanwan's car following behind.
I'm sorry, Miss Gil. In order to give you enough time to evacuate, they took the initiative to stay and hold off the steam fortress. I'm afraid they have been killed.
Zhang Tuohai said. After all, it was hard for him to say anything else after using someone else's body.
Damn Shiraishi barbarian.
Gil slammed the roof of the car.
I want to tell my father that he dares to treat the Red Castle like this. I will burn White Rock City to the ground.
Jill gritted her teeth.
Yes, Miss Gil. We must not let go of those White Stone barbarians.
Zhang Tuohai was fanning the flames.
By the way, why do I feel my head hurt so much? It feels like someone hit me hard with a stick.
Gil said, rubbing the back of his head. The corner of his mouth sucked at air conditioning from time to time, and it looked like he was still in some pain.
Miss Gil, your car was overturned when the shells struck. It may have hit the ground at that time, or been hit by parts of the car.
Zhang Tuohai's face froze, and he said nonsense.
Your bodyguard broke into several pieces in order to protect you. You only suffered some superficial injuries. You can already be described as lucky. Is Misha also dead?
A sad look appeared on Gil's face.
I must make these damn barbarians pay the price. Miss Gil, let's have a cup of milk tea. Maybe it can cheer you up.
Zhang Tuohai thrust a cup of milk tea into Jill's hand. Jill took the milk tea, but did not drink it. Instead, she kept looking into the distance, wondering what she was thinking. After driving for another 2 hours, Zhang Tuohai drove into Huansha Town, the Red Fort's outpost on the outskirts of Baishan Mountain. Although there is only one word difference between Huansha Town and Huansha Town, their structures are indeed very different. Huansha Town is an enlarged version of a black shop, but Huansha Town is an outpost. Towering stone walls and towers can be seen in the distance, and there are even artillery and machine guns on them. The strength is not the same as that of Huansha Town. After the car drove into Huansha Town, Zhang Tuohai arrived in front of a building under Jill's guidance. Jill jumped out of the car. She turned to Zhang Tuohai and said,
I'm going to take a hot air balloon back here. You take this card and find the local quartermaster. Take whatever you like and say it's mine.
That's what I said. After completing the supplies, go to the Red Keep and wait for me. After I finish dealing with the matters in White Rock City, I will go back to find you. I still have something for you to do. I understand.
Zhang Tuohai took the card. This is a beautiful card with a line of text on it.
For the benefit of the Red Fort, all units are requested to cooperate with the holder. Valentine, the chief scholar of the Red Fort, and one of the 12 members of the Round Table Council,
Jill said and walked in quickly. After a while, a hot air balloon rose from the yard and floated towards the Red Fort driven by the propeller. Chapter 299, Looting the Material Warehouse.
This girl is really heartless. Thanks to my hard work, she was rescued. Now she runs away. She has no repayment for the promised life-saving grace. She only has the posture of Puliu to promise her with her body.
Looking at the hot air balloon flying away rapidly, Zhang Tuohai secretly spat. At this time, a fat man, who was full of food, ran out of the house. When he saw Zhang Tuohai, he immediately took Zhang Tuohai's hand and said,
You are Miss Gil's escort. Right. I am Cook, the local quartermaster. Miss Gil has told me that you need supplies locally. Please come with me,
Cook said, as he led Zhang Tuohai to a huge warehouse made entirely of metal. There is also a team of armed guards guarding the warehouse. Cook opened the door and made a gesture of invitation to Zhang Tuohai.
Please.
Zhang Tuohai took a look at the warehouse. It was filled with various supplies. including steam machine guns, steam rifles, artillery, grain, various ammunition, and mountains of various supplies. Zhang Tuohai even saw a mountain of various manufacturing products. Material. He didn't know it, but he didn't expect so many supplies to be accumulated in this small Huasha town warehouse.
I can take whatever I want here?
Zhang Tuohai asked in disbelief.
Of course. Miss Gill said that if you supply here, anything you think you need can be included in the supply scope,
Cook said with a smile. In fact, according to the regulations of the Red Fort, the number of supplies for each convoy is limited. It will be distributed by the quartermaster in accordance with regulations. However, the person in front of him is Miss Gill's bodyguard, and he is also wearing the Red Castle's latest neatly powered exoskeleton. He is obviously a close servant of Miss Gill, and maybe even a guest. Naturally, such a person needs to be well pleased. If you say that, you can make yourself prosperous. For such a being, it is natural that supplies cannot be carried out according to general standards. In order to please Jill, Quartermaster Cook deliberately opened the door and let Zhang Tuohai choose as he pleased.
Can I drive in and pick it up? It's more convenient to load the goods this way,
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course. We can also help you ship the goods,
Cook said with a flattering face.
No need. My car contains the Red Fort's highest technical secrets and cannot be seen by outsiders. So just let me do these things,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Easy to say. Easy to say.
Cook quickly opened the door and asked Zhang Tuohai to drive in. The person in front of him was Gill's bodyguard, and he was counting on the other person to give him a few nice words. Naturally, such a trivial matter would not stop him. He even closed the door thoughtfully, allowing Zhang Tuohai to choose freely. As soon as Zhang Tuohai saw that the door was closed, he immediately asked Xiao Ai to open it.
Quick! Drive in. Pick out the valuable ones. Take away all these manufacturing materials. And those canned foods. Take some with you as well.
These things can be sold.
Zhang Tuohai directed classmate Xiao Ai to carry supplies into the car, and he jumped down and wandered around the warehouse to see if there was anything valuable. In the corner, Zhang Tuohai found 12 steam-powered exoskeletons. They were all brand new and still smelled like engine oil. However, it seems that it is at least one generation behind Zhang Tuohai's exoskeleton. There are bags of high-efficiency charcoal piled next to it, which should be the energy source of the exoskeleton. Zhang Tuohai naturally accepted these things with a smile. Zhang Tuohai also took away all the artillery shells. These can be converted into aerial bombs, so naturally he had to take them all away. Finally, Zhang Tuohai wandered to the cannons. He discovered that these artillery pieces could be loaded onto the vehicle body.
Zhang Tuohai was already a little dissatisfied with the 75 rapid-fire cannon on his car. Although the rate of fire of this gun is very fast, it is quite effective against infantry, but it has no effect against solidly armored targets, especially the steam fortress like last night. If there were no mines, he might not be able to do anything against the opponent. Be sure to increase your firepower. Zhang Tuohai walked back and forth in front of several cannons several times, and finally chose the one with the largest caliber, a 120mm rifle gun. Improved version of the 120mm rifle gun Red Fort, a new type of artillery that condenses Red Fort technology. It has powerful power, and can break through homogeneous steel armor of more than 1000mm using armor-piercing projectiles. Zhang Tuohai couldn't put it down this artillery. With this gadget, he now has some strength to deal with those steam fortresses. There is no way. In this era, caliber is justice. Moreover, this gun has two types of ammunition. One high-explosive projectile, and one armor-piercing projectile. There were hundreds of boxes in the warehouse, and Zhang Tuohai naturally accepted them all. Zhang Tuohai drove the infantry fighting vehicle near the artillery, and the game system popped up a prompt. Loadable artillery is detected. But in this level, the vehicle can be equipped with up to 2 artillery pieces. Please choose one to replace.
Is there such a restriction?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but curl his lips. He is also thinking about installing all these artillery guns on his own vehicle. Now it seems that this hope has been dashed. However, 2 doors are better than nothing. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and chose to replace the 75 cannon. Zhang Tuohai is still very satisfied with the rotating pursuit gun. Although it looks a bit ugly, it is a sharp weapon against infantry. And Zhang Tuohai has no plans to replace it yet. After Zhang Tuohai made his choice, a white light enveloped the 120 gun and the infantry fighting vehicle. Soon, the two merged into one. The original 75mm small water pipe turned into a 120mm large pipe. All of a sudden, the shotgun was replaced by the cannon. Zhang Tuohai felt confident. A lot harder. After a while, classmate Xiao Ai finally moved all the supplies designated by Zhang Tuohai into the car. At this time, the originally full material warehouse was mostly empty.
I wonder what Cook would think when he sees this.
Zhang Tuohai thought as he looked at the half-empty material warehouse.
No matter. This is what Jill asked me to add here anyway. She also said that as long as I need it, I can take it away. I am just following orders.
Zhang Tuohai turned over, got in the car, and drove out of the gate.
Dear Your Excellency, we have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you to enjoy,
Cook said respectfully at the door.
No, I still have a mission assigned by Miss Gill, so I cannot accompany you. However, I will convey your kindness to Miss Gill,
Zhang Tuohai said. That's what Cook was waiting for. After getting Zhang Tuohai's promise, he immediately smiled, thanked him repeatedly, and stuffed a wooden box into Zhang Tuohai.
Please accept some of the specialties from my hometown.
Zhang Tuohai opened the box and looked inside. It was a set of pure gold drinking sets with some gems inlaid on it. It was priceless at first glance. Although it has no use in this world, it is still a good collection.
I will convey your kindness. See you later.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and drove away. Chapter 300 Kirov Formation.
Why are you running so fast?
Zhao Wanwan asked in a private message in confusion.
I almost emptied someone else's supply warehouse. Can you run away quickly?
Zhang Tuohai said.
By the way, classmate Xiao Ai, remember to remind me that you must never come to this place again.
Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Ai. He was afraid that if he came again, he would be chased and chopped by Quartermaster Cook.
Understood. This place has been added to the danger list.
Classmate Xiao Ai responded.
Then where should we go next?
Zhao Wanwan asked.
Go to the Red Keep. That's the hub. I'll see what can be harvested there.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Commander, a large number of flying targets have been spotted in the sky.
Classmate Xiao Ai reminded.
What?
Zhang Tuohai heard this and quickly pointed the camera in the air. From the sky in front, a large fleet of airships flew over mightily. These airships are equipped with huge airbags, with metal pods underneath. Under the metal pods are hanging magazines filled with black bombs. These airships are also equipped with more than 10 cannons with downward muzzles, which obviously have extraordinary firepower. Steam pipes coiled around the airship, driving the propeller at the tail to fly into the distance. On those huge airbags, Zhang Tuohai saw the pattern of the Red Fort. Zhang Tuohai counted roughly and found that there were more than 20 airships of this level, forming a formation and flying majestically into the distance.
The Red Fort actually has such a force? Where are they going?
Zhang Tuohai looked at those steam airships with curiosity.
Commander, Miss Gill was found on the airship.
Classmate Xiao Ai suddenly said.
Gill is also on the airship? Where is he? Let me see.
Zhang Tuohai became energetic. The picture on the monitor kept zooming in, and finally settled on the gondola of an airship. In the metal hanging basket, Jill held her hands on the railing and stared into the distance, her eyes full of anger.
Good guy. No wonder you are so anxious. It turns out that you have gone back to your hometown to shake people. I didn't expect to bring out such a team. It seems that this Gill has a lot of energy.
Seeing the mighty airship brigade in the sky, Zhang Tuohai recalled his fear of being dominated by Kirov when he played Red Alert. Back then, when I was playing the game, I had complete anti-aircraft firepower, but I was bombed badly by Kirovs, let alone in this wasteland world. Zhang Tuohai remembered that none of the cities he had seen seemed to have decent air defense weapons. This is true whether it is a city, a country, or a vehicle. In this case, the attack brought by a team of Kirovs is absolutely devastating.
Now those guys in White Rock City are going to be in trouble,
Zhang Tuohai thought, seeing that Gil actually had such a huge team in his hands. Zhang Tuohai secretly made up his mind to hug this thigh and gather some more wool.
Let's go. Let's continue walking to the Red Castle.
Zhang Tuohai watched the Kirovs go away, and then urged Xiao Ai to continue on the road. Zhang Tuohai looked at the scenery on both sides of the road with his camera boredly. This is already an area controlled by the Red Fort, but there are still stretches of wilderness on both sides of the road, with nothing but weeds. Just when Zhang Tuohai was bored, Vladimir sent Zhang Tuohai a private message.
Dear Davari, have you joined the force? I have now become the captain of a team in White Rock City, and I have some rights in my hands. What do you think? Do you want to work with me?
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the information and jumped up.
Are you sure you are in White Rock City? Yes. What's wrong? Do you know this place?
Vladimir asked.
I advise you to immediately use your power to gain some benefits. And then run as far as you can. Don't stay near Baishi City.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What's wrong? Is there any danger? Do you have any inside information?
Vladimir also became interested.
There is a large group of people going to attack Baishi City. It is estimated that the speed will not be too slow. Baishi City will be destroyed soon. You should not follow them and die together.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What did I think it was? White Rock City has the strongest city defense system and the largest caliber artillery. Thousands of troops can't break through the city defense here. So don't worry,
Vladimir said and took a few shots. Photos were sent. In the photo, the walls of Baishi City are tall and thick, made entirely of metal, with rivet armor hung on them. There are also metal bunkers on the city wall, and the bunkers are densely covered with shooting holes. Outside the city wall, there is a black moat, which is 7 or 8 meters wide, and it is difficult to cross at first sight. The streets behind the city wall are also covered with various traffic trenches and bunkers, as well as steam fortresses. The entire city is a huge war fortress.
How about it? The defense is good. Right. No one in this world can break through this place. Come and work with me. The treatment here is very good. The officers can receive a bottle of wine every day.
Vladimir said.
It looks like this from the ground. But what about from the sky?
Zhang Tuohai selected a few pictures of airship formations and sent them.
Sakabule. I'm going to rob the winery right now. Thank you, Davari. I will treat you to a drink when we get out. Don't force yourself. You can get more if you run out of wine. I still have some here that I can sell to you.
Zhang Tuohai advised.
Don't worry. I will save those cute little babies from the flames of destruction.
Vladimir hung up the private message. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. However, he is already informed that what Vladimir does is his own business. Zhang Tuohai notified several people he knew well, and told them to stay away from Baishi City for the time being. Suchi replied with a private message.
Where is Baishi City?
Zhang Tuohai selected one of the photos sent by Vladimir and sent it.
It's this city. If you see it, run away and stay away.
Suchi looked at the photo for a long time, and finally said to Sumu.
Sister, do you think the one in front is Baishi City?
Sumu braked, parked the car on a nearby hillside, and looked into the distance. Not far away is a magnificent city. The city walls are made of metal, and are full of bunkers and trenches. In the center of the city is a white stone mountain. On the top of the stone mountain is a huge fort. On the fort is a huge cannon. A huge cannon, with a caliber roughly estimated to be at least 1 meter.
What danger can there be in this kind of city? Is it filled with murderers and warmongers?
Suchi asked in confusion.
Hey, why did it suddenly get dark?
Suchi felt that the sky suddenly turned dark and quickly looked up. As a result, the sight in front of her made her open her mouth in shock. And she didn't even know that the lollipop she had been holding fell.